Songbei, the Heavenly Demon Sect. With a resounding crash, the protective barrier that had safeguarded the Heavenly Demon Sect for 2 millennia collapsed, allowing disciples of the Jade Girl Sect to swarm in, indiscriminately slaughtering those they encountered. You vile scourges that bring calamity to the world, the Jade Girl Sect shall take you in. Flee! These wretched women have breached our gates. In that moment, disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect scattered in all directions, akin to headless flies desperately seeking escape, employing every means at their disposal. They had often captured disciples of the Jade Girl Sect for mutual cultivation, a deep-seated enmity that could not be resolved. The old sect master had recently passed, leaving them with no option but to run. In the grand hall of the sect's rear mountain, Yichuan gazed at the distant scene of bloodshed, his face pale with dread. Damn it, I've only been reborn for 3 days. My sect master has died. The gate has been breached, and now this. Young master, we must flee. A servant tugged at him in a bid for survival, only to be pierced through by a radiant arrow in the next instant. Curse it! Yichuan wiped the blood splattered across his face and turned to flee. At that moment, he cursed his unparalleled, blissful demonic body. For only through mutual cultivation could his powers surge, yet he was unable to begin until he turned 18. This had resulted in a slow accumulation of strength, leaving him at the 3rd level of chi refinement after 18 years. Damn it, there's no time. Seeing shadows approaching from behind, numerous figures soaring on swords toward the hall, escape was no longer an option. In his haste, he noticed a fallen maid who had succumbed to the sword's onslaught when the gate was breached. Forgive me, sister. Yichuan hastily removed all his garments, incinerating them with a fireball until they turned to ash. He then donned the maid's attire. Thanks to his mother's superior genes, he had always been strikingly handsome and fair, often mistaken for a girl. Thus, masquerading as a woman posed no issue. Unless someone were to inspect his trousers, they'll just claim I was captured to serve as a cauldron. They should sympathize with me, right? He stuffed some clothing into his bosom and lay prone on the ground, feigning death. Ding! The cross-dressing master system has been activated. Follow the system's guidance, and your life will be clear. Even a man can be alluring. What the hell? I don't want this. Give me something else. Yichuan felt a pang of anxiety. Cross-dressing was merely a temporary measure he did not wish to adopt long-term. Ding! Cross-dressing master system successfully bound. Physical contact with the opposite sex will yield optimization points. The deeper the contact, the more points rewarded. Reward. Novice gift pack. Basic skill: playing the piano. Playing the piano? Is this the wrong system? I'm trying to cultivate, for heaven's sake. Optimization points can be used to enhance all things in this world. Current optimization points, 1,000. Entering novice guidance. As a qualified cross-dressing master, you should possess an alluring figure. Please select your disguise. A virtual panel appeared before Yichuan, displaying his current image, which could be adjusted to alter his physical state and deceive cultivators below the nascent soul stage. Select the system's recommended option. As he observed the approaching members of the Jade Maiden Sect behind him, he promptly opted for the system's recommended plan. In the next instant, his body underwent a rapid transformation. The stubble vanished from his face, his Adam's apple disappeared, and even his brother seemed to retract, leaving his chest resembling 2 inflated basketballs. By the heavens, this is utterly exaggerated. Yichuan glanced down in astonishment, taken aback by the sheer scale that had torn his garments asunder. Hurry, shrink it down a bit. Please select modification values. Moments later, shouts filled the hall as a dozen elegantly attired maidens clad in white entered the chamber. It was too late to make alterations now. They've escaped. Quick, pursue them. Xian, you stay behind to clean up. Inquire about her origins. The crowd swiftly surged towards the rear of the grand hall. A young woman, brandishing a sword, stepped forward and demanded, "Who are you from the Celestial Demon Sect?" Yichuan immediately covered his face and wept. I am but a slave captured by them, tormented for years, believing I'd never escape. Your destruction of a Celestial Demon Sect is truly a blessing. I see. The girl named Xian approached to help him up, using her vital energy to scan him thoroughly. Sensing that he was merely at the 3rd level of chi refinement, and that his cultivation method did not align with that of the Celestial Demon Sect, she felt reassured and smiled. Rest assured, we of the Jade Maiden Sect will eradicate the Celestial Demon Sect today, ensuring no one else suffers. By the way, where do you live? I shall send someone to escort you home shortly. I have no home. My family was slain by the celestial demon sect. Yichuan lowered his head once more, feigning the act of wiping away tears. Thinking to himself how fortunate he was that his unique physique had prevented him from practicing the celestial demon sect's techniques. As he had only cultivated the widely known Taoist scriptures otherwise, he might have been exposed. After a moment of contemplation, Xian suggested, "How about you accompany me back to the Jade Maiden Sect and await further instructions from a master?" Very well. Yichuan readily agreed, although he had yet to grasp the intricacies of how the optimization points functioned. However, entering the Jade Maiden Sect would allow him to interact with many beautiful women, which was a psychological delight in itself. "Then follow me." Xian took hold of his hand, and upon their contact, a notification chimed in Yichuan's mind. Ding, detected intimate contact with the opposite sex. Optimization points 10, establishing a close relationship with target Xian, current intimacy level 2. The sensation is indeed delightful. Yichuan was nearly moved to tears. In 2 lifetimes, this was his first experience of holding a girl's hand. In his previous life, he had been a lifelong bachelor. And in this life, he was forbidden from touching women until the age of 18. It had been a life filled with hardship. But how is this intimacy calculated? Yichuan took the time to review the rules. It turned out that intimacy was determined by the area of skin contact, and once it reached 100, no further optimization points would be awarded. Moreover, previously touched areas would not yield rewards upon subsequent contact. For instance, if he held Xian's left hand, he would not receive optimization points for holding her left hand again. What constitutes a full 100? Yichuan scrutinized Xian from head to toe, noting that despite her youth, she had developed quite well and possessed an alluring beauty. He contemplated the idea of sharing a bath with her upon arriving at the Jade Maiden Sect, a tantalizing scene vividly playing in his mind. Half an hour later, the Heavenly Demon Sect was completely obliterated. Given the long-standing enmity between the two factions, the Jade Maiden Sect showed no mercy, leaving no demons or their descendants alive. Fortunately, many women were rescued. Those with families were returned home, while the others accompanied the group back to the Jade Maiden Sect, most likely to join the sect. Yichuan stepped onto Xian's flying sword and glanced back at the remnants of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Having been reborn for 3 days, he felt no attachment to this place. Its destruction was a necessary act for the safety of the people. "Hold on tight," Xian called out, and with that, she soared into the sky on her sword. Yichuan quickly wrapped his arms around her waist, their bodies pressed closely together, yet he received no notification of optimization points. It seemed that skin contact was essential. "Your figure is quite admirable, sister," he remarked. Xian turned her head slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. "I hope I do not embarrass you," she replied. Yichuan awkwardly chuckled, attributing the situation to the system's rather flawed recommendations, which felt like a hindrance. As the disciples of the Jade Maiden Sect returned, the gates of the sect gradually opened to reveal a breathtaking scene reminiscent of a celestial palace. Ethereal palaces floated in the air, surrounded by lush flowers and grasses, with vast meadows and mountains. In the center lay a grand lake, steaming with mist, where one could faintly see numerous women bathing. "Goodness, this is quite extravagant," Yichuan exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder. Xian smiled and explained, "This is the sect's immortal lake, a natural hot spring that can enhance one's cultivation. However, only inner disciples are permitted to enter. Rest assured, our sect is comprised solely of women, so there is nothing to be concerned about." "Ah, I see," Yichuan thought, his determination to remain firmly reinforced. As they passed an aerial palace, Xian suddenly descended, discreetly leading Yichuan into one of the rooms. "Sister, if you wish to become a disciple of the Jade Maiden Sect, I must first assess your qualifications to determine your suitability for cultivation," she stated. A pang of anxiety gripped Yichuan. His blissful demon body was a hereditary demonic physique, and if discovered, his identity as a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect would be exposed. He promptly opened his panel and realized that optimization points could enhance everything, including his cultivation physique. By using 888 optimization points, I can evolve my blissful demon body into a profound yang body, significantly accelerating my cultivation speed. Furthermore, if I engage in dual cultivation with a woman, the progress would be even swifter. Optimize immediately. Yichuan decisively chose the option. In the next moment, a warm flow surged through his body, indicating subtle changes were occurring within. Xian's hand rested on his abdomen as she began to examine his physique. Suddenly, her eyes widened in astonishment, and she exclaimed, "A profound young body? This profound young body is a rare occurrence. How could it manifest in a woman?" As her violet eyes twinkled, an exquisite idea blossomed in her mind. If she were to form a Yongdan and absorb it herself, she would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement in her cultivation, potentially elevating her to the status of an inner sect disciple. Chapter 2. Third Senior Sisterly Mooching Sister. You possess the innate Xian-Yang physique, yet it appears that cultivation may not be feasible for you. Ziyan sighed softly, guiding Yichuan to a chair where she gently continued, "If you were a male, this Xian-Yang body would serve you abundantly, allowing for rapid advancement in your cultivation. Regrettably, as a female, not only will your progress be sluggish, but there may also be peril to your life." What should I do? Yichuan feigned astonishment, internally scoffing. The system had been quite clear. The Xian-Yang physique was applicable to both genders, devoid of any distinctions, and there was certainly no threat to one's life. After a moment of contemplation, Ziyan reassured her, "No need to worry, sister. I possess a set of cultivation techniques tailored for the Xian-Yang physique. With diligent practice, you can forge a Yongdan. Once you achieve this, I will assist you in extracting the Yongdan, thereby eliminating the Yang poison, allowing you to cultivate freely." Yichuan instantly felt disdain. This little minx, appearing so refined, was actually intent on seizing his Yongdan. Wouldn't that render him an ordinary person? "I believe it would be prudent to consult the sect leader. Perhaps she may have alternative methods," Yichuan tentatively suggested. Ziyan's expression darkened immediately, her tone cool and measured. "Do you truly believe I would harm you? The Jade Maiden Sect is not as simple as you perceive. Dangers lurk at every corner. Only by aligning with me can you hope to thrive." A wave of pressure enveloped Yichuan, rendering him momentarily immobile. Damn it, is she threatening me? With his meager cultivation at the third level of Qi refinement, he was utterly powerless to resist. After a brief pause, he replied with a smile, "You do have a point, sister. I shall heed your every instruction." "Exactly." Ziyan's demeanor brightened once more as she flipped her hand, presenting a jade slip. "This contains the Xian-Yang technique. Cultivate diligently and hasten your path to forming the Yongdan. At that time, I shall recommend you to the third senior sister, and you will surely soar to great heights." "Thank you." Yichuan accepted the jade slip, and immediately a small system notification materialized beside him, devouring Yuan Dan technique. Cultivating this will condense one's essence and blood into a Dan. If extracted by another, your foundation will be utterly destroyed, reducing you to an ordinary person. So this is how we play it. Yichuan grasped Ziyan's wrist, while his other hand slipped into her sleeve, gliding along her smooth arm. Then, he seized her other hand, playfully teasing it up and down, as the system promptly notified him of an addition of 180 optimization points. "What are you doing?" Ziyan recoiled, her expression peculiar. "Nothing much. I simply couldn't resist touching your beautiful skin," Yichuan replied nonchalantly. "Is that so?" Ziyan scrutinized him closely, then suddenly leaned in, chuckling softly. "Sister, do you perhaps have a penchant for polishing mirrors?" Yichuan's eyes widened in surprise. "How did you know, sister? Could it be that you share this inclination?" "Absolutely not." Ziyan quickly retreated, brushing off her sleeve. "You should remain here and cultivate diligently. Once you successfully form your Dan, I shall recommend you to the Jade Maiden Sect." With that, she waved her hand, erecting a barrier within the room before exiting. With Yichuan's current cultivation level, he was utterly incapable of breaching the barrier. She was in high spirits, even humming a little tune, but her expression shifted as she caught sight of a stunning woman in a blue dress outside the door. She quickly bowed and said, "Third senior sister, you have returned." The beauty's lips curled into a faint smile. "If I had not come back, I would never have known you were harboring such thoughts, eager to consume the Yongdan I cultivated, are you not?" This enchanting woman was Li Muqing, the third disciple of the esteemed Qianghua Xinzuan, the leader of the Yunus sect, while Ziyan was merely an ordinary disciple, tasked with serving Li Muqing, akin to a maid, and thus dared not defy her. She hurriedly knelt and said, "Ziyan would never presume to do such a thing. I merely wished for you to succeed in refining the Dan first, so that it could pave the way for you, third senior sister. You need only take from it in the future." Li Muqing approached her slowly, lifting her chin and saying, "Ziyan, You are my favorite little junior sister. I shall grant you one final chance. Do not let me down, all right? Xian trembled all over and quickly replied, yes, I will not disappoint you, third senior sister. Excellent. Go prepare some hot water. Those people from the Tianma sect reek. I must take a bath as soon as possible. Of course. Xian hastily withdrew, taking a long time to calm her turbulent emotions, which swelled with resentment. After all the years of diligent service, lacking resources and being summoned at every whim, she wondered when she would finally become an inner disciple. It seemed she needed to reconsider the suggestion of her sixth senior sister. Once Li Muqing refined the Dan, she would present it to her sixth senior sister, who would surely help her enter the inner sect. Resolute in her decision, her mood lightened considerably. Meanwhile, Yichuan was still engrossed in studying the devouring Yuan Dan technique in his hands. It was clear that this technique was impractical. Yet failing to practice, it would not fulfill his obligations. Perhaps he could optimize it instead? Objective: devouring Yuan Dan technique, consuming 288 optimization points. Will immediately be optimized into the Xian Yang Sacred Dan technique, a superior method specifically designed for the Xian Yang physique. Upon cultivation, it can refine Yang Dan that cannot be seized by outsiders, and it can utilize Yang Dan to absorb a woman's essence, enhancing cultivation and even controlling the other's life. Optimize immediately. Yichuan felt a thrill of excitement. This optimized technique had no side effects and could counteract those who sought to steal his Yang Dan. Truly remarkable. However, after spending 288 optimization points, he was left with only 4 points, which was wholly insufficient. He needed to find a way to engage more with Xian to acquire additional optimization points. Otherwise, he would always feel uneasy. Before long, the optimization of the Xian Yang Sacred Dan technique was complete, and Yichuan promptly began his cultivation. Merely following the guidance of the technique for a brief moment, a visible vortex of spiritual energy formed above his head, surging into his limbs and ultimately gathering in his dantian, instantly breaking through to the 4th level of qi refinement. Good heavens, that was astonishingly swift. He was both shocked and filled with confidence for the future. At this rate, it would not be long before he established his foundation. With the resources of the Yunnu sect, breaking through to the Golden Dan stage would pose no challenge. First, he would conquer these core female disciples, then seize the sect leader, unifying the Yunnu sect. Was this not the path to the pinnacle of his life? Just as he indulged in these fantasies, the door was suddenly kicked open. Xian strode forward, clutching a golden circle in her hand. This was the Vajrao ring, intended to prevent my sister from getting lost. I placed it around Yichuan's neck. As she secretively channeled her energy, the ring swiftly constricted, embedding itself painfully into his flesh, rendering him momentarily speechless. This was hardly a Vajrao ring. It felt more like a tightening curse. Observing that the time was ripe, Xian ceased her exertion and smiled. I apologize. The Vajrao ring has a side effect. It contracts with my thoughts, regardless of distance. For now, my sister must endure. Once you cultivate the Yang Dan and acquire the ability to protect yourself, I shall remove it. All right, I concede. Yichuan coughed a few times, his mind already envisioning countless scenarios of torment for Xian. Just wait until my cultivation improves. Then you shall face the consequences. Xian appeared quite satisfied and gestured toward the adjacent room, saying, you will go in there shortly. Fill the pool with hot water. The third senior sister wishes to take a bath, and you must serve her well. Otherwise, should she be displeased, the repercussions will be severe. Understood. Yichuan promptly made his way to the next room. It was a spacious hall, with a central pool the size of a basketball court. Beside it stood a large copper water vat. Yichuan activated the vat with his energy, causing golden runes to illuminate its surface. Moments later, steam began to rise, and as he tilted it slightly, water flowed continuously into the pool. This was a spatial artifact. The water inside likely amounted to several tons. Once the pool was filled, Yichuan draped sheer curtains around the perimeter, presenting a platter of fruits and tea, then retreated to the corner to await further instructions. Before long, the door swung open, and a stunning beauty clad in a blue gown entered gracefully. Her high nose, profound eyes, and luscious, glistening lips resembled a celestial figure emerging from a painting. Even surpassing Xian in beauty, Yichuan swallowed hard. Although the Heavenly Demon Sect frequently abducted beautiful women, none had ever been this exquisite. Xian, closing the door behind her, unfastened Li Muqing's garments, beginning to help her disrobe. With each layer that fell away, Yichuan's breath quickened. Chapter 3. Exceptional Tao foundation, her flawless jade-like feet dipped delicately into the water, followed by slender calves and a graceful waist. Yichuan was left utterly mesmerized, his mind swirling in disbelief. Was this truly not a dream? Soon, Xian joined her in the pool, also shedding her clothing. Though she appeared youthful, her figure was quite developed. The two of them splashed around for a moment, and Li Muqing leaned against the edge of the pool, her arms outstretched, exposing her upper body above the surface. Xian seemed to anticipate what was about to unfold. Biting her lip, she moved closer, nestling into Li Muqing's embrace, her small hands exploring the latter's form. Yichuan's jaw dropped in astonishment. Didn't you claim to lack a penchant for flirtation? You appear quite adept at this. Moments later, soft sighs filled the air as the two became entwined in a heated embrace. The water had grown somewhat cool. Abruptly, Xian stepped back, glancing toward the corner where Yichuan stood. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and heat the water. Of course. Yichuan promptly stepped forward, pouring hot water into the pool once more. Upon seeing her, Li Muqing's eyes brightened, and she inquired, "Is this the one you brought back?" "Yes. Since there is still some time before the core formation, let her handle a few tasks," Yichuan replied. Xian, keenly observing the situation, felt her decision to summon Yichuan was indeed wise. As long as she diverted the third senior sister's attention, she could evade this predicament herself. "What is your name?" Li Muqing asked gently, her tone surprisingly soft. "I am called Yichuan." Yichuan casually fabricated a name. "Yichuan, that is quite a lovely name. You've worked hard. Come and relax with us." "Certainly." Yichuan maintained a facade of composure while internally rejoicing. Initially, she had aimed to win over Xian, but now she found an unexpected advantage. It appeared that the third senior sister had a particular fondness for women. A little flirtation would surely elevate their intimacy to 100%. At this moment, Xian also breathed a sigh of relief, casting a somewhat gloating glance at Yichuan. "You think you've received divine favor? Just wait, you shall see." Yichuan swiftly stripped off her clothing and leaped into the water with a splash. "How delightful! Come closer to me." Li Muqing beckoned, and Yichuan swam over, positioning herself right beside her. "Your figure is truly splendid." Li Muqing reached out to caress Yichuan's body, unabashedly revealing her admiration. "Your form is quite commendable as well." Fairy, unable to restrain herself any longer, Yichuan reciprocated, her hands exploring every contour of Li Muqing's form, leaving no part untouched. Li Muqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. This girl was indeed uninhibited. Ding, detected intimate contact with the opposite sex, optimization points 50, established intimacy with target Xian, current intimacy level 10. Ding, detected intimate contact with the opposite sex, optimization points 500, established intimacy with target Xian, current intimacy level 30. Yichuan reveled in the soft sensations beneath her hands, listening to the system's continuous rewards of optimization points. Her heart brimming with joy as she embraced Li Muqing and began to fervently kiss her. Truly, as a cultivator, even her saliva tasted exquisite. Li Muqing responded passionately, their entanglement sending splashes of water in all directions, while Xian watched in wide-eyed horror, retreating in shock. She had expected a gentle and demure presence, only to discover that this one was wilder than the third senior sister. These two were indeed a perfect match. After half an hour, Yichuan and Li Muqing finally separated, leaning against the edge of the pool, gasping for breath. Curiously, the intimacy level had reached 99, yet the final increment stubbornly eluded them. What had gone amiss? He had seen the system indicate that achieving 100 would grant him a chance to draw from a prize pool filled with various exceptional cultivation resources. Yet, that last point remained unattainable. She had been thoroughly explored. What had been overlooked? Yichuan cast a downward glance, his heart racing in an instant. Damn, this final layer is rather challenging to break through. If I reveal my true self, wouldn't I be done for on the spot? Sister, you certainly have a plethora of tricks. You must have indulged in such activities with others before, right? Li Muqing lifted Yichuan's chin, a hint of amusement gracing her features. Yichuan immediately feigned shyness, lowering his head in silence. Do not worry, from this moment onward, you shall be a member of my Baiwa Palace. Follow me, and no one shall dare to bully you, as long as you serve me well. Gaining entry into the inner sanctum will not pose a problem in the future. Thank you, Fairy. Yichuan turned to the side, addressing Xian with a cheerful smile. I wonder if Miss Xian requires my service? No, thank you. Xian's eyes widened, hastily waving her hands. She did not possess such a penchant, Serving Li Muqing was a reluctant choice born of necessity. However, Li Muqing wore a teasing smile, proclaiming, Xian, Xiaochan is quite adept at serving others. You absolutely must experience it. With that, she exchanged a knowing glance with Yichuan. Typically, Xian was rather uncooperative. Today, she needed a thorough lesson. Yichuan grinned broadly, gradually making his way towards Xian. You cunning little vixen, daring to tighten your grip around my neck. Today, I shall ensure your utter delight. No. Xian attempted to refuse, only to have her mouth covered by Yichuan. In the vast hall, mist swirled and splashed danced, soon giving way to cries for mercy. Li Muqing laughed heartily, joining in the merriment, while Yichuan found himself somewhat overwhelmed. It was then that he recalled the system had rewarded him with a novice gift package for playing the piano, as an unusual knowledge surged into his mind. Yichuan began to play feverishly, his fingers dancing across the keys. 2 hours later, 2 pristine figures floated in the pool, Li Muqing and Xian flushed and dazed. Utterly entranced. Upon returning to his room, Yichuan immediately commenced his cultivation. After all, in order to survive well, strength remained paramount. Through the course of the night, his power ascended to the 7th level of qi refinement. Such a pace is indeed extraordinary. What if I were to be discovered? He promptly opened the simulator, realizing that not only his exterior, but also his internal structure could be disguised. He immediately concealed his cultivation to the 3rd level of qi refinement. Next, he needed to cultivate in secret, striving to break through to the golden core stage, thereby astonishing everyone. Bang! The door was kicked open, and Xian strode in. Her expression frosty as she ground her teeth. Did you have quite the fun yesterday? Did you not hear me when I told you to cease? Yichuan glanced at her, retorting, It was 3rd senior sister who instructed me. What do you wish to do? If you dare to lay a hand on me, I will report you. Xian truly feared his reporting, for today was not like any other. This little vixen, having risen through skill, could no longer be easily bullied. Very well, let me see how your cultivation is progressing. She stepped forward for inspection and coldly remarked, still stagnant after 2 days. How do you intend to report your progress to 3rd senior sister? Here are a few great recovery pills. Consume them and hasten your path to forming your core. Yichuan took the vial of medicine, and a subtle system notification appeared. Essence enhancing pill. Consuming it will significantly accelerate cultivation speed, yet it will prematurely deplete one's life source, greatly reducing lifespan. How malicious you are. Yichuan remained silent and promptly commanded the system to commence optimization. With a staggering total of 10,000 optimization points at his disposal, the enhancement of these few pills consumed merely 10 points, an inconsequential expense. Ding! Optimization successful. Supreme Essence Enhancing Pill. Consuming it will greatly enhance cultivation speed, replenish essence, prolong lifespan, and entails no side effects. What a delightful discovery. He eagerly opened the cap and poured the entire contents into his mouth. Delicious. Are you insane? Xian exclaimed, startled, as she hastily snatched the vial, now empty. Yichuan, puzzled, asked, What is the rush? It's the essence-enhancing pill. More is better. Is there any left? Please give me more. You cannot consume the essence-enhancing pill in such a manner. Xian rolled her eyes, exasperated. Hurry up and cultivate, so you can refine your core sooner. She feared that this foolish woman might overdose on the medicine, leaving her unable to fulfill her duties. Fortunately, Yichuan showed no signs of distress thereafter, prompting her to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that he should refine his core quickly. Better yet, he could refine it and then depart, sparing her the need to take drastic measures against him. That evening, after consuming a vial of the potent medicine, Yichuan reached the pinnacle of the qi refining stage, ready to begin foundation establishment. Establishing a foundation is no trivial matter. The quality of the foundation determines how far one can progress in the future. Some with subpar talent hastily establish their foundations, remaining stagnant at the golden core stage for their entire lives. Whereas those who can establish a superior foundation may easily ascend and endure tribulations in the future. Let us continue to optimize myself. Ding. We recommend the Supreme Luxury Package. For merely 888 optimization points, you can elevate your innate talent to the pinnacle level, along with an additional gift of a high-grade artifact, the Twin Puppets. Would you like to redeem it? Let us do it, why wait? Yichuan immediately optimized himself, and in the next moment, his true energy surged uncontrollably toward his dantian, forming a golden sea of lightning. The golden light penetrated his body, bursting through the great hall. soaring into the sky and illuminating the entire Jade Maiden Sect. This is not good. Yichuan felt a surge of alarm and quickly adjusted the data to conceal this phenomenon. His disguise could only fool cultivators below the nascent soul stage. If discovered by the sect leader, the truth would undoubtedly be revealed. At that moment, within the tranquil chamber of the sect's great hall, a pair of beautiful eyes suddenly opened wide. Has our Jade Maiden Sect produced such a genius? Chapter 4. In truth, I was never a woman the revered Xianghua had cultivated for 300 years, and time had left no trace upon her. Instead, she had matured further. Her flowing azure robe could not conceal her slender waist, and her skin gleamed like jade, radiating a lustrous sheen. Even a single strand of hair cascading by her ear appeared exquisitely refined. She was the most beautiful and graceful woman in the entire Jade Maiden Sect. Although many disciples were strikingly beautiful, none could compare to her. Yet, she never took pride in this. Her heart was solely devoted to the sect's development. Yunran, disciple is here. The eldest disciple, Tang Yunran, entered the room, bowing respectfully. The golden light that had just appeared was emitted during the formation of a supreme Tao foundation, indicating that our sect had produced a talent rarely seen in a millennium. You must investigate who this person is. Upon hearing this, Tang Yunran was taken aback and hurriedly took her companions to investigate. A supreme Tao foundation, a rarity in a millennium. Which sect could have produced such a talent? Surely, they would become a formidable leader in the future. If the Yunnu sect were to have such a disciple arise, it would undoubtedly become a renowned sect in the world in a few centuries, no longer confined to this small territory. However, with the emergence of such a talent, how would the 12 direct disciples position themselves? Although the esteemed Xianghua Xinjuan had indicated a specific location, finding this person remained a daunting task. Tang Yunran decided to inform the other 11 junior sisters, urging them to inquire if any of their own disciples had successfully established their foundations. In her perspective, this was a momentous opportunity. A supreme Tao foundation would receive the sect's focused cultivation, and it would be a matter of time before they ascended to the position of sect leader, who would intentionally conceal themselves from discovery. Yichuan had spent the entire night successfully establishing his foundation. Within his dantian, a chi wheel was slowly rotating, intertwined with golden lightning, reminiscent of thunder rumbling in the distance. Now, he merely needed to solidify his foundation and navigate through this critical phase. Goodness! The last supreme Tao foundation was that of the war god Mingwei over 2,000 years ago, renowned for sweeping through the world unchallenged. If I continue to cultivate diligently, I shall become invincible. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from the adjacent room. Li Muqing remarked. The master mentioned that someone within the sect has established a supreme Tao foundation, yet after an entire night of investigation, we still do not know who it is. Then, Xian's voice chimed in. With such a talent emerging, the master will certainly take her as a closed-door disciple, and her future will be boundless. Li Muqing seemed somewhat displeased and replied coolly. That also depends on whether she knows how to conduct herself. In this world, talent alone does not guarantee a smooth path. The third sister speaks wisely. I shall check on her progress with the core formation. I need to see the master, and I may not return until nightfall. Understood. Soon, Xian entered, looking down at Yichuan. What is the matter? Which level have you reached now? I have reached the 6th level. If you would kindly refrain from disturbing me, I will exert myself further. Yichuan flashed a flattering smile. In truth, after successfully establishing his foundation, his young Dan was also beginning to condense. However, he was at a crucial juncture and could afford no distractions. Oh, now you believe you can command me? Xian's eyes glinted with cold light. She was accustomed to being commanded by the third sister, and now a mere novice dared to order her about? I shall see just how capable you truly are. Xian reached out and pressed her hand on Yichuan's lower abdomen, initiating a probe of true qi. Upon doing so, her expression changed dramatically, and she exclaimed, You have actually succeeded in core formation? It typically requires one to be at the pinnacle of qi refinement. In just a few days, you've advanced from the 3rd level to the 10th level? This cultivation speed is astounding. Does the essence-enhancing pill truly possess such remarkable efficacy? You have clearly achieved the golden core, yet you dare to deceive me? Xian grasped her collar, scoffing. You are still too inexperienced to play such tricks on me. I shall take your Yang Dan right now. To be frank, once I extract your Yang Dan, your life will not be prolonged for long. Do not be impatient. It still requires a bit more refinement. It shall be ready shortly. Yichuan intensified his energy manipulation and finally succeeded in forming the Yongdan. Why should my esteemed sister trouble herself? I shall present it to you. He gathered his energy, and a resplendent sphere of light slowly emerged in his palm, brimming with immense spiritual power, even stirring Ziyan's heart. By consuming this Yongdan, one could transcend to the third layer of foundation establishment, instantly becoming an inner sect disciple. However, doing so would offend the third senior sister, and without protection within the sect, one could meet an untimely demise without knowing how. It would be wiser to gift it to the sixth senior sister. You are quite perceptive. Just as Ziyan prepared to claim the Yongdan, it unexpectedly seeped into her palm and swiftly coursed through her entire meridian system, firmly sealing off the 365 major acupoints, rendering her immobile. What have you done? Ziyan exclaimed in shock and fury, realizing her true energy had been completely shackled, leaving her powerless. Yichuan chuckled, pinching her face. Thanks to the exceptional cultivation method you provided, my Yongdan has a remarkable effect on women. Should I desire it, I could cause you to explode in an instant. This is impossible. Ziyan could hardly believe it, for she had been wielding the devouring Yuan golden core technique. How could it be a divine skill? Now, I present you with two choices. Either become my servant or face death. Yichuan lightly traced his finger in the air. With each stroke, Ziyan's meridians swelled further. Moments later, she felt her entire body inflating, as if on the verge of bursting, and could not help but scream, all right. I shall be your servant. Please stop. Excellent. Yichuan snapped his fingers, and instantly, Ziyan felt a wave of relief, returning to her normal state. She gasped for breath, secretly terrified. Her gaze towards Yichuan now filled with clarity. Now that you are aware of my capabilities, allow me to reveal further. I am the exceptional Dao Foundation candidate you seek. He subtly released his true energy, causing golden lightning to flicker around his dantian, manifesting wondrous phenomena. You? Ziyan's eyes widened, her expression a mix of emotions. After toiling for days, pouring her heart and soul into her cultivation, how could such fortune not be hers? As long as you follow me and diligently perform your duties, you shall reap the rewards. If you are willing, we can forge a servant contract right now. Yichuan extended his hand, pressing down, blood seeping from his pores, forming an enigmatic rune in the air. This rune, imbued with the principles of the heavenly Tao, would bind them together if the other party responded with their own blood. Thus, a successful contract would ensue, placing the servant's life entirely under the master's control. With but a thought, the master could bring about the servant's demise, unless the master chose to dissolve the contract one day. Otherwise, the contract would remain in effect for life, ending only with death. Furthermore, should the master perish, the servant would follow suit. The countenance of Ziyan fluctuated unpredictably. With matters having escalated to this point, she found herself bereft of choices. Reluctantly, she inscribed a blood rune, which swiftly intertwined with another, subsequently absorbed by Yichuan's consciousness. Ziyan's complexion turned ashen, as if her very soul had been siphoned away. Fear not, for I am no malevolent fiend. As long as you fulfill your duties diligently, there remains a glimmer of hope for the days ahead, Yichuan remarked with a cheerful smile, surveying her curvaceous form, pondering that the intimacy level of 99 ought to yield some progress. Ziyan, come here, he beckoned, inviting her to sit in his lap as he leisurely loosened her clothing. Instantly, Ziyan's cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze rife with indignation. Oh, you do not fancy women, do you? It matters not. Truth be told, I am not entirely a woman either. Yichuan promptly altered his appearance, reverting to his true self. You, Ziyan gasped, but her exclamation was swiftly stifled. This day was destined to be lengthy. Chapter 5, System Reward for the Xian Yang Dragon Path Technique, Initially Resistant. Ziyan soon found herself rendered weak and pliable under Yichuan's influence, utterly enveloped in the ecstasy of being cherished. In the past, she was compelled to serve mooching against her will, but now, she buried her head deeply in Yichuan's embrace, clutching her body, torn between desire and trepidation. Little girl, I did not expect you to be so bashful. Observing her averted gaze, Yichuan felt an overwhelming urge to conquer her. No. Just as Yichuan was poised to unlock that restraint, Ziyan's face flushed with embarrassment as she abruptly halted him. No, are you certain you wish to refuse? Yichuan inquired with a mischievous grin, his meaning abundantly clear. With the master-servant contract in place, Ziyan was destined to remain his servant forever. should Yechuan desire it. Even her life would be forfeit without a hint of hesitation on her part. Moreover, after the tender ministrations he had just performed, Xian was already on the brink of surrender. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Jade Maiden Palace, the 12 disciples had gathered, with their master, the revered Qianghua Xinzuan, presiding over them. Upon glance, it was evident that not only did Qianghua Xinzuan possess unparalleled beauty, but her 12 disciples were equally enchanting, akin to celestial beings. Master, we have searched as you commanded, yet we have uncovered no leads, several disciples reported, stepping forward. No leads? Qianghua Xinzuan's expression darkened. Such a momentous occurrence. And yet there was no trace of this individual? Clearly, that exceptional talent with unparalleled potential had deliberately concealed their presence. Given the capabilities of these disciples, failing to detect his whereabouts was understandable. A celestial anomaly. This individual must be within our Jade Maiden Sect. Perhaps they could alter our fortunes, Qianghua Xinzuan mused, unable to suppress a sigh of disappointment. So close, yet so far. Once this individual is located, the entire Jade Maiden Sect shall undoubtedly rise to prominence, even soaring above all others. Who could possibly rival such a force? Master, we have already dispatched our instructions. If this person truly exists, we shall surely discover them soon. Please rest assured, esteemed master. The disciples clasped their fists in respect, particularly Li Muqing, who, upon the journey here, silently vowed to be the first to uncover the whereabouts of this individual. Naturally, her motivation stemmed from personal ambition. For who does not know that possessing an exceptional Tao foundation signifies an elevated status in the future? Within the Jade Maiden Sect, one would likely command great authority. Enough. You may all withdraw for now. The revered Qianghua waved her hand, rising to depart. What a peculiar situation. Why would this person choose to remain hidden? Could there be factors detrimental to them? Contemplating this, Qianghua could not help but feel a twinge of concern. No, I must find you, if necessary. A slight smile graced Qianghua's lips, yet the words remained unspoken. Meanwhile, in the grand hall, 12 disciples, each as beautiful as celestial beings, exchanged glances in silence. The first to leave was Li Muqing, eager to ascertain the results regarding Yichuan's alchemical progress. Observing her departure, the other disciples hastily took their leave, each harboring their own secret motives. Within the chamber, the two individuals entangled in their own tempest were nearing the conclusion of their encounter. At this moment, the sight of the bashful Xian, her fair skin glistening with perspiration, evoked a sense of tenderness. How was that? My skills are quite commendable, are they not? Yichuan rose, his face adorned with a look of endearment. Perhaps due to her shyness, Xian hurriedly covered her exposed areas with the quilt. Yichuan intended to offer words of comfort, but then noticed the blush upon the sheet. Ah, now it makes sense. No wonder Xian appeared so flustered. Although she had previously been compelled to serve as Li Muqing's plaything, they were both of the same gender, and the seal within her remained intact. Ding. Detection of Xian's capture. Optimization points 800. Successfully acquired the first drop of blood from the opposite sex. Current intimacy, level 100. A breakthrough. Yichuan was instantly exhilarated. Capturing Xian had indeed elevated their intimacy to the maximum level. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Would you like to open the lottery module? Absolutely. Should I really wait until the new year? Yichuan eagerly consented. Upon receiving the command, the system began to reorganize its modules, and soon a page resembling a lottery interface appeared. Following the system's instructions, Yichuan selected the central card and tapped on it. This one. He then awaited the lottery module to initiate automatically. Ding. Drawing in progress. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the supreme technique, Xianyang Dragon Dao Cultivation. As the dense annotations appeared, Yichuan felt a sudden clarity within his heart. To put it simply, cultivating such techniques necessitates a continuous proximity to women, which not only enhances one's own powers exponentially, but also elevates the women involved in the union. Is this not the essence of dual cultivation? Yichuan suddenly recalled the words from earlier and quickly glanced towards the alluring figure beside him. Ziyun, her face flushed with shyness, assumed Yichuan desired her once more. Fear not. I merely wish to clarify something, she assured him. Please, do ask, master. Ziyun, bashfully curling up within the blankets, nodded obediently, resembling a lamb awaiting sacrifice. I must inquire, have you made any breakthroughs in your cultivation at this moment? Yichuan regarded this matter with utmost seriousness, harboring doubts about the system's rewards. Indeed, as Ziyun's expression reflected confusion, he examined his own cultivation level and found it had noticeably improved. Master, there truly has been a change, perhaps due to her excitement. Ziyun momentarily forgot her state of undress and wrapped her arms around Yichuan. This is wonderful. The system has not deceived me. With the enhancement of the Xian-Yang Dragon Path technique, not only could he benefit mutually with the opposite sex, but those women he had previously engaged with would find themselves utterly captivated. Contemplating this, a smile crept upon Yichuan's lips as images of Li Muqing's naked form from the previous day flickered in his mind. He wondered what her essence might taste like. Master, I am truly grateful to you, Ziyun exclaimed, her delicate form pressing against Yichuan's body. In that instant, an unnameable impulse surged from his dantian throughout his being. Then allow me to indulge you once more. Perhaps bolstered by the Xian-Yang Dragon Path, Yichuan felt an inexhaustible strength. As he playfully brought Ziyun down onto the bed, beginning to caress her. However, just as the two prepared to revel in their passion, a figure descended from the heavens into the courtyard. Ziyun. A woman's deep voice shattered their intimate moment. Oh no, it's the third senior sister, Ziyun exclaimed, panic evident in her tone. If Li Muqing discovered her indulging in such behavior here, she could only imagine the repercussions. Do not fear, for I have been anticipating her arrival, Yichuan replied, unperturbed by the interruption, as he began to devise a plan to capture Li Muqing's first blood. Chapter 6. Target locked on Li Muqing. Yes. Under Yichuan's calming influence, Ziyun's initial trepidation began to fade. Ziyun. Li Muqing, standing outside, grew increasingly impatient. Damn. Is she scheming something yet again? As she spoke, Li Muqing prepared to burst through the door. The extraordinary talent had yet to be found, and he could not allow the coveted Yang Dan to slip away. Third senior sister. In a pivotal moment, Ziyun, dressed elegantly, stepped outside. Upon seeing her flushed face, Li Muqing could not help but furrow her brow. Sister Yichuan had made significant progress in her cultivation, now merely a step away from forming her core. Fearing that her third senior sister would discern her true thoughts, Ziyun hastily recounted the excuse that Yichuan had prepared in advance. What? Li Muqing gasped in astonishment. Instinctively, she glanced toward Yichuan in the room, curiosity piqued, and quickly approached, extending her consciousness to assess Yichuan's cultivation changes. Indeed, upon inspection, Li Muqing was struck with surprise. Just as Ziyun had mentioned, Yichuan was indeed a mere step away from core formation. This individual not only possessed remarkable skills, but also an extraordinary physique. Reflecting on this, Li Muqing felt a tinge of regret. The day Yichuan formed his yang core would inevitably be the day his life would be forfeit. Recalling the physical pleasures experienced yesterday, she pondered where she might find such ecstasy again if this person were no longer present. What are you looking at? I've got you in my grasp. Under ordinary circumstances, Yichuan would have been thoroughly unnerved by Li Muqing's fervent gaze. However, the current situation was different. In Yichuan's mind, he could already envision scenes of intimacy with her. Oomph. Excellent. You truly exceed my expectations. Li Muqing paused for a moment, then reached out to caress Yichuan's cheek, her exquisite face leaning closer to his ear. Serve me well, and should I take your yang core, I shall undoubtedly accept you as my disciple. In that instant, Yichuan felt an urge to curse. Previously, Ziyun had clearly stated that once the yang core was extracted, he would meet his demise. Even if he managed to survive, he would be akin to a cripple. Damn it, I have just acquired the Xian-Yang Dragon Dao, and before I could even relish it, how could this venomous woman bring about my end? Ding. Contact with the opposite sex detected. Optimization points 100. Intimacy established with target Li Muqing. Current intimacy level 20. As Li Muqing's delicate fingers withdrew from Yichuan's face, the system promptly locked in the subsequent task. No way. Yichuan was momentarily taken aback, perhaps due to Li Muqing's superior cultivation level and striking appearance. Their brief contact had yielded an optimization score that surpassed previous encounters by a significant margin. However, he welcomed the challenge. The greater the difficulty, the more intriguing it became. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and boil some water, Li Muqing ordered, her expression stiffening, not even sparing a glance at Ziyun. Me? Ziyun hesitated, caught between words. Ultimately, she complied with the command, as this had been part of Yichuan's prior instructions. At that moment, the happiest individual was undoubtedly Yichuan. For Li Muqing believed that after refining her skills with him, she would assist him in forming his core. However, she remained unaware that her infatuation with Yichuan's piano skills might lead her into peril. Sister Yichuan, do not linger, come with me to bathe. As Li Muqing cast her gaze upon Yi Chuan, a meaningful smile graced her lips, unmistakably conveying that even if it meant Yi Chuan's demise, she intended to savor every ounce of his tenderness in his final moments. Certainly, third senior sister, I shall serve you well, Yi Chuan replied with a smile. And thus he accompanied Li Muqing to the adjacent bathing chamber. With the diligent efforts of Xian, the water in the bath soon reached a boiling point. To ensure her new master enjoyed herself, Xian had even sprinkled delicate pink peach blossoms into the bath. Li Muqing felt a marked difference. Previously, when Xian had attended to her, the atmosphere had been rather dismal, robbing her of any pleasure. Yet now, without her direction, Xian had surprisingly infused a sense of romance into the setting. Xian, you are indeed thoughtful, Li Muqing mused, believing Xian's actions were solely for her benefit. Third senior sister. It is merely my duty, Xian responded, and as she spoke, she also shed her garments and leapt into the bath. Wow, am I truly the fortunate recipient of such a grand opportunity? The water temperature is just perfect. The fragrance of the petals is utterly enchanting. Sister, may I serve you both? Before Li Muqing could respond, Yi Chuan had discarded his clothing and plunged into the pool. Li Muqing was somewhat taken aback. Yet it was the outcome she had desired. As Yi Chuan entered the water with practiced ease, he approached Li Muqing without waiting for her to speak. Sister, your skin is truly exquisite. So smooth. With her eyes gently closed, Li Muqing lavished praise upon his feminine guise. Yi Chuan, in turn, did not hold back, instinctively placing his hands where they naturally belonged, caressing her. Before long, Li Muqing felt a delightful languor enveloping her, relishing an unprecedented comfort. Sister, I cannot bear to be without you. Do not leave me. Certainly, Yi Chuan replied, while internally cursing and vowing to ensure this vixen experienced unending ecstasy. Otherwise, he could not afford to let her succeed in her cunning scheme for his young dandang. Contact with the opposite sex detected. Optimization points, 300. Established intimate relationship with target Li Muqing. Current intimacy level, 40%. Had it been Xian, the system's rewards would undoubtedly have been far greater than this. Yi Chuan felt a twinge of disappointment, yet it underscored the challenge of winning over Li Muqing, which was considerably more arduous than with Xian. Sister, you truly possess remarkable skills. I find myself overwhelmed. Li Muqing's cheeks flushed, completely entranced by his extraordinary technique. Noticing the time was ripe, Yi Chuan saw no reason to continue concealing his true self. With a sudden manipulation of the system, he reverted to his true masculine form. Sister, my capabilities extend far beyond this. You shall soon witness their full extent. At that moment, Yi Chuan's voice transformed back into that of a man. Li Muqing could not help but exclaim. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that the feminine guise of Yi Chuan had vanished, replaced instead by Yi Chuan in his male form. You, Li Muqing, being the third elder sister, possessed cultivation far superior to that of Xian. She abruptly pushed Yi Chuan away and swam to a corner nearby. Xian, what on earth is happening? Third elder sister, have you not already sensed the pampering? Xian replied respectfully, seemingly unfazed by Yi Chuan's transformation back into a man. My dear sister, this is merely the beginning. Why would you so readily abandon the pursuit? Is it that your younger brother has not served you well? Yi Chuan inquired with a mischievous grin. Chapter 7. The Twin Puppets Impudent. Li Muqing retorted, her cheeks flushed with shame and anger, especially recalling the intimate actions shared with Yi Chuan over the past 2 days. Initially, she had believed him to be merely an exquisite woman, never suspecting he bore such an identity. Xian, you wretched fiend, I have treated you well. Yet you conspire with outsiders to ensnare me. It was evident that Yi Chuan had been discovered by Xian, who had personally brought him to the Jade Maiden Sect. To claim she had no involvement would be met with disbelief. Master, Xian approached Yi Chuan with utmost reverence. Witnessing this, Li Muqing was nearly driven to the brink of fury. What did you just call him? The sudden contrast left her utterly bewildered. Apologies, but Xian has become my servant. She now obeys only my commands, Yi Chuan declared with pride. Their successful contract meant that even the mightiest could not intervene without Yi Chuan's explicit permission. Who are you? Li Muqing demanded, pulling her veil around her, partially concealing herself. Yi Chuan had been brought back from the Heavenly Demon Sect, and in his previous guise as a woman. She had never doubted his connection to that sect. In retrospect, her own negligence had led her to this predicament. TSK, TSK, TSK. Yi Chuan held the bashful Xian in his arms. We were just so joyful. Have you forgotten me so soon? Sister, you truly wound my heart. You. Li Muqing found herself speechless, particularly when recalling the moments he had pinned her down. They were simply too humiliating to revisit. I will kill you both. Li Muqing's fury reached its peak, vowing that unless she vanquished them, the stain of her humiliation would remain. Wait. At that moment, Yichuan abruptly halted her. Humph. The remnants of the heavenly demon sect deserve death, Li Muqing declared fiercely, categorically labeling Yichuan as a lingering threat from the sect. What? Is this some sort of mistake? I am but a soul traversing through time, having merely assumed the identity of the young master of the heavenly demon sect. Moreover, upon analyzing the memories merged with those of the young master, it appears he has committed no malevolent deeds. Wait, should you take my life? You shall come to regret it. Just as Li Muqing was poised to strike, she was once again halted by Yichuan. Upon hearing this, Li Muqing's fury morphed into a sardonic smile. If I spare you, it is I who will regret it. It was precisely due to my earlier misguided decision that I lost my purity. Should this information disseminate and be uncovered by my fellow sisters, it would undoubtedly be exploited by those with ulterior motives. At that time, I would find no sanctuary within the entire Jade Maiden Sect. You may attempt it. Yichuan scoffed. A scholar's worth is often recognized anew after 3 days apart. Do you presume I remain the coward I was mere days ago? Very well. I shall send you to your demise and then eliminate that little vixen. Li Muqing cast a venomous glance at Xian. Were it not for her, I would not have lost my virtue. With the prowess of an initial stage golden core cultivator, Li Muqing was undeniably formidable. Summoning her sword with ease, she lunged at Yichuan. Master, you should take cover, Yichuan urged, shielding Xian behind him. In that instant, the gathered sword aura surged towards Yichuan's face. Li Muqing emanated an intense murderous intent, clearly intent on obliterating the two before her. However, Yichuan remained unperturbed, not even flinching. As Li Muqing closed the distance to less than 3 feet, a formidable aura erupted from Yichuan's body. Li Muqing's beauty paled in shock. Several strands of sword energy vanished into the abyss, and even she, in her corporeal form, was repelled by that scorching, domineering presence. How could this be? Li Muqing gazed at Yichuan in disbelief, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. It was unfathomable that one who had yet to complete his golden core could force back an adversary far superior in strength. What do you think? Did you not anticipate that I am the one you seek, the possessor of unparalleled Dao foundations? Yichuan remarked with a cold smirk. In their eyes, Yichuan's cultivation appeared to be merely at the golden core stage, but that was a fade he had deliberately maintained. Unless one were of the nascent soul realm, none could perceive the depths of his true strength. You, Li Muqing was utterly stunned. The very person sought after by the entire Jade Maiden Sect, including the esteemed Xianghua Xianjun, was right beside her, and she had failed to notice. If you were to align with me, I assure you that only benefits await you, Yichuan said nonchalantly. With a wave of his hand, Xian, understanding the cue, leapt into his embrace. Dream on, Li Muqing retorted fiercely. At this moment, nothing irked her more than Xian's forwardness. Previously, while serving her, Xian had been coy, as though reluctant to comply. In contemporary times, Li Muqing could not help but feel somewhat degraded. She then redirected her gaze towards Yichuan and threatened him, asserting that regardless of his talents, if he failed to recognize the situation, he would never achieve greatness. It was evident that within the Jade Maiden Sect, every disciple harbored ulterior motives. They were all fervently seeking Yichuan, intending to exploit his abilities until there was nothing left, ultimately silencing him. Do you think your threats will instill fear in me? Yichuan shook his head with a bitter smile. It was reminiscent of Xian, who had similarly altered her demeanor prior to forging a contract with him. With this thought, Yichuan squeezed out his blood, intending to establish a contract with Li Muqing, binding her as his eternal servant. You wish to forge a master-servant contract with me? Li Muqing exclaimed in astonishment. As the third senior sister of the Jade Maiden Sect, she was accustomed to a position of superiority and would never acquiesce to such a humble request. In your dreams, just as the blood appeared before her, she unexpectedly severed it with a silken ribbon. I would rather die than become your servant. Yichuan was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head helplessly. Do you think that this will thwart me? A flicker of thought passed through him, and the system rewarded him with a twin puppet, which instantly transformed into countless strange runes in his hands. What is this? Li Muqing involuntarily took a step back. The twin puppet, as its name implies, was meant to turn her into his marionette. However, unlike soulless puppets, a twin puppet retained its own consciousness. It simply could no longer defy the commands of the spellcaster. Haha, you shall discover soon enough, Yi Chuan said with a cold smile. With a wave of his hand, the captivating twin puppet incantation surged into Li Muqing's forehead. Ah! Li Muqing cried out, her expression contorted in immense pain. Oomph. Now, even if you refuse to be my servant, you may find that you have no choice in the matter. You despicable fiend, Li Muqing cursed. Yet, the more she resisted, the greater her suffering became. And in mere moments, she was drenched in sweat. TSK, TSK, TSK. Yi Chuan slowly approached her, observing her heaving form, glistening with beads of sweat, and found himself feeling a pang of pity. Chapter 8. Mutual benefit in dual cultivation. I almost forgot to mention, resistance will only bring you pain. Even the desire for death will evade you. Yi Chuan gently caressed her cheek. In truth, without his words, Li Muqing was already acutely aware of this reality. The agony she had just experienced left her head throbbing, as if another soul was vying for control of her body. Breathing heavily, Li Muqing lay silently beside the bath, refraining from any struggle. Third senior sister, you should submit to the master. Only by doing so can we attain true happiness, Xian said, embracing Yi Chuan from behind. In the fleeting moment of their contact, the heat of their bodies ignited an undeniable sensation. Li Muqing gritted her teeth in resentment, yet, faced with the torment inflicted by the dual puppets, she found herself compelled to relinquish her final struggle. Rest assured, sister, I shall not disappoint you, Yi Chuan remarked with a smile. Aware that Li Muqing had ceased her resistance, he effortlessly carried her into the bath. Their lips brushed lightly, without a moment's hesitation. Yi Chuan leaned in to meet hers. The bath exuded an enchanting floral fragrance, with the water dancing gracefully. They indulged in their revelry until the early hours of the night, before finally departing, weary yet satisfied. Upon returning to the room, Yi Chuan reflected on the earlier moments, a contented smile unconsciously gracing his lips. He had not anticipated that Li Muqing would possess such allure. One man, one persistence, one woman, one flavor. Previously skeptical, he now found himself devoid of doubt after experiencing it firsthand. Beep. Relationship with target Li Muqing detected. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and earned a chance to draw a reward. Would you like to proceed? Absolutely, Yi Chuan replied without hesitation, curious about what treasures might await him this time. The last reward, the Xianyang Dragon Dao skill, had proven immensely beneficial for his pursuits. Beep. The system is prepared for you. Beep. Please select your reward. Soon, Yi Chuan deftly chose the prize that caught his fancy. This one, he thought, hoping for an even greater fortune. With anticipation, he awaited the system to unveil his reward. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an exquisite magical artifact, the Crimson Flame Shield. In an instant, a wave of searing heat surged into his mind. The Crimson Flame Shield. To his astonishment, it was indeed a top-tier magical artifact. Yi Chuan could hardly fathom that not only had he received a supreme skill as a reward for conquering women, but also such a remarkable artifact. Eagerly, he summoned the exquisite magical item. In a heartbeat, the blazing crimson flame shield manifested in his right hand, emanating a formidable aura that shattered the roof and soared into the night sky. At that moment, within the grand hall of the Jade Maiden Sect, the esteemed Qianghua Xianzuan exhibited a look of utter astonishment. First, a genius possessing a top-tier Dao foundation emerged, and now, the aura of a supreme magical artifact? Remarkable. Could this be an indication that the Jade Maiden Sect was destined for greatness? Master, the senior sister Tang Yunran beside her nearly dropped her jaw. That aura was unlike anything she had ever witnessed. Even Xianghua Xianzuan could not compare. It is a supreme magical artifact. We must investigate immediately, Xianghua Xianzuan commanded. Such a significant discovery, if leaked, would undoubtedly make the Jade Maiden Sect a target. Understood, Tang Yunran responded, promptly departing the hall. Meanwhile, Yi Chuan continued to revel in the power of the Crimson Flame Shield, unaware of the shifting environment around him. When he finally came to his senses, he wished he could strike himself in frustration. Damn it! The release of the terrifying aura from the Crimson Flame Shield was akin to a blatant confession of guilt. System, can you conceal the aura of the Crimson Flame Shield? If it falls into the hands of those with ill intentions, I fear I may no longer be able to remain in this warm and nurturing Jade Maiden Sect. Ding. To suppress the aura of the supreme artifact. Optimization points required. 8888. Would the host like to proceed with the optimization? For Yi Chuan, the optimization points at this moment were not in short supply. In order to thoroughly conceal his aura, he had no choice but to continue optimizing the supreme artifact. Optimize, he commanded. The system immediately commenced its operation. Ding. Congratulations, host. Optimization is complete. Upon glancing at the system interface, he noted that 8,888 optimization points had indeed been deducted. In an instant, the terrifying aura vanished into thin air, and the room returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Huh. A low-tier 8th-grade artifact? Yi Chuan nodded in satisfaction. In any case, a low-tier artifact was more fitting for his concealed strength. Otherwise, carrying a supreme artifact would be tantamount to courting disaster. Meanwhile, Tang Yunran, who was en route to this location, could no longer sense that terrifying aura and found herself momentarily suspended in confusion. How strange. Why did that aura vanish without a trace? After a brief inspection, she ultimately found nothing and reluctantly returned to report her findings to the esteemed Qianghua. This matter requires no further attention. The esteemed Qianghua waved her hand dismissively. She did not blame Tang Yunran. Even if she had discovered the source of the terrifying aura, her abilities would have rendered her powerless to act. Yes, Tang Yunran replied dejectedly. Although she faced no reprimand, she felt a twinge of guilt for failing to complete her task. The next morning, before Yi Chuan could rise, Xian arrived at his bedside to attend to him. Master, you are awake, Xian said respectfully, hurriedly presenting him with toiletries for his use. Good. I know you're the most obedient, Yi Chuan said playfully, pinching Xian's delicate face. Observing this, Li Muqing's expression suddenly turned somewhat uncomfortable. What's wrong? A minor gesture like that was still caught by Yi Chuan. And nothing. Li Muqing shook her head, unable to refute, especially since she had already succumbed to the allure of Yi Chuan's Xianyang Dragon Dao technique the previous night. Her earlier reaction was merely tinged with a hint of jealousy, as she too was a woman. Haha, I understand, Yi Chuan laughed. He realized he could not neglect any of the women, as they were all his. Rest assured, I will make sure you are increasingly happy. As he spoke, he pulled Li Muqing into his embrace, pressing his face closely to her ear, inhaling the fragrant scent of femininity that lingered on her. As long as you excel in your service, the rewards will undoubtedly follow. Last night, after their endeavors, Yi Chuan informed Li Muqing of the mutual benefits of their dual cultivation. Initially skeptical, she retreated to her room for an examination, only to discover a subtle surge in her cultivation. Thus, Li Muqing comprehended her position entirely. Rather than seeking others to cultivate the Yongdan, serving Yi Chuan proved to be far more expedient. Moreover, the sensation was akin to soaring through the heavens. Indeed, Master, Li Muqing murmured softly. Merely uttering this phrase signified her complete surrender to Yi Chuan's Xianyang Dragon Path technique. Haha, what great fortune in life. Yi Chuan laughed heartily, then turned to the side to address Xian with a serious expression. Xian, you mentioned yesterday about offering my Yongdan to the 6th senior sister. Pray tell, who is this elusive fairy? Upon returning last night, Yi Chuan had set his sights on the 6th senior sister. If you lack compassion, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. If you wish to obtain my Yongdan, a corporeal exchange is essential. Chapter 9. The frigid and enigmatic Yan Yuexin reporting to you. Master, the 6th senior sister is named Yan Yuexin, alongside the 3rd senior sister. She is an inner sect disciple, steadily advancing in strength, Xian hastily explained. Enough. Yi Chuan interrupted impatiently before she could finish. Her strength is of no consequence to me, nor do I care for past grievances. What Yi Chuan desired was solely her body. Aside from her appearance and physique, he held no other interest. Yes, Xian replied, now entirely compliant with Yi Chuan's commands, for the look he cast upon her as a superior spoke volumes. If she covets my Yongdan, I see no reason to refuse. Yi Chuan smirked, already formulating his subsequent plan. Master, you absolutely cannot give her the Yongdan. Otherwise, Xian exclaimed in alarm. Losing the Yongdan would pose an immense danger. As Yi Chuan's servant, she was utterly captivated by his prowess, and should he find himself in peril, it would spell the end of her own pleasures. Fear not, I am no ordinary individual. Danger will not befall me, Yi Chuan reassured with a smile, his gaze growing profound. Hearing this, Li Muqing and Xian exchanged glances, remaining silent as they awaited Yi Chuan's directives. At noon, Xian abruptly departed for the residence of the 6th senior sister, Yan Yuexin. Upon their meeting, pleasantries were exchanged. I am surprised you still remember me, came a frosty voice. Seated above was none other than the 6th senior sister of the Jade Maiden Sect. In terms of beauty, Yan Yuexin surpassed Li Muqing, the third senior sister, with her flawless, porcelain skin that seemed almost ethereal. However, the icy aura that enveloped Yan Yuexin made her feel utterly unapproachable, leaving no room for any intimate gestures. Sister Lu, I have come to understand the matters you previously spoke of, Xian stated directly. Before the eradication of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Sister Lu had already learned of Li Muqing's clandestine efforts to cultivate the Yongdan. Consequently, Yan Yuexin discreetly contacted Xian, wishing to enlist her as an informant. Once the Yongdan appeared, if it were entrusted to her, Xian would be brought into her fold. The Jade Maiden Sect boasts 12 inner disciples. If one were to gain their favor, numerous advantages would undoubtedly follow. It was precisely for this reason that when Xian obtained the Yongdan, she intended to hand it over to Sister Lu, Yan Yuexin. Very well, then please surrender the Yongdan, Yan Yuexin pronounced in a frigid tone. Despite having received news of the Yongdan, her expression remained remarkably composed, exhibiting little to no change. No. At this moment, the Yongdan has not yet formed. I can only bring the host to you, Xian hastily replied, her head shaking fervently. The objective was to fulfill Yichuan's directive, to bring the individual disguised as Yichuan. In due time, Yichuan could leverage this feminine persona to further accomplish his dual cultivation tasks under Sister Lu's guidance. What? Yan Yuexin furrowed her brow. Bringing an entire living person was fraught with peril. If Li Muqing discovered this, given her standing in the Jade Maiden Sect, she would undoubtedly cause trouble. Indeed, I have persuaded this individual. She is not faring well under third sister and is willing to serve Sister Lu. Xian presented her premeditated deception to mislead Yan Yuexin. Upon hearing this, Yan Yuexin momentarily paused. However, she was quite familiar with her third sister, especially her well-known obsession with polishing mirrors, which was notorious throughout the Jade Maiden Sect. Very well, in that case, proceed as you see fit, Yan Yuexin concluded, waving her hand with an expression of exhaustion. Shuero, she called. Disciple is here, responded a petite woman with delicate features, who approached. This was Yan Yuexin's personal disciple, inseparable from her on most occasions. Once Xian brings the person, you shall take charge, Yan Yuexin instructed. Even if Yichuan wished to serve her, Yan Yuexin would not acquiesce, for she feared that any exposure would lead to an untenable situation with Li Muqing. Yes, Wang Shuero replied with cupped fists. However, seeing that the plan had succeeded, Xian promptly bid farewell and departed. Meanwhile, back at the residence, Yichuan found himself entangled once more with Li Muqing. He was acutely aware that subduing this individual the previous day was no trivial task, as many details had yet to be fully explored. Now that Xian had left, the two resumed the actions they had completed the day before. How does it feel? I am about to leave. Are you feeling a touch of reluctance? Yichuan inquired, his movements unceasing. Naturally, I am reluctant, Li Muqing replied bashfully. My peculiar fondness for sunglasses was finally corrected by Yichuan using the Xian Yang Dragon Path technique. Alas, just as I began to savor the pleasures of this newfound indulgence, I am once again compelled to part ways. Fear not, for you are my woman, and I shall certainly not forget you. Remember, I shall bestow upon you even greater wonders, Yichuan assured. His subsequent actions continued to employ the artful technique of playing the piano, which was precisely why Li Muqing held him in such high regard. Very well. I shall miss you, my master, Li Muqing murmured softly. In comparison to yesterday, her demeanor at this moment appeared to be a complete transformation in the eyes of outsiders. Master. At that moment, the returning Xian hurried back. Xian? Yichuan turned and smiled. He was confident that the plan he had personally devised would ensure her success, though he could not fathom why his sixth senior sister, Yan Yuexin, sought the Yongdan within him. It was evident that she genuinely required it. Reporting to you, my master, I have followed your instructions, and the endeavor went exceedingly well. Xian responded, her eyes occasionally darting toward him. Upon noticing this, Yichuan instantly understood. Since Xian had become his, she had fully embraced her role as a devoted maid. It was indeed somewhat embarrassing for her to observe his actions so closely. Xian, you have executed your task flawlessly. Come here now, and allow me to reward you, Yichuan said. After several rounds of combat, Li Muqing was nearly exhausted, her perspiration evident of her state. Yes, Xian exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she eagerly approached him, though a hint of shyness colored her cheeks. For reasons unknown, at that moment, Xian appeared even more enchanting in Yichuan's eyes than ever before. Previously, he had only considered her in the context of his plans, paying little attention to the captivating woman before him. Now, an inexplicable fire ignited within him, suggesting that the only way to quench it was by winning her over. Ziyin felt a mix of joy and surprise, yet she concealed any displeasure, determined to serve her master well. Chapter 10. The conditions for dual cultivation. The three of them engaged in a passionate entanglement, yet it ultimately culminated in a farewell, as circumstances unfolded according to Yichuan's design. Departing from Li Muqing, he proceeded to Yin Yuexin's side, continuing to enact his plans of seduction. As expected, Yin Yuexin had arranged for Wang Shuiro beforehand, and thus no longer paid attention to matters concerning the Yongdan. When Wang Shuiro first encountered Yichuan in women's attire, she was equally taken aback by his feminine appearance. Sister Shuiro, this is Yichuan. Soon to undergo the Dan formation, Ziyin hastily introduced. Upon hearing this, Wang Shuiro merely nodded and then slowly approached Yichuan. Yichuan, suddenly, seizing the opportunity while Yichuan was unprepared, she swiftly struck him in the abdomen. As anticipated, upon reaching the core formation stage, Ziyin understood that Wang Shuiro was merely testing, and she felt no excessive concern. Should Shuiro truly wish to harm Yichuan, her meager cultivation would surely be insufficient for success. Sister, Yichuan feigned a look of confusion, fully aware of her intentions. Had it not been for Ziyin's words, he might have fallen victim to them instantaneously. Fortunately, Yichuan was clever. En route, he had already suppressed his cultivation to the core formation stage. Do not worry, Yichuan. I am merely concerned for your well-being, Wang Shuiro remarked, though she harbored no intention of exposing him. Turning to Ziyin, she said, the sixth senior sister has instructed that you should keep him here. Very well, Ziyin replied, though her gaze toward Yichuan betrayed a hint of reluctance. Retaining Yichuan meant she would miss out on his nurturing presence daily. Not only Ziyin, but even Li Muqing felt a similar sense of attachment. Alas, these matters were all part of Yichuan's scheme. Regardless of their unwillingness, they would not impede his plans. Yichuan, you should stay here with Sister Shuiro. There is no need to concern yourself with anything else. Ziyin feigned nonchalance as she spoke to Yichuan. After bidding farewell to Wang Shuiro, she returned to Li Muqing's side. Yichuan, the sixth senior sister has instructed me to arrange an identity for you as a servant disciple. I trust you won't mind, Wang Shuiro inquired, having seen off Ziyin. After all, she was a confidant of Li Muqing, and if discovered, even Yin Yuexin might be sacrificed. I will follow my sister's arrangements, Yichuan replied cheerfully. Becoming a servant disciple of Yinu sect indicated he was drawing closer to his plan. Excellent. I will assist you in organizing the subsequent matters, Wang Shuiro affirmed. While he was to be designated as a servant disciple, he differed from the others, as the Yongdan within him served as proof of his unique status. Consequently, Wang Shuiro, tasked with overseeing him, arranged for him to reside in a secluded chamber, intending to keep their secret hidden from prying eyes. Even if Li Muqing came searching, it would likely be difficult for her to locate him. For Yichuan, aside from the solitude, he held no other grievances. Very well, you shall stay here. Just call for me if you need anything, Wang Shuiro instructed. Just as she was about to depart, Yichuan stepped forward and grasped her icy hand. How cold your hand is, Yichuan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, while Wang Shuiro instinctively withdrew her hand. Notification. Contact with the opposite sex detected. Optimization points. 50. Established intimate relationship with target Wang Shuiro. Current intimacy level. 20. How delightful. He had not anticipated earning system rewards from such a simple encounter. Yet, why was Wang Shuiro's hand so frigid? In terms of appearance, she was no less stunning than Ziyin, and her petite and delicate figure was precisely to Yichuan's taste. It's getting late. You should rest now, Wang Shuirong said coldly before turning and leaving the chamber without another word. Late into the night, Yichuan lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Though he had arrived at the side of his sixth senior sister, Yin Yuexin, he had yet to even catch a glimpse of her face. Especially after seeing Wang Shuirong's delicate features and petite, graceful figure, his mind began to wander. If even a mere maid was so breathtakingly beautiful, how much more enchanting must Yin Yuexin herself be? Yet, as a newcomer, he had no opportunity to make a move on Wang Shuirong. Otherwise, he would have claimed her that very night. At dawn the next day, under Wang Shuirong's guidance, Yichuan was promptly escorted to the laundry quarters. As a menial disciple, allowing him to idle about would only invite suspicion. However, this arrangement suited Yichuan perfectly. Though he was merely a servant in the Jade Maiden Sect, some among the disciples possessed striking beauty. One in particular, a young woman named Xinqian, often engaged him in conversation. She appeared quite youthful, yet among the menial disciples, she was the most talkative. Sister Yichan, we menial disciples truly endure grueling labor. Xinqian lamented. Yet we all dream of becoming full-fledged disciples, though the chance is slim. For Yichuan, ascending to a formal disciple-s status would be effortless. And what of you, Sister Xinqian? He inquired casually. This girl, though not yet fully blossomed in figure, carried an alluring air of youthful innocence. Of course. But I have no such opportunity, Xinqian replied dejectedly. As a menial disciple, her days were consumed by toil and rest, leaving no time for cultivation. Even obtaining elixirs or rare medicines seemed an impossible dream. Do not lose heart, dear sister. Where there is will, there is a way, Yichuan consoled her. In that moment, he earned Xinqian's trust, and she divulged many secrets unknown to most, particularly regarding sixth senior sister Yin Yuexin. Yin Yuexin cultivated an ice-based technique, and many of her female disciples had suffered backlash from the frigid energy, damaging their foundations irreparably. Some among the menial disciples had fallen to this very fate, forced into servitude after their cultivation paths were severed. What? Ice-based techniques? Yichuan fell deep into thought. All things in existence followed the principles of mutual generation and restraint. Upon his arrival, he had revealed his own Xianyang constitution, a direct counter to the Xian ice techniques practiced within Yin Yuexin's faction. Sister Yichan, are you all right? Xinqian asked hesitantly, fearing she had misspoken. And no, I was merely recalling something. Yichuan quickly covered, then deliberately let slip his Xianyang physique. With feigned curiosity, he inquired whether he might cultivate the techniques of the more shapely female disciples. Through keen observation, several female disciples cast envious glances in his direction. The bait has been taken. A surge of delight filled Yichuan's heart. His unique Xianyang physique was perfectly complementary to theirs. The prerequisite, however, was that in order for them to heal their damaged foundations, they must surrender their bodies for mutual cultivation with him. Chapter 11. Captivating the beautiful disciples Yichan. Is it true that you possess the Xianyang physique? At that moment, a maid disciple cautiously inquired from the side. Yichuan turned to look, and the other's exquisite features and statuesque figure instantly captivated him. Such beauty, despite having experienced the gentleness of Li Muqing and Yin Yuexin. He found himself swallowing hard at the sight of this enchanting disciple. Of course, Yichuan almost faltered in his response. Upon hearing this, the maid disciple's eyes gleamed with excitement. Having practiced the wrong cultivation method, she had injured her foundation and fallen to the status of a maid disciple. Before encountering Yichuan, she had believed she would never have a chance to return to her former glory. The emergence of the Xianyang physique had rekindled her hope. Do you wish for me to assist you in restoring your foundation? Yichuan asked directly. Perhaps it was her charm that prompted him to avoid wasting any more time. If you can truly do that, I can fulfill any of your requests, the maid disciple said, struggling to suppress her exhilaration. As expected, this aligned perfectly with Yichuan's intentions. His arrival here was precisely for this purpose. He leaned closer to the maid disciple's ear and whispered, "Come find me tonight, and I shall certainly help you." The maid disciple nearly squealed with excitement. She had not anticipated that her tentative inquiry would lead to Yichuan genuinely offering her assistance. That evening, Wang Xuero, concerned that Yichuan's Yang Dan might be exposed, came to check on him as she did every night, inquiring about his experiences throughout the day. Yichuan could not reveal the truth, opting instead for evasive pleasantries. As long as he remained undisclosed, Wang Xuero seemed unconcerned with his fabrications, exchanging a few simple pleasantries before taking her leave. Come out. Yichuan suddenly addressed the screen beside him after Wang Xuero's figure had disappeared. Yichan, what is your relationship with Sister Xuero? The person who appeared was the maid disciple who had agreed to seek out Yichuan earlier. They were all aware of Wang Xuero's status within the Yunu sect, being a favored companion of Yin Yuexin. With her support, Yichuan's path to becoming a formal disciple would be remarkably straightforward. Since we both belong to the Yunu sect, we are naturally sisters of the same order. Yichuan waved his hand dismissively. Fortunately, the maid disciple's primary goal was to restore her foundation, rendering any discussion of their relationship entirely inconsequential. Then I shall rely on you, Yichan, the maid disciple said, lowering her head. However, at this moment, Yichuan was in no haste to assist her in restoring her foundation. Sister, didn't you promise earlier that you'd agree to any condition if I helped restore you? The female disciple from the menial sect froze. Looking back, she had indeed made that promise. Moreover, given the immense favor he had done for her, it would be inexcusable not to reciprocate in some way. What could this sister possibly want in return? The answer, of course, was simple. Yichuan slowly rose and approached her. The disciple grew uneasy, especially as he moved behind her, his face drawing near her ear. For some inexplicable reason, a sudden wave of fear seized her, and she instinctively recoiled. Sister, I never imagined. Not only is your figure exquisite, but your body carries such a delicate fragrance. Yichuan couldn't help but murmur in admiration. At his words, the disciple paled in alarm. Why you? Don't tell me you share Li Muqing's inclinations? The entire Jade Maiden Sect knew of Li Muqing's notorious preferences. Having served under her, it was only natural to assume Yichuan had been influenced. Yichuan chuckled. If you're willing, sister, I'd be happy to oblige. What nonsense. A man of my stature engaging in such frivolities? The disciple clutched her robes tightly, rooted in place. If she turned away now, she would lose this rare chance to restore her foundation. Yet staying meant submitting to demands that crossed every line she held sacred. For a moment, she wavered. Such opportunities were scarce. If you're unwilling, I won't force you. Yichuan said indifferently. The Jade Maiden Sect was brimming with peerless beauties. If she refused, countless others would gladly take her place. No. Seeing his disinterest, panic surged within her. After a tense deliberation, she gritted her teeth and steeled herself. I accept, she whispered, sealing her fate. Yichuan had anticipated this. In this world where the strong preyed upon the weak, those without power had no choice but to yield. Good, he smiled in satisfaction. Tears welled in the disciple's eyes as she reluctantly loosened her garments. Yet another feast for the senses. Yichuan's gaze burned with appreciation. Words like voluptuous barely did her justice. The women of the Jade Maiden Sect were renowned for their alabaster skin, striking features, and figures that defied mortal standards. I'll fulfill your request, but, before she could finish, Yichuan silenced her with action. In that instant, he became an unstoppable force, leaving no room for protest. The poor disciple, bound by her own desperation, surrendered herself entirely. Fortunately, Yichuan's skilled fingers soon worked their magic. What began as hesitant resistance melted into unrestrained abandon. Sister, why have you stopped? She gasped, breathless. The eager servant disciple inquired, her curiosity piqued. Just as she had begun to acclimate to the situation, Yichuan abruptly halted, a moment that would leave anyone discontent. Do not fret, dear sister. My only request is for you to forge a blood pact with me. What? A blood pact? In essence, it meant complete subjugation, which would render her an eternal puppet. No, you cannot demand such a thing of me, the servant disciple retorted. The mention of a blood pact instantly invigorated her spirit. If you cannot acquiesce, I regret to inform you that I am unable to restore your damaged foundation. Yichuan declared with a shake of his head. His intent was crystal clear. He was not the so-called Xianyang physique, and even if he were, the efficacy remained uncertain. Yet, possessing the Xianyang Dragon Dao technique, Yichuan could restore her damaged foundation through dual cultivation. However, that would expose his male identity. Hence the necessity of the blood pact to showcase his flawless masculine prowess. Without granting her any chance for rebuttal, Yichuan immediately drew forth his blood, presenting it before her forehead. The decision lies in your sincerity. I agree. Chapter 12. The catalyst, perhaps due to the lingering sensations from earlier. The servant disciple decisively acquiesced to Yichuan's request and willingly offered her blood to establish the blood pact. Haha, sister, you are indeed delightful. Yichuan laughed joyously. At that moment, his voice transformed into a masculine tone, and within the system interface, he reverted to his male form. You. The servant disciple gasped, her complexion paling, especially upon seeing the unmistakable sign of his masculinity, prompting her to retreat beneath the covers in fright. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. I am not a woman. But fear not. I can help you restore your foundation and also allow you to experience the pleasures of being a woman. At this juncture, Yichuan harbored no further concealments. His purpose for being here was Yan Yuexin, yet she was not present at the moment. Additionally, the other female disciples of the Jade Maiden Sect were also quite alluring, serving as perfect means to fulfill his desires. No, your sixth senior sister will not let you off. The disciple panicked. Just as she attempted to dress, Yi Chuan, manipulating the blood pact, caused her to writhe in agony. You have no choice, Yi Chuan proclaimed with satisfaction. With the blood pact's constraints, she was now his new mate. Moreover, the dual cultivation would benefit them both. So why should she resist? The disciple exclaimed as Yi Chuan abruptly yanked the covers away, disregarding her consent, and lunged forward with fervor. Ding! Detected contact with the opposite sex. Optimization points. 300. Established intimate relationship with target disciple. Current intimacy level. 20. Detecting the touch of the opposite sex. Optimizing points to 500. And establishing an intimate relationship with the target female disciple. The current intimacy level stands at 50. The system's data began to refresh continuously, and soon Yi Chuan successfully won over the female disciple, acquiring a precious gift, the love goo. How wonderful! As its name suggests, the love goo is utilized on those difficult to win over, ensuring that they love only oneself forever. The fairies of the Jade Maiden Sect are diverse in quality, and one can never be certain when such a tool might be necessary. What do you think? Are you satisfied now? Yi Chuan inquired, glancing back at the female disciple. Through their recent dual cultivation, they not only experienced each other's tenderness, but also helped her restore her damaged foundation. The female disciple blushed deeply. Just as she was about to respond, Yi Chuan interrupted her again. Do not rush to speak. You should first examine the changes in your body. Upon hearing this, the female disciple hesitated not for a moment, immediately withdrawing her consciousness to thoroughly inspect the areas that had been damaged and were now restored. Have I truly recovered? She gazed incredulously at Yi Chuan. This meant she had regained the opportunity to cultivate, and there was a possibility of shedding her identity as a servant disciple in the future. Of course, do not forget what I mentioned. It will undoubtedly bring you comfort while yielding unexpected results, Yi Chuan declared with pride. The effects of the Xianyang Dragon Dao technique were indeed miraculous. How wonderful! Thank you, Master. From now on, I shall be your servant, at your beck and call. The female disciple expressed her intentions clearly, thoroughly captivated by the residual power of the Xianyang Dragon Dao technique. Curse it! Did you not just seem reluctant? Yi Chuan teased, pinching her chin. The female disciple, unable to meet his greedy gaze, lowered her voice to explain, I was indeed shallow. Setting aside the joy of the moment, coupled with the restoration of her foundation. Expressing it with her very life would not be an exaggeration. Haha, very well. Since that is the case, I believe there must be many other female disciples among the servant ranks like yourself, Yi Chuan chuckled, already crafting a plan in his mind to use dual cultivation to gain control over those female disciples, laying the groundwork for establishing his own new faction. Indeed, they, like me, have nearly abandoned hope of becoming formal disciples, the female disciple said with a hint of disappointment, fully aware of the pain her fellow sisters must endure having experienced such a plight herself. Good. Since you have confirmed the truth of my words, why not let me do something good for them? What do you think? Yi Chuan asked, both intentionally and unintentionally. The female disciple wholeheartedly raised both hands in agreement, fearing that displeasing Yi Chuan would jeopardize her chances of being favored again. Next, Yi Chuan laid out his simple plan, and the female disciple understood his intentions, departing without hesitation to bid farewell. Until dawn broke, Wang Shuero once again arrived at Yi Chuan's residence, and the first matter of concern was to assess his current progress in achieving the golden core. Strange. Why have you shown no change? Wang Shuero inquired with curiosity, for she was more in need of Yi Chuan's Yang Dan than anyone else. If this delay continued, she feared she might never see that day come. Sister Shuero, I cannot possibly be that swift, Yi Chuan replied with a wry smile. In the presence of Wang Shuero, he maintained his feminine disguise, rendering her unable to discern his true identity. Regardless of your methods, I sincerely hope you can expedite your golden core formation, otherwise, the prolongation of this situation serves neither of our interests, Wang Shuero threatened. Damn! Yi Chuan felt a surge of dissatisfaction within, particularly at being threatened by a woman. Very well, continue with your endeavors. I shall take my leave for now, but I will bring you something delightful later, Wang Shuero declared without hesitation. Turning to exit Yi Chuan's abode. What a delightful fragrance, Yi Chuan mused, savoring the scent left behind by Wang Shuero. He could not help but marvel at the thought that should he manage to win her over, the rewards would be substantial, especially as he observed Wang Shuero's petite and delicate figure. Coupled with her exquisitely soft skin, his mind began to conjure images of their intimate entanglement. Upon arriving at the laundry room for the servant disciples, he was greeted by Shen Qian, who rushed over to say hello. Each one held a favorable impression of the young girl, yet each time he encountered her, he noted the irreversible changes occurring in her physique. Particularly, her more pronounced curves seemed to have matured significantly since the previous day. Indeed, girls transform greatly as they mature. Currently, the most pressing matter was to swiftly secure the allegiance of those female disciples whose foundations had been compromised. If, in the future, Shun Qian remained willing, perhaps it would not be impossible to win her over as well. Little sister Yi Chan, at that moment, an exceptionally beautiful and well-endowed female disciple approached him. Yi Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Even the female disciples from the previous day seemed less striking by comparison. To be candid, I am a formal disciple as well. Yet my eagerness to practice has led to cold energy invading my body, and I must now endure the harm of this cold poison, she stated. Her intentions clear. She sought Yi Chuan's assistance in purging the cold poison from her system. Ah, I see, Yi Chuan remarked, his gaze lingering on her curvaceous figure. His thoughts taking a rather suggestive turn. If you trust me, perhaps you could visit my room later. All right. He anticipated that the female disciple might harbor doubts. Yet to his surprise, she readily accepted his proposition. Chapter 13. Sister Shuoro with hidden ailments. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye. 5 or 6 days had elapsed. Thanks to the advantages of the Xian Yang Dragon Dao technique, Yi Chuan had clandestinely established his own burgeoning faction. As evening fell, while pondering the next steps for development, the door to his room was abruptly kicked open with a resounding bang. A sudden turn of events startled Yi Chuan into a sitting position. It was none other than Sister Shui Rou. Upon recognizing her, Yi Chuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Enough of the pleasantries, Wang Shui-ro said in a low voice, abruptly striking her palm against his dantian. Damn it, why has your cultivation stagnated? Her eyes, filled with skepticism, scrutinized him intently. Sister Shui-ro, I've been preoccupied with numerous trivial matters lately, leaving me no time to cultivate. Yi Chuan feigned helplessness, knowing full well that his distractions were rooted in indulging in the tender affections of the female disciples. However, he had managed to keep this from Wang Shui-ro, as most of the female disciples had already fallen under his charm, with no whispers of it escaping into the air. Scoundrel! Wang Shui-ro exclaimed in fury. While the other female disciples are busy, none have forsaken their cultivation opportunities, especially with the recent rumors claiming that many of the foundationally damaged female disciples are gradually recovering. The thought only fueled her anger further. Have I not suffered from the cold poison myself? Were it not for the assistance of my senior sister Yin Yuexin, I would have long since succumbed. Yi Chuan found himself at a loss for words. Yet, witnessing Wang Shui-ro's anger only seemed to enhance her allure, particularly as her breath quickened, causing her exquisite form to shift captivatingly. Enough of the chatter. If you cannot condense your core, I see no reason to keep you around, Wang Shui-ro declared harshly. With a sudden force, she released a surge of true energy that sent him crashing onto the bed. Sister Shui-ro, please do not be hasty. Let us discuss this matter thoroughly. Yi Chuan hastily explained, his curiosity piqued as to why Wang Shui-ro seemed more anxious about his core condensation than even Ziyan. Could it be? Yi Chuan suddenly turned his gaze toward Wang Shui-ro, noticing an unusual pallor on her otherwise fair cheeks. I will return tomorrow, she stated, not allowing him a chance to inquire further as she prepared to leave. However, as she spun around, a gust of night wind swept in from outside, causing her to shiver. Ah, so it is true, Yi Chuan realized, enlightened by the revelation of her hidden ailment. No wonder she was so eager for him to condense his core. It was to retrieve his yang core to mend the deficiencies within her own body, thus solidifying her cultivation. With a gasp, Wang Shui-ro suddenly lost consciousness, her form leaning backward. Sister Shui-ro. Fortunately, Yi Chuan reacted swiftly, rushing forward to catch her from behind. What is this? He thought curiously, only to find his hands inadvertently covering a sensitive area. Never mind. Aware of the pleasant sensation, he chose not to dwell on it further, gently carrying her back to the bed before closing the door. How peculiar. Despite her forced cultivation having led to the cold poison invading her internal organs, how could she appear so seemingly unscathed? Yi Chuan furrowed his brow. If it were any other disciple, they would have likely ruined their foundation or even become paralyzed on the spot. At that moment, the unconscious Wang Shui-ro struggled to utter the name Yin Yuexin. Could it be that Yin Yuexin is using her own cultivation to help suppress the cold poison within her? Yi Chuan realized the implications, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He deemed Yin Yuexin not particularly astute. While her efforts to assist Wang Shui-ro might indeed suppress the cold poison, they would simultaneously transform the poison into a death knell for Wang Shuero. Once the poison accumulated to a critical level, it would corrode her internal organs, leaving even divine intervention futile. Alas, since fate has led her to me, perhaps her life is not yet forfeit. Yichuan shook his head with a sigh. Had it not been for their encounter, she might have already perished. Waiting for the Yang Dan of the Xianyang physique. Having spoken, Yichuan slowly approached and gently unfastened her garment. A pristine expanse of white presented itself, and with utmost care, he reached out his hand. Ding. Detected intimate contact with the opposite sex. Optimization points 300. Established a close relationship with target Wang Shuero. Current intimacy level 60. Ding. Detected intimate contact with the opposite sex. Optimization points 800. Established a close relationship with target Wang Shuero. Current intimacy level 90. The sequence of notifications flashed across the system interface like a ferocious tiger. Just as the intimacy level reached 90, each one abruptly halted. At that moment, Wang Shuero's skin was no longer as icy as before. Instead, she gradually warmed, her complexion gaining a hint of blush. Am I not dead? She murmured, slowly opening her eyes, bewildered by her surroundings. She had yet to grasp the gravity of her situation. What? What have you done to me? Wang Shuero exclaimed in shock. However, her weakened state rendered her incapable of confronting Yichuan. Shuero, you collapsed from the cold poison, and I saved you, Yichuan replied, still maintaining his female disguise, which led Wang Shuero to dismiss his words without much thought. Nevertheless, she found it hard to accept her current situation. You saved me? Wang Shuero frowned, clearly skeptical of his claims, as she was acutely aware of her condition. Besides the Yang Dan for the Xianyang physique, there seemed to be no other remedy. Of course, you are not fully recovered yet, unless you agree to form a blood pact with me. Blood pact? Wang Shuero's face paled in horror. It was evident that Ziyin had brought him with ulterior motives. The notion of establishing a master-servant relationship was utterly inconceivable. Haha, you have no choice. Besides, with senior sister Lu currently in seclusion, if you refuse me, I fear no one will come to your aid, Yichuan declared triumphantly. It was precisely Yin Yuexin's seclusion that had afforded him this opportunity today. Who are you exactly? Is it the third senior sister who has instructed you to act this way? Within the Yu sect, the exterior appears harmonious. Yet the reality is rife with scheming and intrigue. A moment's carelessness could lead to a downfall. The appearance of Yichuan before me signifies the intensity of their covert and overt battles. Not at all. Yichuan shook his head, subsequently utilizing the system to revert to his masculine visage. You are Wang Shuero, utterly astonished. The woman before her had suddenly transformed into a man, while she stood in such a vulnerable state before him. Hastily, she grabbed nearby garments to cover herself, indignantly exclaiming, "The immortal master will surely not let you off." However, her frail body, just as she prepared to depart, was beset by a sudden wave of dizziness. Chapter 14. Winning the Essence Nurturing Pill. Alas, Yichuan sighed, shaking his head. I have already stated that your condition will not endure until the sixth senior sister emerges from her seclusion. Regardless of Wang Shuero's willingness, he forcibly pulled her back. Let go of me. Even if I die, I will never yield to you. Wang Shuero was acutely aware that this person was in a male form, and should the immortal master learn of this, swift retribution would surely follow. Moreover, his infiltration of the Yu sect undoubtedly served a purpose against it. Your hidden ailment has reached its critical stage. If you do not seek treatment promptly, you may not survive the night. Yichuan's tone was one of admonition, yet it bore the weight of a threat. Wang Shuero was momentarily taken aback. Slowly lowering her head, she acknowledged her condition. There was no need for others to remind her. As Yichuan had articulated, without timely intervention, enduring the night would be a formidable challenge. Otherwise, there would be no rush to seek the Yang pill. I can assist you, provided you enter into a blood pact with me. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intent towards the Yu sect, Yichuan asserted with a solemn expression. In that instant, even Wang Shuero found herself in a quandary. To abandon this matter was tantamount to courting death. Thus, her hesitation became a choice between life and death. You are out of time, Yichuan stated coldly. With that, he turned to leave, allowing Wang Shuero a moment to ponder. I have ample time. Wait. Wang Shuero suddenly called out, her demeanor shifting to one of urgency. What is it? Yichuan feigned ignorance, convinced of Wang Shuero's desperation to survive. Who among them would willingly choose to forfeit their life? Will you truly not harm the Yu sect? Her meaning was clear, if he bore no intention of malice. She might consider his proposal. Haha, to be candid, I am the exceptional Tao foundation that your immortal master has been searching for. What? Wang Shuero was thoroughly stunned. Possessing an exceptional Tao foundation signified boundless potential for the future. Now, can you trust me? Yichuan responded, the implication evident. His prospects were bright and limitless. How could one covet the mere Jade Maiden Sect, thereby allowing Wang Shuero to lower her guard? Very well, you have but one opportunity. With that, he extended an olive branch to Wang Shuero. Vivid crimson blood materialized before her, and in that fleeting moment, she inexplicably forged a blood contract with him. Fear not. I shall not only heal you, but also elevate your cultivation to greater heights. Thank you, Master, Wang Shuero replied with a slight nod, her heart already beginning to harbor thoughts of submission. Observing this, Yichuan did not hold back, particularly when he encountered her delicate and fragile form. A moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold coins. The two were destined to exhaust themselves in a fierce struggle until dawn. When Yichuan awoke, he found Wang Shuero still present, fully dressed, and waiting quietly by the bedside. Master, you're awake, she said unusually. After experiencing the Xianyang Dragon Dao technique the previous night, she had been thoroughly subdued by him. Beep. Detection of intimate contact with the opposite sex. Optimization points 1000. Intimate relationship established with target Wang Shuero. Current intimacy level 100. Beep. Congratulations. Host has completed the task and obtained a chance for a lottery draw. Would you like to initiate the lottery? Certainly. Yichuan eagerly granted the system's request, curious about the rewards that awaited him. Beep. Arranging the draw. Beep. Congratulations. You have received 10 Gu Yuan pills. 10 brown pills appeared directly on the system panel. Gu Yuan pills. Yichuan nodded in satisfaction. Though somewhat underwhelming, these pills were not without their utility for him. Many female disciples, having just broken through, often faltered in their later stages due to insufficient foundation, leading them down an irreversible path during their foundational awakening. However, with Gu Yuan pills, the situation would be different. They could assist disciples in solidifying their cultivation post-breakthrough. Numerous female disciples practicing the Xian-Yin system ultimately damaged their roots for this very reason. How is your body? Yichuan inquired as he slowly rose. The battle the previous night had been intense, and he was curious about Wang Shuero's condition following their dual cultivation. I am well, and my cultivation has advanced. Wang Shuero joyfully responded, believing that the outcome was merely the expulsion of cold toxins, unaware that her cultivation had also improved alongside it. That is good to hear. Yichuan nodded. By the way, if there's nothing else, you may leave for now. Clearly, keeping Wang Shuero here would arouse suspicion from others, so he had no intention of retaining her. Understood. Wang Shuero replied, rising to leave, while Yichuan accessed the system to change back into his female attire. Upon reaching the laundry room, the servant disciples greeted him with curious glances. Certainly, most of them are likely the new forces he has secretly cultivated, all of which he has relished. At this moment, Sister Yichuan was approached by Xinqian. As the youngest disciple, she had never been bullied, owing entirely to her cheerful disposition. Yichuan furrowed his brows. He did not expect this little girl to have already broken through to the 3rd level of Qi training, while it cannot be deemed particularly swift. Her late entry into the practice makes this progress undeniably commendable. Congratulations, Sister Xinqian. I did not anticipate your cultivation would advance so swiftly. Yichuan expressed his congratulations. Especially as a handyman disciple, resources were scarce, and to achieve a breakthrough solely through one's own efforts was akin to a wild fantasy. Sister Yichuan, even you are mocking me, Xinqian pouted in indignation. Yet, the praise from Yichuan filled her with delight. Indeed, I believe you will continue to improve. Yichuan asserted confidently. He then produced a solidifying essence pill and handed it to Xinqian. I cannot accept this. Xinqian shook her head. She recognized the origin of the pill at a glance, especially considering how precious it was for disciples like them. It was simply a rare treasure. Why can't you accept it? Otherwise, how will you break through in the future? Yichuan chuckled. He placed the cultivation pill into her hands. But Sister Yichuan, this is far too precious, Xinqian protested. As a handyman disciple, how could she ever obtain such a valuable item? Rest assured, if you ever require assistance in the future, I will still provide help, Yichuan reassured with a smile. It seemed as if the cultivation pill held no value whatsoever in his hands. Xinqian was taken aback. She had never anticipated such an opportunity, and her gaze towards Yichuan brimmed with boundless admiration. Seeing this, Yichuan merely ruffled her hair. All right, go on and be busy, he said. It was not that Yichuan was unwilling to take action. Rather, he viewed her innocent eyes and felt she was still just a child. Chapter 15. The return of Yan Yuexin, merely a cultivation pill, yet the news spread like wildfire among the handyman disciples. Who exactly was that fellow? How could he possess such a treasure as the cultivation pill? Ordinary disciples could never achieve such capability. Indeed, just yesterday, I saw Sister Shuero seeking him out. The handyman disciples expressed their astonishment. They believed that Yichuan was undoubtedly receiving assistance from the sixth sister, Yan Yuexin. Otherwise, a typical handyman disciple could never possess a cultivation pill, let alone bestow it upon others so casually. However, some of the female disciples who had been subdued by Yichuan displayed no reaction. They understood deep down that Yichuan's true prowess was far beyond this, especially with his Xianyang Dragon Dao technique. Regrettably, without Yichuan's command, they had to suppress their inner desires and hopes, yearning for another opportunity to receive Yichuan's grace. Days passed, and Li Muqing made a show of expressing concern over the disappearance of her female disciple, yet took no real action. However, the prolonged absence of Yichuan began to stir a sense of worry within her. Xian, are you certain that the master is safe? Li Muqing inquired. She was well aware of her junior sister Yan Yuexin's temperament. Should she discover that Yichuan was a man, it could lead to disastrous consequences for him. Third sister, rest assured, given the master's prowess, it would not be so easy for anyone to harm him, Xian responded. In this regard, Li Muqing had to concede that she had indeed misjudged him in the past. Yet, her heart was soon engulfed by a yearning for Yichuan. How wonderful it would be if he could accompany her every day, alleviating the restless thoughts that plagued her and the sleepless nights she endured. Third sister, you need not worry. The master has promised to return, and I am certain he will, Xian reassured her. However, as she spoke, her expression subtly shifted. What? Do you not miss the master? Li Muqing questioned, sensing that Xian seemed to long for him even more than she did, as if her own cultivation would falter without him. Xian was momentarily taken aback. It was impossible not to miss him, but what could she do about it? My lady, after days apart, have you missed me? A male voice echoed. Both women initially thought they had misheard and turned in unison to locate the source of the sound. And there he was, Yichuan, the very person they had longed for. Master. Xian hurriedly rushed to greet him, while Li Muqing displayed an expression of disbelief. She could hardly fathom that Yichuan had truly returned. Did you think I would be in danger? Yichuan playfully pinched Xian's cheek, causing her to blush instantly. And no, we would never doubt the master's strength, Li Muqing quickly replied, fearful that a careless word might lead him to suspect them. Ha ha. That's the spirit, Yichuan laughed. He had merely concealed his capabilities, although he still had some distance to cover compared to the disciples of the Yunus sect. It was no simple task to uncover his true identity unless he chose to reveal it himself. Nevertheless, Yichuan's gaze settled upon Li Muqing and Xian. His intentions unmistakable. He had come to engage in dual cultivation with them to assist in their advancement. To achieve success, one must feed the horse. And especially at this critical juncture, he had been quietly cultivating a new power within the Yunus sect. Master, how have you fared with Junior Sister 6? I hope you found it to your liking, Li Muqing asked. Unlike her, Yan Yuexin's character seemed to lack much interest in matters of gender, perhaps due to her cultivation method, which made her cold demeanor quite intimidating. Not too bad. I started from being a servant disciple, but it aligns with my standards. Yichuan sighed. Had it not been for the indulgent opportunities afforded to him, it is likely that he would have struggled to establish his own faction. Thus, it is certain that progress is currently unfolding in a favorable direction. Li Muqing was momentarily at a loss for words, taken aback by Yan Yuexin's lack of appreciation, as she suggested that Yichuan take on the role of a menial disciple. It is worth noting that he possesses the rare Xianyang Dragon Path technique, a treasure that is unlikely to be found again in this world. Enough of that. I find myself suddenly fatigued. Perhaps it is best to loosen my garments. Yichuan observed the two stunning beauties with keen interest. What? Both Li Muqing and Xian were utterly astonished. Could it be that he would not depart tonight? This evidently aligned with their desires, for otherwise, spending each evening in solitude would be a lamentable plight, especially after having tasted the pleasures of intimacy. I shall prepare for your ablutions, Xian gracefully excused herself. In but a moment, she returned, guiding Yichuan and Li Muqing to the very bathroom where their initial encounter had taken place. The scene mirrored that of their last meeting. adorned with floral fragrances and exquisite beauty, yet devoid of the previous menace. Master, Li Muqing approached slowly, thoughtfully assisting him in arranging his attire before diving into the water herself. Another sleepless night ensued. Were it not for the fortifying presence of the Xianyang Dragon Path, Yichuan might have truly found it challenging to cope. In the deep of night, Yin Yuexin, having emerged from seclusion, immediately summoned Wang Xuero. Sixth sister, Xuero. Yin Yuexin spoke with a hint of nervousness, hastily examining Wang Xuero's condition, fearful that she might have encountered difficulties the previous night. Are you all right? Yin Yuexin inquired, puzzled. She recalled that the full moon night had coincided with the severe outbreak of cold poison within her. Strange, your cold poison was evidently quite severe. Could it be that you obtained a Yongdan? A barrage of questions poured forth from Yin Yuexin, leaving Wang Xuero nearly at a loss for words. What is it? Yin Yuexin queried, noticing her prolonged silence, which only intensified her curiosity. And nothing much. Perhaps it is due to Sixth Sister's past care for me that this time my cold poison did not manifest. Wang Xuero offered a vague explanation. After all, she could not betray Yichuan by revealing that he had taken away her blood. Is that truly the case? Yin Yuexin furrowed her brow, clearly skeptical. If it were indeed that simple, she would have already healed her. Yes, Wang Xuero affirmed with a nod. Fortunately, Yin Yuexin did not press the matter further, reassured by Wang Xuero's well-being. Otherwise, she could never forgive herself if her seclusion had led to any danger befalling Wang Xuero. By the way, what of Yichuan? Yin Yuexin deftly shifted the topic, inquiring about Yichuan. As expected, Wang Xuero was equally eager to discuss this matter, recounting how she had followed instructions to arrange for him among the menial disciples. Upon witnessing this, Yin Yuexin's icy countenance finally softened into a faint smile as she declared, as long as you are here, the third senior sister shall not find her. The Yongdan within Yichuan's body was precisely the key to curing the cold poison. At present, Yin Yuexin no longer required it. Her motives for seizing the third senior sister's person stemmed solely from her desire to care for Wang Xuero. Tonight, you might as well bring him to meet me. Yes, Wang Xuero acquiesced. This arrangement also aligned with Yichuan's plans. Since his arrival at the sixth senior sister's abode, he had never encountered Yin Yuexin. Should an opportunity arise to win her over, it would undoubtedly yield greater rewards from the system. Disciple takes her leave, Wang Xuero said with a respectful clasp of her hands before turning and departing the grand hall. The following morning, Wang Xuero came bearing orders. Seeking Yichuan in the laundry where the miscellaneous disciples toiled, she conveyed Yin Yuexin's intentions. Upon hearing this, Yichuan feigned astonishment, eagerly assenting, though in truth, he had long awaited this day. After bidding farewell to Wang Xuero, he was instantly met with envious glances from those around him. Yichuan had only been in the sect for a few days, yet had already garnered the affection of the sixth senior sister. If this continued, he would surely become an official disciple, something the other miscellaneous disciples could scarcely dream of, yet here it unfolded so effortlessly before him. Little sister Yichuan, you are truly remarkable. No wonder you casually produce Pei Yuan Dan. It must be due to the sixth senior sister's favor. I fear we shall never catch up to you, the female disciples lamented, their expressions tinged with disappointment. Each day, aside from their arduous labor, they scarcely had time to cultivate. Alas, Yichuan, spared from the rigors of hard training, was sufficiently supported to ascend to the status of an official disciple merely by the care of Wang Xuero and Yin Yuexin. Do not be disheartened. I believe there will come a time when everyone will shine, Yichuan consoled them, while internally he added, if you rely solely on your efforts, the Yu sect may soon cease to exist. For within Yichuan's heart lay a grander scheme, yet to be realized. After bidding farewell to his companions, Yichuan returned to rest, mulling over the events that would unfold later. By afternoon, Wang Xuero personally arrived, escorting Yichuan to meet Yin Yuexin. Master, the sixth senior sister's temperament is rather forthright, and her disposition is notoriously fierce, especially towards males, Wang Xuero cautioned repeatedly, making her expectations clear that he should not reveal his true identity prematurely. I understand, Yichuan nodded, regardless of her challenging demeanor. He was resolute in his determination to win her over, lest the night bring unforeseen complications. Moreover, with so many enchanting beauties within the Yu sect, who could fathom the allure of the other female disciples? Upon arriving at the grand hall, Wang Xuero, finding Yin Yuexin absent, led Yichuan toward the rear hall. In the vast room, the sound of splashing water occasionally echoed. Yichuan could not help but feel curious. Could it be? Indeed. Wang Xuero, who walked ahead, halted her steps and addressed the screen before her. Sister, he has arrived. It was evident that Yan Yuexin was currently bathing and changing. I understand, came Yan Yuexin's cold voice from behind the screen. For a moment, Yichuan was truly taken aback. The mere sound was so enchanting that he couldn't help but speculate about the appearance of the woman behind the screen, particularly her figure, which concerned him the most. Before long, Yan Yuexin emerged, draped in a near-revealing cloak. You must be Yichuan? Yes. Yichuan nodded. Under the guise of the system, no one could discern his true identity, provided they were at the nascent soul stage or lower. For instance, if he were to encounter the revered Xianghua, his identity would be immediately exposed. Ah, truly a beauty, Yan Yuexin remarked approvingly, then took a seat beside her. Me? Yichuan shook his head with a wry smile. At this moment, he could assure himself that no one in this room could rival Yan Yuexin's beauty, especially with her subtly haughty demeanor. Even the third sister, Li Muqing, would pale in comparison. What is the status of your golden core? Yan Yuexin inquired in a grave tone, seemingly uninterested in Yichuan himself, but rather intrigued by the Yongdan within him. Reporting to sixth sister, I still require a bit more time, Wang Xuero hurriedly replied, fearful that Yichuan might provoke Yan Yuexin, which could lead to the revelation of his identity. Very well. However, you should be well aware that opportunities are scarce, Yan Yuexin stated. Wang Xuero's internal cold poison was on the verge of eruption. Had it tragically exploded last night, she would have regretted it for a lifetime. I understand. Wang Xuero lowered her head. She recognized that Yan Yuexin was aiding her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have requested assistance from Li Muqing. You are indeed quite handsome. Should you succeed in forming your golden core in the future, I shall undoubtedly take you as my disciple, Yan Yuexin promised, intending to convey that helping her would not be in vain. However, Yichuan did not share such intentions. To put it plainly, handing the Yongdan to her meant that his fate remained uncertain, and he had no hopes of becoming a formal disciple. Thank you, sixth sister. Yichuan expressed his gratitude. Although he felt discontented internally, he still had to show some respect outwardly. Humph. You may leave now, Yan Yuexin suddenly declared. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuero turned to call Yichuan to prepare for departure. However, Yichuan did not rush to respond. Instead, he fixed his gaze intently on Yan Yuexin. Do you have something to say? Yan Yuexin frowned slightly, being particularly averse to such gazes. No. However, my sister is quite curious. As it seems your complexion is not quite well, Yichuan suddenly remarked. Beside her, Wang Xuero furrowed her brow in disbelief. What? Suddenly glancing at Yan Yuexin. She only then noticed her senior sister's unusually pale complexion after being reminded by Yichuan. There's nothing amiss. You may withdraw for now, Yan Yuexin said with a tone laced with irritation. The discovery of her secret by Yichuan left her in turmoil. Were it not for his possessing the Xianyang physique, she feared she might have perished several times over. Yes, senior sister, Wang Xuero responded. When she turned back to glance at Yichuan, she found that he not only had no intention of leaving, but was instead advancing toward Yan Yuexin. Panic surged within Wang Xuero. The consequences of inciting Yan Yuexin's wrath were truly unimaginable. Halt! Yan Yuexin commanded coldly, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. Suddenly, an invisible aura of death was unleashed. Senior sister, Yichuan means no harm, Wang Xuero hastily explained. However, Yichuan paid her no heed, resolutely continuing his approach. What do you intend to do? Yan Yuexin asked, a hint of panic in her voice. Rising to her feet, she vowed to strike him down before he could enact any treachery. Humph. If I am not mistaken, senior sister, your body must be harboring an accumulation of cold energy, Yichuan remarked, seemingly oblivious to the tension. Impressive. To be able to entirely confine the cold poison through one's own cultivation is a feat that few, aside from a ruthless individual like Yan Yuexin, could achieve. What did you just say? Indeed, Yichuan, one must not be disrespectful to sixth senior sister, Wang Xuero quickly interjected. On the surface, she maintained a respectful demeanor towards Yan Yuexin. Yet her true intention was to protect Yichuan. In my opinion, sixth senior sister endures the torment of cold poison every night, and her so-called seclusion is merely an attempt to find a way to restrain it within her. Who exactly are you? Yan Yuexin's face turned ashen, her eyes inadvertently betraying her fear. Chapter 17. Turning against each other's sixth senior sister. Wang Xuero looked on in confusion. In the past, she had never spoken of such matters. Could it be that her concern over Yi Chuan's intentions led to her being exposed, thus unveiling the truth? Haha. Truly impressive. Yin Yuexin suddenly laughed, her head thrown back. Indeed, you have guessed correctly, but what of it? Clearly, anyone who uncovered her secret would not be permitted to leave alive. You wish to kill me? Yi Chuan shook his head with a wry smile. Should he perish, she would not be far behind in departing this world. I'm not afraid to tell you that you were right, but this secret must remain known to no one. Yin Yuexin said helplessly. Should the other sisters learn of it, there would undoubtedly be those who would seek his life. How would she then survive in such a precarious position? Senior sister, Wang Chan meant no offense. Please forgive her, Wang Shuoro pleaded, stepping forward to thwart Yin Yuexin's impending attack on Yi Chuan. Yet, Yi Chuan stood resolute, unyielding in the face of fear. Yin Yuexin understood him better. She could discern her condition merely with her own eyes. The abilities she possessed were far beyond mere observation. The threat before her was simply an inquiry into whether she might be able to assist him. Sister Shuoro, rest assured, my senior will not harm me. As he spoke, Yi Chuan could not help but cast a charming smile towards Yin Yuexin. Indeed, upon hearing this, Yin Yuexin promptly returned to her original position. Very well. Since you are so confident, do provide me with a reason not to take your life. The current situation at the Yunu sect was no longer that of their novice days. A mere misstep could cost her life. Thus, Yin Yuexin's caution was entirely justified. Perhaps I might have a way to assist you, Yi Chuan stated earnestly. The Xianyang Dragon Dao technique, aside from deepening mutual cultivation with the opposite sex, was precisely the antidote to the cold poison within her. Once she engaged in dual cultivation with Yi Chuan, the cold poison in her body would surely be gradually expelled. As he spoke, Yi Chuan approached her, taking advantage of Yin Yuexin's momentary distraction to gently caress her cheek. Ding. Detecting intimate contact with the opposite sex. Intimacy level 300, establishing intimacy with target Yin Yuexin, current intimacy level 30. The system notification chimed in. What are you doing? Yin Yuexin instinctively recoiled. Yet, she was a moment too late, and his hand brushed against her icy cheek. Nothing, I merely admire my sister's beauty, Yi Chuan replied with a smile. For a moment, even Yin Yuexin found herself at a loss for words. You, Yin Yuexin exclaimed in indignation. Were it not for the Yang Dan within him, she would have been tempted to strike him down right then. Sister, Yi Chuan did not mean it, Wang Shuoro hurriedly interjected, fearing that Yi Chuan's reckless actions might completely provoke Yin Yuexin's wrath. Humph. Take him away, Yin Yuexin inhaled deeply. To keep him here would undoubtedly incite her anger and lead her to take drastic measures against him. Understood, Wang Shuoro replied, with Yin Yuexin's command. Even if she intended to play matchmaker, Wang Shuoro dared not be too overt. Sister Yi Chuan, why don't we take our time? Yi Chuan interjected. Having just established a bond, how could he so easily relinquish it? Sister, if I leave now, your cold poison may remain unresolved. Impudent. Who told you that? Yin Yuexin retorted angrily. The fact that she bore cold poison was something that ordinary people were entirely unaware of. Yet this person before her could perceive it with mere sight. How could she not be astonished? Humph. Whether it is I who am impudent remains to be seen. But I can indeed assist you. What? Yin Yuexin furrowed her brow. It must be said that the symptoms Yi Chuan described were identical to her own. If he truly could help her eliminate the cold poison, it would indeed be a fortuitous outcome. She, however, harbored some doubts regarding the intentions of the newcomer. If there were any malicious intent, it seemed that no one could prevent it. Who exactly are you? The identity is of little consequence. What matters is that I can save you, Yi Chuan stated solemnly, stepping closer to Yin Yuexin. I advise you not to approach, otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. The warning was unmistakably clear, should he dare to act as he did previously, even as a fellow woman. Yin Yuexin would not spare him. Very well, Yi Chuan halted his steps, recognizing that he was not foolish enough to clash with Yin Yuexin recklessly. Allow me to inform you that should you continue your training at this pace, the time until you become a mere shell of your former self is not far off. Yi Chuan cautioned. He did not utter these words lightly, having already sensed the critical state of Yin Yuexin. What do you mean by that? Yin Yuexin inquired, aware that only Yi Chuan could perceive her hidden affliction. Though she was unclear about his abilities, it was evident that he was no ordinary individual. I need you to agree to cultivate with me, he insisted. What? You want me to cultivate with you? Yin Yuexin exclaimed, her face a mask of shock. The practice of dual cultivation typically required a male and a female, making Yichuan's request appear rather unreasonable. Oomph. So you are indeed one of the people close to the third senior sister, sharing the same peculiar inclinations, she remarked, revealing her disdain for the habits of her third senior sister, Li Muqing. Little did she expect that Yichuan would possess similar conditions. Haha. There is no need to be anxious. I am not deceiving you, Yichuan clarified. His words were entirely truthful, yet to an outsider, he merely appeared as a woman. You? Yan Yuexin scoffed. Setting aside his identity, even if he had the desire, he likely lacked the requisite strength. Understood, Yichuan nodded, promptly discarding his disguise to reveal his true male identity. Ah! Yan Yuexin gasped in shock, rising to her feet. You are a man. The Jade Maiden Sect forbids the involvement of the opposite sex. After all, they were all female disciples, and any mishap could bear grave consequences. Furthermore, with Yichuan now beside her, it was evident that she would have to face the repercussions for his presence. Haha, there is no need to be so tense. I have even more astonishing revelations for you. As he spoke, Yichuan exuded the aura of an exceptional Dao foundation. You possess an exceptional Dao foundation. Yan Yuexin was immediately flustered. Who would have thought that the Yichuan before her was the prodigy desperately sought after by the immortal sovereign? So, do you now believe that what I have said is the truth? His meaning was clear. Possessing an exceptional Dao foundation surely meant he could find a way to save her. I never expected you to be the genius the immortal sovereign has been searching for. Yan Yuexin felt a tumult of emotions. To have believed she was a disciple of this sect, only to discover that she was a man, would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule for the Jade Maiden Sect once the news spread. Regardless of whether you possess genius, I see no reason to retain you. Chapter 18. Capturing Yan Yuexin and receiving rewards. Do you wish to kill me? Yichuan asked, his brow furrowing. He was taken aback by Yan Yuexin's fierce temperament. Despite knowing he could save her, she still sought to end his life at that moment. You shall not leave this place alive, Yan Yuexin declared with indignation, gathering her true energy and raising her palm to strike him. With a whoosh, a powerful force erupted, creating a gust of wind. Impressive, Yichuan remarked, though he thought her abilities were woefully inadequate to confront him. Sister, no, Wang Shuero screamed, rushing forward to intervene, but it was too late. In an instant, Yan Yuexin stood beside Yichuan, slamming her palm fiercely against his chest. The sheer force of her strike was enough to shatter stone, leaving one to wonder how a mere mortal could withstand it. Haha, you are doomed, Yan Yuexin sneered, exuding confidence in her power. Is that so? Yichuan replied coolly, unfazed, as if the blow had not struck him at all. What? Yan Yuexin exclaimed in astonishment. Just as she attempted to withdraw her palm, she realized it was futile. Her hand seemed glued to him. Hee, you cannot retract it, can you? Yichuan mocked, and Yan Yuexin felt a sense of impending danger. Very well, I shall assist you, Yichuan said coldly, channeling his true energy to force her back. Ah, Yan Yuexin's complexion paled, taken aback by Yichuan's terrifying strength. Did I not say you are no match for me? As he spoke, Yichuan concealed his true power once more using the system. Who are you? What is your purpose for coming to the Jade Maiden Sect? Quite simple. I am here to rescue you. Rescue me? Yan Yuexin frowned, skeptical of his seemingly noble intentions, suspecting ulterior motives. Sister, the master has indeed come here to assist you, Wang Shuro interjected. What? Yan Yuexin turned abruptly, incredulous as she gazed at Wang Shuro, struggling to comprehend why she referred to Yichuan as master. A chilling thought crossed her mind. Be good, Yichuan said, gently caressing Wang Shuero's cheek before turning to the astonished Yan Yuexin. You have no choice. Humph. I would rather die than agree to your terms, Yan Yuexin retorted fiercely. In an instant, she began to gather her true energy once more, intent on fighting Yichuan to the bitter end. However, Yichuan paid her no heed, shaking his head in resignation before producing the emotional goo from the system rewards. Go. The emotional goo shot forth. A direct strike to Yan Yuexin's brow caused the enchanting charm to vanish instantaneously. What have you done to me? Yan Yuexin exclaimed in a state of panic. Gradually, the temperature within her body began to rise, and her consciousness started to blur. It is something that can bring you pleasure. If you do not engage in mutual cultivation with me, how could I possibly cure your cold poison? Yichuan replied with a smile. In her hazy vision, it seemed even Wang Shuero beside her wore a mischievous grin. At that moment, Yan Yuexin finally comprehended that her closest sister had, unbeknownst to her, become his slave. Summoning him had proven to be her gravest error, leading to such dire consequences. Haha, my beauty, do not be so reserved. Soon you shall taste the sweetness. Yichuan said as he approached Yin Yuexin, wrapping her in his embrace. Initially, she clung to the remnants of her awareness and began to resist. Yet, her frail form was powerless against the fervent Yichuan, inadvertently igniting every nerve within him. Let go. Just as Yin Yuexin prepared to admonish him, Yichuan's lips suddenly pressed against hers. In an instant, they became entwined in a passionate embrace. At that very moment, 5th senior sister Su Linglong summoned her disciples. Do you know what 6th junior sister has been up to lately? Senior sister, we are not aware. The disciples responded in unison. In the Jade Maiden Sect, the personalities of the two sisters were starkly contrasting. If an opportune moment arose, Su Linglong would not hesitate to take advantage of her arrogant 6th junior sister. She seems to have evaporated these past few days, ignoring the commands of the immortal sovereign. There must be something amiss. Senior sister, could it be that 6th junior sister has ulterior motives? Indeed, it is said that she seems to be cultivating a formidable technique, the female disciples remarked. Upon hearing this, Su Linglong's brow furrowed. A formidable technique? This was the outcome she dreaded most. If it were indeed for the purpose of mastering a powerful skill, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to deal with Yin Yuexin in the future. Regardless, I shall investigate tonight, Su Linglong resolved, taking a deep breath. Under no circumstances can Yin Yuexin's strength surpass my own. Yes, the female disciples affirmed. In light of the current circumstances, Su Linglong was increasingly convinced that Yin Yuexin's seclusion was merely a means to achieve a breakthrough. Meanwhile, after their tumultuous encounter, Yichuan and Yin Yuexin had completed their mutual cultivation. Both lay on the bed, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. How is it? Now do you understand my prowess? Yichuan chuckled. Yin Yuexin, fully aware of the joy they had just shared, replied, Thank you, my master. Ensnared by the charm, she now believed wholeheartedly that Yichuan was her greatest love. Detection of the relationship with Yin Yuexin, optimization 5000, intimacy 100. Ding. System upgrade. Capable of altering the target's thoughts according to the host's wishes and erasing any memories. No way. This feature is simply astonishing. Yichuan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the system upgrade would bring him such delightful surprises. Master, what is the matter with you? Yin Yuexin inquired, sensing Yichuan's hesitation, mistakenly believing he was dissatisfied with something. It's nothing, Yichuan hurriedly explained. After all, it was a reward from the system. If it truly could alter someone's memories, he would have struck gold. Senior sister, this is bad. At that moment, Wang Shuero burst in unexpectedly. Upon seeing the two in a state of undress, she seemed unfazed. What happened? Yin Yuexin asked. Wang Shuero then informed them about Su Linglong's visit. 5th senior sister, Yin Yuexin frowned slightly. Clearly, the tension between them caused her to appear so anxious. 5th senior sister, Yichuan fell into contemplation. While others might not care, he was particularly intrigued by this 5th senior sister. After all, she was one of his potential targets. If he could seize the opportunity to approach her, it would lay a foundation for the future. All right, I shall go at once. With that, Yin Yuexin began to dress. And Yichuan would not let such a golden opportunity slip away. Wait, I want to go too. Chapter 19. Leaving a good impression. What? You? Yin Yuexin paused for a moment. However, recalling the happiness Yichuan had brought her, she did not refuse. In the main hall, Su Linglong awaited Yin Yuexin's arrival. As she noticed her prolonged absence, suspicions regarding her intentions grew stronger. That wretched Yin Yuexin. If you're truly so engrossed in your cultivation, I shall not let you off easily. At that moment, the entire Yinu sect was preoccupied with seeking talented individuals for the coveted Supreme Dao Foundation, yet Yin Yuexin, taking advantage of the current lull, secretly engaged in her cultivation, indicating her disregard for others. No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than Yin Yuexin appeared before her, accompanied by Wang Shuero, with an additional inconspicuous disciple, which piqued Su Linglong's curiosity. However, for the purpose of her visit, she refrained from dwelling too much on Yin Yuexin. 5th senior sister, I wonder what brings you here so late. I certainly have no agenda. Merely inquiring about the progress of 6th junior sister in finding the genius sought by the immortal sovereign, Su Linglong feigned ignorance. According to reliable sources, it was evident that Yin Yuexin had not taken this matter to heart. Instead, she was incessantly in seclusion, revealing the weight of her selfishness. This matter remains unanswered. I am at a loss, Yin Yuexin pretended to lament. Little did she know, Yichuan was precisely the genius the immortal sovereign sought. However, aside from a few female disciples subdued by Yichuan, no one within the Jade Maiden Sect was aware of this. What? Su Linglong was nearly apoplectic with rage. They spoke of vanishing without a trace, but when had she ever sought them out? Sixth junior sister, as far as I know, you seem to be in seclusion. Am I not correct? Who said that? Yin Yuexin's expression darkened. If the immortal sovereign were to learn that her orders were disregarded, one could only imagine the punishment that awaited. Haha, it matters not who spoke of it. However, the immortal sovereign places great importance on this prodigy awakening their foundational skills. We ought to alleviate her concerns, Su Linglong cautioned. It is indeed necessary to test if she is truly engaged in her cultivation. If so, we must devise a way to thwart her. Otherwise, once her prowess surpasses our own, we shall have no means to contend with her in the future. The immortal sovereign's command is clear to me. There is no need for my elder sister to trouble herself, Yin Yuexin replied with an unkind tone. From her demeanor, it was evident that the outcome would not be favorable. Very well. Su Linglong nodded, her gaze sweeping over Wang Shuoro before finally resting on Yichuan. Haha. I never imagined that sixth junior sister would have so many maidservants here. Surely, as she spoke, a mischievous smile spread across Su Linglong's face. It was well known that the third senior sister, Li Muqing, harbored such peculiar interests. If Yin Yuexin were similarly inclined, it would not be unexpected. What do you mean? Yin Yuexin retorted coldly, seemingly catching on to something through Su Linglong's playful smile. Haha, what I mean is clear to us all. Su Linglong offered no chance for elaboration. Yin Yuexin was momentarily speechless, taken aback by the insinuation that she was involved in such affairs. Forget it, it is late, and I shall not disturb you further. With that, she rose to leave. At that moment, Yichuan approached. Fifth senior sister. Wait a moment. Hearing this, Su Linglong looked at her with curiosity. What is it? Speak freely, she encouraged, appraising Yichuan. Aside from her beauty, there seemed to be no extraordinary qualities about her, especially in the presence of Yin Yuexin, where an inexplicable hostility surged forth. It is nothing. I merely found fifth senior sister's appearance charming and couldn't resist coming over to greet you, Yichuan stated. To describe Su Linglong as charming was hardly an exaggeration. Even Wang Shuoro's petite stature paled in comparison, particularly with her alluring features that captivated the eye as she walked. What? Su Linglong was utterly taken aback. Yet, seeing the sincerity in Yichuan's expression, she chose not to dwell on it. Very well, you may remain by sixth junior sister's side and take good care of her, Su Linglong remarked with a hint of meaning before sweeping away, leaving them to themselves. How infuriating, Yin Yuexin exclaimed. It was evident that this individual harbored ill intentions. Unexpectedly, he sought to create trouble for oneself. There was no need for haste. She was not worth it, as Yichuan remarked. At that moment, Yichuan conceived a thought. Since Su Linglong had personally come to his door, why should he continue to indulge him? I wonder if the master has a plan. Wang Shuoro inquired. Having spent the most time beside Yin Yuexin, she was naturally aware of Su Linglong's departure. Humph. No matter how arrogant she may be, I assure you she cannot escape my grasp, declared Yichuan. What? Both Yin Yuexin and Wang Shuoro exclaimed in astonishment. They could hardly believe that Yichuan not only sought them, but also aimed to capture Su Linglong. Haha, do not be anxious, of course. I would not forget about you, Yichuan chuckled. He embraced Yin Yuexin and Wang Shuoro once more, reveling in a moment of triumph. As a man, he believed he had reached the pinnacle of success at that very moment. Master, do you require my service? Wang Shuoro whispered, her voice low. Upon witnessing his intimacy with Yin Yuexin, an unnamed desire ignited within her. Now that the two had resolved their conflict, Wang Shuoro mustered the courage to inquire. Sister, what is the purpose of your solitary visit? Would it not be better if we accompanied each other? Yin Yuexin suggested. Upon hearing this, Yichuan was momentarily stunned. Goodness! Happiness had arrived so unexpectedly. It was truly a peak moment in life. However, without hesitation, he proceeded to lead them towards the rear hall, destined for another night of life and death struggle. In the residence of the fifth senior sister, upon returning to the main hall, Su Linglong displayed an irritable expression. Yet, the words Yichuan had spoken before her departure echoed incessantly in her mind. Sister, what was the outcome? A nearby female disciple tentatively asked. Judging by Su Linglong's expression, it was clear that the news was not favorable. Humph, what could there be? He is so astute. Who among ordinary people could discern any clues? The disciple fell momentarily silent. Su Linglong, however, recalled Yi Chuan. Since Yan Yuexin places such importance on this servant disciple, she must be aware of the situation. I bear him no significant hostility. Yet, bringing him along will not be an easy task. After all, he is beside Yan Yuexin. Should things sour, complications will surely arise. Fine. I refuse to believe there will be no opportunity, Su Linglong asserted fiercely. If she could seize the chance to escort Yi Chuan over, it would not be out of the question. In due course, she would investigate the secret dealings of Yan Yuexin through Yi Chuan. Chapter 20. An unexpected encounter the following morning, after a night of tumultuous events. Yan Yuexin and the others seemingly acted as though nothing had transpired. Yi Chuan returned to the laundry room of the servant disciples. And aside from reminiscing about the events of the previous night, he refrained from bringing them up again. Just then, Sister Yi Chuan approached him once more. It seemed that after the gift of the solidifying elixir, the bond between them had grown considerably closer. Sister Xinqian, do you have something to discuss? Yi Chuan inquired. Logically, he should have welcomed Xinqian's affection. However, he regrettably understood that she was not yet suitable for him. No, I went looking for you last night. But you were not in your quarters, and I was a bit curious, Xinqian replied, disappointment evident in her tone. She had hoped to share her thoughts with Yi Chuan, only to find that he seemed to be deliberately avoiding her. What? Yi Chuan furrowed his brow in surprise. The young girl had actually sought him out. Yes, but I understand you must have your own matters to attend to, Xinqian continued, speaking to herself. With Wang Shuirou's favorable regard for Yi Chuan, it was clear he had connections. Yi Chuan shook his head with a wry smile. The young girl, despite her tender age, seemed to grasp everything. Aware that he could not provide an answer, he began to self-soothe, not only giving himself an out, but also ensuring she would not press him further. Next time, I will inform you in advance. Please do not intentionally avoid me, Xinqian implored, her tone almost pleading. In response, Yi Chuan found it difficult to refuse her request. By the way, just as Xinqian was about to leave, Yi Chuan suddenly called out to her. What is it, Sister Yi Chuan? I wish to inquire about the fifth senior sister, Yi Chuan stated plainly. Having seen Su Linglong the previous night, her image seemed to be imprinted in his mind, lingering incessantly. She appears to have some discord with the sixth senior sister, Xinqian replied. This was common knowledge among the disciples of the Jade Maiden Sect. However, as Yi Chuan had only recently joined the servant disciples, it was understandable that he was unaware of certain nuances. Xinqian, on the other hand, could be considered an encyclopedia among the servant disciples. There was hardly anything she did not know. So it is, Yi Chuan nodded. Having witnessed the tension between the two women the previous night, he could surmise the nature of their relationship. What did you say? Xinqian furrowed her brow in confusion, looking at Yi Chuan quizzically. Yet, Yi Chuan suddenly realized he must not reveal his thoughts. No, I was merely speaking casually, he denied with a wry smile. All right then, Xinqian nodded thoughtfully. However, deep down, she understood that with Yi Chuan's formidable background, he surely had more to say than mere casual remarks. Yet, if he was unwilling to divulge, she would not press further. By the way, what did you seek me for last night? Yi Chuan hastily changed the subject, eager to discern her intentions. I wanted to talk to you. After all, I have come to regard you as an elder sister, Xinqian said with an innocent smile. Upon witnessing the scene, even Yi Chuan was momentarily taken aback. She had the audacity to consider herself as an elder sister. Yet, how could she fathom that her feminine guise was merely a means to facilitate the pursuit of desires in dual cultivation? If everyone were to emulate her, it seemed she would be eternally deprived of opportunities. Never mind, there would be ample chances in the days to come, Yi Chuan mused with a smile, harboring no resentment towards the younger girl before her. At that moment, two women approached Yi Chuan. You are Yi Chuan? Inquired the leading female disciple. Instantly, all the menial disciples in the laundry room paused their tasks, turning their gazes toward Yi Chuan, filled with curiosity. The visitors bore ill intentions. Had it been at Yi Chuan's behest, they would have undoubtedly fought fiercely against them. This is troubling. Yi Chuan furrowed her brow. Should a confrontation arise, the intruders would surely meet their demise. Yet, such an event would provoke the mastermind behind them. Thus, Yi Chuan discreetly gestured for her companions to stand down. I am indeed, Yi Chuan. May I inquire what matters bring you here, esteemed sisters? Yi Chuan replied, astonished. The two female disciples before her were, in fact, no less striking than Wang Shuirou. That is well, We are the attendants of 5th Senior Sister, and she requires your presence to discuss an important matter. Please accompany us, the two women stated. Upon hearing this, Yichuan was momentarily stunned. She had just been directing her thoughts towards Su Linglong, and now, unexpectedly, she sought her out so soon. Wait. At that moment, Shen Qian stepped forward to intervene. Who are you? The female disciple raised an eyebrow, completely unprepared for the youngest of the menial disciples to dare to halt her. In an instant, inspired by Shen Qian, the other subdued female disciples stepped forward as well. This is dire. Even Yichuan was at a loss regarding how to proceed upon witnessing such a scene. Should a conflict truly arise, the consequences would surely be beyond their capacity to bear. How audacious of you to oppose 5th Senior Sister. It seems you have a death wish. The female disciple retorted coldly. At this moment, engaging in a full-scale brawl would not guarantee victory for the menial disciples. Nonetheless, to avoid unnecessary trouble, they inhaled deeply and turned their gaze back to Yichuan. Yichuan, what is the meaning of this? A mere menial female disciple possesses the ability to rally support? Their concern was palpable. Haha, this has nothing to do with me. Yichuan shrugged, simultaneously gesturing to the menial disciples. The newly established faction should not be extinguished merely due to offending Su Linglong. Otherwise, all her efforts would be in vain. Realizing this, the menial disciples had no choice but to slowly retreat to the side. Consider yourselves fortunate, the female disciple remarked coldly. After successfully dismissing the opponent, he departed with Yichuan, leaving the miscellaneous disciples behind. However, as soon as they left, Shen Qian revealed a look of panic. What should be done? Sister Yichuan has been taken away. Not only she, but everyone else also began to panic. Yet, the other miscellaneous disciples did not share his level of distress. They resolved to seek out Senior Sister Wang Xuero. Indeed, the miscellaneous disciples expressed in unison. They swiftly dispersed to relay the news and search for Wang Xuero. Within the grand hall, Su Linglong leaned back in her seat. Upon seeing the female disciple escort Yichuan, she slowly opened her eyes. You have finally arrived. Of course, how could I evade when the beautiful sister wishes to see me? Yichuan replied playfully, stepping forward a few paces without waiting for the female disciple to speak. Haha, indeed, you are Sister Yin Yuexin's maid. Even your words are so sweet. Su Linglong coldly remarked. The implication was clear. She wished to know what Yin Yuexin had been up to lately. That depends on how the sister interprets it. After all, how can one know sweetness without having tasted it? Chapter 21. An unexpected visitor, what did you say? Su Linglong furrowed her brow. Yichuan's insinuation genuinely surprised her. Haha, do you not understand my meaning, dear sister? Yichuan chuckled. He neither clarified his statement nor acknowledged it outright. Hearing this, Su Linglong found herself at a loss. She believed that since Yichuan was Yin Yuexin's maid, he must know something about her. However, his glibness made her anxious. Impudent. You had better behave yourself, Su Linglong said sternly. With just one sentence, she left Yichuan at a loss for words. He had barely uttered anything yet. Moreover, what could be the reason for her summoning him? A torrent of questions flooded his mind. I have come to inquire about what the 6th junior sister has been doing recently. What? Yichuan replied in confusion. Aside from serving him, it seemed he had no other connection to her. Moreover, he had taken Yin Yuexin not long ago, and now being asked to provide answers felt rather burdensome. Sister, I do not understand your meaning. Yichuan pretended to be innocent, even pleading with Su Linglong to clarify further. You dare to feign ignorance, Su Linglong said indignantly. Her purpose in summoning Yichuan was to ascertain what Yin Yuexin had been engaged in for the past few days. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Listening to Yichuan's nonsense would not only be unhelpful, but it might also lead her astray. It seems your relationship with the 6th junior sister is rather good. I truly admire your loyalty, Su Linglong commended, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth, clearly plotting against Yichuan. Are you intending to deal with me? Yichuan responded with a smile instead of surprise. Today, I intend to confront myself. But I fear that neither Yin Yuexin nor Wang Xuero would consent to this. Before his arrival here, the female disciples I had subdued were already aware of the situation. Should any danger arise, it is certain that someone would step forward to resolve it. Do you think I would be afraid? Su Linglong said coldly, completely disregarding the presence of the servant disciples. If he were unaware of Yin Yuexin's circumstances, it would imply that no one would come to his aid. Even if Yin Yuexin were to arrive, what awaited him would merely be a cold corpse. Haha, my sister would naturally not be afraid. But if the third and sixth senior sisters personally intervene, I fear the matter would be rather grave. What? Are you implying that the third senior sister? Clearly, Li Muqing's involvement made Su Linglong somewhat flustered. A mere Yin Yuexin was something she could easily handle. As long as there was no evidence to prove that Yi Chuan was present, she certainly had the opportunity to refute any accusations. Haha, you shall know soon enough. Yi Chuan replied with a smile. Evidently, his words were not mere alarmist rhetoric. In the end, someone would indeed come forth to address the situation. Take him down and keep a close watch. Yes, the female disciple replied. Before they could reach Yi Chuan's side, he unexpectedly left with them without hesitation. Su Linglong grew increasingly curious. However, it was too late to intervene. She could only watch helplessly as Yi Chuan was taken away. This is outrageous. Su Linglong exclaimed with indignation. Yi Chuan's scheming had robbed her of any interest at that moment. With that, she turned to leave the grand hall. Meanwhile, the servant disciples had already reported Yi Chuan's departure to Wang Xuero. They believed that upon learning of the situation, Wang Xuero would undoubtedly intervene personally. However, to their surprise, Wang Xuero not only refrained from taking action, but instructed them to return and await further news. In an instant, many servant female disciples were left in a state of bewilderment. Wasn't it said that they had a close relationship? Everyone had witnessed how Wang Xuero had supported Yi Chuan at every turn. Yet, when Yi Chuan was in danger, they all pretended to be oblivious. Sister Xuero, will you not intervene? Yes. If Yi Chuan falls into their hands, it would likely bode ill for her. The entire Jade Maiden Sect was aware that Su Linglong and Yin Yuexin were at odds, and Yi Chuan could very well become a victim in their conflict. What? Wang Xuero furrowed her brows. Even if no one else intervened, she could not possibly stand by and watch Yi Chuan in peril. The notion of her remaining indifferent was utterly preposterous. You need not concern yourselves with this, Wang Xuero said firmly. With a wave of her sleeve, she departed the scene. This matter was of great significance. She must find Su Linglong to discuss it. Within the grand hall, Wang Xuero quickly relayed the news to Yin Yuexin. What? Are you saying that Su Linglong has taken Yi Chuan? Yin Yuexin exclaimed in astonishment. They were all well aware of Yi Chuan's identity. If Su Linglong were to act without knowledge and directly eliminate him, it would spell disaster for their happiness. Yes. The disciple from the servants' quarters has come to report, and it should be accurate. This revelation left Yin Yuexin utterly stunned, collapsing into her seat. How? How could this happen? No one had anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. I suspect that fifth senior sister's actions are aimed at you, Wang Xuero cautioned. Previously, Su Linglong had relentlessly sought ways to undermine Yin Yuexin. Having finally captured Yi Chuan, she would undoubtedly not let the opportunity slip away easily. If she has the ability, she should come directly to confront me, Yin Yuexin retorted, unable to tolerate the situation and ready to take matters into her own hands. Especially concerning her little nemesis, Yi Chuan, which left her in a state of anxious agitation. Sixth senior sister. At that moment, a disciple suddenly rushed in from outside. What is it? Yin Yuexin inquired. Little did she know that the chaos was only beginning, as the disciple hurriedly entered. Third senior sister has arrived. Li Muqing. Yin Yuexin could scarcely remain seated. Their own situation was already tumultuous, and the unexpected arrival of Li Muqing was alarming. Senior sister, she does not come in good faith. Does she? Wang Xuero expressed her concern, fearing that unforeseen circumstances might shatter their fragile alliance. It was crucial to note that Yi Chuan was associated with Li Muqing, having been seized due to the matter of the Yongdan. Do not panic. Perhaps there are other unforeseen developments, Yin Yuexin interrupted. Even if Li Muqing were to come seeking retribution, with Yi Chuan absent, there would be little she could do. Should we meet third senior sister? Wang Xuero asked anxiously, worried that the encounter might lead to unwanted complications. Yes. After careful consideration, Yin Yuexin decisively proclaimed. The more they attempted to evade, the greater the peril they would invite. Rather than remain passive, it was better to agree to the meeting. Senior sister, let her in, she instructed the disciple outside, without waiting for Wang Xuero to object. Remember, what is meant to come will come, we cannot evade it. Chapter 22. Capturing female disciples with emotional goo before long. The disciple ushered in Li Muqing and her companions into the grand hall. Third senior sister, I was unaware of your esteemed presence. I apologize for the lack of proper welcome. Yin Yuexin hurriedly rose to greet her. However, Li Muqing did not acknowledge the courtesy and merely sat beside her, coldly stating, You should understand the purpose of my visit. Clearly, she had received information regarding Yi Chuan's disappearance, and her intent to confront Yin Yuexin was evidently tied to this matter. What? I do not comprehend the meaning of third senior sister's words. Yin Yuexin feigned ignorance. Yet her expression betrayed her own anxiety over Yi Chuan being taken by Su Linglong's associates. Otherwise, she would lose the happiness that rightfully belonged to her. Humph. My person has indeed been brought to you, hasn't he? As expected, Li Muqing's intention was, indeed, Yi Chuan. Uncertain, the third senior sister inquired, testing the waters with Yin Yuexin. From the tone of the other party, she gathered the essence of her meaning. However, without concrete evidence, she would never admit to it. Still deceiving me, Li Muqing declared indignantly. If there were no proof, why would she come to confront me? If Yi Chuan were still by her side, Li Muqing would not interfere. Yet, just moments ago, she received news claiming that Su Linglong's people had taken Yi Chuan away. His current fate was uncertain. Not only Li Muqing but even Xian could hardly contain her anxiety, immediately joining her senior sister to seek answers from Yin Yuexin. Senior sister, do you mean to say that I have taken your person away? Yin Yuexin furrowed her brows. She even harbored doubts in her heart. Considering that if Yi Chuan were indeed close to Li Muqing, she could not possibly be unaware of his true identity. Therefore, perhaps she was not the only one to have captured Yi Chuan's heart. To be candid, my sister Yi Chuan must not be placed in danger, Li Muqing asserted solemnly. Concerning the situation at hand, they all understood one another without needing to verbalize it. Yet, no one was willing to shatter that unspoken agreement. I comprehend your meaning. Senior sister, based on your plan, what should we do now? With Yi Chuan now in Su Linglong's grasp, any attempt to exert pressure would require careful preparation. We can only observe the situation unfold, Li Muqing sighed. I hope Su Linglong will not make things difficult for Yi Chuan. However, given her current strength, dealing with Yi Chuan may not be as simple as it seems. It must be so, Yin Yuexin replied despondently, having hoped that Li Muqing would have a solution to rescue Yi Chuan, only to be met with such words. Meanwhile, the female disciples assigned to guard Yi Chuan looked upon him with disdain. What makes him so special that our senior sister insists we keep a close watch on him? Humph. If he dares to escape, I will surely kill him. The two disciples escorting Yi Chuan displayed their contempt. Yet, Yi Chuan could only manage a helpless smile. After all, he had finally found himself in the company of beautiful women, only to be met with such derision. What are you laughing at? One of the female disciples exclaimed angrily. In response, Yi Chuan not only maintained his smile, but also gradually approached her side. Sister, I have no intention of escaping. There is no need for you to be so anxious. As he drew near, he was suddenly enveloped by a delightful fragrance. How enchanting! Even Yi Chuan, who had encountered countless women, could not help but inhale deeply. The female disciple immediately scowled, questioning whether Yi Chuan had lost his senses. Such greed, even towards the same sex. Alas, let us not dwell on him. As long as he does not flee, that suffices. The companion, witnessing this, hastily advised. However, Yi Chuan was not as simple as she presumed. Had he wished to escape, he would not have willingly accompanied them. Even now, the enchanting figure of Su Linglong lingered in his mind, impossible to erase. I advise you to refrain from speaking too much. Otherwise, should you provoke the fifth senior sister, you may find yourself in dire straits, threatened the female disciple. The fifth senior sister, Su Linglong, was a figure of inscrutable temperament. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences for the female disciples. Thus, over time, they had come to fear the person before them. Is that so? It seems she is quite a formidable character. Yi Chuan feigned astonishment. The more fiery the woman, the more intrigued he became. After all, he possessed the system's reward of the love goo. As the saying goes, the more intense the other party, the more fervently one can love them. The female disciple was rendered speechless. Who would have thought Yi Chuan would be so ungrateful? If danger were to arise, he would surely find himself at a loss. Hey, sister, since you have kindly reminded me, I am not one to be ungrateful. I shall bestow some benefits upon you. Yi Chuan smiled. Hearing this, the two female disciples instantly became intrigued. What benefits? They exchanged glances and approached Yi Chuan eagerly. Of course, it is this, Yi Chuan declared. Abruptly, he conjured the love goo seal, and two red heart-shaped symbols flew into their foreheads. What have you done to us? The female disciples exclaimed in shock. Yet, in mere moments, their demeanor underwent a complete transformation, their gazes towards Yi Chuan brimming with boundless affection. Haha, it is undoubtedly something you cherish, Otherwise, at the Jade Maiden Sect, how could you not suffocate from boredom? Yichuan chuckled. The entire Jade Maiden Sect was comprised solely of female disciples. Even in matters of romance, it was not their place as official disciples. The two female disciples began to panic. However, while they were momentarily dazed, Yichuan suddenly appeared before them. I never imagined your cheeks would be so smooth and delicate, he remarked, reveling in their silkiness and praising them incessantly. In an instant, perhaps due to never having had their cheeks touched, the two female disciples blushed deeply. And no, you cannot do this, sister. Haha, soon enough. You shall not call me sister anymore, Yichuan laughed. If he truly were a woman, why would he go to such lengths to approach them? What? The two female disciples were filled with confusion. Their inner resistance swiftly morphed into anticipation. For you should address me as elder brother, or perhaps younger brother, he continued. Yichuan directly altered the system's attire, fully revealing his masculine side to them. The two female disciples were momentarily rendered speechless, astonished that their junior sister had transformed into a man. All you need to do is serve me well. There's no need to concern yourselves with anything else, Yichuan reassured them. In truth, the two female disciples were already deeply ensnared by his charm, their minds racing with thoughts of how to serve him. Chapter 23, Capturing the Two Female Disciples Master. We are willing to serve you, the two female disciples exclaimed, their faces alight with submission. It was precisely for this reason that Yichuan comprehended the significance of emotional enchantment. Excellent. Yichuan chuckled. It appeared he was under their soft confinement. Yet he reveled in a notion that few men had ever experienced. As he spoke, without needing to indicate, the two female disciples had already unlocked the shackles binding him. Rest assured, as long as you serve me well, I shall not treat you unfairly. The implication was clear. Through mutual cultivation, not only could Yichuan enhance his strength, but they could also achieve breakthroughs. All right. The two female disciples nodded. Though they had never served the opposite sex, some things were destined from birth. Haha. It seems I shall need to exert myself tonight, he mused, the meaning unmistakable. Once he had won them over, no further challenges would arise. Moreover, they were integral to Yichuan's grand design. Observing this, the two female disciples hesitated no longer, as if they could see the flames of desire igniting within Yichuan. In an instant, they assisted him in shedding his garments and proceeded with the ensuing actions. Meanwhile, to rescue Yichuan, Li Muqing and Yin Yuexin sought out Su Linglong for negotiations. However, Su Linglong harbored significant reluctance, for everyone had differing perspectives. As the third senior sister, Li Muqing found herself unable to resolve the matter. Yet Yin Yuexin was different. She would not allow Su Linglong to surpass her in any regard. Third senior sister, if there are issues, you may consult me, she offered. Indeed, there is a problem right now, Li Muqing replied, her concern for Yichuan's disappearance weighing heavily on her. If Yichuan were in danger, she feared it would be incomprehensible to anyone. Yet she felt a twinge of impulsiveness, for each person's thoughts were clear, especially considering that she had savored Yichuan's services. She was undoubtedly the most delighted among them. Is that so? Then may I ask, third senior sister, is there something I have done incorrectly? Su Linglong inquired. Should any issues arise, the consequences would be profound for them all. However, he was reluctant to relinquish the opportunity to confront Yin Yuexin. As long as Yichuan spoke up, the matter would undoubtedly be resolved. I, on the other hand, had no such advantage. However, I had managed to escape with a maidservant, who, as I heard, was likely at the residence of the sixth junior sister. Regrettably, she mentioned that you brought along a mere servant disciple. The implication was unmistakable. She wanted to ascertain whether Yichuan was in her grasp, while simultaneously compelling her to acknowledge all outcomes. What? In my possession? Su Linglong furrowed her brow, realizing that indeed, they had sought her out for that very maidservant. If even a mere servant disciple is enough to trouble the third junior sister, then I truly have no other recourse, Su Linglong explained. The meaning was crystal clear. It was evident they harbored ulterior motives. Particularly for Su Linglong, the greater the concern from Li Muqing and Yin Yuexin, the more it underscored Yichuan's threat to them. Regrettably, I had never encountered this person. What? Yin Yuexin seethed with fury. It was a simple assertion, yet now she claimed to have never seen the individual, which no one would find credible. Fifth junior sister, if we have grievances, they are ours to resolve, and do not concern others, Yin Yuexin urged anxiously. Let alone her attachment to Yichuan. Even after negotiating with Li Muqing, she recognized that the situation was not easily resolvable. I apologize. I did not imply that your actions were misguided, but I do not wish to entangle our personal emotions in this matter. And the third junior sister stands as a witness. Yin Yuexin understood in her heart that Su Linglong's treatment of Yi Chuan was merely a tactic against her. Yet, Yi Chuan was innocent. Furthermore, since they had all been subdued by Yi Chuan, it was only natural they would not speak on behalf of others. At this point, anyone could pose a threat. However, it was precisely for this reason he would name Li Muqing. Once Su Linglong spoke, she would undoubtedly reach a consensus with her. In such a scenario, no matter how Yin Yuexin might struggle, it would ultimately be to her detriment. Ridiculous. If I were to target a mere servant disciple, what advantage would that bring me? Su Linglong declared indignantly. It was precisely this that allowed her to mask her anxiety. Regardless, Yi Chuan was merely a servant disciple. Should he truly possess sufficient capability, she would undoubtedly find a way to restrain him. Witnessing this, Yin Yuexin could only look helplessly at Li Muqing. If Li Chuan falls into your hands, I hope you will spare her, Li Muqing retorted disdainfully. The disparity in attitude between the powerful and the subordinate was stark. Yet unfortunately, she did not comprehend this. Third junior sister, do you believe it necessary for me to offend you and the sixth junior sister over a mere servant disciple? Even Li Muqing found herself at a loss for words at that moment. It was a simple statement, yet Yi Chuan was firmly in her grasp. If the mask is torn, it brings no benefit to anyone. Third sister, I perceive that fifth sister is determined to engage in a battle to the death. Yin Yuexin has sent her off on this path. Regardless of the circumstances, her intentions are directed solely at herself. The current impasse remains shrouded in uncertainty, as no one seems to comprehend the underlying issue. At this juncture, it becomes evident that there are myriad reasons involved. Are you certain? Li Muqing, with a countenance of bewilderment, turned her gaze towards Su Linglong, disregarding Yin Yuexin. Indeed, Su Linglong asserted with unwavering conviction. A single statement sufficed to convey her stance. Yet, the more resolute she appeared, the clearer Li Muqing understood Yi Chuan's intentions. Very well. If that is the case, I shall refrain from pressing my sister further. The implication was unmistakable. If Yi Chuan was unwilling, given her prowess, it would be impossible for her to retain him. Third sister Yin Yuexin exclaimed in astonishment. What had initially been a plan to rescue Yi Chuan now seemed to be abandoned. Without further ado, let us depart, Li Muqing declared. Rising, she exited the scene, leaving Yin Yuexin with no choice but to follow, despite her reluctance. Calling out to third sister yielded no response from Li Muqing, who continued onward. Third sister, must we disregard Yi Chuan entirely? Upon leaving the great hall, Yin Yuexin began to inquire. Have you not discerned that this is all part of his scheme? Li Muqing replied. Yi Chuan's intentions were abundantly clear. He had previously regarded himself as prey, and now Su Linglong found herself in the same predicament. Are you implying? Yin Yuexin furrowed her brow. However, the ever-composed Li Muqing paid her no mind, merely nodding as she made her way towards her quarters. Now it makes sense, Yin Yuexin acknowledged with a nod. Chapter 24. I adore your scent while I cannot guarantee much. Should Yi Chuan wish to explore new experiences, Yin Yuexin would certainly not stand in his way. In fact, she might even lend her utmost support when necessary. However, after 2 hours of endeavor, Yi Chuan had successfully captivated 2 female disciples. The forthcoming rewards would undoubtedly resemble those of emotional entanglements. Yet, even so, Yi Chuan felt a profound sense of joy. After all, many of the female disciples of the Jade Maiden Sect were reluctant to engage in dual cultivation with him. Nevertheless, his possession of emotional entanglements rendered their intentions immutable. What do you think? Am I to your satisfaction? Yi Chuan inquired, adjusting his attire. In that instant, the 2 female disciples found themselves at a loss for words, for they understood all too well that Yi Chuan's efforts offered a tenderness they had never before experienced. Master, as long as you are happy, that is all that matters to us. The sentiments of the 2 female disciples were in perfect harmony. It is precisely for this reason that Yi Chuan's subsequent life will be considerably more comfortable. I am perplexed as to why 5th senior sister summoned me, Yi Chuan inquired, half-heartedly. In truth, he merely wished to discern Su Linglong's intentions. Master, 5th senior sister's objective is not directed at you, the 2 female disciples explained. Indeed, her aim is merely to deal with 6th senior sister. The 2 female disciples have already become her subordinates, thus there would be no suspicion. What? Yi Chuan furrowed his brow. Yin Yuexin is indeed his woman, yet he has not yet had his fill of her. If Su Linglong were to create disturbances, it would yield no benefit for him. Are you saying she summoned me with the intent to harm Sixth Senior Sister? Despite having formed an idea, he had not anticipated it would be so blatant. Master, might you have any thoughts on this? The two female disciples inquired. At this moment, they were resolute. Whatever challenges arose, they would fulfill Yi Chuan's wishes. Indeed, I do not wish to expose her, but rather to play along with her scheme. What? The two female disciples were taken aback, unable to comprehend the meaning behind his words. Or perhaps, from the moment Yi Chuan arrived here, he had already harbored his own intentions. Master, you surely are not prepared for something, are you? In an instant, the conversation among the three fell into a stalemate, as none could ascertain whom these actions were truly aimed at. If Su Linglong's claims were indeed accurate, they could pose a genuine threat to them. I harbor no ill will. I will not proactively confront anyone, but should anyone trouble me, I shall consume them whole. As he spoke, Yi Chuan did not forget to lick the side of the female disciple. Observing this, the disciple immediately ignited with fervor. My intention is quite simple, to slowly devour my prey. The female disciple was momentarily speechless, for she understood that Yi Chuan indeed possessed such strength. Particularly reflecting on his earlier prowess, she found herself still yearning for more. Very well, you may go and rest. I wish to be alone for a while. Yes. The two female disciples, weary from the recent skirmish, did not utter another word upon receiving Yi Chuan's permission and departed directly. However, moments later, Su Linglong stormed in, seething with fury. Upon discovering that her maid was not present to supervise Yi Chuan, she did not express her sentiments, but merely smiled as she gazed at him. I did not expect you to be quite at ease. Haha, if Fifth Senior Sister did not wish for my comfort, why would she bring me here? Yi Chuan responded. The work of a miscellaneous disciple is exceedingly arduous, yet Su Linglong had summoned him and even sent two breathtakingly beautiful women to accompany him. For Yi Chuan, it felt akin to a dream. Is that so? But soon enough, you shall understand. The circumstances are quite clear. Any unforeseen events pose a threat to them. However, with Li Muqing accompanying Yan Yuexin, I cannot help but feel a tinge of apprehension. After all, Li Muqing is the third senior sister. And despite any discord between her and Yan Yuexin, I would prefer to avoid creating further complications. Sister Yi Chuan, might you enlighten me as to why Yan Yuexin sought your presence? Rest assured, I shall address it accordingly, Yi Chuan inquired, casting a puzzled glance towards Su Linglong. In that moment, for reasons unknown, Su Linglong appeared increasingly captivating to him, igniting a fervor within him that he struggled to suppress. Yet, Su Linglong refrained from providing a direct response, diverting her gaze elsewhere. Regardless, I must assert that now that you are in my grasp, escaping will not be a simple endeavor, Su Linglong declared fiercely, her meaning unmistakable, unless a celestial master intervenes. Yet, how could a celestial master be inclined to offend her for the sake of a mere servant disciple? Haha, sister, your essence is intoxicating. Alas, I shall not yield. For I do not resort to threats. Yi Chuan chuckled. In his eyes, Su Linglong had long since become his. Regardless of any grievances she may share with Yan Yuexin, their dynamics could very well tip the scales. Oomph. Stubborn and unyielding, Su Linglong retorted with indignation. At that moment, she suddenly realized that the two female disciples she had dispatched were conspicuously absent. Qingfeng, Qingwei, she called out anxiously. However, there was no sign of them, and her concern began to mount. She had entrusted them with the task of monitoring Yi Chuan, only to find that they themselves had vanished. Haha, there is no need for you to summon them. I have sent them to rest, Yi Chuan replied. What? Su Linglong furrowed her brow. Typically, they would adhere closely to her, yet they had chosen this moment to defy her wishes. Damn it, what use are these two useless beings? Her implication was clear. Should her murderous intent arise, the other party would certainly not survive. Fifth senior sister, do you truly believe that having them watch over me will instill any sense of stability? Yi Chuan shook his head with a wry smile. As long as he desired it, Su Linglong would inevitably become his. Besides, they were merely two handmaidens. What do you mean? Su Linglong questioned, perplexed. To her, Yi Chuan was nothing more than a servant disciple, lacking any real power. Were it not for the involvement of Li Muqing and Yan Yuexin, she would hardly deign to regard him. Has it not crossed your mind, fifth senior sister, for whom I am undertaking this? Yi Chuan approached Su Linglong slowly, leaning down to inhale her fragrance, which instantly invigorated him. What are you intending to do? Su Linglong exclaimed in astonishment. However, Yi Chuan paid no heed to it, Instead, he turned around with a smile and remarked, "It's nothing. I merely find that the fragrance surrounding you, Senior Sister Wu, is far more enchanting than that of Senior Sister Lu." Chapter 25. The Audacity of Rebellion. The alluring scent wafted through the air. Who could have anticipated that the female disciples of the Yunnu sect would each resemble celestial beings? Yichuan expressed with an air of indulgence. In that moment, even Su Linglong was taken aback. "Damn, you actually share a common interest with third senior sister." Li Muqing's peculiarities within the Yunnu sect were well known to all. Yet, out of respect for their sisterly bond, none dared to confront the matter directly. "Why must you be so alarmed, sister?" Yichuan chuckled, seemingly oblivious to Su Linglong's disdain. Unperturbed, Su Linglong maintained her stern demeanor and stated, "If you could divulge what sixth junior sister has been up to lately, I might consider letting bygones be bygones." Yin Yuexin was preoccupied with her cultivation. She was acutely aware of the stakes involved. However, they had yet to glean any insights regarding the tasks assigned by the Immortal Lord. Should Yin Yuexin locate that prodigy with an exceptional foundation in the Tao ahead of them, she would surely earn the Immortal Lord's favor. If she succeeded in pleasing the esteemed Qianghua Immortal Lord, she might even be rewarded with invaluable elixirs or techniques. "Would you like to know?" Yichuan retorted with a sneer. It was evident that she merely sought to probe for information. Yet, he had no intention of revealing anything until it suited him. "Rest assured, I shall not treat you unfairly," he added. Observing that a hard approach yielded no results, Su Linglong shifted her strategy to a softer one. If she could acquire evidence against Yin Yuexin, she would undoubtedly deny her any chance of resurgence. "Ah, that depends on how you intend to reward me," he replied with a laugh. Su Linglong furrowed her brows, feeling an inexplicable aversion at Yichuan's mere proximity. "I advise you to remain honest." The blatant disregard from Yichuan ignited a flicker of anger within Su Linglong. "And what if I choose not to?" Yichuan provocatively challenged, his intentions unmistakably aimed at winning over Su Linglong. However, she remained oblivious to his ulterior motives, assuming he shared a similar penchant with Li Muqing. "Scoundrel!" As Yichuan persisted in his advances, Su Linglong raised her palm and struck his chest. "Sister." The two female disciples behind her gasped, their expressions a mix of disbelief. Yet, Su Linglong had no intention of taking Yichuan's life. Rather, she coldly remarked, "This is merely a lesson. You shall endure greater suffering to come." "What?" Yichuan could hardly believe his ears. A casual slap, and she deemed it a punishment? What's the matter? Su Linglong raised an eyebrow. If it were an ordinary disciple struck at such close range, they would undoubtedly be gravely injured. "You didn't expect this, did you?" Yichuan scoffed. If he were truly that easy to kill, he would never have consented to accompany them to meet Su Linglong. "To be frank, you lack the capability to kill me," Yichuan declared, his words devoid of deceit, for he indeed possessed such strength. "Impudent. If you truly had such prowess, why masquerade as a mere servant disciple?" Su Linglong retorted anxiously. The more inscrutable Yichuan appeared, the greater her apprehension grew. Should his claims hold any truth, it would suggest that his arrival at the Jade Maiden Sect harbored ulterior motives. "Haha, my intentions are not solely focused on the wine." Yichuan replied with a grin, his words entirely sincere. His purpose was to conquer the entire Jade Maiden Sect and transform it into his harem. "Humph, such flattery." Su Linglong scoffed, failing to grasp the implications of Yichuan's words spoken in his feminine form. "Do you not believe me?" Yichuan signaled to two female disciples nearby. As anticipated, the two disciples seized Su Linglong without her awareness. "What treachery is this?" Su Linglong seethed with rage, stunned that the very disciples she had been close to would turn against her. "Senior sister, please heed the master's arrangements," they urged. "Indeed, the master will ensure you taste the sweetness of his favor." Their words only served to enrage Su Linglong further. "You dare to call him master?" It was evident that the two disciples had betrayed her. Should Yichuan be given the chance to act against her, the peril would only intensify. "Sister, do you not yearn to experience that sensation?" As he spoke, Yichuan transformed back into his male form. "You." Su Linglong was utterly flabbergasted. She had believed Yichuan to be merely a servant disciple in a woman's guise, and though he might possess some strength, it would be inconsequential. Little did she know, he was not only a man, but also possessed terrifying prowess. "Curse it! Who are you really?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Linglong comprehended that Yichuan had intentionally approached her. "I have already stated, I am someone who can aid the Jade Maiden Sect," Yichuan explained. "Otherwise, It would be a waste to leave the enchanting disciples of the sect without proper nourishment. Indeed, senior sister, just trust the master. He will treat us well. The two female disciples urged, sensing her hesitation. Upon hearing their words, Su Linglong's fury ignited. She had treated them kindly, only to be betrayed at a critical moment. I should not have kept you by my side. With that, she suddenly summoned her inner energy, unleashing a mysterious primal force from her dantian. Boom. The two female disciples were violently thrown back, their faces turning ashen as they coughed up blood. With your feeble skills, you think you can subdue me? You still have years of cultivation ahead, Su Linglong coldly asserted. Even Yin Yuexin would not dare to confront her directly, let alone the female disciple serving by her side. Senior sister, please don't harm our master. The female disciple, disregarding her own safety, immediately positioned herself beside Yichuan. Even Su Linglong was taken aback. The other party was willing to sacrifice themselves for Yichuan. What kind of enchantment had he cast upon them? Confused, they turned to Yichuan, who wore a triumphant expression. Sister, you have seen it. Only I can bring you joy. The presence of the female disciple was proof of this. Were it not for such a bond, why would anyone willingly die for him? Then I shall kill you first, and then deal with them. No. The female disciple promptly summoned her longsword, pointing it fiercely at Su Linglong. Unless you kill me, Su Linglong declared resolutely, with a wave of her hand. She repelled them and lunged towards Yichuan. What audacity to harm Yin Yuexin. Upon discovering Yichuan's identity, she had no intention of letting him go. Otherwise, it might implicate the entire Jade Maiden Palace. Very well, Yichuan replied calmly. The opponent's strength was formidable, even he couldn't help but admire it. However, with such prowess, eliminating Yichuan would not be a simple task. Chapter 26, A Shift in Attitude. Boom. A tremendous explosion echoed. For reasons unknown, just as Su Linglong approached Yichuan, an invisible wall of energy emerged before her. How could this happen? Su Linglong panicked. The aura emanating from Yichuan was unlike anything she had ever encountered. Even the esteemed Qianghua Xinzuan might not exhibit such power frequently. A sense of dread began to creep in. The opponent's strength was truly terrifying. Haha, I forgot to mention. I am the genius who possesses a supreme Dao foundation. I believe even Qianghua Xinzuan is busy searching for me, Yichuan declared. What? A supreme Dao foundation? It can't possibly be you. Su Linglong was momentarily stunned. However, it seemed Yichuan was not deceiving her. The notion that he possessed a supreme Dao foundation while masquerading as a menial disciple in the Jade Maiden Sect was indeed perplexing. To be honest, I am the remnant of the Tianma sect, Yichuan. At this point, Yichuan harbored no doubts and immediately revealed his identity to her. Upon hearing this, Su Linglong was instantly flustered. How could she have been unaware that he was a remnant of the Tianma sect? Furthermore, being by Yin Yuexin's side suggested that Yin Yuexin might have ties to the Tianma sect as well. Humph, I had already suspected as much, Su Linglong retorted fiercely. In general, the rules of the Jade Maiden Sect were strict, and it was utterly impossible for a man to infiltrate. Moreover, not long ago, the Jade Maiden Sect had descended from the mountain to eradicate the Tianma sect, and Yichuan was likely from that very place. So, what do you wish to say now? Yichuan shook his head with a wry smile. With a sudden force, he pushed her back 2 steps. In terms of strength, at this moment, Yichuan was entirely no match for her. However, due to Su Linglong's inner turmoil upon discovering the truth, she fell prey to his ambush. It was unexpected that remnants of the Celestial Demon Sect still lingered. You are mistaken, my affiliation with the Celestial Demon Sect is irrelevant. What truly matters is my ability to assist you, Yichuan stated solemnly. He realized that capturing Su Linglong through conventional means was nearly impossible, as she lacked any overwhelming desire. Do not forget, we are in the Jade Maiden Sect. If you do not surrender, you will meet a gruesome end. Su Linglong retorted angrily. Regardless of the grievances between sisters, when danger loomed over the Jade Maiden Sect, none would stand idly by. Haha, if that is the case, it seems I will need to resort to some tactics, he replied. What do you mean? Su Linglong inquired. Just then, Yichuan formed a hand sign for the love insect. Go, he shouted. The eerie love insect shot directly into Su Linglong's forehead. Ah, Su Linglong gasped in horror. After a moment, she realized that aside from feeling slightly dazed, the insect had not inflicted any substantial harm upon her. Do not try to frighten me. Haha, how could I bear to frighten you? Yichuan slowly approached her, showing no intention of letting her go. Seeing this, Su Linglong became even more alarmed and instinctively began to retreat. What? At that moment, Su Linglong suddenly felt dizzy. What did you just do to me? It was evident that the love insect within her had begun to take effect, especially when she looked at Yi Chuan. Her eyes glistened with tears, resembling those of a first love. Do not worry, sister. She is now just like us, two female disciples joyfully remarked. This was precisely the desired outcome. Otherwise, Su Linglong would surely thwart their plans. Haha, I am now the man you adore most. Remember my face well? Yi Chuan chuckled. He understood the potent nature of the love insect. Even Su Linglong, or perhaps even the esteemed Xianghua, would find it difficult to escape its grasp. Why yes. The dazed Su Linglong nodded, surprisingly offering no objections. Then come here quickly. Yi Chuan beckoned from his seat on the bed. At that moment, the initially resistant Su Linglong found herself inexplicably drawn towards him. Do not worry. I will not mistreat you. Yi Chuan gently rose and embraced her. In an instant, the softness of her slender waist ignited his desires. Before Su Linglong could utter a word, Yi Chuan closed the distance between them. Ding. Detected intimate contact with the opposite sex. Optimization points 300. Established intimate relationship with target Su Linglong. Current intimacy level 30. Astonishing. Do not speak of Su Linglong's enchanting form that drives one to madness. Even the tender emotions shared between them linger in one's memory. However, such allure is insufficient, as each one must fulfill the tasks assigned by the system. At this moment, he is far more inclined to conquer Su Linglong than any other female disciple. Su Linglong has already succumbed to the love spell, yet her consciousness remains intact. Especially after experiencing Yi Chuan's exquisite touch, she finds herself responding to him involuntarily. What? Yi Chuan is somewhat astonished. He did not anticipate that Su Linglong would enter this state much sooner than her peers. Who would have thought that such delightful fortune would befall him? The implication is unmistakable. Yi Chuan believed he would not be able to win over Su Linglong so swiftly. Little did he realize that before he could take the initiative, she was already eager to see him. Thus, he quickened his pace. How are you? Yi Chuan inquired, gently caressing Su Linglong's cheek. Upon seeing this, her face flushed crimson as she turned away, yet a satisfied smile graced her lips. Haha. I have stated before that I must let you savor the sweetness of this experience. As he spoke, he began to showcase his skill, particularly the piano techniques rewarded by the system. Thereafter, Yi Chuan hesitated no longer. Ding. Detection of intimate contact with the opposite sex. Optimization points 600. Establishing a close relationship with target Su Linglong. Current intimacy level 60. Ding. Detection of intimate contact with the opposite sex. Optimization points 1000. Establishing a close relationship with target Su Linglong. Current intimacy level 90. The system's notifications continued to refresh. At this moment, Su Linglong had completely succumbed to her emotions. Suddenly, the voice of a female disciple broke through the atmosphere. 5th senior sister, 3rd senior sister, and 6th senior sister have urgent matters to discuss. What? Su Linglong's expression darkened. Just as she had begun to feel joy, she did not expect their arrival at this moment. You go inform them to wait in the main hall, Su Linglong said, deliberately suppressing her excitement. However, being interrupted suddenly diminished much of the pleasure in her heart. My lord, it's fine. Resolving important matters takes precedence, Yi Chuan graciously interjected. Regardless, they had already become his possessions. As for Su Linglong's attitude, he would naturally not argue against it. Very well, it must be so, Su Linglong sighed. She adjusted her attire and walked straight towards the exit. Sisters, you better serve me well, or you shall face the consequences, Su Linglong reprimanded her 2 junior sisters. Yes, the female disciples responded. One could discern from their expressions that they were quite satisfied with this outcome. Damn. The most disgruntled among them was Yi Chuan, determined to resolve matters concerning Su Linglong. I had not anticipated that the pivotal moment would be interrupted by Li Muqing and Yan Yuexin, who were worried about my safety. Had I been granted just half an hour more, I would have undoubtedly dealt with her. It was evident that Yi Chuan had already ensnared Su Linglong with a love spell. At this moment, as long as he willed it, she would comply with his every command. Master, how may I serve you? Inquired the female disciple, eager to regain Yi Chuan's favor. Unfortunately for her, Yi Chuan had lost interest. Rising to his feet, he suggested, why don't we go take a look? At his words, the 2 female disciples instantly panicked. If they were to investigate now, it could potentially lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Although they were unaware of Yi Chuan's relationship with Yan Yuexin and the others, it was clear they wished to protect him from harm. Rest assured, I understand your intentions, Yichuan reassured with a smile, while playfully pinching their ample forms. In the midst of the tumultuous emotions, Su Linglong, feeling the effects of the lingering love spell, was incensed upon seeing Li Muqing and Yan Yuexin before her. "Three senior sisters, what brings you here? I wonder if there is something of concern," she remarked. Irked that they had disturbed her at such a delicate moment after finally experiencing the attention of the opposite sex. "We?" Li Muqing glanced back at Yan Yuexin. "Fifth senior sister, we are here in search of someone. There is no need for you to be so anxious," Yan Yuexin smoothly continued, fearing that her presence might inadvertently lead to harm coming to Yichuan. That being said, I naturally understand. However, it seems rather unsuitable for you to seek someone here," Su Linglong replied coldly. In the past, she might not have cared for Yichuan, but having fallen under his spell, her mind was now filled with thoughts of him. Even if they discovered his presence in her residence, it was unlikely she would easily relinquish him. "Fifth senior sister, I wish for this matter to remain negotiable and not be hindered by our presence," Yan Yuexin implored, her urgency palpable. It was clear that they wanted to take Yichuan away, all while pretending to be oblivious to the situation. Li Muqing, standing nearby, comprehended the nature of their conversation. Previously, there had been a mutual disdain between the two sides, even engaging in subtle conflicts for years. Now, to suddenly become adversaries over Yichuan seemed to serve only to complicate matters for him. "Sixth junior sister, I suspect you harbor ulterior motives. If you claim I have concealed your person, then I suggest you summon the immortal sovereign for judgment," she retorted. Yan Yuexin was rendered speechless. Given Yichuan's identity as a member of the Heavenly Demon Sect, coupled with the fact he was of the opposite sex, how could the esteemed Xianghua immortal sovereign possibly let him off easily if she learned of his situation? "Enough," Li Muqing interjected, her patience waning. Her meaning was crystal clear. She sought to ensure Yichuan's safety. If the Xianghua immortal sovereign were to become aware of the circumstances, safety would be far from guaranteed. "Three senior sisters, I do not mean to target you," she assured. Su Linglong understood that offending the third senior sister would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. However, Yan Yuexin was unafraid, for she concealed the truth of her exceptional Dao foundation. Nonetheless, the sixth junior sister was on a mission, her intentions straightforward. Li Muqing remarked that since she and Yan Yuexin did not share the same objectives, there was no need for excessive questioning. "Third senior sister, do you truly believe I would have any reason to deceive you?" Su Linglong queried, perplexed. At that moment, it was clear to her that Yan Yuexin had successfully persuaded Li Muqing. Otherwise, given her character, how would she have come to protect a male, especially one associated with Yan Yuexin? "You may not deceive me, yet what the sixth junior sister asserts is quite reasonable. Must this matter remain in a standoff?" Li Muqing's anger was palpable, and she began to suspect that Su Linglong was feigning ignorance. "I come to inquire whether Yichuan is with you." "No," Su Linglong replied succinctly, her meaning unmistakable. They were searching for Yichuan, yet all she had was Yichuan himself in disguise. Moreover, no one had mentioned that Yichuan was merely Yichuan's female guise, and he was, in fact, male. Should this information leak, Yichuan would undoubtedly be the first to face dire consequences. Not at all. Yan Yuexin was nearly infuriated. The evidence was clearly substantial. Yet Su Linglong refused to acknowledge it. "Very well. If you truly have none, then there should be no fear in us searching, correct?" Yan Yuexin rose. As long as she found Yichuan, no matter how clever Su Linglong might be, she believed she could not evade the truth. However, it was precisely for this reason that Su Linglong stood up, her face awash with anxiety. "Hold on. What? Are you afraid?" Yan Yuexin sneered. "If you were not afraid, how could such a situation arise?" "Afraid? I would never." Su Linglong scoffed, even as she felt a twinge of fear, simultaneously probing Yan Yuexin's stance. If she had not discovered that Yichuan was the genius with an exceptional Dao foundation, why would she remain silent? Poor Qianghua Xinzuan was still tirelessly searching for Yichuan, yet there was no sign of him. "I must remind you, do not forget the purpose of the Xinzuan." Yan Yuexin fell silent, as did Li Muqing, who accompanied her, both wearing expressions of confusion. Indeed, Yichuan possessed an exceptional Dao foundation, but what did that ultimately signify? If he were a disciple of the Yunus sect, he would undoubtedly gain the favor of Qianghua Xinzuan. Yet, Yichuan was a remnant of the Tianma sect. Should his identity be revealed, it would surely lead to his demise. But would they be willing to abandon him? Clearly, that was not an option. Even facing danger, they had come resolutely to protect him. "Fifth junior sister, I wish to understand clearly, What benefit do you derive from this? Third senior sister, I do not comprehend your meaning. Su Linglong feigned ignorance. They approached her to demand answers, which undoubtedly indicated they possessed evidence. However, none of them spoke, thus granting her an opportunity to defend herself. Damn it! Yin Yuexin was filled with fury and immediately strode towards Su Linglong. So, you are determined to oppose us. What? Su Linglong frowned slightly. It seems that this statement should have been directed at me instead. The fate of the person in her grasp remains uncertain. Yet, she insisted that it was she who was causing him distress. If this news were to leak in the future, it would likely have grave repercussions for her. Yin Yuexin was utterly speechless, her heart beginning to race. Regardless of the circumstances, she wished to shield Yi Chuan from danger. At that moment, Su Linglong remained impervious, only adding to the agitation. Sixth junior sister, do not be anxious, Li Muqing advised. It was pointless to be anxious in this situation. It would only provoke Su Linglong further. Chapter 28. Confrontational Third Senior Sister. But before Yin Yuexin could finish her words, she was abruptly interrupted by Su Linglong. You need not elaborate. I shall comprehend it naturally. Should a stalemate arise with Su Linglong, if she were to divulge the matter, no one would be able to save Yi Chuan. Humph. Third senior sister is indeed wise, Su Linglong retorted. At this moment, anyone who spoke on her behalf would be welcomed, especially the counsel from Li Muqing, which was aimed at suppressing the issue. While she could overlook others, with Su Linglong, she certainly did not wish for any threats to emerge. Fifth junior sister, if that is the case, how shall we proceed? Waiting until danger arises is certainly not as simple as one might say. The person was right beside Su Linglong, yet no one anticipated her tone would be so provocative. Thus, it could be concluded that Su Linglong was deliberately trying to incite Yin Yuexin. The slightest impulsive misstep from Yin Yuexin would allow her to create a commotion, leaving no one capable of rescuing Yi Chuan. I believe that the disappearance of someone on sixth junior sister's side should prompt a thorough investigation. However, it seems unreasonable for you all to search my territory in this manner. Li Muqing was left speechless. Even if it were her own situation, she would not agree to such a search. Moreover, the inherent conflict between Yin Yuexin and Su Linglong would inevitably lead to numerous complications when they converged. Third senior sister. If this continues, would not Sister Yi Chuan be entirely unsettled? Not wanting to lose Yi Chuan, only such a course of action could ascertain the outcome. Upon hearing this, Li Muqing understood her intent. Yet, Yin Yuexin would not relent. No matter how they approached it, there seemed to be no resolution. I believe third senior sister should be more understanding, Su Linglong remarked deliberately. In an instant, the conversation among the three fell into a stalemate. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Linglong had the upper hand over them, while neither Li Muqing nor Yin Yuexin could alter the situation. Ladies and gentlemen, what a lively gathering we have today. At that moment, Yi Chuan's voice resonated through the air. However, he did not don women's attire, instead opting to present himself in his masculine identity. What? Panic ensued among everyone present. Neither Yin Yuexin nor Su Linglong anticipated that Yi Chuan would emerge in such a guise. Su Linglong nearly dropped her jaw in disbelief, as she was still uncertain about the nature of Yi Chuan's relationship with Li Muqing and the others. Haha, such a commotion for my sake, does it not seem a bit excessive? Yi Chuan nonchalantly strolled past them, taking a seat that originally belonged to Su Linglong. This move sent Li Muqing and Yin Yuexin into a flurry. It was tantamount to challenging Su Linglong's limits, and should she harbor murderous intentions, it was likely that none of them could rescue him from her wrath. Haha, we are all on the same side. No need for such dramatics, Yi Chuan chuckled. Not only had he secured the allegiance of Li Muqing and Yin Yuexin, but he had also nearly ensnared Su Linglong just moments ago. Unfortunately, their momentum was abruptly interrupted when Li Muqing and Yin Yuexin made their entrance, just as they were nearing a critical juncture. I'm relieved you are unharmed. Li Muqing exhaled, while Yin Yuexin remained utterly perplexed, questioning why Yi Chuan would choose to reveal his masculine identity before Su Linglong. Should Su Linglong turn hostile, it would swiftly reach the ears of the esteemed Qianghua Xinzuan. I didn't expect you to provoke Su Linglong, she thought, just as Yi Chuan helplessly shook his head, stating, is there anyone better informed than you? This remark left her utterly flummoxed, especially as she recalled the earlier scene, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Haha, why concern yourself so? We are all allies here, Yi Chuan remarked with a smile. He then rose slowly and approached Li Muqing, leaning in to kiss her cheek. Strangely, at that moment, Li Muqing exhibited no inclination to evade him. Su Linglong was alarmed. After all, they were within her own residence. If she angered Li Muqing, she would inevitably bear the brunt of the blame for Yi Chuan's actions. Should Xianghua Xianzuan pursue the matter, how could she possibly extricate herself? Sister, I have already stated, there is no need for such tension. Everyone present is an ally, Yi Chuan reassured. What? Su Linglong gazed incredulously at the assembly. It turned out that Yi Chuan had already forged connections with Li Muqing and Yin Yuexin prior to their meeting. Damn, I am the fool here, she realized. Reflecting on her fears while failing to recognize that they all acted in consideration of Yi Chuan's safety. Very well, from now on, you must all set aside past grievances. Regardless of the situation, we must coexist harmoniously, Yi Chuan declared. The meaning is quite clear. She has already become his woman. If there were to be daily cries of violence, it would surely lead him to exhaustion. With your words, I believe there will be no further conflict. Li Muqing spoke softly. After all, as the third senior sister, it should not be overly difficult to mediate their relationship. Well, let us set aside these matters for now and discuss whether your presence here will cause unnecessary trouble, Yi Chuan inquired. Currently, his new faction was still in the process of growth, primarily composed of errant disciples. If discovered by the formal disciples, they would likely face annihilation. Fifth senior sister. I believe it is time to put our grievances to rest. Yin Yuexin extended a friendly hand and gesture. Conversely, Su Linglong still felt somewhat awkward. After all, she had sacrificed her hard work, yet he so easily relinquished it. Do you wish to continue the struggle? Yin Yuexin asked in confusion. Previously, conflicts arose from the desire to seize limited resources. However, with Yi Chuan's emergence, it presented a significant opportunity for them. Very well, we shall no longer speak of the past. After much contemplation, Su Linglong agreed. Excellent, Yi Chuan smiled. As long as his harem remains untroubled. The rest is for them to resolve. Congratulations, it seems everyone is content, Li Muqing remarked helplessly. Yi Chuan, from the beginning to the end, could never belong to any one of them. Moreover, his current stance was sufficiently clear. Su Linglong had likely already been taken into his fold. Third senior sister, for now? We need not consider the issue of conflict, but Yi Chuan should not remain at the Jade Maiden Sect, Su Linglong stated. The Jade Maiden Sect is comprised solely of female disciples, and given his unique status, if the esteemed Xianghua Xianjun were to discover him, he would undoubtedly be eliminated. Upon hearing this, Li Muqing understood the implications. Then, in your view, how should this be handled? Li Muqing inquired. If there is a favorable direction, it may not be detrimental to them. Chapter 29. A perfect resolution. I propose that we first allow Yi Chuan to stay with me, Su Linglong suggested. However, she harbored her own ulterior motives. Firstly, it would enable her to engage in dual cultivation with him. Secondly, it would help preserve Yi Chuan's identity. Otherwise, if he remained in Yin Yuexin's residence, the many disciples there would inevitably uncover his true identity. You wish him to stay? Li Muqing looked at Yin Yuexin in confusion. Her expression filled with reluctance. I believe that if he were to stay with me, his safety would also be assured, Yin Yuexin replied. As the sixth senior sister, which of the female disciples around her would dare disobey her arrangements? Even if they were to learn of Yi Chuan's identity, out of respect for her status, they would likely refrain from reckless actions. What? Su Linglong furrowed her brow. Her expression darkened instantly, showing no regard for their feelings. Sister Lu, I can assure you that Yi Chuan feels more at ease in my presence. At present, she has yet to complete her dual cultivation with Yi Chuan, and her unspoken hopes are evident. It sounds simple, but if that were truly the case, why would there be so many complications? Yin Yuexin remarked with disdain. Her intentions were unmistakably clear. She wished to eliminate any elements that posed a threat to Yi Chuan. Su Linglong's cultivation is formidable, yet she has garnered numerous adversaries within the Jade Maiden Sect. If she were to be exploited by those with ulterior motives, it would undoubtedly spell trouble for Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan shook his head with a bitter smile, sensing that all matters seemed to be directed at him. He had thought that his capabilities would suffice to suppress them. Yet he did not anticipate that they would continue to engage in both overt and covert struggles. This cannot continue. It is imperative that Yi Chuan accomplishes significant tasks. Allowing them to carry on in such a frivolous manner poses a threat to everyone involved. Enough. Just as the argument escalated, Yi Chuan abruptly stood up, interrupting their discord. Everyone turned to him in confusion. No matter how one perceives it, at this moment, Yi Chuan would not yield to them. You must remember, regardless of where I am, I always have my own plans. His meaning was quite clear. He did not wish for their quarrels to eventually derail his intentions. However, Li Muqing remained silent, as she was acutely aware that no matter how the situation unfolded, she would follow Yi Chuan's lead. Yi Chuan, what do you suggest we do? The situation has already arisen, and if it continues in this manner, they will all encounter difficulties. I have decided, since we are here, we shall make the best of it. Yi Chuan replied with a smile. Since we have come to be by Su Linglong's side, we must complete the dual cultivation process thoroughly. Yet, Yin Yuexin felt a twinge of reluctance. Nevertheless, Yi Chuan had made his decision and was equally uncertain about how to navigate it. Let it be, since Yi Chuan has her own thoughts, we need not insist further. Li Muqing, standing nearby, spoke up. It was evident that Yi Chuan's true aim was to secure Su Linglong's affections. In certain circumstances, it could be deduced that Su Linglong held an affection for Yi Chuan as well. Then we shall take our leave, Yin Yuexin said, somewhat regretfully. Naturally, she was reluctant to part with this man who had just given her a taste of sweetness. However, it was unfortunate that Yi Chun would not simply fall into despair. After all, he had his own aspirations. If he acquiesced to their suggestions, he would abandon his original intentions. Indeed, we have no other choice. Li Muqing nodded in agreement. Their objectives were clear, yet they were still loath to part ways, feeling utterly helpless in the face of the current predicament. Then I shall see Sister Lu and Senior Sister San off, Su Linglong said cheerfully. As long as they are sent away, Yi Chuan will truly belong to her. Upon witnessing the scene, Yin Yuexin, though reluctant, had no choice but to bid farewell to Yi Chuan and slowly depart. Once they had left, Yi Chuan turned his attention to Su Linglong. Linglong, what is it that you desire most at this moment? He inquired. For a moment, the atmosphere became stagnant, as Su Linglong had not anticipated such a question from him. Why should you concern yourself with me so deeply? The implication was clear. He wished to spare Su Linglong from the shyness that had enveloped Yin Yuexin earlier. I, of course, wish to serve you well, Su Linglong replied, her voice tinged with bashfulness. As expected, Yi Chuan profoundly sensed the terrifying power of the love curse. Even a former adversary, once ensnared, would inevitably find themselves enamored with their foe. Yet, Yi Chuan was not inclined to waste time. To avoid prolonged uncertainties, he swiftly scooped up Su Linglong and dashed towards his residence. After an intense interlude, the pair lay breathless, and Yi Chuan found himself reflecting on the recent events. Ding! The system has detected intimate contact with the opposite sex, granting 5,000 optimization points. A close relationship with the target Su Linglong has been established. Current intimacy level, 100. Ding! The system has detected a trigger for the lottery event. Would the host like to participate in the lottery? So soon? Even Yi Chuan was taken aback. Ever since his encounter with Li Muqing, the path ahead seemed to have smoothed remarkably, especially with the continuous rewards from the system. If this were to continue, it would not be long before the Jade Maiden Sect became part of his harem. Even the exalted Qiong Huaxianzuan might not escape this fate. Wonderful. Let us draw now, Yi Chuan exclaimed, especially thrilled at the prospect of potentially winning over Qiong Huaxianzuan in the future. Ding! The lottery event is being prepared. Ding! Congratulations. The host has successfully drawn the system upgrade module. As the system panel displayed the words indicating an upgrade, Yi Chuan wore a perplexed expression. Could it be? Even the system required an upgrade? Was the current system not sufficiently refined? It had already assisted him in concealing his power and altering his appearance. Should it emerge with some terrifying new abilities, it would indeed be a boon for him. As anticipated, with the subsequent chime of the system prompt, the upgrade was swiftly completed. Yi Chuan gazed at the newly enhanced system, falling into contemplation. Compared to before, this upgraded system had added numerous modules, and even the ability to mask his cultivation had seen significant improvements. Previously, he could only hide his nascent soul stage. Now, even experts at the transformation stage would struggle to discern his true strength. Excellent. Qiong Huaxianzuan possesses cultivation at the transformation stage. She will undoubtedly be able to see through any hidden capabilities of mine. At this moment, he did not anticipate that his system upgrade would significantly enhance his previous abilities. Particularly, the subsequent segments left Yi Chuan utterly astounded. Transforming thought processes and implanting new ideologies, Yi Chuan remarked in disbelief. Strictly speaking, it allowed for the arbitrary alteration of an individual's will and thoughts, infusing them with entirely new concepts. However, this was not applicable to everyone. It could only be successfully executed when an individual desperately sought to evade certain matters, resulting in their mind lowering its defenses. Chapter 30. Merely 2 pills thus. It seemed that even those unwilling to engage in dual cultivation could have their innermost thoughts altered. Yi Chuan was filled with exhilaration. Compared to love potions, this method appeared far more convenient, as it could fundamentally shift their attitudes towards him from deep within their hearts. Contemplating this, a smile spread across his face. Haha. Could this not be the perfect opportunity to win over the Jade Maiden Sect? The sect consisted entirely of female disciples who had been indoctrinated with notions detrimental to men from the very beginning. If Yi Chuan could erase their memories through the system and instill new thoughts, they would soon develop affections for him. After all, the role-playing aspect of the system allowed him to act with impunity. Yi Chuan, thank you immensely, suddenly interrupted Su Linglong, pulling him from his reverie. Thank me? Yi Chuan furrowed his brow, initially unaware of her intentions. However, Su Linglong smiled gently and said, "It is through our intimate connection that I have now broken through my previous limitations and fully entered the Golden Core realm." What? Yi Chuan had not noticed this development before, but upon closer inspection, it was indeed as she described. Congratulations are in order. Even Li Muqing had only just reached the early stages of the quasi-Golden Core realm. He hadn't anticipated that Su Linglong, who had struggled to find a breakthrough method, would achieve such advancement through their physical intimacy. Dual cultivation, after all, was a path they both yearned to pursue. Just as Yin Yuexin had hidden Yi Chuan away, her intentions were likely similar. Thank you for your grace, Master, Su Linglong expressed with gratitude. As she spoke, she donned her clothes. Yet she remained captivated by the profound power of the Xian Yang Dragon Dao technique. Haha, there is no need for gratitude, Yi Chuan replied with a smile. Both parties had gained significantly. After all, dual cultivation was mutually beneficial. I wonder how many such opportunities we will have, Su Linglong inquired softly, concerned that this encounter might preclude future possibilities. Nevertheless, Yi Chuan, whether intentionally or not, evaded her question. No matter the time, I will never abandon you, he declared. As long as there was a chance, he would undoubtedly remember their recent experience. Even so, Su Linglong refrained from pursuing the matter further. However, she had already come to understand that Yi Chuan's presence in the Jade Maiden Sect was far from merely a dual cultivation endeavor. Nevertheless, at this moment, her thoughts were consumed by Yi Chuan, and even though she harbored significant doubts, she chose to remain silent. Let us not dwell on these matters, Yi Chuan sighed, gradually donning his attire before descending. What should I do next? Su Linglong inquired. Having entrusted her body to Yi Chuan, it was only natural that she would adhere to his directives. You? Yi Chuan shook his head with a wry smile. As usual, once one possesses a sense of self, shifting one's attitude may lead to suspicions about anyone. Su Linglong appeared somewhat perplexed. She had anticipated that Yi Chuan would assign her some tasks. Yet he had merely uttered such words. By the way, if there is something to be done, I actually have an idea. Do share, Su Linglong replied earnestly. As long as it was a task Yi Chuan wished to undertake, she would undoubtedly harbor no hesitation. I wish to know how many female disciples are present here. What? Su Linglong panicked. Yi Chuan's inquiry regarding the female disciples around her essentially meant he was shifting his focus onto them. Should she refuse to answer, it would surely provoke his ire. However, if she consented, it was likely that her fellow female disciples would come seeking their share as well. What troubles you? Are you reluctant? Yi Chuan approached Su Linglong slowly and embraced her from behind. It was evident that her hesitation was not lost on him. No, not at all, Su Linglong hastily clarified. Yet, even in this, Yi Chuan comprehended her thoughts. Rest assured, I shall not forget you. But I intend for all the female disciples around you to enjoy the same privileges. Yes, this time, Su Linglong did not hesitate and promptly departed. Left alone in his quarters, Yi Chuan could not help but feel a sense of relief regarding his predicament. Initially, Su Linglong had intended to use him against Yin Yuexin. Yet unexpectedly, he had become the main course for others. Now, not only her, but even her female disciples were equally at his mercy. Master. At that moment, 2 female disciples who had recently attended to Yi Chuan approached him. Ah, it is you too, Yi Chuan remarked, shaking his head with a bitter smile. He had just been reveling in Su Linglong's tenderness and had overlooked their presence. Seeing your sister has departed, I believe she has fully submitted to you. Congratulations, Master. The 2 female disciples were willing to risk their lives to ensure Yi Chuan's safety. This act did not go unnoticed by him, and seeing their still haggard expressions, he decided to reward them with 2 solidifying essence pills. As the system had only provided this particular elixir as a reward, Yichuan had no other means to express his gratitude. Master, this is a solidifying essence pill. One of the disciples exclaimed excitedly. Not only did Shun Qian exhibit such a reaction, but even the formal disciples were similarly intrigued. Indeed, although it may not significantly aid your injuries, it will undoubtedly benefit you in the future, Yichuan explained, his face a mask of confusion. He had assumed they would find the reward he offered to be meager. To his surprise, the two female disciples immediately knelt before him, proclaiming, "We are willing to sacrifice everything for our master, even our lives." Clearly, the effects of the solidifying essence pill far exceeded Yichuan's comprehension, and as formal disciples of the Jade Maiden Sect, they possessed a deeper understanding of its value than anyone else. There is no need for such exaggeration. I shall only bring you joy and relish in your physical forms. Yichuan sighed. Taking their lives seemed to offer him no advantage. Rather, retaining them for mutual cultivation would greatly enhance their respective powers. When he first arrived at the Jade Maiden Sect, he was merely at the Qi refinement stage. Yet, through days of dual cultivation, his strength had already reached a level comparable to that of the nascent soul stage, though he had intentionally suppressed his cultivation through the system. Upon witnessing this, the two female disciples were filled with delight. Having Yichuan as their master was undoubtedly preferable to being under Su Linglong. Even Su Linglong might not possess several solidifying essence pills, yet Yichuan seemed to reward them with such gifts effortlessly, which was astonishing. Very well. You may take your rest. When I require your assistance, I shall summon you, Yichuan commanded. Previously, they had been injured by Su Linglong, and now, burdened with sorrow. They naturally needed ample time to recuperate. Otherwise, Yichuan would feel even more remorseful towards them. Yes, we take our leave. The two female disciples exchanged glances and turned to depart. At that moment, as Yichuan watched their retreating figures, his gaze deepened with contemplation. Chapter 31. Under scrutiny the following day, the esteemed Xianghua fairy diligently searched for a genius possessing an exceptional Tao foundation, yet her efforts had yielded no results. Despite the passing days, not a single clue had emerged, even from the inner disciples. She began to waver in her resolve. Damn it! How could this be? Xianghua Fairy's face was etched with worry. Initially, she had thought that the exceptional Tao Foundation might have fallen victim to malevolent forces, prompting its owner to hide. However, it now appeared that the situation was far more complex than she had anticipated. Am I perhaps mistaken? Evidently, Xianghua Fairy was constantly reflecting upon her understanding. Fairy, we truly have no news. The sisters beneath Tang Yunjian expressed their helplessness. Only Li Muqing and her two sisters exhibited a glimmer of unusual light in their eyes. None. Xianghua Fairy waved her sleeve, revealing her alabaster skin to the assembly. How could there be none? Countless questions surged in her mind. You truly are not deceiving me. Are you? The disciples hastily clarified, we would not dare. Yet, if the other party discovered that they had feigned ignorance, even 10 lives would not suffice as recompense. Humph. I doubt you would dare, Xianghua Fairy retorted fiercely. If that disciple with exceptional Tao Foundation wishes to remain hidden from them, given their cultivation levels, it is indeed beyond their capability to locate her. Immortal Sovereign, although we have no leads at present, we shall undoubtedly intensify our efforts in the future. Indeed, we cannot believe that within the Jade Maiden Sect, she could possibly evade capture. The female disciples were all filled with curiosity, except for those directly involved. No one could discern who truly possessed the exceptional Tao Foundation. However, it was precisely due to their responses that the esteemed Xianghua, Immortal Sovereign, felt reassured. You may continue your search. Should any mishap occur, it shall be my responsibility. In her desire for the Jade Maiden Sect to shine, Xianghua, Immortal Sovereign, found herself with no other recourse. An exceptional Tao Foundation. Such a rarity, appearing once in a millennium. If it were to manifest within the Jade Maiden Sect, it would surely be revered as a guiding star in the realm of cultivation. Yes, the disciples responded earnestly. Those genuinely inclined to serve Xianghua, Immortal Sovereign, had already made up their minds, vowing that even if they had to turn the Jade Maiden Sect upside down, that disciple would not escape. As they prepared to bid farewell, a woman clad in a white dress approached Yan Yuexin with a stoic expression. Fourth senior sister. The newcomer was none other than Han Xiuyue, a novice disciple of the Jade Maiden Sect. Sixth junior sister. It is rumored that those Foundation-injured servant disciples have made significant recoveries. Yan Yuexin was momentarily at a loss for words. Initially unaware, she had only come to know of the situation after being subdued by Yichuan. Of course, finding someone with such capabilities aside from Yichuan would be exceedingly difficult. Are you implying that you are unaware? Han Qiuyue pressed. At that moment, Yin Yuexin felt a twinge of panic, even avoiding direct eye contact with her. Indeed, all of this pertained to Yichuan's exploits. However, aside from a few acquaintances, the outside world remained oblivious. If they began to suspect her, even Yichuan might reveal his true self. I sincerely apologize, fourth senior sister. I still need to investigate your query. With those words, Yin Yuexin dared not hesitate and swiftly departed the main hall. Han Qiuyue gazed at her retreating figure, her eyes suddenly becoming profound. Upon returning to her residence, for the sake of safety, Yin Yuexin immediately summoned Wang Xuero, senior sister, who leaked the information from the servant disciples. Yin Yuexin inquired. It was impossible for the female disciples subdued by Yichuan to be the source, as they had all submitted to Yichuan's profound Yang Dragon technique. As for who might have leaked the information, it undoubtedly related to her surrounding disciples. What? Has the identity of our master been exposed? Wang Xuero exclaimed in shock. Once the identity of the man was uncovered, and coupled with his affiliation to the Heavenly Demon Sect, how could Xianghua Immortal Sovereign allow Yichuan to go unpunished? Although Yichuan's cultivation was unfathomable, Xianghua Immortal Sovereign, possessing the formidable realm of divine transformation, was certainly not to be trifled with. It is not quite so urgent, however. Suspicions have arisen, possibly due to the commotion caused by the servant disciples, Yin Yuexin sighed. Regardless, the situation must not be allowed to deteriorate further. Otherwise, if the esteemed Xianghua discovers this, even if Yichuan had 10 lives, it would not suffice to atone for his transgressions. Wang Xuero fell silent, fearing that Yichuan might be exposed, leaving her without the opportunity to enjoy his company. Please, senior sister, give the order. We must decide how to proceed, she implored. You must promptly go to the residence of the fifth sister and inform her of this news. It is evident that Yichuan is still at Su Linglong's abode. If we fail to notify her in time, the consequences would be dire. Hence, Wang Xuero was tasked with delivering the message. Otherwise, her frequent visits to Su Linglong's residence would surely raise suspicions among the other female disciples. Understood, Wang Xuero replied, leaving the scene without a moment's hesitation. Damn it! How could they suspect me? Yin Yuexin exclaimed with frustration. Yet, Han Qiuyue's intentions were unmistakably clear, to assist Xianghua in locating a disciple possessing a supreme Dao foundation. In doing so, she would undoubtedly earn Xianghua's favor, effortlessly breaking through her current limitations. Meanwhile, upon returning to her quarters, Su Linglong had not yet had the chance to inquire about Yichuan when he suddenly enveloped her in his embrace. Su Linglong weakened, collapsing into his arms. You still jest? Are you not aware that Xianghua has issued her final command to capture you? Me? Yichuan furrowed his brow. Am I truly that significant? Though he spoke lightly, he understood more than anyone the weight of the matter. A supreme Dao foundation is a talent that appears only once in a millennium. Should he become a disciple of the Jade Maiden Sect, it would undoubtedly elevate the sect to unprecedented heights in the realm of cultivation over the next century. Alas, Yichuan was a male. Once this information spread, Xianghua would spare no effort to eliminate him, lest he become a future adversary. Of course, your male identity poses a problem. Su Linglong hesitated, her implication unmistakable. She sought to caution Yichuan that the Jade Maiden Sect would not let him off easily. Are you afraid I will bring trouble upon you? Yichuan inquired. If that were the case, he would certainly turn to leave. No. Just as Yichuan was preparing to depart, Su Linglong suddenly grasped his sleeve. I am not afraid. I only wish for you to remain by my side, she said. Her eyes filled with emotion. Hearing this, Yichuan smiled gently. Rest assured, I too cannot bear to part with you. Both understood that if Yichuan were to leave, he would undoubtedly be snatched away by Li Muqing and Yin Yuexin. He must not let go easily. You bit me, Su Linglong exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 32, Reward Set of Magical Artifacts. Hee. Would you not like it? Yichuan teased. Before Su Linglong could even utter a word, a fierce assault was launched against her. Ding. Detection of intimate contact with the opposite sex. Optimization points 5,000. Intimacy established with target Su Linglong. Current intimacy 100. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward. Qi Yin set equipment. Exceptional weapon Qi Yin sword. A long sword, resembling a flame, materialized within the system interface. The Qi Yin sword. Coupled with my Qi Yin shield, it was evidently the set equipment mentioned by the system. Haha, splendid. Yichuan exclaimed. He promptly accessed the attributes. discovering that having said equipment allowed him to utilize the optimization points awarded by the system for enhancements. Consequently, his weapon would evolve into an infinitely upgradable entity. Gazing at the blushing Su Linglong, Yichuan could not help but smile. So how do you feel? I told you I would ensure your comfort. You know very well how I feel. Why ask me? Su Linglong retorted, though her heart brimmed with joy. The recent experience had left her feeling unprecedentedly at ease. At that moment, she was reluctant to let Yichuan depart. If it were possible, she wished he could stay by her side for eternity. Haha, your cultivation will likewise soar alongside our mutual enhancement. As anticipated, upon Yichuan's encouragement, Su Linglong once again circulated her true energy to assess the changes in her cultivation. Ah, I truly have broken through the threshold. Su Linglong exclaimed in delight, momentarily forgetting her lack of attire as she leapt into Yichuan's embrace. For a moment, even Yichuan began to reminisce about the sweetness of the previous encounter. He was prepared to savor that tenderness once more. Yet, a voice from outside interrupted the moment. Senior sister, Wang Xuero, the sixth sister, seeks an audience. What? Su Linglong frowned. What business could Wang Xuero have with her? Clearly, they had no prior connection. Unless it pertained to Yichuan. Fine, I understand, Su Linglong replied impatiently. Just as she was about to rise to meet Wang Xuero, Yichuan called out to her. We are all allies, why not meet here? Both Wang Xuero and Su Linglong were petite, yet each possessed unique charms. It had been a few days since she last saw Wang Xuero. Even the most beautiful flower would wither without the nourishment of rain. Is that appropriate? Su Linglong said shyly. How could she present herself to Wang Xuero in such a state? If word got out, how could she maintain her standing in the Yunus sect? Haha, what is wrong with that? Do you not trust me? Yichuan's unwavering gaze pierced through her. Upon hearing this, Su Linglong instantly comprehended. Since Yichuan had managed to win over Yin Yuexin, securing Wang Xuero would be a mere formality. All right, since you are willing, I shall comply with your arrangements. Su Linglong agreed. She then conveyed the message to the disciples outside. Soon after, Wang Xuero entered the room. Upon seeing Su Linglong disheveled on the bed, she immediately grasped the circumstances that had transpired. Xuero, there's no need to be so reserved, Yichuan hastily remarked. In the past, when she was by Yin Yuexin's side, Wang Xuero had been quite uninhibited. Upon noticing his robust physique, Wang Xuero was inexplicably drawn closer to him. Before long, Yichuan had them in his embrace, reveling in their intoxicating scents. After just 2 days apart, Xuero, your fragrance is even more alluring, he remarked. What brings you here today? He inquired, his body showing no signs of halting its movements. Under his fervent advances, Wang Xuero soon succumbed to temptation. Sixth senior sister sent me. She mentioned that your identity has come under suspicion. What? Su Linglong exclaimed in astonishment. They had maintained strict confidentiality regarding Yichuan. How could anyone possibly know? Impossible. I haven't seen anyone recently. Yichuan pondered curiously. If his true identity had indeed been uncovered, managing the ensuing complications would be far more challenging. After all, they were in the Jade Maiden Sect, and the consequences of being discovered by the revered Xianghua immortal were unfathomable. At this point, he began to feel a sense of unease. Do not worry. Sixth senior sister only wanted me to remind you to exercise caution. There is no immediate danger, Wang Xuero assured him, her breath quickening as she relayed Yin Yuexin's instructions. Upon hearing this, Yichuan felt a wave of relief. Should his identity be revealed, he would surely devise his own means of addressing the situation. As this conversation unfolded, Su Linglong experienced another moment of exhilaration, her body trembling with anticipation. Wonderful! Yichuan exclaimed, astonished by Su Linglong's prowess as she leaped into his embrace, initiating a passionate entanglement. Wang Xuero, not one to remain idle, was unable to resist the allure of the moment and, after sharing her message, succumbed to the enchanting atmosphere under Yichuan's skilled fingers. For the entirety of the morning, Yichuan basked in the blissful company of 2 exquisite women. As noon approached, a rejuvenated Wang Xuero bid them farewell. So soon? Yichuan queried, surprised at her abrupt departure. He had anticipated that she would linger longer after tasting the sweetness of their encounter. Yes, I must return to report, Wang Xuero replied. Despite her reluctance, she ultimately had responsibilities to fulfill. Very well, Yichuan conceded, somewhat resigned, and escorted her to the door. On her way back, an unexpected figure appeared behind Wang Xuero. Who? She exclaimed, spinning around to confront a woman with a frosty demeanor. Its fourth senior sister, Wang Xuero panicked. Because this fourth senior sister is distinctly different from others. If she uncovers the truth, Yichuan's life would undoubtedly be forfeit. Speak. What brings you to the fifth junior sister's residence? Han Shiyue's expression was as frigid as ice, her tone chillingly terrifying. I came in search of exceptional Dao Foundation disciples. Wang Shuero, unsure of how to respond, hastily concocted an excuse to deflect. Is that so? Han Shiyue narrowed her eyes. It was common knowledge that Yin Yuexin and Su Linglong harbored animosity towards each other. Yet Wang Shuero had the audacity to seek out Su Linglong personally under the pretext of fulfilling a task from the esteemed Xianghua Xinzuan, which undoubtedly reeked of ulterior motives. I won't hesitate to inform you. Should you dare conceal the truth, I can swiftly bring about your demise on the spot. Han Shiyue was not easily deceived. At her words, Wang Shuero panicked, especially when confronted by Han Shiyue, who harbored a deep-seated animosity towards men. Come with me, Han Shiyue commanded, reaching out to seize her shoulder. Fourth senior sister, Wang Shuero exclaimed in horror. Just as she prepared to resist, she found herself firmly grasped. Chapter 33. The Fury of the Fourth Senior Sister Humph. Whether you are lying will soon be revealed when we visit the fifth junior sister's residence for inquiries. Han Shiyue threatened. If their excuses do not align, not only would Wang Shuero face death, but even Yin Yuexin could be expelled from the Yunu sect without hesitation. No. I must return to meet sixth senior sister, Wang Shuero struggled. Yet, before the might of Han Shiyue, who surpassed even Yin Yuexin, how could she hope to escape easily? I advise you against futile resistance. Before her words had fully dissipated, she delivered a heavy blow to Wang Shuero's abdomen. Wang Shuero cried out in pain. Yet she was already being dragged towards Su Linglong's abode. Meanwhile, Su Linglong, left behind at the residence, felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. The sudden discovery of Yichuan's existence could only mean someone was keeping watch over the matter. What troubles you? Yichuan inquired. Just moments ago, she had been in high spirits, but now her expression clouded with concern. Naturally, I am worried for your safety, Su Linglong replied. She did not wish for any unforeseen misfortune to befall Yichuan, especially after witnessing the formidable power of the Xian Yang Dragon Dao technique. Just like before, Li Muqing and the others had resisted any association with Yichuan, yet in the end, they all capitulated and submitted. Haha, I am in no danger, Yichuan laughed. Even if they were to discover my existence and attempt to unveil my true identity as a man, it wouldn't be so simple. But what of the Xianghua Xinzuan? How could she let you slip away? In their minds, Xianghua Xinzuan had almost been mythologized. Just the thought of that moment filled them with dread of certain death. Rest assured, do not forget, I am currently in the guise of a woman. Su Linglong was rendered utterly speechless. Before they exited the room, Yichuan utilized the system to alter her attributes. Yet, despite this, a sense of foreboding lingered within her, apprehensive that a crisis might soon erupt. Fear not. For such worries may compromise the quality of our dual cultivation, Yichuan reassured, gently caressing her cheek. A cascade of sensations, smoothness, tenderness, comfort, flooded her mind in an instant. At that moment, Han Shiyue appeared before them, holding Wang Shueo captive. Fourth senior sister, Su Linglong exclaimed in astonishment. She had not anticipated Han Shiyue's arrival would be so swift, and the fact that Wang Shueo was in her grasp filled her with dread. Humph. You acknowledge me as the fourth senior sister, Han Shiyue retorted fiercely, shoving Wang Shueo to the ground. Ouch! Wang Shueo cried out in pain. Upon witnessing this, Yichuan's heart ached, and she hurried over to assist her, inquiring about her condition. I'm fine, Wang Shueo replied, shaking her head. She was well aware of Han Shiyue's temperament. If provoked, even Yin Yuexin would be no match for her, let alone herself. Who are you? Han Shiyue inquired, her brow furrowing slightly. Having never seen Yichuan in Su Linglong's company before, her curiosity was piqued. Fourth senior sister, she is my disciple, named Yichuan. Su Linglong quickly elucidated, fearing that Yichuan might inadvertently reveal her identity. Han Shiyue scrutinized Yichuan, noticing no apparent signs of suspicion, and thus refrained from further inquiries. Nevertheless, the sudden emergence of a disciple left her with some skepticism. It seems that many talents surround the fifth junior sister, she remarked, abruptly striking towards Yichuan. The force of her palm sent Yichuan staggering back several steps. Fourth senior sister, Su Linglong panicked, and even Wang Shueo rushed to Yichuan's side. Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to test her capabilities, Han Shiyue stated in a calm tone. Through her probing, she discerned that Yichuan's cultivation was not insubstantial. having already reached the threshold of qi refinement. However, she was still far from the exceptional Dao foundation that Qianghua Xinzuan sought. Thank you for your restraint, sister, Yichuan said, rising slowly. Rather than displaying any anger, she offered a courteous smile and gratitude. For a moment, even Han Xiuyue found herself perplexed. She had intended to test Yichuan, yet here was this unexpected display of respect. Clearly, it was an outcome she had not anticipated. However, Han Xiuyue remained indifferent. There is no need for such formality. My purpose here is not related to you. Oh, then might I inquire as to the reason for your visit, sister? Yichuan asked with genuine curiosity, stepping closer to her. I am here to find the fifth junior sister. You would do well to vacate the area. Han Xiuyue replied coldly. Engaging in trivial conversation with an ordinary female disciple holds no value for her. How beautiful! Yichuan was momentarily taken aback, astonished by Han Xiuyu's anger, which rendered her as ethereal as a celestial being. Particularly striking was her elongated figure, where every part of her physique seemed to emanate an alluring charm. Fourth senior sister, your sudden visit must have a purpose. Please, do share, Su Linglong remarked, visibly displeased. Regardless of the circumstances, she was well aware of Yichuan's status and feared that excessive words might arouse suspicion from the person before her. Fifth junior sister. It appears you have been quite close with sixth junior sister of late, Han Xiuyu inquired cautiously, indicating that previously, the two had not engaged with one another. It was particularly curious that at this moment, they had seemingly reconciled, hinting at an unforeseen development that others might not discern. Su Linglong hesitated. Apprehensive that Wang Xuero might have betrayed them, she cast a subtle glance toward Wang Xuero. Simultaneously, Wang Xuero shook her head slightly, signaling that the newcomer was the one who had sensed the unusual dynamics at play. Haha, I believe fourth senior sister has misunderstood. We are merely fulfilling the instructions of the immortal sovereign, she stated. The immortal sovereign? Han Xiuyu found this notion laughable. It was clear that they harbored malicious intent. Yet they attempted to intimidate her with the name of the immortal sovereign. If I had not discovered this, I fear even the immortal sovereign would remain oblivious. Han Xiuyu warned. An exceptional Dao foundation could have a transformative impact on the future of the Yunus sect. If that were the case, it would hardly bode well for them. No. Fourth senior sister, are you not inciting discord among fellow disciples? As Han Xiuyu pressed her point, even Su Linglong began to find her behavior intolerable. Within any sect, infighting among disciples was regarded as a grave taboo. If the disciples of the Yunus sect were indeed as she suggested, it would indicate a blatant disregard for the esteemed Qianghua, immortal sovereign. Nonsense. Han Xiuyu erupted in fury. She had merely exposed their hidden malice, yet they twisted her words to malign her character. Sisters, I believe further discussion is futile. If fourth senior sister has doubts, why not present some evidence? At this critical moment, Yichuan hurriedly intervened to diffuse the escalating tension between them. You dare to point fingers at me? Han Xiuyu retorted angrily, unleashing a surge of profound energy that sent Yichuan hurtling backward once more. Fourth senior sister, please show restraint. Su Linglong exclaimed in alarm, clearly concerned for Yichuan's well-being, far beyond Han Xiuyu's expectations. If I were to show mercy, would he still be alive? Are you all right? Wang Xuero rushed over to inquire about Yichuan's condition, to which Yichuan could only shake his head helplessly. Rest assured, I will be fine, Yichuan replied. After this incident, it became evident that Han Xiuyu was indeed not to be trifled with. Sister, if you come to accuse without any evidence, isn't that somewhat unreasonable? Yichuan insisted. The meaning is exceedingly clear. It hinges on the attitude of the other party. Indeed, it was precisely this remark that rendered Han Xiuyu utterly at a loss. It seemed as though she was the one instigating trouble, even resorting to violence against Wang Xuero and Yichuan. Fourth senior sister, I shall not hold a grudge. You may return, she declared. What? Han Xiuyu furrowed her brow. She dreaded that Su Linglong might address her with such a demeanor, leading her into a deadlock. Sister Yichuan, are you all right? Su Linglong inquired with concern. Naturally, she could not act excessively in Han Xiuyu's presence. Thus, all her thoughts remained concealed within her heart. Fifth junior sister, it would be wise not to take advantage of the situation. There is certainly something amiss here. The more she pondered, the more Han Xiuyu's suspicions deepened. If he were to acquire evidence, all issues would be readily resolved. Fourth senior sister, do not overstep your bounds. Su Linglong could tolerate her unruliness, yet she refused to condone any harm towards Yichuan. Particularly, in order to conceal Yichuan's identity, such statements offered her no benefit. Nonsense. What exactly do you mean? Han Xiuyue demanded. Regardless of whom it concerned, she needed clarity on the current situation. I refuse to believe that you and sixth junior sister have nothing to hide. Han Xiuyue insisted anxiously. Upon hearing this, Su Linglong was rendered speechless. It seemed she could not cultivate a friendship with Yen Yuexin without her approval. Ha. Fourth senior sister, I believe you are intentionally stirring trouble, she retorted. You are being unreasonable, Han Xiuyue exclaimed in frustration. Her singular temperament had been utterly ground down. Fourth senior sister, Wang Shuero exclaimed in astonishment. As Han Xiuyue seemed poised to attack Su Linglong, panic ensued. Get away, came a furious shout. Before Wang Shuero could reach her side, she was sent flying. What? Yichuan frowned. Without waiting for Han Xiuyue to act, he rushed over and embraced her from behind. Let go of me. As Han Xiuyue struggled, she suddenly realized that Yichuan's hands were resting inappropriately. Damn it, what are you doing? Huh. Yichuan initially did not register the situation, but upon comprehension, he found himself in an exceedingly soft predicament. How delightful. The sensation was such that he could hardly contain his hands. Nonsense. Han Xiuyue exclaimed in exasperation. Breaking free from Yichuan's embrace, she raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap. Smack. The sound echoed. Yichuan was momentarily stunned, completely unprepared for her to strike. Ding. Contact with the opposite sex detected. Optimization points 350. Establishing intimacy with target Han Xiuyue. Current intimacy level 15. What? A slap counts as intimate contact? Is there no semblance of sympathy? Yichuan was left speechless, convinced that the intimacy he had established was purely a result of his audacious persistence. You dare to disrespect me? I shall kill you, Han Xiuyue thundered. Yet, despite her fury, Yichuan remained utterly unperturbed. He even mused that only by taming such a formidable woman could life hold any intrigue. Enough. As Han Xiuyue prepared to strike, Su Linglong suddenly intervened. Fourth senior sister. Do not go too far, she warned. After all, this is still the Jade Maiden Sect. If the esteemed Xianghua Xinzuan learns of this, she will certainly not let Han Xiuyue off easily. You had better not leave any incriminating evidence in my hands, Han Xiuyue retorted angrily. She cast a disdainful glance at Yichuan before storming off. Is it really necessary to be so dramatic? Yichuan wondered aloud, puzzled by her intentions. Are you all right? Su Linglong hurriedly inquired. Given the unforeseen turn of events, it was impossible for him not to harbor suspicions. Do not worry, she cannot harm me, Yichuan assured her. However, he found himself bewildered by Han Xiuyue's actions. Shuero, how are you? Yichuan rushed to ask. Wang Shuero had been struck twice by Han Xiuyue, and it was hard to believe she had come away unscathed. I'm fine, Wang Shuero replied, shaking her head. She then approached Su Linglong and explained. I encountered her earlier on the road. Perhaps she has been watching us for quite some time. They had all witnessed the unfolding events, and it was evident through Han Xiuyue's words that the situation was dire. If solid proof emerged, they would certainly not be spared. Su Linglong fully comprehended the implications. No wonder Han Xiuyue had captured Wang Shuero shortly after she had departed. It was indeed because of her presence. With Yichuan around, it was impossible not to feel anxious. After all, as a male, no disciple of the Jade Maiden Sect would let him off the hook. What is Han Xiuyue's background? And why is she so cold-hearted? Yichuan inquired with curiosity. Although he had never met her before, she had approached him with accusations. Her story is long. One must blame the malevolent tactics of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Su Linglong sighed. Due to her ignorance of Yichuan's identity, she spoke ill of the Heavenly Demon Sect without reservation. What connection does she have with the Heavenly Demon Sect? Yichuan's interest was piqued, and he looked at Su Linglong in confusion. You are unaware that, before fourth senior sister's strength reached such heights, she was once ensnared and sullied by the demons of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Su Linglong explained with resignation. It was from that moment that Han Xiuyue's character underwent a complete transformation. From her initial vivacity and cheer, she has become a fierce adversary of evil, particularly harboring a deep-seated hatred for men. Whenever she encounters a man who displeases her, she shows no mercy. Ah, I see. Yichuan nodded knowingly. He had once looked down upon the tactics employed by those in the Heavenly Demon Sect. However, due to his own limited abilities, he found himself powerless to alter these circumstances. Times have changed, and should he encounter the situation now, he would not be able to turn a blind eye. Moreover, Han Xiuyue is merely a victim. What is troubling you? Su Linglong inquired, noticing Yichuan's silence. His apprehension stemmed from the recent injury inflicted by Han Xiuyue. It's nothing, I merely believe that those wicked individuals have indeed gone too far, Yichuan replied, shaking his head. His meaning was quite clear. Had it not been for the malevolence of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Han Shuyue would not find herself in such a predicament. Chapter 35. The plan to subdue Han Shuyue. In light of this, the annihilation of the Heavenly Demon Sect seems rather justified, Yichuan mused. Although he had been reborn into the body of the sect's young master, he had yet to acclimate to his surroundings before the sect faced utter devastation. Thus, he harbored little emotional attachment to the Heavenly Demon Sect. The Heavenly Demon Sect defies the heavenly principles. They deserve to be eradicated, Su Linglong declared vehemently. Regrettably, she had not encountered an opportune moment. Otherwise, she would not have let them off so easily. Indeed, Yichuan nodded in agreement. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative that his identity remain concealed from the outside world. Otherwise, upon hearing the name of the Heavenly Demon Sect, people would regard him as a remnant of their legacy. Should the need arise to take action, it would inevitably lead to his demise, rendering the situation quite precarious. Alas, it is getting late. I must return and report, Wang Shuero interjected. If she returned empty-handed, Yan Yuexin would undoubtedly be concerned. Wait. Just as Wang Shuero prepared to leave, Su Linglong produced 2 medicinal pills for restoring vitality. Healing blood pills? Wang Shuero exclaimed in astonishment, unable to believe that Su Linglong would offer her healing elixirs. Indeed. You must tend to your injuries, Su Linglong asserted. Otherwise, upon your return, Yan Yuexin might mistakenly think you are seeking revenge. Take them, she insisted, placing the pills into Wang Shuero's hands as the latter hesitated. I do not feel comfortable allowing you to return alone. Let a few of our sisters accompany you. Upon finishing her words, she immediately summoned several female disciples, instructing them to ensure Wang Shuero's safe return. Yes, the disciples responded in unison, promptly escorting Wang Shuero away from the scene. What are you thinking? After they departed, Su Linglong turned to Yichuan, whose face was etched with worry. Nothing. I am simply curious as to why she harbors suspicions about us, Yichuan replied, perplexed. It was evident that she had not uncovered his true identity, yet doubts still lingered. Perhaps it is a case of overthinking, Su Linglong sighed. In the past, she and Yan Yuexin had numerous disagreements, yet suddenly they found themselves allied. Should other troubles arise, it was likely that anyone would question their motives. Regardless, she poses a significant risk. We cannot allow her to continue her reckless behavior, Yichuan asserted. Otherwise, if one is not careful, she might truly discover her secret. At that point, notifying the esteemed Xianghua would undoubtedly lead to her intervention. Do you have any strategies in mind? Su Linglong inquired. Han Shuyue possesses considerably greater strength than I do. Should a confrontation ensue, I would surely be at a disadvantage. As of now, I have none, Yichuan replied, shaking his head. Regardless, it is unwise to confront her within the Yunus sect, as it would inevitably alarm more female disciples. With so many involved, it would not bode well for Yichuan. However, he harbored a vague intention to subdue Han Shuyue. Only by turning her into his ally could he truly feel at ease. Never mind. You should remain here for now. I trust she will not seek trouble, Su Linglong asserted. Even if Han Shuyue wished to confront them, she would not do so openly. Indeed, this place offers food, drink, and the company of beautiful women. It would be peculiar for me to dislike it, Yichuan chuckled, especially after savoring her sweetness earlier in the day, a memory that lingered delightfully. Su Linglong was rendered speechless, utterly unprepared for Yichuan's lightheartedness at such a moment. Meanwhile, upon returning to her residence, Wang Shuero promptly informed Yan Yuexin of the situation. What? Are you saying that Han Shuyue? Yan Yuexin was completely flustered, realizing that this individual had already gathered intelligence and was alarmed by her apparent seriousness regarding the matter. Indeed, if it weren't for the 5th senior sister, I might not have returned at all, Wang Shuero recounted, still shaken. This was not an exaggeration. Han Shuyue's temperament could indeed lead her to resort to violence. Are you saying she has found the 5th senior sister? Yan Yuexin inquired. Should she seize the opportunity and expose Yichuan's true identity, not only would Yichuan be in peril, but they too would suffer dire consequences. Precisely, fortunately, she did not find any evidence, which is why she left discontented, Wang Shuero sighed. Thankfully, due to Yichuan's involvement, otherwise, given Su Linglong's imposing presence at that time, a conflict would have been inevitable. As long as there is no evidence, that is sufficient, Yan Yuexin let out a quiet breath. Otherwise, she would truly have to devise ways to protect Yichuan. You are injured. At that moment, Yin Yueshi noticed something amiss with Wang Shuero, who had just mentioned nearly meeting her demise at Han Qiuyue's hands. "It's nothing serious," Wang Shuero replied, shaking her head. Upon her arrival, she had already consumed the elixir provided by Su Linglong. With a bit of rest, she would naturally recover. "Very well, you should return and tend to your injuries. Feel free to seek me out should you need anything." Indeed, Wang Shuero affirmed. Having conveyed the message to Yin Yueshin, she had fulfilled her assigned task. Watching Wang Shuero depart, Yin Yueshin sighed, realizing that Han Qiuyue was indeed a potential threat, inexplicably fixating on her. A sense of urgency began to brew within, contemplating how to address the impending situation. Any slight misstep could prove fatal. However, as Su Linglong returned to the room with Yi Chuan, he immediately enveloped her in a warm embrace. "Oh dear, with danger looming, are you not afraid?" Su Linglong protested verbally, yet her body responded with undeniable eagerness. "Danger? You mean Han Qiuyue?" Yi Chuan shook his head with a wry smile. Someone bold enough to hide within the Jade Maiden Sect, unafraid even of the revered Xianghua, would hardly concern herself with Han Qiuyue. It's merely a matter of not yet being ready to confront her openly. Indeed, she poses a significant threat within the Jade Maiden Sect. You ought to exercise caution, Su Linglong advised earnestly. This was no mere attempt to frighten her. Countless disciples from other sects had met their demise at Han Qiuyue's hands for provoking her ire. Now, with Yi Chuan becoming a target of her interest, she would undoubtedly find ways to investigate him. Rest assured, should she dare to confront me, I will ensure she regrets it, Yi Chuan replied, a slight smirk gracing his lips. This was not mere bravado. Having encountered Han Qiuyue earlier, he had already devised a preliminary plan. Yet, he had yet to determine how to approach her. Only when the opportune moment arose could he execute his strategy. You must be captivated by the fourth senior sister's beauty, Su Linglong teased, her tone half joking. It was no surprise. With Han Qiuyue's looks, anyone would be drawn to her. Even so, I would require your assistance, Yi Chuan chuckled in response. Chapter 36, Luring the Snake Out of Its Hole. Really? You genuinely wish to pursue the fourth senior sister? Su Linglong was taken aback, having only jested moments earlier, unaware that Yi Chuan took her words to heart. She knew the fourth senior sister's temperament. Among their sisters, hers was the most extreme. If she suspected Yi Chuan of harboring ulterior motives, she would undoubtedly eliminate him first. Are you afraid? Yi Chuan asked, unconcerned. He possessed unwavering confidence in his Xianyang Dragon Dao technique. Few women today could withstand its prowess. Let us not rush. We will see how things unfold, Su Linglong replied, shaking her head. Not wishing to dampen Yi Chuan's spirits, she opted for a more cautious approach. Perhaps a genuine opportunity would arise for him. Very well. For now, I shall focus on ensuring your comfort, Yi Chuan declared, once again initiating his advances towards Su Linglong. Having experienced the formidable nature of the Xianyang Dragon Dao technique, Su Linglong instinctively reciprocated. In an instant, the room became suffused with an atmosphere brimming with affection. Meanwhile, Han Qiuyue, having left Su Linglong's quarters, was far from finished. She resolved to seek out the revered Xianghua, hoping to provide her with something of value. Yet, even in this pursuit, Xianghua did not grant her an audience, especially upon discovering the emergence of a disciple with an exceptional Dao foundation. The esteemed Xianghua Xianzuan felt a profound disinterest towards anyone other than this individual. What? Senior sister, are you saying that the Xianzuan has entered seclusion? Han Qiuyue exclaimed in astonishment. If even Xianghua Xianzuan has retreated into seclusion, it seems there would be no one to restrain Su Linglong and her ilk. Indeed, before entering seclusion, the Xianzuan repeatedly instructed that unless it pertains to news regarding disciples with exceptional Dao foundations, there was no need to trouble her. Upon hearing Tang Yunwan's words, Han Qiuyue found herself at a loss for how to proceed. Yet, at this very moment, Su Linglong had surprisingly reconciled with her arch-nemesis, Yin Yueshin, making it impossible to avoid suspicion. Senior sister, should we inform the Xianzuan that I have urgent matters to discuss? Specifically, the news regarding the exceptional Dao Foundation. Tang Yunwan inquired. If this were indeed the case, she would risk the ire of the Xianzuan to report it. However, upon hearing this, Han Qiuyue fell silent. She was still uncertain whether Su Linglong's reconciliation with Yin Yueshin had any connection to the exceptional Dao Foundation. No. But Su Linglong's renewed friendship with Yin Yueshin surely harbors some deceit. What? Tang Yunwan frowned slightly. As fellow disciples of the Eunice sect, why must there be strife? It was evident that, as the senior sister, Tang Yinduan viewed the situation from a different perspective. Yet, the more this was the case, the more Han Xiuyue felt a sense of injustice. It was clear that the issues lay with them, yet no one had stepped forward to voice their concerns. No, I believe this matter is not as simple as it appears, Han Xiuyue asserted, shaking her head. Initially, she had indeed trusted Su Linglong's words, but upon reflection, she felt that her responses had been entirely dismissive. Unless some underlying reason led to a consensus between the two, it was unlikely they would have reconciled. Thus, it could be concluded that both parties surely harbored their own intentions. Forget it, fourth junior sister. I believe you two do not wish to see our fellow disciples turn against one another. You should return to your tasks assigned by the master, Tang Yinduan said. Shaking her head. Clearly, Han Xiuyue's previous experiences had made her exceedingly cautious. However, the more this was the case, the more Tang Yinduan found it difficult to trust her words, lest she inadvertently accuse the innocent. Senior sister. Before Han Xiuyue could finish her sentence, she was abruptly interrupted by Tang Yinduan. Enough, you should return now. Xianghua Xianzuan had explicitly stated that in order to strengthen the Yunus sect, they must continuously devote themselves to cultivation. Yet, at this moment, Han Xiuyue was preoccupied with the matters of Su Linglong and Yin Yuexin instead of focusing on her own training. Should Xianghua Xianzuan discover this, she would undoubtedly be met with severe reprimand. Naturally, as the senior sister, Tang Yinduan did not wish to witness such a consequence. Very well, Han Xiuyue acquiesced. Having said that, she turned to leave the scene. However, her heart did not relent. Instead, she intended to covertly monitor their actions. Upon discovering any suspicious issues, one would immediately rise to confront them. Meanwhile, Yi Chuan, who remained by Su Linglong's side, had already subdued all of Su Linglong's female disciples. During this time, he acquired a considerable number of elixirs. However, despite this, the memory of Han Xiuyue lingered in his mind, as he had seen her before. What should he do? Let her go? For Yi Chuan, that was evidently not an option. At this juncture, he comprehended this truth clearly. Very well. Since there is no opportunity, I shall create the circumstances for a hero to emerge, Yi Chuan declared resolutely. He rose to approach Su Linglong, not daring to exhibit the slightest negligence. Upon meeting Su Linglong, he conveyed his plans to her. Upon hearing this, Su Linglong was momentarily taken aback. You intend to scheme against Han Xiuyue? No. It should be termed as setting a trap, Yi Chuan replied, shaking his head. To call it a scheme seemed a bit excessive. However, deep down, he genuinely wished to ensnare Han Xiuyue. Isn't that essentially the same? Su Linglong sighed. She was not afraid of Yi Chuan winning Han Xiuyue over. Rather, she feared that Han Xiuyue would eliminate him. In that case, he would indeed suffer a loss without gaining anything. Rest assured, I assure you of my safety, Yi Chuan declared with determination. If he lacked confidence, he certainly would not dare to proceed thus. Well, as long as you are confident, Su Linglong sighed. Given that it was Yi Chuan's decision, even if she was reluctant, she feared she had no choice. However, by the afternoon, Yi Chuan departed from Su Linglong's residence alone. Yet, his furtive demeanor on the way soon caught the attention of Han Xiuyue. How strange. She intends to descend the mountain. Han Xiuyue, hiding in the shadows, began to harbor suspicions upon seeing Yi Chuan preparing to leave. You claim there are no issues. The Jade Maiden Sect has regulations against ordinary disciples leaving at will. Yet here is Yi Chuan, preparing to descend the mountain, which clearly indicates he is being manipulated by Su Linglong. With that, Yi Chuan unsheathed his long sword and hurried down the mountain. Simultaneously, not far behind him, Han Xiuyue pursued. Perhaps fearing discovery, she chose not to rush forward, but rather to follow from a distance. You think you can contend with me? Yi Chuan scoffed. From the moment Han Xiuyue appeared, he had already grasped the situation. How odd. Han Xiuyue is trailing behind me, he mused, furrowing his brow, particularly upon realizing Yi Chuan's true destination. Damn it. The Heavenly Demon Sect. The very path where she had been abducted flared her anger. It was indeed a troubling matter. Chapter 37. The Terror of Drugs. Could it be? With these thoughts, Han Xiuyue's murderous intent surged, fearing that the disciples of the Jade Maiden Sect might be colluding with the Heavenly Demon Sect. Despite the recent claim that the Celestial Maiden Sect has eradicated the Heavenly Demon Sect, one cannot guarantee that there are no survivors lurking in the shadows. Should any of them evade capture, they may pose a significant threat to the Celestial Maiden Sect in the future. If I discover any, I shall certainly act first and report later. Han Xiuyue is decisive in her actions. if she finds that Yi Chuan is indeed concealing something. She will not let him off easily. In the forest, Yi Chuan emerged and unexpectedly encountered several disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. However, given that their sect had been annihilated, they no longer displayed their usual arrogance. Well, what a lovely young lady we have here. We thought we would never see such beauty again, apart from the disciples of the Celestial Maiden Sect. It seems today is our lucky day, remarked 3 remnants of the Heavenly Demon Sect, their eyes gleaming with desire upon seeing Yi Chuan. What do you want? Yi Chuan feigned panic. At this moment, still maintaining her female identity, she could not retaliate against these men. What do you think? Fear not, little sister, we shall treat you well. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect sneered, preparing to advance upon her. For days, they had been like rats scurrying through the streets. And though not everyone was calling for their heads, practitioners of the righteous path would not let them escape easily. Initially, they were not alone, but they had encountered formidable opponents who had perished. Now, filled with rage, they suddenly harbored malicious intentions towards Yi Chuan upon seeing her. No, please no, Yi Chuan cried out desperately, knowing that Han Xiuyue was concealed nearby. Damn it, Han Xiuyue cursed, setting aside her mission to investigate Su Linglong. She was instantly infuriated by Yi Chuan's plight. Here come the brothers. Just as the remnants of the Heavenly Demon Sect were about to strike, Han Xiuyue lunged forward. What? The 3 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were taken aback, shocked to discover such a skilled protector hidden in the shadows. With a flash of cold light, one disciple fell lifeless to the ground. The remaining 2 disciples panicked, unable to comprehend how this beautiful woman could strike with such lethal ferocity. You shall pay with your lives. Han Xiuyue offered them no chance for mercy as she advanced to deliver the final blow. Not good. She is a disciple of the Celestial Maiden Sect. One of the men suddenly realized, particularly shaken by the recent annihilation of their sect. The mere mention of the Celestial Maiden Sect instilled fear in their hearts. Trying to escape? Han Xiuyue bellowed. Just as she was about to pursue them, Yi Chuan clung to her, exclaiming, "No, please no." Hearing this, Han Xiuyue instantly furrowed her brow. Could it be that her actions are aimed at upholding justice? Clearly, such thoughts exceed her own expectations. A sharp slap echoed in the air, and Yi Chuan found himself unable to withstand the blow, collapsing to the ground. 4th senior sister. Do you know who they truly are? Han Xiuyue exclaimed in fury, disregarding her own purpose for descending the mountain. I do not know. But how do you know them? Han Xiuyue was momentarily at a loss for words, especially when recalling the humiliating memories they had inflicted upon her, igniting a fire of resentment within her. Some matters are simply not for you to know, a sentiment that was unmistakably clear, as it was undoubtedly not a proud experience that Han Xiuyue wished to revisit. Furthermore, Yi Chuan, at that moment, was indeed a crucial lead in her investigation into Su Linglong. Yi Chuan hesitated, yet he was acutely aware that, had it not been for Su Linglong and Wang Shuero's introductions, he would not possess such clarity regarding the situation. I shall settle your matters later, Han Xiuyue urged anxiously. The immediate priority was to eradicate the remnants of the Heavenly Demon Sect completely. Without waiting for Yi Chuan's response, she hastened towards the direction in which the 2 disciples had fled. 4th senior sister. 4th senior sister. At that moment, Han Xiuyue's presence had vanished from sight. I refuse to believe that I cannot capture you today. With that, Yi Chuan pursued them at a measured pace. It turned out that he had intentionally contacted the 3 remnants of the Heavenly Demon Sect, leveraging his unique identity to orchestrate this encounter. All to set a trap for Han Xiuyue. Stop. In no time, Han Xiuyue had caught up with them. Heroine, we are merely trying to make a living. Please grant us mercy, they pleaded. Indeed, we promise to mend our ways. The 2 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, realizing they were no match for Han Xiuyue, immediately fell to their knees in desperation. Hearing their words only fueled Han Xiuyue's wrath. Their fear stemmed from the realization of who she had become. Yet they had dared to treat her so contemptuously when she had not yet reached her full potential. They had brought shame upon the entire Jade Maiden Sect. Everyone knew she had been sullied by the remnants of the Heavenly Demon Sect. I intended to spare you, but alas, you have forfeited that chance. Han Xiuyue declared fiercely. With that, she charged towards them. The 2 disciples were thrown into a panic. Yet, they did not forget to retaliate. After all, when life and death hang in the balance, no one wishes to lose their life. However, what Han Xiuyue did not anticipate was that they had suddenly experienced a dramatic surge in strength, rendering them formidable opponents, far beyond her previous expectations. How peculiar. How could they become so powerful so abruptly? Han Xiuyue exclaimed in astonishment. If this continued, she feared she too would not stand a chance, particularly when recalling her past experiences. As she contemplated her predicament, Han Xiuyue completely lost her composure, instinctively launching an assault against them. In an instant, even the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, who had significantly advanced in their cultivation, could not help but gasp in astonishment at her formidable prowess. Just then, Yichuan arrived leisurely from behind, witnessing their fierce exchange. He had not anticipated that the elixirs he provided would yield such remarkable enhancements in their abilities. Yichuan shook his head in lamentation. Had he known, he would have been less generous. Upon discovering them, he had no intention of allowing them to survive. Now, whenever the opportunity arose, he would eliminate them to ensure that today's secrets remained concealed. Suddenly, a sharp sword aura sliced through the air. Aware of her disadvantage, Han Xiuyue sought to preserve her integrity by forcing them back before making her escape. Haha, trying to flee? It seems our fortune is quite abundant, exclaimed the two disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, filled with excitement at the sight of the ethereal Han Xiuyue. How could they easily let her slip away? Pursue her. With a command issued, both understood each other's intentions and swiftly chased after her. Cursing under her breath, Han Xiuyue, fleeing on her sword, regretted her choices. Had she known, she would have paid no mind to Yichuan's life or death. Even if she were to perish at the hands of the remnants of the Heavenly Demon Sect, it would have been of no consequence to her. It was unthinkable that she now found herself in such a precarious situation. Ah, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Yichuan chuckled, foreseeing a time when he and Han Xiuyue would be intertwined. Unbeknownst to the three engaged in this chase, Yichuan had not abandoned his plans. He remained concealed in the shadows, observing. Suddenly, as Han Xiuyue believed she was safe, two sinister figures from the Heavenly Demon Sect appeared before her. My dear, why rush to leave? Stay and play with us. We promise you will not be mistreated. Impudent. I am a disciple of the Jade Maiden Sect. Han Xiuyue retorted angrily. At this moment, she had already exhausted much of her true energy, and continuing to engage would be detrimental to her. What? The Jade Maiden Sect? The two disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were momentarily taken aback. They realized why their junior sect leader had sought to conspire against this beauty. She was indeed a disciple of the Jade Maiden Sect. Not long ago, it was the Jade Maiden Sect that had stormed the Heavenly Demon Sect, capitalizing on the death of their old master to annihilate the sect. Initially, they had believed that even Yichuan had been slain, yet they were unaware that he was very much alive. The more you are from the Jade Maiden Sect, the less we will allow you to escape. Indeed, we shall avenge the hundreds of lives lost from our Heavenly Demon Sect. Two disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, far from exhibiting any fear, found their deeply buried animosity ignited. Han Xiuyue was rendered utterly speechless, mistakenly believing that such a display would compel them to retreat. However, judging by their current demeanor, it seemed unlikely that they would leave unscathed today. Seize that girl first, then we shall indulge ourselves, one of them declared. Indeed, his companion responded eagerly, as they set their sights on charging toward Han Xiuyue. Meanwhile, from the depths of the forest, a soft sigh echoed, the source being the concealed Yichuan, who had been trailing them unnoticed, a fact entirely predictable. Why would one announce their presence unnecessarily? It was well known that the Heavenly Demon Sect had been vanquished by the Jade Maiden Sect. Although the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were notorious for their malevolence, the bond of camaraderie among them was strong. Enemies often find themselves at odds. Moreover, the two disciples, having consumed elixirs, completely disregarded Han Xiuyue before them. If I let you enjoy this, all my efforts would be in vain, Yichuan muttered fiercely, reflecting on the disdain that the righteous sects held for the Heavenly Demon Sect. Their conduct made it clear that they would never be accepted by the righteous path. Indeed, even if the Jade Maiden Sect had not obliterated the Heavenly Demon Sect, other factions would have inevitably sought to eradicate them. Boom! An explosion erupted, and before the two drug-fueled disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Han Xiuyue's cultivation suddenly appeared inadequate to withstand their assault. She was forced to retreat repeatedly, her situation fraught with peril. Damn it! Han Xiuyue cursed, realizing that her skills were lacking at that moment. Her focus shifted from annihilating them to merely contemplating how to escape. Heh, little girl, running out of strength so soon? It seems we shall have even more pleasure shortly, jeered the disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect. This thought caused Han Xiuyue to furrow her brow, particularly recalling the dark days she wished to forget. Could it be that she was destined to relive those horrors? No, absolutely not. The mere thought of revisiting those experiences was enough to tear her heart apart. If she were to endure it again, she would rather choose death. Humph. If you wish to kill me, you better possess the capability to do so, Han Xiuyue declared defiantly. With that, she unleashed her ultimate technique. In an instant, thunder rumbled ominously in the sky. This girl intends to perish with us. We shall see if she has the strength to do so. Should Han Xiuyue strike, they would undoubtedly be grievously wounded. Yet, having consumed Yichuan's elixirs, they were utterly unconcerned. Attack! Without waiting for Han Xiuyue to strike first, they lunged toward her with ferocity. Boom! The sound of explosions filled the air. In the midst of the tumultuous skies, thunder rumbled incessantly, and lightning relentlessly struck towards them. What? Not even the drug-fueled disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect could approach Han Xiuyue at this moment. Yet, before long, Han Xiuyue fell victim to a backlash from her own powers, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. She forced her cultivation, and it seems misfortune awaits her. Do not fear, chuckled the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. At this moment, Han Xiuyue was gravely injured. Just as the two disciples prepared to assault her, she suddenly felt her consciousness fading, plunging into an abyss of despair. Alas, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were taken aback, believing they would relish the moment, only to find that she would rather perish than grant them any advantage. What shall we do? Never mind, our prowess is undeniable. Do we truly fear a lack of women? One comrade shrugged nonchalantly. Indeed, as they asserted, with the assistance of the young sect master, they were destined to become favored companions of Yichuan in the future. You are utterly despicable, came a furious rebuke. Just as the two were filled with despondency, Yichuan dashed over. Upon seeing Yichuan, the two disciples instantly brightened, for they did not recognize her true identity, given that she still appeared as a woman. I told you, our fortunes in romance are indeed bountiful. One fled, and another has conveniently come to us. The two disciples chuckled to themselves, disregarding Yichuan, who was now at the cliff's edge, deeply concerned for Han Xiuyue's fate. Little girl, why not join us, so we may serve you? They leered. Scoundrels! Yichuan seethed with fury. Suddenly, she turned around, revealing her true self. It's the young sect master. The two disciples panicked instantly. Who would have thought that the enchanting girl moments ago had transformed into Yichuan? Young sect master, we meant no offense. Had this been a previous time, they would have never regarded Yichuan with such weight. However, having recently tasted the potency of her elixirs, they knew she must possess the supreme techniques of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Perhaps, in the recent period, she had already mastered them. You possess great audacity. Young sect master, we acted solely upon your directive, the disciple hastily explained, casting Yichuan as the scapegoat. Did I ever state that you should enjoy Han Xiuyue? Under Yichuan's sharp gaze, the two disciples were instantly thrown into disarray. If that is the case, then there is no use in keeping you alive. Young sect master, you truly intend to kill us? This move by Yichuan was akin to burning bridges, and it was impossible not to feel a chill at the thought. Must one require a reason to eliminate you? Yichuan replied coldly. They typically wield their power with impunity, tarnishing the innocence of countless maidens. Do they believe they are justified in their actions? Particularly when they even seek to toy with women they covet. How could Yichuan possibly grant them a chance at survival? Just as a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect was about to elaborate, his companion abruptly interrupted him. Young sect master, you intend to use us and then silence us, do you not? At first, when Yichuan sought them out, he professed a desire to restore the Heavenly Demon Sect. To secure their assistance, he even promised them numerous benefits. Yet, in hindsight, his words were nothing but empty rhetoric. I wonder how you would react if I were to say this, Yichuan remarked, turning to face the speaking disciple, a palpable aura of menace enveloping the atmosphere. I fear not in revealing to you that the Heavenly Demon Sect no longer exists. If you wish to contend with us, you may find that opportunity elusive. Suddenly, two disciples rose to their feet, their demeanor shifting from humble to brazen. The law of the jungle prevails. Now armed with sufficient strength, they harbored no fear of Yichuan's threats of extermination. Moreover, they had even triumphed over Han Xiuyue of the Jade Maiden Sect. Indeed, let us brothers today perform a righteous deed and act on behalf of heaven. What? Yichuan was rendered speechless. Though he held the title of young sect master of the Heavenly Demon Sect, he had never engaged in any nefarious deeds. The audacity of their claim to act on heaven's behalf was appalling. With such insolence, I am even less inclined to spare you. No sooner had he spoken than Yichuan appeared before him. Before the disciple could utter a word, A crimson flame pierced through his chest. The scarlet flame soared. As the fire receded, a brilliant longsword glimmered in Yi Chuan's grasp. With your capabilities, you dare to challenge me? Yi Chuan scoffed. He was more than capable of handling Han Qiuyue on his own. However, to subdue her, he had sought assistance from former disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Little did he anticipate that they would harbor ulterior motives and attempt to frame him. Fortunately, he had never intended for them to survive once they had served their purpose. Young sect master. One companion, witnessing the scene, panicked. They had thought this seemingly inept individual was no match for them. Given their recent surge in cultivation, they believed overcoming Yi Chuan would be trivial. Yet, they were unprepared for his lethal prowess, which swiftly dispatched his own ally. It is your turn now. Yi Chuan slowly turned to address him. At these words, terror obliterated any thoughts of resistance. With a thud, the disciple fell to his knees, crawling before Yi Chuan. And no, please don't kill me. His meaning was unmistakable. He had come to realize the terrifying truth. He was no match for Yi Chuan. With a light chuckle, Yi Chuan remarked, "Well then, do grant me a reason not to take your life." He nodded, seemingly indifferent, already resembling a mere puppet. Should he choose, the disciple before him would swiftly meet a tragic end. We are unwaveringly loyal to the Heavenly Demon Sect and the young sect master. We implore you to show mercy. What? The young sect master retorted incredulously, you claim loyalty? That's absurd. When the Heavenly Demon Sect was besieged, had you truly sworn to protect it with your lives, perhaps it would not have been annihilated. Now, in the aftermath, they boldly profess their fidelity. I wish the Heavenly Demon Sect were rid of such loyal individuals, Yi Chuan lamented. Alas, they are merely self-proclaimed heroes who flee at the first sign of danger. What? The young sect master was taken aback, and in that instant, Yi Chuan struck the top of his head. Indeed, you are loyal, but the old sect master requires your service more. In an instant, the remnants of the Heavenly Demon Sect he had summoned perished before his eyes. Humph, useless trash, Yi Chuan declared vehemently, then turned his gaze toward the cliff. Han Qiuyue, you must be mine. A slight smirk graced his lips, for his intentions had become glaringly apparent. He aimed to exploit this opportunity to lure Han Qiuyue out and ultimately claim her for himself. As anticipated, Han Qiuyue fell into his trap, severely injured and tumbling down the cliff. For Yi Chuan, locating her was remarkably simple. He merely needed to ascend into the air and descend the cliff to search. However, upon reaching the base of the cliff, he was unexpectedly greeted by the sight of a crystal-clear river, complicating his search significantly. Damn, how could this be? He had not anticipated such a surprising scene at the bottom of the cliff. No, I must search quickly, anxious that he might overthink the situation. Yi Chuan wasted no time in seeking out his target. After a lengthy search, just as he was about to give up, a white figure suddenly appeared on the riverbank. Alarmed, he rushed over to inspect the still form of Han Qiuyue, fearing she was in grave danger. Fortunately, the situation was not as dire as he had imagined. Upon turning her over, he discovered she had merely fainted, her injuries not life-threatening. Wonderful. I arrived just in time. I need to find a place to hide. As he spoke, Yi Chuan lifted Han Qiuyue and placed her upon a large rock nearby. At that moment, he was astonished to find her figure remarkably mature, especially as her wet garments clung to her form, revealing her silhouette in a tantalizing manner. Upon reaching this thought, one cannot help but feel a surge of exhilaration. Indeed, it is a feast for the eyes, and I shall not hold back any longer, Yi Chuan declared, rubbing his hands in anticipation. However, considering Han Qiuyue's temperament and her past experiences from years ago, if he were to take advantage of her vulnerability in such a manner, it would not only be futile in winning her over, but might also lead to further misunderstandings. No, I must remain vigilant. Yi Chuan resolutely shook his head. For the sake of safety, the notion of utilizing the system's memory-erasing reward immediately came to mind. Yes, if I attempt to alter her memories, she will harbor no animosity towards me. Yi Chuan realized with clarity. System, assist me in erasing Han Qiuyue's unpleasant memories. Ding. Memory erasure function activated. Optimization points reduced by 10,000. Erase. Regardless of the cost, Yi Chuan was determined to obtain this woman before him. Moreover, after successfully recruiting numerous female disciples over the past few days, he had already amassed considerable rewards. System in execution. Please wait a moment. Ding. Unpleasant memories thoroughly erased. Chapter 40. The marvelous utility of the system excellent. Yi Chuan's excitement surged as he prepared to take action, only to suddenly realize that this alone might not suffice. System, complete the memory filling. I am the object of her secret admiration. After much contemplation, each one ultimately decided upon this approach. Ding. System execution in progress. Ding. Love system upgrade complete. In an instant, each one had resolved numerous potential threats and then retrieved a pill from his pocket, administering it to the drenched Han Qiuyue. Before long, Han Qiuyue awoke from her stupor, only to find herself cradled in a man's arms, her face draining of color in shock. Just as Han Qiuyue panicked over her drenched state, she realized that the man before her was none other than the object of her long-hidden affection from the depths of her memories. "You are Yichuan?" she inquired. Indeed. Yichuan nodded, now fully aware that the implanted memories had played a significant role. "Do you remember me?" Yichuan tentatively asked, apprehensive of misjudging the situation, which could provoke Han Qiuyue's ire. Of course I remember." Han Qiuyue's complexion flushed instantly. At this moment, within her recollections, the thoughts that haunted her sleepless nights were not of hatred, but rather of the man before her. "You were just targeted by the remnants of the Heavenly Demon Sect. But fortunately, you encountered me. Otherwise," Yichuan feigned a sigh of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Han Qiuyue recalled the scene of being backlashed by the martial arts she had practiced. "Damn. I never expected the remnants of the Heavenly Demon Sect to still be scattered throughout the world," Han Qiuyue cursed. The more she pondered, the greater her concern grew, especially for those sweet-faced women lacking the ability to protect themselves. "All right, for the moment, we need not concern ourselves with them. However, the day is waning. The mountain path is treacherous, and considering your current state, it would be prudent for us to find a place to rest." As each one sensed that the time was ripe, he took the initiative to express his thoughts. Indeed, at that moment, Han Qiuyue exhibited no wariness toward him whatsoever. She readily agreed, and, with Yichuan's assistance, the two of them found a cave to shelter in. "Your clothes are completely soaked. Allow me to gather some dry twigs to help you warm them," Yichuan offered, before promptly departing. However, when evening fell and the fire was kindled, Han Qiuyue lingered, still clad in her damp garments. "Qiuyue, you'll catch a chill like this," Yichuan cautioned. Despite her status as a cultivator, the harsh conditions could still adversely affect her health. Moreover, after her battle with the remnants of the Heavenly Demon Sect earlier that day, where her own techniques had backfired, she naturally required a conducive environment for recovery. Han Qiuyue, her face flushed with embarrassment, felt it was too much to undress in front of Yichuan, even though he was the man she longed for. "Rest assured, I shall not peek," Yichuan chuckled, understanding her apprehensions. He promptly turned his back to her, focusing on the flickering flames as he awaited her to hand over her garments. "All right," Han Qiuyue acquiesced, then proceeded to remove her clothes and toss them to Yichuan. "Great," Yichuan exclaimed, picking up the garments and taking a deliberate whiff. How delightful. Unlike other women, Han Qiuyue possessed an enchanting fragrance that lingered about her. Observing this, Han Qiuyue hid her face, her cheeks growing even rosier. "What are you doing?" she stammered. Yichuan suddenly realized, quickly clarifying, "I'm just drying your clothes." In haste, he brought the garments to the fire. Seeing his earnest demeanor, Han Qiuyue finally felt at ease. At that moment, there was no one more significant to her than Yichuan, especially while he tended to her clothes. The remnants of the Heavenly Demon Sect are numerous, and many of the initial escapees remain at large. Not only you and I, but even the Jade Maiden Sect cannot deal with them, Yichuan sighed. Compared to the former Heavenly Demon Sect, he harbored no fondness for them, even believing that the complete demise of their remnants would be the most desirable outcome. Otherwise, countless women would continue to suffer at their hands. With this thought, Han Qiuyue cast a glance at Yichuan, inadvertently discovering that his sentiments mirrored her own. Unfortunately, the Jade Maiden Sect did not accept male disciples. Otherwise, she would have certainly recommended him. "Never mind. We need not dwell on such matters," Yichuan remarked. Shaking his head, he then rose and approached Han Qiuyue. Uncertain if she had forgotten or if it was intentional, he was taken aback to find her without any clothing. The sudden proximity left even Han Qiuyue momentarily stunned. Yichuan was equally speechless. A blanket of pristine white enveloped the surroundings, and the towering heights almost took one's breath away. "What are you staring at?" Han Qiuyue reprimanded with a playful anger. Instantly, she took the garment and draped it over herself. "I apologize, I simply couldn't help but steal a few glances," Yichuan hastily clarified. However, observing Han Qiuyue's expression revealed that she was not truly upset. Rather, she seemed quite pleased. "This is perfect," Yichuan exclaimed with exhilaration. Thanks to the assistance of the system, He found it considerably easier to draw closer to Han Xiuyue at this moment. My arm feels uncomfortable, she remarked. Given that she had fallen from such a height and only sustained a minor injury to her shoulder, it was indeed a stroke of luck for her. I can assist you, Yichuan offered eagerly, unwilling to forfeit the opportunity before him. He promptly approached to help her don the attire. Ding. Detection of intimate contact with the opposite sex. Optimizing points, 4,000. Establishing intimacy with target Han Xiuyue, current intimacy level, 40. Ding. Detection of intimate contact with the opposite sex. Optimizing points, 6,000. Establishing intimacy with target Han Xiuyue, current intimacy level, 50. You touched me, Han Xiuyue said, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Yichuan, having also made contact with the soft area, immediately withdrew in surprise. I'm sorry, I had my eyes closed. Who told you to close your eyes? If you don't open them, you'll just be groping around blindly, she replied, a hint of urgency in her tone. Upon hearing this, Yichuan questioned whether he had misheard. The happiness had arrived so unexpectedly that he momentarily failed to react. Nonetheless, at that crucial moment, he followed Han Xiuyue's lead. As anticipated, a graceful form was revealed before him. You were too busy staring. Hurry up and help me put on my clothes, Han Xiuyue chided. Seeing this, Yichuan hesitated no longer, making several intentional yet subtle touches during the process. Ding. Detection of intimate contact with the opposite sex. Optimizing points, 7,000. Establishing intimacy with target Han Xiuyue, current intimacy level, 70. Ding. Detection of intimate contact with the opposite sex. Optimizing points, 8,000. Establishing intimacy with target Han Xiuyue. Current intimacy level, 85. In Chapter 41, willing to forego a lottery for the fair lady, the simple act of dressing had left Yichuan in a state of perspiration. Were it not for his fear of her potential resistance, he might have already lunged forward to demonstrate the prowess of his Xian Yang dragon technique. All done, Yichuan wiped the sweat from his brow. Observing this, a bashful Han Xiuyue took the initiative to dab at his sweating forehead. Look at you. What is there to be so tense about? Yichuan was rendered speechless, even beginning to doubt whether the Han Xiuyue before him was the same person he had encountered at the Jade Maiden Sect. In contrast to her previous demeanor, she now appeared not only approachable, but also reminiscent of a devoted wife. What is the matter? Han Xiuyue inquired, seemingly unconcerned about Yichuan's intentions towards her. Nothing at all, he replied, momentarily at a loss for words. Yichuan was captivated by her lips, as red as blazing flames, and found himself irresistibly drawn to kiss her. Han Xiuyue gasped, yet offered no resistance, merely acquiescing to Yichuan's fervent emotions. The air in the cave was thick with an intense heat, like dry tinder igniting. The two were destined to battle until dawn. Meanwhile, Su Linglong of the Yunus sect, noticing Yichuan's prolonged absence, began to feel a sense of unease. What if Yichuan were to perish at Han Xiuyue's hands? It must be noted that aside from her, no one else was privy to Yichuan's plans. Yet even so, it was likely that Han Xiuyue would see through any deception. Given her deep-seated hatred for the Heavenly Demon Sect, it was improbable that she would easily spare him. At that moment, Yin Yuexin suddenly arrived with urgent news. Oh, sixth junior sister, you are here too, remarked Li Muqing in surprise. The gathering of the three indicated that Yichuan must have encountered some unforeseen peril. Fifth junior sister, what is the situation? Pray, do not hesitate to speak. Li Muqing urged impatiently. When it came to matters concerning Yichuan, she would not allow herself to be indifferent, even at the cost of her own life. Third junior sister, it is Yichuan who has gone missing. What? How could this be? Both Li Muqing and Yin Yuexin displayed expressions of bewilderment. Ordinarily, there would be no need for them to inquire about Yichuan's whereabouts, but given the current precarious circumstances, they feared that their collective abilities might not suffice to safeguard him. When did this occur? Li Muqing asked anxiously. She was determined to leave no stone unturned in her quest to find a solution. Su Linglong then recounted Yichuan's plans in their entirety to her fellow sisters. It is Han Xiuyue, Li Muqing exclaimed in alarm. She understood this junior sister better than anyone else, especially considering past experiences. If Han Xiuyue were to learn that Yichuan was also a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect, even a plea from the esteemed Qianghua would likely prove futile. We cannot afford to remain idle, Yin Yuexin insisted with urgency. Yet at that moment, Li Muqing called out to her, wait. Analyzing the situation, she reasoned that if Yichuan had indeed severed ties with Han Xiuyue and was not within the Yunus sect, the latter might not have the upper hand against him. Thus, without the clarity of the truth, Rash actions would only serve to exacerbate their troubles. Third junior sister, how should we proceed? Yin Yuexin inquired. Feeling like an ant on a hot stove, unsure of how to confront the unfolding situation. We shall observe the developments, came the surprising response from Su Linglong. If Yichuan is in danger, our foremost duty should be to provide support. To my surprise, it seems that now we must wait and observe the unfolding events. Third senior sister, there is no need for hesitation. Before Yin Yuexin could finish her words, Li Muqing abruptly interrupted her. At this moment, it appears that Yichuan has already become oblivious to his former pursuits. Had he not won over Han Xiuyue, he would surely have returned to me for amusement. Very well. Yin Yuexin sighed in resignation, silently praying that Yichuan would encounter no misfortune. As dawn broke, Yichuan slowly opened his eyes in the cavern beneath the abyss. In his embrace lay a woman, her face flushed in slumber. I have succeeded, Yichuan exclaimed joyfully. Were it not for having gained this person last night, how could such a scene unfold before him? Reflecting on those cherished moments, his heart brimmed with exhilaration. Ding. Detection of intimate contact with the opposite sex. Optimization points 9,000. Established a close relationship with target Han Xiuyue. Current intimacy level 100. Ding. Congratulations, host. The lottery mechanism is now activated. Would you like to participate in the draw? As the system's notification echoed, Yichuan hesitated to respond. Now, with both magical artifacts and beauty in his possession, he was uncertain about what he truly lacked. There was no rush, especially with the enchanting woman in his arms. Yichuan tightened his embrace around the delicate figure, disregarding the lottery entirely. However, this simple action stirred Han Xiuyue from her slumber. What? She stammered, momentarily taken aback. Yet, recalling the events of the previous night, she bore no grievances. I brought you here last night, Yichuan began, but hesitated. The smile on his face spoke volumes. All right. Han Xiuyue nodded, nestling closer into his embrace, refraining from further inquiries. At that moment, Yichuan nodded in satisfaction, fully aware that the woman in his arms had undoubtedly succumbed to his Xianyang Dragon Dao technique. Xiuyue, actually I know. I do not care who you are. I know I belong to you, Han Xiuyue interjected hastily. Yichuan did not wish to deceive her, as he had already implanted beautiful memories in her mind. Yet, he was taken aback to find that, despite those fabricated memories, Han Xiuyue entirely disregarded his identity and origins. Very well, but I hope you can assist me. What? Han Xiuyue furrowed her brow, gazing intently at the man before her. What do you need my help with? It was apparent that with Yichuan's formidable abilities, he should not require her assistance. Time is of the essence. I shall explain en route, he said. En route? Han Xiuyue questioned, puzzled. Did he intend to accompany her to the Jade Maiden Sect? However, the sect's regulations were stringent, and if the other sisters discovered him, they would undoubtedly not let Yichuan off easily. To be candid, as I spoke, Yichuan directly unleashed his suppressed aura. You are the one with the supreme Dao foundation, Han Xiuyue exclaimed in utter astonishment. She never imagined that the individual the immortal sovereign had been desperately seeking was standing right before her. Indeed, I am that person, Yichuan affirmed with a nod. He then retracted his aura and sighed softly, declaring, I assure you, I will not harm anyone from the Jade Maiden Sect. Chapter 42. This is power, yes. I believe you, Han Xiuyue responded with a nod. If he had intended to harm the Jade Maiden Sect, he would not have come to her rescue at such a critical moment. Moreover, possessing a supreme Dao foundation is a rare aspiration among all cultivators in the world. In her heart, Han Xiuyue silently rejoiced for Yichuan. Your belief is all that matters, Yichuan replied, nodding slowly. Through this experience of winning over Han Xiuyue, Yichuan gained a profound understanding of the significance of system rewards. Compared to the previous methods required to achieve his goals, this was an entirely different realm of ease. He merely needed to alter her mindset and erase her previous unpleasant memories. Thereafter, a sweet life awaited them both. However, Yichuan was not one to rest on his laurels. He was acutely aware that the massacre of the Heavenly Demon Sect was not something the Jade Maiden Sect could accomplish alone. Furthermore, given his own identity as the deputy leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect, it was likely that this information would eventually leak. By then, he would have even more adversaries to contend with. By the way, I should probably accompany you to the Jade Maiden Sect. Otherwise, it will raise concerns. All right, I will accompany you, Yichuan offered. Upon hearing this, even Han Xiuyue was taken aback. Wouldn't returning with him be akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den? While her affection for him would remain concealed, How would others tolerate the presence of a man? You need not accompany me. I am quite safe, Han Shuyue hastily declined, fearing for Yichuan's safety. Haha, you are overthinking it. In fact, I have been staying at the Jade Maiden Sect for several days now. Impossible, Han Shuyue retorted, well aware of the sect's regulations that forbade any man from entering freely. If discovered, even a cultivator could lose their powers, and worse, their life. If you don't believe me, you can watch. At this point, Yichuan immediately utilized the system to alter his attributes. In an instant, even Han Shuyue was left in awe. This was precisely what she had witnessed the day before. As realization dawned upon her, she understood that Yichuan had already infiltrated the Jade Maiden Sect, cleverly using his ability to change attributes to remain close to Su Linglong. Now you need not doubt any longer, Yichuan smiled. If it were not for the opportunities granted by the system, he might have already fallen victim to deception. Yes, I have no further words to say, Han Shuyue nodded in agreement. As long as Yichuan possesses the ability to safeguard his own safety, there is no room for doubt. Very well, let us be on our way, Yichuan sighed. Having stayed out all night, he was confident that Su Linglong and the others would be anxious for his safety. However, Yichuan felt no urgency, particularly after yesterday's events had solidified his resolve. Meanwhile, Su Linglong could no longer remain still. Although they were meant to wait for news from Yichuan, it was approaching noon and he had yet to make an appearance. Third senior sister, sixth junior sister, I believe we should search for Yichuan, she suggested. That's inadvisable, Li Muqing interrupted. If we seek Yichuan now, it is bound to raise suspicions. Do not forget, causing too much commotion benefits no one. Su Linglong fell silent, fully aware that the esteemed Xianghua was also waiting to locate Yichuan. Nevertheless, her worry for him was overwhelming. Do not fret. I have faith that Yichuan is in no danger, Li Muqing reassured her. They had all witnessed the circumstances. Should Yichuan encounter any trouble in the future, they would risk everything for him. Yet, this very assurance left Su Linglong and Yin Yuexin feeling utterly helpless. Very well, let us heed third senior sister's advice, Yin Yuexin suggested. Otherwise, creating chaos will benefit no one. Senior sister, at that moment, a junior sister rushed in hurriedly. What is it? Su Linglong rose to inquire. The young disciple promptly conveyed the news of Yichuan's return. Excellent. Su Linglong finally felt a wave of relief wash over her. She quickly led her sisters out to greet him. Master. Upon seeing Yichuan, Wang Shuero exclaimed involuntarily. Fourth senior sister. Su Linglong was taken aback. The woman in white beside Yichuan was none other than Han Shuyue, who had caused a stir the previous day. Haha, everyone need not worry. Han Shuyue is now one of us, Yichuan declared with a smile. It was evident that Yichuan's absence throughout the night had resulted in him winning over Han Shuyue. Dear sisters, I have wronged you in the past. I hope you will not hold it against me, Han Shuyue spoke humbly. At her words, the gathering fell into stunned silence. No one had anticipated such a significant transformation in Han Shuyue within a single night. Very well, since we are all sisters, there is no need to dwell on the past. Li Muqing was the first to respond, casting a sidelong glance at Yichuan as she spoke. Seeing this, Yichuan could not help but feel a swell of pride. With Han Shuyue now among his ranks, his circle would undoubtedly expand further. Enough of this chatter. Yichuan waved his hand. Currently, only a few of us are aware of my true identity, yet I believe this cannot remain a secret for long. Master, do you mean? Wang Shuero queried, bewildered. Currently, many female disciples have already submitted to Yichuan's Xianyang Dragon Path technique. However, it appears that Yichuan harbors no intentions of satisfaction. Haha, for self-preservation, I can only resort to this, Yichuan remarked, shaking his head. There are numerous individuals seeking to confront him. Should he carelessly reveal his identity, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yet, Yichuan does not anticipate any imminent danger. Hence his desire to devise a solution. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback, especially Li Muqing, who was the first to be subdued by Yichuan and thus understood his intentions. While he professed it was for his own safety, the true motives concealed within Yichuan's heart remained unclear to them. You can confide in us. I believe everyone would be willing to assist, Su Linglong expressed. They required nothing more than for Yichuan to remain safely within the Yu sect, as they believed their support alone was insufficient amidst the numerous disciples of the sect. Yichuan displayed a look of regret, his intentions glaringly evident. He sought to acquire more women. Otherwise, possessing the Xianyang Dragon Path would indeed be a grave waste. Do you mean? Han Shuyue was taken aback, unable to fathom that despite having so many women, Yichuan was still not content. Shiyue, I wish for the disciples of the Yu sect to rally behind me. But, Han Shiyue stammered. The other sisters each harbored their own ulterior motives. And should this come to pass, some would undoubtedly become alarmed. This is inappropriate. Li Muqing interjected sternly. Indeed, we must deliberate this matter further. Deliberate further? Yichuan shook his head with a bitter smile. As his cultivation grew stronger, the truth would inevitably surface. It was only a matter of time before it was revealed. What a pity. Time waits for no one. Then we must not act recklessly, Yin Yuexin interrupted. Many of the sisters possessed formidable strength. Even Han Xiaoyue and Li Muqing might not dare to confront them directly. Furthermore, Yichuan was still disguised as a woman. Should they rouse the esteemed Qianghua Xinzuan, they would have no means to protect one another. Fear not, I shall handle it. However, I must first understand their personalities, Yichuan reassured them. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. If we act impulsively, we risk exposing my true identity. I shall inform you, Han Xiaoyue said softly. She proceeded to disclose the characteristics and behaviors of the Yu sect's sisters to Yichuan. Upon hearing this, Yichuan committed their profiles to memory, particularly noting Shengwan Yuner, the seventh sister of the Yu sect, who was considered outstanding in both appearance and physique. Shengwan Yuner, Yichuan silently noted. Should an opportunity arise, I shall undoubtedly seek to engage with her. I hope that the praise I hear will not lead to disappointment. After a long night of turmoil, Yichuan rose and remarked that everyone must be exhausted and could now return to rest, regardless of whether it was Han Shiyue or the concerned Li Muqing and others. They certainly had no time to rest. With his safe return and the successful subduing of Han Shiyue, there was no longer a need for them to linger. At this point, amidst the reluctant gazes of those present, he ultimately chose to depart. However, shortly after Han Shiyue left, news suddenly arrived, claiming that the revered Qianghua Xinzuan wished to see her. What? Han Shiyue was taken aback, fearing that Yichuan's identity had been exposed, prompting the summons. Nevertheless, with the command of Qianghua Xinzuan, she dared not neglect the audience, for failing to comply would only cement the suspicions, complicating matters further. Thus, she waved to the female disciples below and promptly departed her residence. In the grand hall of the Yu sect, Qianghua Xinzuan, clad in a purple robe, sat regally above. Her gaze swept over the two disciples below, namely Han Shiyue and Shengwan Yuner, who had just arrived. Shiyue, you did not return last night. I wonder if you have any news, she inquired. Han Shiyue hesitated, suspecting that Shengwan Yuner had reported her absence, as the latter was known for her sharp tongue. Now that she held a potential grievance against her, it was unlikely she would let it go easily. What? Could it be that the fourth sister merely ventured down the mountain for training? Shengwan Yuner smirked slyly, sensing Han Shiyue's uncertainty. However, Han Shiyue remained composed, as she understood that this matter did not pertain to Yichuan. Replying to Xinzuan, the disciple merely discovered remnants of the Tianma sect and descended to eliminate them. Remnants of the Tianma sect? Qianghua Xinzuan's interest was piqued. Just recently, they had eradicated the sect, yet it seemed there were still survivors. Xinzuan, I believe this matter lacks credibility, Shengwan Yuner interjected. Even if there are remnants, it is doubtful that Han Shiyue needs to handle them personally. Moreover, her absence may indeed indicate ulterior motives. What? Qianghua Xinzuan furrowed her brows. They were all witnesses to Han Shiyue's previous defilement by the remnants of the Tianma sect. It was unexpected that she would now tarnish her own kind. I believe there are other ulterior motives at play. What do you mean by that, junior sister Shengwan? Han Shiyue retorted angrily. What she did was her own business. Did she really need guidance from her? It was evident that Shengwan Yuner harbored ulterior motives, viewing her as a rival. Fourth sister, if I am not mistaken, your descent must also be for the sake of the exceptional Dao Foundation, am I wrong? Han Shiyue's face flushed with indignation, firmly believing that Shengwan Yuner was deliberately seeking trouble with her. If what he said were indeed true, how could there be so many occurrences? You are simply unreasonable. It is your guilty conscience that betrays you. Before the two could finish their discourse, the esteemed Qianghua Immortal could no longer tolerate it. Enough. A single, fierce command abruptly interrupted their exchange. Your bickering serves no purpose. I merely seek a resolution. While Qianghua Immortal felt profound sympathy for Han Shiyue's past tribulations, it did not deter her relentless pursuit of information regarding the exceptional Dao Foundation cultivators. Master, during my confrontation with the remnants of the Heavenly Demon Sect, I unfortunately sustained grave injuries and sought refuge for a night solely to recuperate. Han Shuyue elucidated. This explanation aligned with her experiences from the previous night, intentionally omitting any details regarding Yichuan, thereby placing the blame squarely on the remnants of the Heavenly Demon Sect. You speak nonsense, retorted Shangwan Yuner, unyielding in her belief that Han Shuyue was deliberately deceiving the esteemed Xianghua. Junior sister Shangwan, whether I speak the truth or not, I trust the immortal will discern the matter herself. Shangwan Yuner was left utterly speechless. Observing this, Xianghua Immortal gradually descended the steps, her hand gently resting upon Han Shuyue's abdomen. Xianghua Immortal was taken aback. In a brief span, Han Shuyue's cultivation had indeed broken through a barrier. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was evident that she bore the marks of severe injury. Immortal, please do not place your trust in her. Should I then believe you? Xianghua Immortal fiercely rebuked. The evidence was irrefutable. It corroborated Han Shuyue's account. Should any mishap occur, it would spell trouble for all involved. But enough. Xianghua Immortal interjected. She had already grasped the crux of the matter. As for Han Shuyue's concealment of her whereabouts, it was likely an aversion to reliving past sorrows. However, Shangwan Yuner was intent on creating further complications at this juncture. To Xianghua Immortal's eyes, it appeared to be merely an act of vengeance against Han Shuyue. In the future, should a similar situation arise, do not bother to report it to me, Xianghua Immortal stated with palpable impatience. She offered a few comforting words to Han Shuyue, advising her to take care of her health before departing without hesitation. Yes, after hearing Xianghua Immortal's words, Shangwan Yuner immediately clasped her fists in apology. However, this did nothing to quell the hatred she harbored for Han Shuyue, believing that the latter had orchestrated everything intentionally. Junior sister Shangwan, you are overthinking many matters. I wish I were, but alas, it is not so, Shangwan Yuner retorted vehemently. If it were merely overthinking, how could she have discovered that Han Shuyue had yet to return from the mountain? We shall see. Chapter 44, followed here with a harsh remark. Shangwan Yuner mounted her sword and departed the hall. Unexpectedly, Han Shuyue's expression darkened significantly. She believed that no one would target her. However, she was unaware that Shangwan Yuner was an exception. A careless remark could lead to her being ensnared in a scheme. At this point, she could only shake her head in resignation and sigh. She even began to worry about Yichuan's intentions. When they were at Su Linglong's residence, Yichuan had expressed his determination to win her over. Now, it seemed he might not only fail in his pursuit, but could also lose his life in the process. No, I must warn him. At this moment, Han Shuyue's mind could accommodate nothing else. Even her routine cultivation was cast aside, consumed by thoughts of her entanglement with Yichuan. Upon returning to her residence, she initially contemplated how to approach Yichuan. To her astonishment, he appeared before her. The sight of him ignited a spark in her eyes. What are you doing here? She exclaimed, yearning to rush forward and embrace him tightly. Of course, I'm here. What would you do if you missed me? Yichuan replied with a playful jest. Yet, as he stated, Han Shuyue had been unable to forget the joy of the previous night since leaving Su Linglong's abode. She even fantasized about their next meeting. By the way, did you just meet with the esteemed Xianghua? Yichuan inquired, puzzled. In truth, he had anticipated such an outcome upon their return. After all, Han Shuyue had been absent throughout the night, and other disciples would surely have caught wind of it. If an opportunity arose to confront her, those with ulterior motives would certainly not hold back. It's Shangwan Shimmy. What? Yichuan furrowed his brow. He hadn't sought her out. Yet she had come to him unbidden. Don't assume this is a good thing. She has come deliberately to inquire about last night, Han Shuyue sighed. This was the very outcome she dreaded. If their actions were confirmed, they would likely face repercussions. It was crucial to remember that they had spent the entire night together. Yet the Yunu sect forbade female disciples from casual contact with males. Shangwan Yuner's intention was to undermine Han Shuyue to secure her own place as an inner disciple of the Yunu sect. Haha, didn't you tell Xianghua how delightful our night was? Yichuan teased. Han Shuyue was rendered speechless. How could he still find time for jest at such a moment? If she were to say so, she would be in dire trouble. As for Yichuan, his fate would likely be even graver. Never mind. I can't explain it to you. Is that so? Yichuan shook his head. If that's the case, shall we return to my room and continue our conversation? In an instant, even Han Shuyue was at a loss for words, and almost involuntarily, she rose to lead him back to her room. Oh, don't be so impatient. Han Shuyue admonished playfully. Upon entering the room, Yichuan immediately embraced her, his hands restlessly exploring. It is not impatience that drives me, but rather an overwhelming longing for you. For the scent that clings to you is utterly unique, Yichuan hastily explained. Upon hearing this, although a frown marred Han Qiuyue's face, her heart swelled with delight. How annoying, you are such a blabbermouth. Clearly, deep within her, the praise from Yichuan brought her immense joy. Now, we must attend to serious matters, Yichuan declared with gravity. Were there any onlookers present, they would undoubtedly burst into laughter at his assertion of seriousness. The situation was far from the simplicity they imagined. Is this truly a serious matter? Han Qiuyue retorted, speechless. Yet before she could voice her objections, he pressed her onto the bed, their bodies entwined. Meanwhile, Shangwan Yuner, who had returned with Han Qiuyue, caught sight of Yichuan accompanying Su Linglong and felt a surge of curiosity. Why would the fifth senior sister's entourage be here? In an instant, she seemed to grasp their intentions. Currently, the esteemed Xianghua immortal was urgently seeking disciples with exceptional foundational skills. Numerous disciples had been searching for days without results. If they relied solely on their own efforts, their chances of success were slim. Conversely, if they joined forces, the task would become significantly easier. I cannot believe they would conspire behind my back. In that moment, Shangwan Yuner felt as though she had been mocked. Recently, she had been diligently striving to fulfill her mission, only to find herself alone in her endeavors while her fellow sisters harbored their own agendas. Damn it, I refuse to believe you all have no ulterior motives. It was evident they were deliberately targeting her. Claiming indifference was simply impossible. Yet, the more she sensed this, the more she yearned for revenge against Han Qiuyue. Given the chance, she would not let her slip away easily. However, just as Shangwan Yuner was about to depart, she was unexpectedly spotted by Han Qiuyue's maid. What is she doing here? The maid understood that the presence of this individual boded ill. She hurried to inform Han Qiuyue of the situation. What? Are you saying that junior sister Shangwan is spying on us? Han Qiuyue exclaimed in surprise. If danger truly lurked, it might not be in a place they could easily perceive. Indeed, I just became aware of it myself, the maid replied. However, it was clear that her arrival had ulterior motives. Concerned for Han Qiuyue's safety, she rushed to notify her. We must remain vigilant against this person, Han Qiuyue asserted. It was evident that if there were no ulterior motives, she would not have sought out the Qianghua immortal to lodge a complaint. Fortunately, the esteemed Qianghua immortal master possessed discernment and did not heed her provocations. Otherwise, it could have resulted in her facing punishment. It seems that the matter has become rather difficult to resolve, Yichuan lamented. The female disciple beside him could not help but reveal a look of confusion upon hearing Yichuan speak. In the past, no one would have dared to utter a word. Indeed, I have already stated that this individual is exceedingly formidable, Han Qiuyue sighed. Yet, he remained skeptical. Had it not been for the troubles at hand, no one would be able to counter his assertions. Very well, if you are unable to handle it, I shall step in, Yichuan asserted. Particularly as they spoke of Shangwan Yuner in such fantastical terms, Yichuan became even more intrigued. Relying on you? Han Qiuyue displayed a look of disdain. It was not that she underestimated him, but rather that the entire situation exceeded comprehension. Rest assured, my Xianyang dragon technique instills me with ample confidence to subdue her, Yichuan declared with unwavering assurance. He mused that if he could manage to conquer these few, the other female disciples would pose no challenge. Chapter 45. What I desire is tenderness. Are you truly so confident in yourself? Han Qiuyue inquired. The implication was clear. Even if Shangwan Yuner were to acquiesce to him, the outcome might not align with his expectations. Moreover, given the events of today, Shangwan Yuner had already begun to formulate strategies to contend with him. I am absolutely certain, Yichuan shrugged. However, the maid beside him appeared uncertain of what to do. Especially witnessing Han Qiuyue's unusual courtesy toward this female disciple, which had never occurred before. Do you understand that junior sister Shangwan is rather extreme? A slight misstep could lead to repercussions that extend beyond her personal grievances. The message was unmistakable, as they all understood the potential issues that could arise in the future. The attitude of the opposing party could pose a threat to anyone involved. Observing this, one couldn't help but feel the weight of the situation. Qiuyue, to be candid, is this person truly as you have described? Yichuan inquired. What he sought was precisely such a beauty, yet it appeared that there was some dissatisfaction with this individual. Indeed, her appearance and figure are unparalleled. However, her heart is exceptionally malicious, Han Qiuyue explained. For among the 12 principal disciples, they were all acutely aware of one another. If that is the case, I shall find her easier to manage, Yichuan nodded. It was not due to any other reason. Rather, in light of these circumstances, he felt no personal threat. More importantly, the other party's abilities bore no consequence to him. Yet, it was her appearance and figure that truly captivated Yi Chuan's attention. You do not harbor any ulterior motives, do you? Han Shuyue queried. If there were indeed any intentions, it would be natural to express them. Therefore, he would surely have his own course of action. My thoughts, are they not ordinary? Yi Chuan chuckled. As long as she is a beautiful woman, I shall undoubtedly seize the opportunity. Thus, Shangguan Yun'er had long been a part of his scheme. However, it was unfortunate that he had not previously found the opportunity to engage with her. Otherwise, he would not have had to wait until this moment. Very well, Han Shuyue replied, somewhat speechless. For the current situation, choosing Yi Chuan would not contradict his intentions. Moreover, being a man and remaining in the Jade Maiden Sect was truly no simple feat. Should I take action? Yi Chuan inquired. Nevertheless, Han Shuyue harbored some concerns. If Yi Chuan were to step forward, it might eventually lead to his exposure. Yi Chuan, I sincerely hope that nothing ill befalls you, Han Shuyue said earnestly. Should anything happen to Yi Chuan, she feared that it would not only be her heart that would suffer. At that moment, countless disciples of the Jade Maiden Sect would likely harbor resentment towards her. And what if I remain unscathed? Yi Chuan asked. His words rendered Han Shuyue momentarily speechless. Would it truly unfold as he said, leaving the outcome uncertain for anyone involved? You stay here while I step out to address the matter, Han Shuyue said helplessly, before turning and leaving the room. In her wake, Yi Chuan remained with the maidservant, both exchanging puzzled glances. You, the maidservant began, breaking the silence. However, Yi Chuan paid her no heed, merely shaking his head and sitting on the edge of the bed. How audacious! This is the residence of my senior sister. The maidservant exclaimed, her anger igniting. No one could have anticipated that he would dare to be so bold. Must I seek permission from my senior sister to sit down? Feigning ignorance, Yi Chuan replied, his meaning clear. He deemed such actions entirely appropriate. Otherwise, they might mistakenly think him easy to intimidate, which would lead to more troublesome discourse. You must get down immediately, the maidservant urged anxiously. Since Han Shuyue had not specified in advance, she did not acknowledge the significance of Yi Chuan. If I do not descend, will you come up to accompany me? He teased. What did you just say? The maidservant was utterly taken aback, unable to fathom that Yi Chuan would utter such words. Do you not like it? He asked, his intent unmistakable, for he could not bear to dismiss such exquisite beauty. This is outrageous. I shall inform my senior sister. The maidservant retorted in indignation. Yet, just as she turned to leave, Yi Chuan suddenly grasped her hand. Ah, so delightful. The sensation was as if she were weightless. Yi Chuan was completely astonished, never anticipating such a turn of events. Beep. Detected intimate contact with the opposite sex. Optimization points 300 established a close relationship with the target maidservant, current intimacy level 30. This was utterly unbelievable. With merely a touch, such intimacy was established. Yi Chuan was utterly taken aback. If he could win over this individual, it would be far simpler than anticipated. What do you intend to do? The maid's voice trembled slightly. Despite Yi Chuan still presenting himself as a woman, her apprehension grew in response to his sudden actions. What I wish to do. Dear sister, you shall surely comprehend, Yi Chuan replied with a smile. The maid, however, was left even more perplexed. Just moments ago, she had engaged in earnest conversation with Han Shuyue, but now, it seemed as if Yi Chuan had transformed entirely. Do not make me inform my senior sister. She will not spare you. What? Yi Chuan furrowed his brow. They were all Han Shuyue's maids and, strictly speaking, his own women. To suggest that Han Shuyue would not let him off was unfathomable. Yet, the reality of the situation was lost on them. Perhaps Han Shuyue was simply concerned that he might not cherish her enough. Even if it meant exchanging one of her maids, Han Shuyue would hesitate not at all. Haha. Do you truly believe your senior sister would avenge you? Yi Chuan laughed heartily, unaware of the joy Han Shuyue experienced in his presence. What do you mean by that? The maid retorted, unimpressed. She believed that Han Shuyue had always spoken on their behalf, and it was only this unexpected remark from Yi Chuan that felt like an affront. I wish to assist you through this predicament, Yi Chuan declared. If he could cultivate with her, it would undoubtedly elevate the maid's abilities. Within the Jade Maiden Sect, there was no female disciple who did not yearn for an enhancement in her cultivation. Otherwise, they would forever remain beneath the feet of the strong, and there would be no need for them to be reduced to the role of a maid. Utter nonsense, the maid scoffed. If it were possible to change oneself, why wouldn't you find a way to enhance your own abilities? I warn you, it would be wise to recognize your position. lest my senior sister returns and unleashes her wrath upon you. Ah, I am eager to witness how your senior sister would unleash her fury upon me. Yichuan grinned, anticipating nothing but endless tenderness from her. Chapter 46. It seems not to be my fault you are utterly despicable, the maid exclaimed anxiously. She had never encountered a female disciple so audacious as to disrespect Han Qiuyue. She prepared to teach Yichuan a lesson, but before she could act, he had already defused the situation. Yichuan grasped her hands firmly. How fragrant, he remarked, inhaling the scent of her hair, unable to suppress his admiration. The maid was left speechless. In terms of strength, it was evident that she was no match for Yichuan. Yet, surrendering so easily was not a straightforward task. Rest assured, I shall ensure your comfort, Yichuan reassured her. The intent was unmistakably clear, the desire to subdue this individual first and foremost. As for future dealings, they bore no relevance to oneself. Damn it, the maid cursed. Just as she attempted to break free, she found herself ensnared even tighter in Yichuan's embrace. What are you doing? The maid, flustered and unaccustomed to such treatment, stammered. However, Yichuan remained unhurried, merely stating, as long as you keep me company, everything can be discussed. Doubt not. Do you not see who I am? No sooner had he finished speaking than Yichuan's status transformed dramatically. Why, you're actually a man. The maid was taken aback. Never had she heard of a man being permitted to wander freely within the Jade Maiden Sect, especially concerning female disciples like herself. Should such a fact be discovered, the consequences would be dire, treating them the same as any male. Of course, how else could I ensure your pleasure? I don't want this, I don't want this. The maid exclaimed in a panic. She had never contemplated engaging in relations with a male, for she understood the strict regulations of the Jade Maiden Sect. Yet upon witnessing Yichuan's identity, she couldn't help but recall her senior sister and how she would never allow such a presence. As she reached this thought, the maid hesitated to continue, realizing that many matters were beyond her control. It seems you still have much to learn, Yichuan remarked with a wry smile. Suddenly, he formed a peculiar seal with his hands. Just as the maid was at a loss for what to do, the seal miraculously penetrated her brow. What have you done to me? The maid panicked, fearing that Yichuan might harm her, revealing her vulnerability. Nothing, merely ensuring you grow fonder of me. Yichuan replied with a smile. The implication was abundantly clear. Without the use of emotional enchantments, taming her would not be an easy feat as expected. Just as the maid was about to protest, her body felt as if it were no longer under her command. It was as if the man before her was the object of her unwavering affection from the very beginning. Do you regret yielding to me? Yichuan inquired. At this point, the maid harbored no doubts and instinctively began to loosen her garments. Master, I didn't mean to imply that. Her alabaster skin was instantly revealed to Yichuan. Very well, let us proceed, he said with a smile, fully aware that the maid had succumbed to his will. Next, the maid was utterly captivated, and Yichuan had no intention of indulging her. Ding. Detected intimate contact with the opposite sex, optimization points 4000, established intimacy with target maid. Current intimacy level 70. Is that all? A wave of inexplicable disappointment surged within him. Upon reflection, it may be that the status of the maidservant is not as elevated as that of Li Muqing and her companions, thus making the establishment of intimacy considerably less challenging. It appears that it is time to showcase some remarkable skills. Yichuan could not help but sigh inwardly. For him, these matters were second nature, and he swiftly ignited an atmosphere brimming with vivacity. This time, it is indeed achievable, Yichuan declared joyfully. As he spoke, the level of understanding between the two parties became even more exquisite. Little did he expect that the maidservants of the Jade Maiden Sect would be so flawless. Had he not experienced it himself, he would have found it utterly unbelievable. However, it was precisely this statement that led the maidservant to feel even more humiliated. Unfortunately, she was no match for Yichuan, and given his relationship with Li Muqing, she certainly could not afford to offend him. Why do you wish to harm me? The maidservant whimpered. If word were to spread, the rules of the Jade Maiden Sect were not to be trifled with. On the contrary, I am not only not harming you, but I shall be of assistance to you, Yichuan explained to himself, yet his actions remained unceasing. The maidservant was utterly speechless. She had not anticipated that he could utter such sarcastic remarks, as if he did not regard her as a person at all. Alas, the heat was becoming unbearable, as if she were being scorched by a fierce flame. Rest assured, I shall not treat you unfairly. Shortly, you will receive ample rewards, Yichuan reassured her. To engage in dual cultivation with him, something that others could only yearn for. would not only enhance Yichuan's prowess, but also bestow unexpected benefits upon the object of his dual cultivation. Beep. Detection of contact with the opposite sex. Optimization points 6,000. Establishing intimacy with the target maidservant. Current intimacy level 90. What? Yichuan exclaimed in astonishment. He had not anticipated that he would so swiftly approach a 100 intimacy level. Thus, it could be said that his efforts had not been in vain. What is the matter with you? The maidservant displayed a puzzled expression. In her eyes, Yichuan appeared to be an entirely different person from moments ago. It is nothing, merely a recollection of certain matters, Yichuan replied. He casually found an excuse to deflect the inquiry. At this point, further explanations would serve no purpose. Regardless, Yichuan had achieved his objective. Have you released me? Indeed. You may return, Yichuan stated as he rose. Upon seeing this, the maidservant was unwilling to delay even for a moment. Just then, Li Muqing entered, catching sight of the scene before her. Beep. Detection of intimate contact with the opposite sex. Optimization points 6,000. Establishing intimacy with the target maidservant. Current intimacy level 100. Han Xiuyue was taken aback. She had never anticipated that her maidservant would engage with Yichuan in such a manner. Senior sister, it is all my fault. I beg you not to blame the master. What? Han Xiuyue furrowed her brow, looking at Yichuan in disbelief, astonished that she referred to him as master. What on earth was happening? It is as follows. Yichuan hurriedly stepped forward to explain. As he concluded his words, Han Xiuyue naturally comprehended his intentions. All right, I understand. She waved her hand dismissively. Observing this, the maid dared not linger, reluctantly bidding farewell to Yichuan before departing. Congratulations. You have once again captivated my maid, Han Xiuyue remarked, a hint of jealousy creeping into her tone. It is worth noting that she possessed many maids. And if this continued, it would undoubtedly lead to further complications. It seems I cannot be blamed. It is merely because your maid resembles a celestial being. Yichuan chuckled. Chapter 47. Curiosity killed the cat's senior sister. Just as the maid was about to explain, Han Xiuyue subtly gestured for silence. Regardless, the pressing matter at hand was to deal with Shangguan Yuner. Now that she was indeed Yichuan's woman, even if he chose to dismiss her maid presently, there was no guarantee that she would not act against her in the future. Yes, the maid promptly exited the scene. What has transpired? As he watched the maid's retreating figure, Yichuan turned his gaze towards Han Xiuyue, particularly noting the maid's graceful form, which had undeniably made his service exceedingly enjoyable. She has already departed, but I believe she will not give up easily, Han Xiuyue sighed. I can only blame myself for being careless and allowing her to discover my intentions. Now, even the esteemed Xianghua Xianzuan does not support her, which will surely provoke her, leading to retaliatory actions against me. Well, I was worried she wouldn't come at all, Yichuan replied with a smile, completely unconcerned about her vengeance, but rather apprehensive that she might not appear again after this incident. However, Han Xiuyue sighed in resignation. It sounds quite appealing, yet when faced with her directly, resolving the matter may not be so straightforward. Even Yichuan's Xianyang dragon, Dao might not suffice. All right, let us disregard other matters. Do not forget that a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold coins, Yichuan declared, rubbing his hands together. He then affectionately embraced Han Xiuyue. She found herself utterly speechless, never having anticipated such an outcome, yet she offered no resistance. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yuner, having departed from that place, did not hasten back to her residence, but instead made her way to Yan Yuexin's abode. Indeed, upon encountering her, Yan Yuexin felt a pang of distress. She would not seek me out without cause unless she had uncovered something. Let her in, she decided. Since she has come, it would only raise suspicion to refuse her. Yes, Wang Shuero agreed, promptly leaving to bring Shangguan Yuner inside. Sixth senior sister, I hope all has been well with you lately, Shangguan Yuner feigned politeness. Upon hearing this, Yan Yuexin could easily discern her insincerity, but chose not to expose her. I am perfectly fine, though I regret not having fulfilled the master's orders, which weighs heavily on my conscience. Is that so? Shangguan Yuner scoffed. To put it simply, there is an unsettling feeling within. Yet the true circumstances may not align with this sentiment. However, I have heard that the third and fourth sisters have already allied with you. I wonder if this is indeed the case. What? Yan Yuexin frowned slightly. At this moment, Shangguan Yuner's gaze was exceptionally resolute, leaving no room for hesitation. I truly wonder where she acquired this information. I thought she had learned of Yichuan's arrival. I believe Shangguan Shimi has misunderstood. Our collaboration aims solely to alleviate the concerns of the immortal sovereign, without any ulterior motives. Oh, Shangwan Yun furrowed her brow. While the words may seem simple, the actual implications may not yield the results they desire. Yet, it is precisely this complexity that raises further suspicion. Should troubles arise in the future, anyone could find themselves in peril. Never mind, the situation is not as you perceive. Yin Yuexin shook her head. If it were truly that straightforward, the current predicament would not exist. Haha, your words are indeed pleasant, but I am inclined not to believe you, Shangwan Yun exclaimed anxiously. If it were not for her inadvertently sending a message, they might have continued to conceal the truth. Thus, everyone found themselves in a difficult position. Yin Yuexin was momentarily at a loss for words. She spoke nothing but the truth, yet Shangwan Yun chose to believe none of it. Should everyone adhere to her extreme assertions, it could lead to insurmountable challenges in the future. Enough, there is no need for further discourse. Shangwan Yun had already concluded that they were conspiring. The reason behind it all remains uncertain at this moment. Presently, her purpose in approaching Yin Yuexin is to intimidate. Otherwise, she may not even comprehend the extent of her own demise. Very well. Then, according to Shangwan Shimi's perspective, how should we proceed? Yin Yuexin inquired. As she was the one who came to stir trouble, Yin Yuexin felt no obligation to extend her kindness. Me? What a grand jest. How could I possibly know such things? Shangwan Yun responded irritably. It seems that amidst all these events, one must rely on her judgment alone. Never mind. Had you been more aware of these matters, you would not have uttered such words, Yin Yuexin lamented. She merely hoped that Shangwan Yun would cease her disruptions, as it would benefit everyone involved. Haha, it appears that Sixth Sister indeed wishes to ostracize me, Shangwan Yun remarked with a bitter smile. This only affirms that what she observed was indeed the truth. It matters not. Even so, I harbor no grievances. Shangwan Shimi, you are genuinely mistaken, Yin Yuexin hurriedly clarified. In such perilous circumstances, having multiple adversaries offers a greater safeguard. If we were truly to join forces, how could we possibly exclude you? Shangwan Yun was momentarily speechless. Upon reflection, it was indeed as Yin Yuexin had articulated. Her capabilities are formidable. If she truly agrees to collaborate with her, the likelihood of success in any endeavor would significantly increase. It is precisely for this reason that they began to find themselves in a predicament. Everyone is acutely aware of the other party's stance, yet should they truly delve into the matter, it may not unfold as they desire. What do you propose we do? Shangwan Yun inquired earnestly. Finding no advantage in mere verbal exchanges, she could not help but alter her perspective. Very well, our interaction is merely ordinary, nothing as you envision. Yin Yuexin replied, shaking her head. In the presence of Shangwan Yun, she dared not utter any superfluous words, fully aware that the other party would not let her off easily. As the conversation progressed, they all began to feel the weight of their situation. Once danger arises, the consequences will be borne by all involved. Yet, their attitudes only serve to sow seeds of hesitation among them. Let it be. This matter is complex and may not align with your expectations, Yin Yuexin hastily remarked, her intent being to persuade them to cease their relentless probing. However, Shangwan Yun was cognizant that even if they were concealing truths, she currently had no means to unearth them. At this juncture, the tension became palpable. The attitudes of the opposing party were evident to all. I trust you, but I hope you do not deceive me, Shangwan Yun declared. With that, she turned and departed, fully aware that she was fighting her battles alone, unable to contend with them. Sister, Wang Shuero exclaimed anxiously, her audacity knows no bounds. In the past, Yin Yuexin would not have tolerated such behavior. Chapter 48. I am confident I can win her over, Humph. Were it not for Yichuan's plan, I would never allow her to act with such impunity, Yin Yuexin retorted fiercely, her eyes brimming with a murderous intent. Observing this, Wang Shuero understood that Yin Yuexin would not relent and refrained from further comment. By the way, has there been any news from the fourth senior sister? It appears not. Wang Shuero replied, shaking her head. If Yichuan were discovered, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar. However, it seems that Shangwan Yun is merely causing a ruckus, posing no real threat to them. What? Yin Yuexin frowned, surprised by this outcome. Are you certain? Indeed. It is only that Shangwan Yun and the fourth senior sister have met with Qianghua Xianzuan, but the reason remains unclear to others, Wang Shuero explained. Their observations confirmed that if there were no pressing matters, they would not be so eager to meet with her. However, Yin Yuexin appeared to grasp something. Humph. It is impossible for Shangwan Yun to visit suddenly without ulterior motives. Yin Yuexin narrowed her eyes. The reason likely has an inextricable connection to Yichuan. Sister, should we not venture forth to gather intelligence? No, Yin Yuexin gently shook her head. At this moment, Shangwan Yuner harbored suspicions that they were secretly orchestrating some plan. If they were to investigate under such circumstances, it would undoubtedly arouse the other's suspicions. We ought to remain still and observe, especially in the absence of an order from Yichuan. Indeed, Wang Shuero affirmed. Subtly, Yichuan's influence within the ranks of the Yunu sect had gradually taken root. If they truly intended to confront him, it would certainly not be a simple matter. Meanwhile, after their intimate encounter, Yichuan and Han Xiuyue had dressed and made their way to the main hall, where the female disciples had gathered. Ladies, are you aware that Shangwan Shimi has been secretly observing us? Han Xiuyue began to inform everyone of the situation. What is Shangwan Shiji's intention? We seem to have no grievances against her. They all looked towards Han Xiuyue, harboring hidden doubts that she had come for them. Yet, Han Xiuyue shook her head slightly. I am equally in the dark, but it is clear that she has regarded us as adversaries. It was precisely because of this that she felt the need to exercise caution, especially given her significant ties to Yichuan. Is that so? We seemingly have no interaction with her, the sisters questioned, each perplexed by the situation. However, it was evident that since Han Xiuyue had stated this, along with Shangwan Yuner's confirmed presence here, they could not help but believe her words. Sister, how should we respond? Inquired the maidservant who had recently been subdued by Yichuan. Beside Han Xiuyue, she held considerable sway. Dealing with him is not a trivial matter. Yet we need not act hastily. The situation is clear. Shangwan Yuner merely harbors suspicions without any evidence, which is telling in itself. But you have yet to take action. Yichuan remarked with a hint of sarcasm. His intent was to create an opportunity to approach Shangwan Yuner. Once he seized that chance, subsequent matters would become much easier to handle. Han Xiuyue was momentarily speechless. She understood Yichuan's thoughts well, but such actions could potentially expose his whereabouts. At that point, not only would she be at a loss, but even Li Muqing would be beyond her control. Let us deliberate on this matter further, Han Xiuyue sighed. Having no desire to engage with their words, she found herself burdened by numerous issues. Very well, I shall adhere to your plans, Yichuan nodded. Whether sooner or later, it mattered little to him. In his mind, Shangwan Yuner had already become part of his realm. You may all leave for now, but remember to keep a close watch on her movements. Understood. Numerous disciples readily agreed and then dispersed. Once their figures faded from view, Han Xiuyue suddenly spoke earnestly to Yichuan, saying, Do you realize your situation is perilous? I understand, Yichuan replied. As the vice master of the Heavenly Demon Sect, daring to conceal oneself within the Jade Maiden Sect invites danger at every turn. However, he remained unfazed. If one were to truly reckon with the consequences, it might become an ordeal he could scarcely manage. At this juncture, doubts began to arise, leaving many perplexed about the implications of their circumstances. You truly are one who only weeps upon seeing the coffin, Shangwan Yuner exclaimed anxiously. It was evident that her intentions were to ensure his safety. Yet Yichuan remained indifferent. I won't hesitate to inform you that the immortal sovereign sought me for this very matter. Following this, Han Xiuyue informed Shangwan Yuner to relay her news to Yichuan, hoping he might exercise some caution. Upon hearing this, Yichuan not only felt no trepidation, but rather shook his head with a wry smile. Look at what you're saying. How could the lofty Qianghua immortal sovereign possibly concern herself with a minor character like me? His meaning was unmistakable, as he sought to unravel the true significance of these warnings. Well then, if you cannot grasp this, it would be best for you to return and rest early. Ultimately, they were all capable of recognizing the reality of their situation. Should that fateful day arrive, one could trust that Li Muqing and the other sisters would ensure Yichuan's safety. Where are you going? At that moment, Yichuan unexpectedly began to walk outside, causing Han Xiuyue to furrow her brow in alarm. I'm just taking a stroll. I will notify you if anything arises. Yichuan waved his hand dismissively and departed. This left those present filled with curiosity. Even at such a critical moment, he chose to wander aimlessly. What would happen if trouble ensued? Yet, Yichuan had his own intentions, and regardless of her urgency, he remained unperturbed. Fine, do as you wish, Han Xiuyue sighed. After all, she was already Yichuan's woman, and even in the face of danger, she would risk her life to save him. However, upon leaving Han Xiuyue's residence, Yichuan did not merely wander as he had suggested. Instead, he headed directly towards Shangwan Yuner's quarters. If you won't come to find me, I shall seek you out. To Yichuan, Shangwan Yuner was flawless in both appearance and figure. If he could win her over, matters would become considerably easier. Simultaneously, as Yichuan hurried along, a delicate, pink hand unexpectedly rested upon his shoulder from behind. Yichuan furrowed his brow slightly and halted his steps. He had not anticipated that someone could approach so silently. So it's you. Upon recognizing Yichuan, the newcomer's expression instantly transformed. Senior Sister Shangwan. Yichuan exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, the familiar fragrance lingered. But he had been so consumed by his longing for her that he had failed to notice he was being followed. Chapter 49. The Unyielding Longing Humph. Of course. It is I, said Shangwan Yuner, turning her head away. The newcomer was none other than a maidservant of Han Qiuyue, and she presumed this individual had come to gather intelligence. Speak. Have you come here at Han Qiuyue's behest? No. Yichuan categorically denied. I was merely taking a casual stroll. What? It was evident that Shangwan Yuner was unconvinced by his words. The residences of the two were quite distant from each other. She could hardly believe that Yichuan had merely wandered into her territory. Haha, who would have thought that such a foolish person would be by Han Qiuyue's side? Shangwan Yuner laughed, exhibiting no inclination to entertain his claims. Senior Sister Shangwan, why must you misunderstand me so? Yichuan pondered in confusion. He was clearly seeking her out. Yet she insisted it was to spy on behalf of Han Qiuyue. Even if Han Qiuyue had such intentions, he was unlikely to act as she suggested. It may seem simple to you, but I understand Han Qiuyue's true motives, Shangwan Yuner retorted anxiously. If she had not allied with other sisters, how could she have isolated me? Yichuan was rendered speechless. No matter how much he tried to explain, it was futile at this moment. Unless he entertained other thoughts. Only then would he be adequately prepared. Be sensible and leave quickly. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless, Shangwan Yuner warned fiercely. At that moment, she harbored no fondness for anyone associated with Han Qiuyue. If truly pushed to the brink, eliminating Yichuan would be a mere trifle. Haha. I doubt you would go that far, Yichuan chuckled, shaking his head, completely disregarding the murderous intent evident in her eyes. Why do you think so? Shangwan Yuner inquired. Once the relationship between them soured, dealing with him would be a simple matter. Because you had the opportunity to kill me just now, yet you refrained from acting. Yichuan explained. However, he was acutely aware of the reality. Even if she wished to target him, it would not be so straightforward. At this moment, Yichuan's cultivation level had already surpassed hers by a considerable margin. If she could not eliminate him in one strike, he might retaliate with lethal force. At that point, regardless of who it was, concealment would remain impossible. Haha, that is your fortune. Do you truly believe I let you go on purpose? Shangwan Yuner scoffed. Regardless, Yichuan remained a person of Han Qiuyue's inner circle. Given that she had been attending to Han Qiuyue that day, it was evident to any discerning individual that their relationship was exceedingly close. Should she resort to killing Yichuan, it would undoubtedly provoke Han Qiuyue's wrath. And even she might find herself in dire straits. Haha, well, I understand you will not kill me, Yichuan replied with a smile, as if he had peered into her heart, showing no intention of taking her seriously. However, it was precisely because of his words that Shangwan Yuner felt even more apprehensive. To think a mere maidservant could be so formidable. Shangwan Yuner couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, her gaze fixed intently on the figure before her, momentarily stunned into silence. Senior Sister Shangwan, your stare is making me rather uncomfortable, Yichuan remarked casually, taking 2 deliberate steps closer. What are you doing? Shangwan Yuner instinctively retreated, wary of falling prey to his schemes. Senior Sister, there's no need for fear. I merely wish to close the distance between us. Yichuan quickly explained. At his words, Shangwan Yuner froze. Could it be that he intended to betray Han Qiuyue? Yet, given Han Qiuyue's temperament, betrayal was a path that led only to death. Unless he had a death wish. Clearly, Shangwan Yuner's mind was as sharp as ever. For had she been less astute, she might have already revealed her suspicions. Huh. To think Han Qiuyue trusts you so deeply, yet here you are, seeking me out. Shangwan Yuner mused, her tone laced with deliberate ambiguity, a test to discern his true intentions. Men aspire to greater heights, just as water flows to lower grounds. I have no intention of remaining stagnant, Yichuan replied with a faint smile. Though his words seemed straightforward, they carried an air of cryptic mystery. Yet, neither could press further. Enough. I've no time for idle chatter. If you have anything of value to share, seek me again. Shangwan Yuner declared with a flick of her sleeve. In an instant, she mounted her sword and vanished into the distance. Truly a woman of remarkable character. Yichuan murmured in admiration, the lingering fragrance in the air after her departure intoxicating. I swear, I will claim you. With that, he turned and left. Meanwhile, upon seeing Yi Chuan, Han Xiuyue rushed forward, her expression tense with urgency. My apologies. I just met with Shangwan Yuner. What? Han Xiuyue paled in horror. She had explicitly warned him against provoking Shangwan Yuner. Any misstep could bring consequences beyond their control. I found her not so fearsome, Yi Chuan remarked casually. Having spoken with her, he acknowledged her strength but doubted she would resort to lethal measures. Else, she would have struck the moment they met. You don't understand. She spared you only because she still harbors reservations, Han Xiuyue sighed. Shangwan Yuner was well aware of Han Xiuyue's close ties with Li Muqing and others. Though the exact nature of their alliance remained unclear, acting rashly would invite disaster, precisely why Yi Chuan had escaped unscathed. Otherwise, given Shangwan Yuner's temperament, she would never have let him go so easily. Perhaps, but I am confident I can win her over, Yi Chuan declared, brimming with self-assurance. Until this moment, Han Xiuyue remained infatuated with Shangwan Yuner. As long as you are safe, that is all that matters, Han Xiuyue sighed, aware that no matter what she said, it would yield no benefit. Yi Chuan, having encountered Shangwan Yuner, appeared utterly enchanted, even willing to risk exposure in his quest to find her. A testament to his fervent feelings. Rest assured, I will not forget you, Yi Chuan tenderly remarked, playfully pinching Han Xiuyue's cheek. Instantly, she was taken aback. No one had ever lavished such affection upon her, not even in her dreams. She felt as if she had transformed into a docile lamb. Enough of this. Let us return to our serious discussions. Serious discussions? Han Xiuyue frowned. Since joining Yi Chuan, he had never truly engaged in anything serious. What he termed as serious was merely indulging in various escapades. Just as Han Xiuyue was lost in thought, Yi Chuan suddenly lifted her into his arms. No. Where do you think you're going? He insisted. With that, he swiftly carried her toward the room. Chapter 50. The Return to Embraces. Upon returning to their residence, Shangwan Yuner, who had previously met Yi Chuan, found herself reminiscing about his words. If it was not Han Xiuyue's intention, then what could be the reason for his visit? Given the current precarious circumstances, misinterpreting his intentions could easily reverse the situation to her disadvantage. Damn it, what does that insufferable maid mean by this? Shangwan Yuner cursed. Feeling utterly helpless, for deep down, she understood the necessity of not placing her trust in anyone lightly. I refuse to believe you would dare betray Han Xiuyue, she resolved, determined to capture this individual at the first opportunity. When the time came, she would employ both coercion and temptation, confident that he would eventually divulge the truth. With a plan in mind, she knew it was time to act. Meanwhile, the oblivious Yi Chuan continued to revel in the joy that Han Xiuyue brought him. After several rounds of playful banter, they finally ceased their frolic. Yi Chuan, do you know? You are my favorite man. Fear not, in the future, I shall ensure you adore me even more, Yi Chuan affectionately replied, revealing no semblance of concealment regarding his feelings. Regardless of the circumstances, every woman possessed a unique allure. Especially the captivating Han Xiuyue. Though she once appeared cold and indifferent, in moments of intimacy, she proved to be more passionate than any other. It was precisely this fervor that endeared her to Yi Chuan even more. I understand. Your aspirations extend beyond just me, Han Xiuyue lamented. With so many seemingly ethereal disciples in the Jade Maiden Sect, it was inevitable that Shangwan Yuner would soon become one of his conquests, barring any unforeseen events. To this, Yi Chuan harbored no doubts. It is all for the greater good. Otherwise, you wouldn't wish for my identity to be exposed in the future, leading to my pursuit by the Jade Maiden Sect, would you? No, that day shall never come, Han Xiuyue interjected. Whether it will unfold as Yi Chuan predicted remains uncertain, even to him. However, one thing is assured. Regardless of the challenges that may arise, he would devise a means to ensure the safety of the other party. Even if it meant risking his own life, for Han Xiuyue, it would be a death without regrets. Rest assured, I shall strive diligently, Yi Chuan sighed. To survive, one must acquiesce to the system's arrangements. Initially, he perceived the disguise system as a significant humiliation. Yet, in hindsight, it appears to be less burdensome than he once thought. Without the disguise system, how could he navigate among the beauties so effortlessly? Indeed, he has mastered the art of traversing through a garden of flowers without a single petal touching him. Our current primary concern should be Shangwan Yuner, Han Xiuyue reminded once more. Only she had previously reported his disappearance to the esteemed Xianghua fairy. Fortunately, the fairy did not believe her, otherwise, his predicament would have been even more precarious. I understand, but to subdue her, One must possess the necessary means. Yichuan nodded. He had already tested the waters. Shangwan Yunar's thoughts are meticulous, and she would not easily trust anyone. Should one approach her, even with flattery, suspicion would arise immediately. Hence, Yichuan contemplated seeking her assistance. As you have observed, Shangwan Yunar is not easily dealt with, Han Shiyue remarked. It is evidently improbable to enlist Han Shiyue's help at this juncture. After all, Shangwan Yunar's deepest animosity still lies with him. What then should I do? Yichuan inquired. Everyone is aware of the situation. Any misstep could grant Shangwan Yunar the opportunity to retaliate. However, this concern seems less pressing to them now. Han Shiyue's reluctance for Yichuan to approach her does not stem from jealousy, but rather from a fear of the potential harm he may incur. Yet, if she is not subdued, she may forever remain a ticking time bomb by his side. Enough of this talk. I shall oversee the matter, Han Shiyue declared. Yes. You should consult the third senior sister and see if she has any solutions. Li Muqing? Yichuan furrowed his brow. How could he have forgotten her? Very well. I shall go at once, he said, rising from the bed. Observing his urgency, Han Shiyue could not help but display a troubled expression. Regardless, her intentions were for Yichuan's safety. Thus, even if she felt discontent, she would not allow it to show on her face. Meanwhile, Li Muqing felt exceedingly lonely each day without Yichuan by her side. Even the slightest interest has eluded me. Even my cultivation is on the verge of being neglected. Senior sister. At this moment, Xian approached slowly. What is it? Li Muqing inquired, her gaze fixed curiously upon the young disciple before her. Yes, the master has arrived. What? Instantly, Li Muqing's interest was piqued. You mean, Yichuan is here? After yearning day and night, the moment has finally come to see the one I long for. Indeed, Xian exclaimed excitedly. Just then, Yichuan appeared before them. However, this time he did not disguise himself, but came as the man he truly is. What? Do I sense a lack of welcome? Yichuan feigned ignorance. Upon witnessing this, Li Muqing dared not say another word and immediately leapt into Yichuan's embrace. No, there shall be no lack of welcome. We have missed you dearly. Ha, I understand, Yichuan replied, not forgetting to return Li Muqing's affection with a warm hug. It was precisely for this reason that both parties understood what was to unfold next. Having traveled a fair distance, why not take the opportunity to indulge in a bath while we converse and enjoy? Excellent. Li Muqing responded joyfully. At this moment, recalling the past, the memories felt vividly fresh. With that, she instructed Xian to prepare hot water. In no time, the steaming pool was filled to the brim. Li Muqing assisted Yichuan in shedding his garments, and the two slipped into the water together. Meanwhile, Xian, standing nearby, felt a tinge of embarrassment. Xian, why are you still standing there? Yichuan asked. It had been too long since I savored the essence of Xian. Today, I must indulge in affection. Indeed. We are not strangers. Let us all partake together, Li Muqing suggested. Upon seeing Yichuan, her usual impatience had vanished entirely. Very well, Xian agreed, promptly disrobing and joining them in the pool. My purpose here is quite simple. I wish to get closer to Shangwan Yunar, Yichuan stated, embracing both women. I possess the means to cope, yet at present, I lack a suitable rationale. Prompted by Han Shiyue, I ultimately sought Li Muqing's assistance. Get closer to Shangwan Yunar? Li Muqing furrowed her brow slightly. Meanwhile, Yichuan held her tightly, inhaling her fragrant scent. This individual likely seeks to uncover my true identity. And I must ascertain his intentions, Yichuan replied. Otherwise, if she were to acquire any substantial evidence, we would all be in peril. Chapter 51. Returning to the disciples' quarters. I see, Li Muqing pondered thoughtfully. She believed Shangwan Yunar had already secured compelling evidence, unaware that she was merely harboring suspicions and had only begun her investigation. In my opinion, we must remain vigilant. This girl, Shangwan Yunar, is not easily dealt with. Among all the sisters, she is undoubtedly the most astute. With the slightest misstep, one's plans would be immediately discerned by the adversary. The crux of the matter lies in Yichuan's male identity, which has deterred them from recklessly pursuing a resolution. Fear not. You need only assist me in approaching this individual. The remainder shall be left to me, Yichuan asserted with confidence. With the mastery of the Xianyang Dragon Path, captivating numerous women was a trivial pursuit, and subduing Shangwan Yunar would be no challenge. Are you truly so assured? Li Muqing questioned skeptically. If this were indeed the case, she would gladly offer her assistance. However, failing to manage Shangwan Yunar might lead to her acquiring incriminating evidence, leaving no one able to account to the Jade Maiden Sect. Have you forgotten my prowess in just 2 days? Yichuan remarked with a mischievous grin. At that moment, Li Muqing's cheeks flushed crimson as she subtly averted her gaze. Nodding slightly. Very well. You need only assist me with my directives, and I shall handle the rest. Understood. Although Li Muqing recognized the formidable challenge ahead, she had no intention of declining. Before Yichuan, submission was her only option. Haha. To express my gratitude, perhaps I should do something special, Yichuan said as he slowly approached Li Muqing. Upon noticing this, her cheeks turned a deeper shade of red. Who could have anticipated that happiness would arrive so swiftly? Of course, her recent days of concern for Yichuan were aimed solely at securing an opportunity to serve him. Come here. Yichuan suddenly lifted her into his arms. Amidst their playful laughter, the two began to entwine, while beside them, Ziyin, unwilling to be outdone, joined in their embrace. After a brief interlude, the trio emerged from the bath and made their way to the front hall. Rest assured, I will devise a plan. You need only await my news. No problem. Yichuan replied readily, confident in Han Shuyue's recommendation, believing it would pose no issues, especially since he had spent several days by Li Muqing's side, garnering sufficient trust in her. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave. Where are you going? Ziyin inquired, assuming he intended to return to Han Shuyue's side. As a mere servant disciple, I must return to my rightful domain. What? Ziyin exclaimed in astonishment. The servant disciples were burdened with endless toil, and if Yichuan returned, he would scarcely have the time to see them. No, you should remain by senior sister San's side. At that moment, even Li Muqing was taken aback, as Ziyin had voiced precisely what she had been contemplating. Yet her status rendered her hesitant to speak. Ha ha, it matters not. Wherever I may be, I shall not forget you. Yichuan chuckled, waving goodbye as he departed. Meanwhile, upon learning of Yichuan's return, the most delighted were Yin Yuexin and Wang Xuejiao. Sister, it seems our joyful days are about to resume. Is that what you believe? Yin Yuexin replied, her brow slightly furrowed. Possessing Yichuan undoubtedly ensures a life filled with happiness. However, it must be acknowledged that troubles will inevitably accompany such fortune. Particularly within the confines of the Jade Maiden Sect, Yichuan is regarded as a coveted treasure. Why else? Wang Shuiro wore a puzzled expression. Typically, Yin Yuexin eagerly anticipated Yichuan's arrival. Now that he was finally here, her demeanor appeared unexpectedly unwelcoming. Very well. Let us go and greet him, Yin Yuexin declared as she rose. Without hesitation, Wang Shuiro followed her outside. Upon encountering Yichuan, even the usually aloof Yin Yuexin revealed an expression of adulation. You have finally arrived. What is this? Have you missed me? Yichuan was acutely aware of their thoughts. Once one experiences such pleasures, the desire for more becomes insatiable. Not only does a joyful life ensue, but it also facilitates personal cultivation. Indeed, my elder sister has long yearned for your swift return, Wang Shuiro interjected. Hearing this, Yichuan fixed his gaze upon her. Is it only Yuexin who misses me? Do you not feel the same? Wang Shuiro was momentarily at a loss for words. The cold poison within their bodies had been completely eradicated, and they naturally regarded Yichuan as their master. Haha, enough with the jesting, Yichuan chuckled, pretending to embrace her. Should other disciples from different sects witness this, they would surely be envious. By the way, I wonder if my master intends to stay this time. Wang Shuiro inquired cautiously, harboring fears that Yichuan had ulterior motives and would leave once his purpose was fulfilled. Indeed, as a mere servant disciple, I must fulfill my duties. What? Yin Yuexin furrowed her brow. Initially, he had concealed the young Dan by blending in among the servant disciples to secure his safety. Little did they expect that Yichuan would take it so seriously. No, that place is unsuitable for you. Not only would Wang Shuiro attempt to dissuade him, but given Yichuan's capabilities, he could easily qualify as an inner disciple. Alas, being male, if the esteemed Qianghua Xianzun were to discover him, he would surely promote him to a direct disciple. Nevertheless, I ought to perform my responsibilities, Yichuan insisted. Although he was merely a servant disciple, frequently revealing himself would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. Just as in the case of Shangwan Yunair, the outcome was no different. But, enough, he is right. Yin Yuexin could not help but interrupt Wang Shuiro's counsel. Deep down, she understood that if others discovered them, it would solely be due to Yichuan's indiscreet movements. If this continued, it would pose even greater threats to them. Indeed, it is Yuexin who understands me best. As he spoke, Yichuan playfully pinched her cheek. Afterward, he turned and departed from the scene. Simultaneously, in recent days, Shen Qian, who had been laboring at the servants' quarters, found herself deeply yearning for Yichuan, especially after he gifted her a pill. She had successfully elevated her cultivation to the 7th level of qi refinement. Just as she pondered why Yichuan had not returned, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before her. Sister Yichuan, Shun Qian exclaimed in surprise, her heart brimming with anticipation for this moment. How did you come back? I thought that after gaining Yin Yuexin's favor, Yichuan would never return to this wretched place. Haha, how could I possibly leave you behind while you are here? Yichuan replied. Am I truly that important? Shun Qian asked, puzzled. Chapter 52. Target Lin Meiqing, especially with the senior sisters around her, who had recently experienced a remarkable surge in their cultivation due to Yichuan's restoration of their damaged foundations. Shun Qian felt the pressure of stagnation. If she remained idle, she feared she would inevitably be eliminated. Do not be disheartened. Remember, no one can replace you, Yichuan reassured her. Although Shun Qian's cultivation was indeed lacking, it did not imply a lack of effort on her part. Rather, she had not encountered any opportunities, and breaking through her current predicament was far from simple. This sentiment sowed a seed of gratitude within Shun Qian. However, regrettably, the Yunus sect had no male disciples, and Shun Qian could only regard him as a beloved elder sister. All right, go and attend to your duties, Yichuan suggested, unwilling to let her neglect her work due to his presence. He feared that any repercussions would ultimately fall upon Shun Qian. Okay, I will come find you later, she responded. What? Yichuan furrowed his brow, wondering if this little girl had uncovered his secret. Previously, he had only shared such sentiments with other female disciples, and now she was approaching him with them. Did you say you would come find me later? He asked, questioning whether he had misheard her. Indeed. I will come find you later, she confirmed, leaving Yichuan utterly speechless. Based on the current circumstances, it was evident that Shun Qian had matured significantly during their days apart. Nevertheless, Yichuan still viewed her as a younger sister. He felt a pang of guilt at the thought of taking advantage of this young girl. What is it? Shun Qian seemed to notice something unusual in Yichuan's expression and lingered to observe him. Nothing. Just go on with your tasks, Yichuan sighed. Given Shun Qian's persistence, he felt it inappropriate to say more. It was truly puzzling. Suddenly turning around, Yichuan was filled with curiosity. Who had informed her? How could she speak to him in such a manner? Contemplating this, he almost believed it to be mere coincidence. Perhaps she was simply expressing her gratitude. Master. At that moment, several servant disciples approached him. It appears that your cultivation has progressed remarkably. Yichuan observed their advancements with astonishment. From the restoration of their previously shattered foundations to their current exponential breakthroughs in just a few days. It was no wonder that Shun Qian had spoken with such confidence earlier. She indeed possessed an air of superiority. It is all thanks to our master. We have been eagerly anticipating his continued blessings. The junior disciples expressed their sentiments. However, given that many were still outside Yichuan's influence, their conversations were conducted in hushed tones. Very well. If time permits, I shall bestow upon you great rewards, Yichuan replied joyfully. With these individuals forming his burgeoning faction, the Jade Maiden Sect would inevitably fall under his dominion. Not even the esteemed Xianghua Xinzuan would be exempt. Yichuan would not grant her an opportunity to escape. Upon receiving Yichuan's affirmation, the junior disciples departed with hearts full of joy. As long as they could cultivate alongside Yichuan, their progress would accelerate. Meanwhile, the senior disciple Lin Meiqing approached unexpectedly. I haven't seen you for several days. Don't think that your friendship with Sister Shui Ro will spare you from punishment, she admonished. Dear sister, you exaggerate. I had some personal matters to attend to, Yichuan replied, about to express his displeasure when he turned and realized it was Lin Meiqing. In the Jade Maiden Sect, there is no room for personal affairs, Lin Meiqing scoffed. However, out of respect for Wang Shuiro, she refrained from pursuing the matter further. Go attend to your business, and be more astute in the future. Understood, Yichuan nodded slightly. Despite her simple attire, Lin Meiqing possessed a remarkable foundation in both appearance and figure. Especially when angered, her large eyes were captivating to all who beheld them. You have much to answer for, Lin Meiqing retorted fiercely before turning to leave. At that moment, Yichuan called out to her, Sister, wait. Without allowing Lin Meiqing a chance to respond, he reached out to caress her cheek. Ding. Detected contact with the opposite sex, optimization points 300, establishing a close relationship with target Lin Meiqing, current intimacy level, 10. What are you doing? Lin Meiqing exclaimed in anger, her fierce gaze seeming to ignite with fury. It was merely a strand of hair. Yichuan replied with a chuckle, discarding the hair he had grasped, which spared him from further reproach. Oomph. Outrageous, Lin Meiqing scolded, leaving without another word. Meanwhile, Yichuan remained rooted in place, his gaze fixed upon the retreating figure of the woman. Sister Yichuan, do you not fear her retribution for treating the senior disciple that way? No one has dared to be disrespectful to her before. The surrounding junior disciples murmured as they gathered around. It is universally acknowledged that his current actions are akin to courting trouble. What is there to fear? After all, I have not incurred no losses. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into a profound silence. It is evident to all that Yichuan arrived here at the behest of Wang Xuero. If Lin Meiqing truly intends to deal with Yichuan, it would be tantamount to offending Wang Xuero. No wonder he appears so confident. The reason is clear. The servant disciples displayed expressions of envy. If only Wang Xuero could care for them as she does for Yichuan, they would have surely become formal disciples long ago. All right, everyone. Let us return to our tasks, Yichuan sighed. It is not an easy feat to contend with him. However, the system has identified Lin Meiqing as a target, and it will not easily relinquish its pursuit. With this realization, he comprehended how to proceed. I do not believe you are more difficult to handle than Han Qiuyue. With that, he hurried after Lin Meiqing. What are you doing? Lin Meiqing looked at Yichuan with a puzzled expression. She had just reprimanded him, and now he was coming to find her so soon. Nothing. I am merely curious and wish to have a chat with you. Curious? We are all servant disciples. What could possibly pique your curiosity about me? Moreover, with Wang Xuero as your support, you have no reason to seek me out. Then please enlighten me as to what makes you so intriguing, Lin Meiqing replied, still confused. Among the servant disciples, she was not the most skilled. Many were formal disciples who had faltered in their cultivation, leading to their current status as servant disciples. If Yichuan sought advice on cultivation, he could easily approach them. Chapter 53. The Foolish Girl Who Knocks at Midnight. Indeed, as far as I know, it seems that my sister has been a servant disciple for quite some time. Your words. This direct comment caused Lin Meiqing to turn hostile. She had indeed entered the sect earlier, and many formal disciples had come after her. Yet, fate had played a cruel trick, as several disciples had swiftly advanced to become formal disciples, while she remained stagnant, overlooked for selection. Please do not misunderstand, sister. I merely wish to offer a reminder and mean no offense. What? Upon hearing his words, Lin Meiqing froze momentarily. What do you mean by that? It was true that Lin Meiqing had made no progress in her cultivation and was encountering a bottleneck. If Yichuan could assist her, she would be genuinely grateful. I mean no harm. I have merely observed that many senior sisters are progressing rapidly in their cultivation and thought it would be beneficial for you to seek their methods. Them? Lin Meiqing scoffed. Let alone the imminent selection competition of the Yunu sect, even in the absence of a selection process, they would never genuinely assist her. Particularly the senior sister Lin Meiqing, who imposed constraints upon them. Each time they faced punishment, they harbored a deep-seated resentment towards her. Initially, she too had been reluctant to accept this unwelcome responsibility, fully aware that it was a thankless task. However, being the most senior, she had no choice. Even if she wished to decline, she feared that no one would be willing to take her place. It was futile. They would not voice their thoughts. It is no wonder that Lin Meiqing displayed a countenance of profound disappointment upon hearing the news. Each of them possessed their own cultivation systems, and divulging such secrets to outsiders could swiftly lead to their own suppression. Such an outcome was certainly not what they desired. Perhaps, it would be prudent to make an attempt. Yichuan shook his head, already contemplating how to win her over. At that moment, revealing the information to her was merely a calculated move to entice her attention through the allure of cultivation techniques. All right, you may return to your tasks, Lin Meiqing said, turning to leave. Following this conversation, her demeanor towards him had softened considerably, at the very least. She understood that Yichuan's previous remarks were made with her best interests in mind. Regardless of his intentions, they posed no threat to her. Was it truly necessary for me to seek their counsel? Lin Meiqing pondered repetitively as she departed. Clearly, she held little hope for Yichuan's suggestion. Yet, relinquishing the opportunity could result in significant losses for her future. Thus, she began to contemplate how to broach the subject with them, hoping to glean useful information in the process. As expected, Yichuan, observing her contemplative demeanor, knew she had fallen into his trap. All he needed to do was disseminate the information, confident that the female disciples would comply with her directives. In order to expand his influence in the future, he must gradually absorb them. However, by afternoon, numerous servant disciples began to murmur among themselves. Their discussions centered around the topic of improving their cultivation. This piqued Lin Meiqing's curiosity. Was it a stroke of fortune for her? Yet, the moment Yichuan had suggested her, they had leaked the news, which could very well be a ruse. Given that she had offended many peers among the servant disciples, she dared not place her full trust in them. Sisters, if there are matters to discuss, I kindly ask you to converse privately this evening, she stated. Yes, the servant disciples readily agreed before dispersing. Lin Meiqing feigned calmness as she passed by them, as though she had heard nothing. This only served to heighten the curiosity of those around her. Could it be that they truly harbored some secret? That night, upon returning to her room, Yichuan remained preoccupied with thoughts on how to win over Lin Meiqing. Despite having disseminated the information, why does she hesitate to believe it? Such uncertainty only heightens one's anxiety. Should any issues arise, approaching her would become increasingly challenging. No, I must devise more strategies, Yichuan mused. Before he could take a moment to rest, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Who could it be? It was peculiar. Who would come to his residence and knock? Previously, it had always been quiet, as if they feared being discovered. Now, unexpectedly, someone had the audacity to knock and seek an audience with him. Brother, it's me. Is it her? Yichuan recognized the voice as that of Xin Qian, who had mentioned her intention to visit him earlier that day. Yet, he had been preoccupied with matters concerning Lin Meiqing and had completely forgotten about the young girl. As anticipated, she had come. With a resigned sigh, Yichuan rose and opened the door. Sister, Xin Qian exclaimed, her face alight with excitement as she hurried inside. At this late hour, aren't you practicing? No, but I bring you good news. Xin Qian exclaimed, as if she had made a significant discovery. Intrigued, Yichuan inquired. What good news? As a low-ranking disciple, what could she possibly share that would elate her so? I overheard the other senior sisters discussing methods to enhance their cultivation. What? Yichuan nearly choked on his surprise. He had expected something of substance, yet it was merely a rumor he had spread himself. But that was intended to deal with Lin Meiqing. How could this be? Xin Qian's face was filled with confusion. Seeing Yichuan's astonished expression, she assumed he doubted her words. No, it's not that. I believe you. I'm just a bit taken aback, Yichuan replied, shaking his head with a wry smile. Regret washed over him. Had he known, he would have warned the others not to let Xin Qian overhear. Otherwise, if Lin Meiqing was not the one caught, what would happen if Xin Qian fell into a trap? Don't worry, I will find out more from them. And I promise not to keep anything from you. No, that's unnecessary, Yichuan interrupted hastily. If this continued, it would truly lead to a trap. Xin Qian was momentarily at a loss for words, completely perplexed by Yichuan's urgency. Yet, the more he reacted this way, the more guilt he felt. By the way, is this not the reason for your visit? No, I came specifically to thank you, Xin Qian said quickly, her intentions crystal clear. She was there to express her gratitude for his assistance and the gift of medicine. You need not thank me. I simply do what is right, Yichuan explained. Moreover, you indeed require a breakthrough in your qi refining stage, do you not? Yes, but no one has ever helped me before, Xin Qian replied, her face a portrait of grievance. Otherwise, how could she have spent such an extended period without any advancement in her cultivation? Rest assured, more people will come to assist you in the future, Yichuan remarked with a hint of detachment. His intentions were unmistakably clear. He wished to shield her from any sorrow. Moreover, within the ranks of the miscellaneous disciples, numerous female disciples had already been captivated by him. Chapter 54. Perseverance and restraint constitute victory, if only that were the case, Xin Qian sighed. She had longed for a sister like Yichuan to assist her in the past, yet such a figure had never appeared. Now that she had finally encountered him, she treasured this opportunity more than anyone else. By the way, what should we do next? Are you not going to rest? Yichuan inquired, puzzled. The situation was far more complex than she perceived. However, at that moment, she was still a young girl, and Yichuan was not devoid of compassion. Am I not allowed to stay and accompany my sister? You? Yichuan nearly choked on his own breath. The notion of her staying to keep him company was nothing short of ludicrous. A careless moment could indeed lead him to truly captivate her. Haha, I think it's best to refrain from that. There will be plenty of opportunities for conversation in the future. Very well then, Xin Qian replied, though she wished to linger. Seeing that Yichuan showed no intention of persuading her to stay, she acquiesced to avoid inciting his displeasure. Let us meet again tomorrow, Xin Qian said cheerfully. Regardless of the circumstances, the assistance Yichuan provided her was beyond what ordinary individuals could comprehend. If any unforeseen events were to occur, it would likely bring misfortune to all involved. What a young girl she is, Yichuan sighed. Others sought him out with transactional intentions, yet she approached him, completely unaware of the complexities at play. If he truly were to engage in something with her, the internal conflict within him would be insurmountable. After bidding farewell to Xinqian, Yichuan returned to his bedside. After a long day, he felt undeniably fatigued. Contemplating the schemes he would employ to ensnare Lin Meiqing the following day, he soon succumbed to slumber. The next morning, upon Lin Meiqing's arrival at the miscellaneous disciples' quarters, she was taken aback to find clusters of female disciples, their numbers surpassing those of the previous day. "What are you all doing?" Lin Meiqing inquired, her expression darkening. For reasons unknown, she felt an overwhelming aversion to the current topic. "Nothing at all," the disciples exclaimed, scattering in fear at her presence. However, one bold disciple cautiously approached Lin Meiqing. "Senior Sister Lin, the secret lies in the back mountain." "What?" Lin Meiqing's brow furrowed slightly. The girl promptly vacated the scene. "The back mountain?" Lin Meiqing pondered. Could it be that something there could aid them in regaining their former foundations? Moreover, it is possible to elevate one's cultivation in a short span of time. Upon contemplating this, Lin Meiqing was struck with an idea. Since there was no violation of the sect's rules, her decision to venture forth was entirely justifiable. Furthermore, with the selection competition of the Yunus sect imminent, any enhancement to her cultivation at this critical juncture would undoubtedly be advantageous. Excellent. I shall go and investigate later. With newfound determination, she hesitated no longer. However, unbeknownst to her, Yichuan, amidst the crowd, had been closely monitoring her movements. At that moment, upon observing her expression, he concluded that his plan had been successful. "Master, I have acted according to your instructions." "Very well," Yichuan replied with a smile. His earlier intent had been to prompt Lin Meiqing, for otherwise, she would remain oblivious to how to navigate this matter. Seeing this, Lin Meiqing hesitated not, for her ability to become an official disciple was at stake. "Let us each attend to our tasks and await my news," Yichuan commanded. In public, Lin Meiqing remained the senior sister, yet in secrecy. Numerous servant disciples had become Yichuan's subordinates. "Sister." At that moment, Xinqian rushed over. "Xinqian, did you rest well last night?" Yichuan inquired nonchalantly. Had she chosen to stay the previous night, Yichuan would have found it difficult to resist. "It was fine, especially with your guidance. My cultivation has become considerably easier." Xinqian replied joyfully. In truth, it was not Yichuan's assistance, but rather the sense of support she felt that elevated her spirits and facilitated her endeavors. "Many things require your effort. Success will naturally follow," Yichuan stated earnestly, offering her a gentle smile. Nevertheless, Xinqian harbored different thoughts. After all, Yichuan had gifted her elixirs, without which her cultivation might have stagnated. As night fell, Lin Meiqing stealthily arrived at the back mountain of the Yunus sect. Oddly enough, she found nothing. A sense of urgency crept into her heart. Had she been deceived? They had all claimed to have visited this site, yet it appeared no different. Even the herbs had been entirely harvested. Other matters were even less promising. If there truly was hope, it could not be so simple. Scoundrels! Should they dare to deceive me, I shall surely take their lives. Lin Meiqing's hopes ultimately crumbled. In her frustration, she turned to seek revenge against those servant disciples. Yet, the more she considered it, the more concern it stirred within her. Ultimately, they had their own motives, yet were currently at a loss for how to proceed. Just as she was about to turn away, she suddenly noticed a cave nearby. Could it be here? In her relentless pursuit of her objective, Lin Meiqing displayed no signs of surrender. She cautiously ventured toward the cave, summoning her longsword for self-defense. "Is anyone there?" she called into the darkness. Aware that the secrets concealed within this cavern were not hers alone, other disciples might have arrived as well. However, after 2 calls, silence greeted her. With that, Lin Meiqing shed any lingering fear and stepped further inside. Oddly, there was still nothing in sight. Her curiosity grew with each step, yet the cave seemed to extend infinitely, far beyond her expectations. Just then, a figure emerged ahead. "Who goes there?" Lin Meiqing exclaimed in alarm, swiftly pointing her sword at the silhouette. "It's me, sister. Have you forgotten?" came the reply. "Yichuan." Lin Meiqing gasped in astonishment, realizing she had not anticipated her presence here. "Are you here seeking a way to break through your bottleneck?" she asked, her tone incredulous. "Haha," Yichuan chuckled. "I have no bottleneck. I was merely concerned about the lack of beautiful companions for dual cultivation." "What are you laughing about?" Lin Meiqing pressed, her anxiety palpable. It seemed Yichuan had discerned her thoughts, prompting her to grow increasingly anxious. "It's nothing," Just curious as to why you arrived so late. At that moment, Lin Meiqing comprehended that Yi Chuan had been waiting for her. Yet, she had not mentioned her intentions to anyone. What is your purpose? She gasped, sensing the complexity of the situation deepening. Chapter 55. The handsome man in the cave. Haha, sister, there's no need to fret. If I intended to harm you, I would have acted long ago, Yi Chuan quickly clarified. He approached her slowly, refraining from unnecessary chatter. Sister, although you are merely a servant disciple in my eyes, your beauty and figure are not inferior to those of the formal disciples. You, what do you mean? Lin Meiqing exclaimed, taken aback. Had a man made such a compliment, she might have accepted it, but hearing it from Yi Chuan sent a shiver down her spine. Haha, I mean no offense. There's no need for you to be so apprehensive, Yi Chuan reassured her. As he spoke, he reached out to place a hand on her shoulder, intending to gauge her reaction. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air filled the space as her long sword fell onto his shoulder. If you dare to overstep, I will take your head, she warned fiercely. No, let us not escalate things, Yi Chuan interjected hastily. His intention was merely to foster a connection, not to provoke such a response. What do you truly want? Speak honestly, Lin Meiqing demanded, unwilling to entertain any further nonsense. If one dares to truly confront their own, they will undoubtedly eliminate it without mercy. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions toward you. Did you not express a desire to enhance your cultivation? Indeed. Yet Lin Meiqing found it exceedingly difficult to believe. Before her stood Yi Chuan, merely a servant disciple, who dared to address her in such a manner. The solution is simple. It fundamentally depends on your obedience, Yi Chuan remarked. Moreover, he utilized the system to restore his original appearance. What? Lin Meiqing was utterly astounded. The Yi Chuan, who had always been by her side, was actually a man. What is your true identity? The resentment she had just set aside surged anew. Haha, me? Yi Chuan shook his head with a wry smile. He then unreservedly unleashed his cultivation. What? Lin Meiqing's worldview was once again shattered. Before her, Yi Chuan was not only a man, but also possessed an extraordinary foundation of Tao. Now you understand, Yi Chuan chuckled. He once more concealed his aura, wishing to avoid unnecessary trouble stemming from this revelation. How did you infiltrate the Yunus sect, and what is your purpose? You are mistaken. It was not I who infiltrated, but rather your people who brought me here. Brought you? Lin Meiqing clearly found this hard to believe. The regulations of the Yunus sect were well known to all disciples. If someone truly brought him back, they would likely face severe punishment. Even the eldest senior sister, Tang Yunran, had not descended the mountain in decades. Furthermore, let us not forget the Yunus sect's extermination of the Tianma sect. You are a remnant of the Tianma sect. Upon hearing this, Lin Meiqing finally comprehended the situation. Under different circumstances, it would indeed be difficult to believe. However, during the extermination of the Tianma sect, it was certainly within the realm of imagination. Haha, now you know, it is not too late. Under normal circumstances, Yi Chuan would not reveal his identity. However, given that he sought to win over the woman before him, he naturally disclosed his true self. Damn it, as a remnant of the Tianma sect, you deserve to die. With that, Lin Meiqing did not hesitate, even forgetting the purpose for which she had come. Whoosh! A glimmer of cold light flashed. Yet Yi Chuan remained unfazed, for he knew she could not harm him. Bang! Indeed, just as Lin Meiqing was 2 meters away from Yi Chuan, she seemed to be halted by an invisible wall of qi. You! Lin Meiqing's expression twisted in agony. The very air around her felt as if it had been siphoned away, making breathing increasingly difficult. Haha, you are no match for me, Yi Chuan stated, retracting his technique, causing her to lose her balance and inadvertently tumble into his embrace. What are you doing? Let go of me. Lin Meiqing panicked. He had never anticipated that after years of arduous cultivation, he would find himself so inadequate in front of Yi Chuan. Heh, you are no match for me, Yi Chuan remarked with a smile. However, the only one capable of aiding you in enhancing your cultivation is me. You? Lin Meiqing felt as though he was mocking her. Did she truly need to proclaim her own abilities? Yet, recalling the terrifying aura Yi Chuan exuded moments ago, she couldn't help but acknowledge that even her senior sister might not be capable of such feats. She began to question why Yi Chuan, possessing such strength, would come to the Yunus sect. Rest assured, I promise to assist you, and I will not go back on my word, Yi Chuan assured her. He formed a hand seal and gently tapped her forehead. What is this? Lin Meiqing gasped. She feared that Yi Chuan, having realized her insight into his identity, intended to harm her. Do not worry, It is merely something to ensure your compliance, Yichuan replied with a smile. In truth, it was the emotional goo from the system's rewards, particularly effective on female disciples. Lin Meiqing was rendered speechless. Yet, soon the emotional goo began to react within her. Noticing this, Yichuan recognized his success and wasted no time in kissing her. Ding! Contact with the opposite sex detected, 500 optimization points awarded. Established a close relationship with Lin Meiqing. Current intimacy level, 50. In an instant, a fervent atmosphere enveloped them, ensuring a night devoid of sleep. The following day, upon Yichuan's return to the servant quarters, Lin Meiqing had already begun assigning tasks to the disciples. Upon seeing Yichuan, an unmistakable joy illuminated her face. Sister is so happy, Lin Meiqing thought to herself, speechless. After returning home last night, she realized she had indeed broken through her bottleneck. If this continued, becoming an official disciple would be as easy as pie. Haha, if sister needs me, I promise to accompany you more often in the future. Alright, for reasons unknown. Lin Meiqing found herself inexplicably agreeing. Yichuan was somewhat surprised but pleased with this outcome. Alright, you carry on with your tasks. I shall return to rest for a while. Having just broken through her bottleneck, it was essential to solidify her current strength. Delaying too long could cause her greater harm. With this, Yichuan said no more, silently watching her retreating figure. Master. At that moment, a female disciple rushed over. What is it? Su Guanyuner wishes to see you, the disciple responded. It was evident that there was a hint of fear in her eyes. Her? Yichuan nodded with interest. Were it not for her, he would not have personally gone to meet her. However, considering the situation, it was indeed time to pay her a visit. Very well. I shall go now. The female disciple responded, a residence? Is it not more to my liking? The thought of the unsightly scene below stirred a secret excitement within her. Chapter 56, Self-Doubt, a Residence. Just as Yichuan stepped through the door, he was unceremoniously knocked to the ground by Shangguanyuner. Sister, Yuhumph. Do not address me as sister. You must understand your place, Shangguanyuner retorted indignantly. Previously, she had believed Yichuan to be merely Han Qiuyue's personal maid, which had led her to endure his numerous trivialities. However, in retrospect, the situation appeared far more complex than she had initially presumed. How dare a mere servant-disciple act so brazenly before her? Haha, I comprehend. A beauty of your exalted stature naturally looks down upon us lowly servant disciples. Yichuan replied with a wry smile. Nevertheless, it seems that in a few days, the Yunu sect will hold a selection competition. And so what? In the end, you shall merely be an official disciple, which amounts to nothing, Shangguanyuner declared haughtily. Regardless of the circumstances, attaining her current position was undoubtedly not a mere stroke of luck. Strength was paramount. I must say, I intend to participate. Enough with the nonsense. I did not come here for that purpose. I wish to inquire why you believe you can collaborate with me. When they first met, Yichuan had assured her he would stand on his side. At that time, Shangguanyuner had been skeptical, but now it seemed she was beginning to grasp the reasoning. Many servant disciples were like that. Despite their lack of cultivation, they sought to cling to a powerful ally. Once they secured protection, they would gain access to more resources within the Yunu sect. Perhaps Yichuan was precisely the type of person they sought. Because I wish to follow you, Yichuan stated with a smile, though internally he pondered that she was far from simple. Should an opportunity arise in the future, it would not merely be a matter of following him. He intended to completely win her over and make her his own. I do not have time for your superfluous chatter. Simply tell me what Han Qiuyue has been doing lately. Her? Yichuan furrowed his brow, expecting some benefit, but realizing it was solely about Han Qiuyue. Speak, Shangguanyuner said impatiently, unwilling to waste time listening to Yichuan's idle talk. Well, from what I can see, aside from her cultivation, she seems to be engaged in nothing else. What? Shangguanyuner frowned slightly. Was she to believe she had wronged Han Qiuyue? Impossible. It cannot be that simple. Then I am unsure. That is simply what I observed, Yichuan replied dismissively. You dare to deceive me, Shangguanyuner exclaimed angrily. As she spoke, a surge of true energy circulated within her, as if she were on the verge of extinguishing Yichuan with a mere flick of her wrist. No, 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 how could I ever toy with my sister? Yichuan hastily shook her head. Yet, unbeknownst to her, this very response had incensed her adversary to an irredeemable extent. In an instant, Shangguanyuner retaliated, sending her crashing away. Damn it! Shangguanyuner admonished vehemently, convinced that this time Yichuan would either perish or suffer grievous injuries. To her astonishment, however, Yichuan appeared unscathed, rising gracefully to her feet. "Sister, why must you act in such a manner? How can you be?" Shangwan Yuner stuttered in disbelief. Little did she expect to have struck her own target with no adverse effects. "Haha, you didn't see this coming, did you?" Yichuan replied with a wry smile. Just then, Shun Qian arrived, accompanied by Wang Shuirou. "Sister Shuirou." Without waiting for Shun Qian to finish her sentence, Wang Shuirou dashed forward. "Are you all right?" "Don't worry. I'm fine," Yichuan reassured her with a gentle shake of her head, then turned her gaze back to Shangwan Yuner. "Seventh sister. What is the necessity of this?" "Humph. Anyone who dares waste my time deserves to perish," Shangwan Yuner retorted, her demeanor foreboding. If angered, she was known to be lethal. "Should you continue in this manner, what would happen if the immortal master were to learn of it? Would you relent? What? Even you dare to threaten me?" Shangwan Yuner shot back, incredulous. It was indeed a ludicrous jest that even Wang Shuirou would presume to intimidate her. If this were to persist, she feared that anyone might take advantage of her. "No, I merely intended to offer a word of caution." "A word of caution?" Shangwan Yuner replied coldly. "If it were truly well-intentioned, your tone would hardly reflect that. I shall do without your so-called goodwill." Despite her words, she was acutely aware of the regulations in place. In the event of an unforeseen incident, it was likely that everyone would suffer the consequences. Therefore, she approached Yichuan slowly. "Mark my words. I will come to find you again." "Very well. I shall await your return," Yichuan responded, her expression not one of pain, but rather one of unexpected joy. Witnessing this, even Shangwan Yuner was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether her own cultivation had regressed to the point that she could not vanquish a mere servant disciple. Nonetheless, with Wang Shuirou and the others present, she refrained from further escalation, huffing disdainfully before departing the scene. "Are you all right, sister?" Wang Shuirou and Shun Qian hurried over to check on her. Little did they know that Yichuan had sustained no injuries at all. She merely shook her head with a wry smile. "It seems Shangwan's temperament is indeed difficult to contend with. I once believed it would be easy to handle her, but now it appears far from straightforward. I didn't even have time to invoke the Xian Yang Dragon Dao technique." Fortunately, at this moment, Yichuan's cultivation had already surpassed that of his adversary. Otherwise, he would have been slain just now. "Humph. I must inform the sixth senior sister. Yet, what would be the use of it?" Yichuan shook his head. The purpose of Shangwan Yuner's visit was to seek justification for targeting them. If he were to provide her with an excuse, would it not spell disaster? However, she would still seek to trouble you. "Fear not. I am prepared for her arrival," Yichuan affirmed. "If I were to be afraid, I would not be treated in this manner." Upon reaching this realization, he began to comprehend the prevailing attitude. Meanwhile, Shun Qian grew somewhat anxious. She was uncertain of their identities, yet it was clear that misfortune would follow them. "Sister, how have you offended her?" "I don't believe I have done anything to provoke her," Yichuan replied with a wry smile. If he had indeed offended her, he would have been eliminated long ago, and they would not have reached this point of understanding their attitudes. "But she is undoubtedly coming for you," Shun Qian insisted. Thankfully, upon learning of the situation, she hurried to inform Wang Shuirou. Otherwise, it would have likely resulted in only the retrieval of Yichuan's remains. "Rest assured, I will be fine. It is you who should be cautious," Yichuan expressed his gratitude. Regardless of the truth, in Shun Qian's eyes, these matters were of no concern. Chapter 57. She is an innocent person. "Very well. You may return to your duties," Wang Shuirou instructed Shun Qian. There were too many matters that, if she were to hear, might not bode well for her. "All right," Shun Qian replied reluctantly, her disappointment evident to all present. "Wait." Just as Shun Qian was about to depart, Wang Shuirou, feeling a pang of guilt, handed her a pill. "Take this. It will aid in your cultivation." "What?" Shun Qian gasped, astonished. She had merely sought to repay a kindness, yet Wang Shuirou had bestowed upon her a pill. "Sister Shuirou, take it. This is what you need most," Wang Shuirou insisted. Those words nearly brought tears to Shun Qian's eyes. Just as Yichuan had foretold, she would receive more assistance in the future. She had not expected such swift realization of that promise. "Rest assured, I shall not disappoint my sisters," she declared. And without looking back, she strode out. "Master, it is thanks to this little girl," Wang Shuirou said with utmost respect. Had Shun Qian not notified her in time, the ensuing events were truly unimaginable. "I understand. She is different from you all, so do not let her meddle too much," Yichuan cautioned. With just a few simple words, he had ensured Shun Qian's protection. Simultaneously, Wang Shuirou understood that, from the conversation with Shun Qian, it was evident that she was utterly oblivious. You mentioned that there was no need for the sixth senior sister to intervene, yet Shangwan Yuner proved to be exceptionally formidable. Oomph. Even if she is difficult to handle, it remains manageable. Yi Chuan lifted the corner of his mouth, for he was acutely aware that the adversary's intention was to disrupt the collaboration among Han Shiyue and others. However, what Shangwan Yuner failed to realize was that he was the true central figure. Without him, their alliance would inevitably fracture. Despite this, Wang Shuero still harbored unease regarding the imminent threat posed by the present situation. Nevertheless, she felt there was no choice, especially since Yi Chuan had already voiced his stance. Rest assured, you should return and take a break. I will inform you once there is news. Very well, she replied. At this point, even Wang Shuero was at a loss for what to do. If she were to leave now, it would undoubtedly be to notify Yan Yuexin, seeking her counsel. After bidding farewell to Yi Chuan, she proceeded directly towards the exit. However, Yi Chuan was momentarily taken aback, particularly given the discord with Yan Yuexin, which had reached a point of irreconcilable conflict. Damn, this person's temper is even more formidable than mine. It was evident to anyone that once their relationship had reached such a critical juncture, any attempt at reconciliation would be futile. Yet, the greater the conflict, the more detrimental it would be for them. Could it be that Li Muqing had not sought her out? Yi Chuan furrowed his brow. Upon reflection, it was certainly plausible. Otherwise, she would not be so anxious. Regardless, there must not be any complications. Yi Chuan understood this implicitly. To defeat the adversary, he certainly needed sufficient strategies. Meanwhile, the news of Shangwan Yuner seeking out Yi Chuan swiftly reached Su Linglong. Concerned for Yi Chuan's safety, she personally approached Li Muqing to ascertain the situation. Indeed, Li Muqing appeared equally distressed. They both understood Shangwan Yuner's temperament. If she were truly provoked, they would undoubtedly face far greater repercussions. Consequently, they began deliberating on how to appease Shangwan Yuner. I believe that even if we intervene, it would be futile, for Shangwan Yuner harbors intentions to target us, she remarked. It was evident that, from their perspective, Shangwan Yuner had always harbored designs against them, especially upon learning of their recent closeness. Unbeknownst to them, due to Yi Chuan's involvement, Shangwan Yuner felt deceived. From your viewpoint, it seems we must simply let things take their course, Su Linglong said anxiously. It was not that she disbelieved Li Muqing's words, but rather that the implications of her statements were too burdensome for Su Linglong to bear. It is not quite so. We must ensure his safety while also fulfilling her wishes. What does this mean? Su Linglong furrowed her brow. Upon reflecting on this reasoning, she suddenly grasped Yi Chuan's intentions. Could it be? Indeed, Li Muqing affirmed. If it were not so, such a multitude of troubles would not have arisen. Damn, how shall we address this? At this point, no one seems to know how to resolve the situation. However, it is evident that with Yi Chuan's perspective, they are utterly unable to alter the course. Must we endure the unreasonable antics of Shangwan Yuner? Su Linglong questioned, perplexed. They were well aware of Shangwan Yuner's disposition, and they were even less inclined to let the matter rest. Is there no alternative? Li Muqing shook her head. Clearly, they understood that should troubles arise in the future, it would be up to them to resolve them. This left Su Linglong speechless. She could not fathom why Yi Chuan would invite such substantial trouble upon himself. However, at that moment, Li Muqing displayed a troubled expression. He had visited previously, seeking my assistance in navigating relations with her. You are to approach Shangwan Yuner, Li Muqing stated. Su Linglong found this hard to believe, utterly unprepared for the notion that Yi Chuan had anticipated this. Yes, I believe it is indeed time for me to meet her. Li Muqing sighed. Otherwise, who knows how Yi Chuan might find himself in peril. That would be truly regrettable. Do you have confidence in this? Su Linglong asked, bewildered. A slight misstep could not only render assistance to Yi Chuan ineffective, but could also endanger him. Regardless, we must not feign indifference. As she spoke, Li Muqing rose to her feet, fully aware that only by satisfying Yi Chuan would they bring him joy. Conversely, should he choose to disregard them, they might ultimately lose far more in the future. Very well. You have your own mission. I shall not intrude further, Su Linglong stated. With that, she stood and bid farewell to Li Muqing, departing. With Li Muqing's involvement, Yi Chuan's situation would naturally transform from peril to fortune. Shangwan Yuner, Li Muqing declared vehemently, never expecting that she would seek trouble with Yi Chuan at this moment. It was precisely because Yi Chuan harbored intentions of winning her over that he afforded her such considerable opportunity. Otherwise, given Yi Chuan's strength, it would be difficult for her to even approach him, let alone to harm him. Xian, senior sister. Xian slowly approached from outside. Stay here. I shall go meet Shangwan Yuner. Certainly, Xian replied. Yet, in her mind, she had never questioned the intentions of the person before her. Thus, upon learning that Li Muqing intended to meet Shangwan Yuner, she naturally understood it was for Yichuan. There are no unnecessary words or phrases. Chapter 58, Inviting me to stay. Meanwhile, upon returning to the servant quarters, Yichuan was preoccupied with thoughts of how to cultivate a better relationship with Shangwan Yuner. If this situation persisted, it would be detrimental to both parties involved. Damn, Li Muqing should have met her long ago. Could it have backfired? However, considering Li Muqing's esteemed position as the third senior sister, she ought to be more competent than this. It was evident that when Shangwan Yuner sought him out, Li Muqing had not had the opportunity to meet with her, leading to the precarious situation just encountered. Never mind. Yichuan shook his head. If he could not comprehend the matter, there was no point in fretting over it. Furthermore, there were more pressing matters awaiting his attention. Only by becoming an official disciple of the Jade Maiden Sect could he gain the privilege to approach more women. As he pondered, Li Muqing, having learned of the situation, approached him from behind. Yichuan, senior sister Shangwan came to see you. Oh, Yichuan turned around and met her concerned gaze. Yes, but it's nothing significant. It should merely be a misunderstanding. What? How could there be a misunderstanding? Li Muqing exclaimed anxiously. To put it plainly, she was leveraging her high status in the Jade Maiden Sect to bully you. Damn. Unfortunately, we are no match for her. Haha. Even if we were her equals, would we truly dare to confront her? Yichuan shook his head with a wry smile. Clearly, this was not the outcome he had desired. Or it could have led to even greater dangers. Li Muqing was left speechless. Just as Yichuan had stated, any confrontation would have significant repercussions for both parties. Moreover, both sides were acutely aware of each other's intentions. If there were any means to counteract the situation, it would undoubtedly not be as simple as it seemed. What do you propose we do? Let us observe the situation. Have you forgotten that you still need to participate in the selection trials? Yichuan reminded her. He wished for fewer people to interfere, as it would bring him no benefit. No, I only want you to be safe. As for the selection trials, I would rather forfeit. Li Muqing shook her head. Upon hearing this, Yichuan was momentarily at a loss for words. He hadn't anticipated that the influence of the emotional goo would be so profound as to completely alter her perspective. He refrained from continuing the conversation, instead offering a wry smile and shaking his head. Soon, other disciples approached, and to avoid suspicion, Li Muqing naturally distanced herself. Sister, are you all right? Xin Qian rushed over to inquire upon noticing the scene. What could possibly be wrong with me? You, on the other hand, must seize the opportunity. Xin Qian nodded earnestly. Having found Wang Xuero and even rewarded her with elixirs, this was undoubtedly a windfall for her. If she were to disappoint everyone, she would have no defense for herself. I will take my leave now and swiftly assimilate that elixir over the next couple of days. Very well. Yichuan comprehended her intention. Perhaps there would not be ample time to seek him out. Yet, this was precisely the outcome Yichuan had hoped for. Otherwise, he would be at a loss on how to engage with this naive young girl. Observing this, Xin Qian joyfully dashed away. As night fell, just as Yichuan was preparing to retire for the evening, Wang Xuero unexpectedly appeared before him. Xuero, you've come to find me. The arrival of this person did not surprise Yichuan in the slightest, as he was well aware that she would undoubtedly relay the matters concerning Shangwan Yuner to Yan Yuexin. Consequently, Yan Yuexin would seek a conversation with him. Indeed, it is merely my senior sister looking for you. Understood, Yichuan replied, and then proceeded to follow Wang Xuero towards Yan Yuexin's dwelling. Senior sister, please have a seat. Upon seeing Yichuan accompanied by Wang Xuero, Yan Yuexin hurriedly stepped forward to greet them. How outrageous of Shangwan Yuner to dare strike at you. Haha, given her temperament. Is there anything she would shy away from? Yichuan shook his head with a wry smile. Especially after today's events. Even anyone else would find it equally challenging to cope. Are you still intent on approaching her? Yan Yuexin questioned, puzzled. If Yichuan were to issue commands, the sisterhood would unite seamlessly. Defeating their adversary would evidently be quite straightforward. Yet, despite the severe actions taken against him, Yichuan pretended to remain indifferent. Of course, Yichuan asserted, why would I let the juiciest morsel slip away? I firmly believe that one day, I shall compel her to submit. But the risks involved are perilous. Yan Yuexin exclaimed anxiously. If Yichuan's identity were to be revealed, there would be no one capable of safeguarding him. Haha, fortune favors the bold. One cannot capture a tiger cub without venturing into the tiger's den, Yichuan declared confidently, as if the assault by Shangwan Yuner had no bearing on him whatsoever. Yin Yuexin was left speechless. Even Wang Shuero beside her was at a loss for what to do. This matter must be resolved, Yin Yuexin insisted. If Shangwan Yuner saw Yichuan out a few more times, he might very well lose his life. The more dire the situation became, the more she worried for Yichuan's future. What do you intend to do? Yichuan inquired. The time had nearly come for a definitive break. If not handled adeptly, it would lead to a stalemate for everyone involved. I believe it is time to issue her a warning. I refuse to believe that, regardless of her strength, she can contend with us sisters simultaneously. It was evident that Yin Yuexin planned to unite others to ensure Yichuan's safety, while also sending a clear message to Shangwan Yuner that she was no match for them. Absolutely not. Yichuan shook his head. In light of the current situation, regardless of how one might assess it, he could not inflict harm upon Shangwan Yuner. To do so would not only deepen her animosity towards him, but also create an even greater uproar. It was uncertain whether the esteemed Qianghua immortal would appear. What does the third senior sister mean? Do you truly believe she would act without my command? Yichuan sighed. At present, everyone's concerns were for his safety. He could not be oblivious to that. However, he found himself perplexed about how to persuade them. Very well, Yin Yuexin said with a hint of resignation. It was evident that Yichuan remained steadfast in his stance. If she were to become entangled with him, her standing in his heart might diminish. It was precisely for this reason that Yin Yuexin reluctantly agreed. Yet, even so, they still held their own perspectives, particularly regarding the covert protection of Yichuan, where they dared not be careless. Forget it, I understand your intentions, but I shall deal with her in my own way, Yichuan remarked, a playful smirk gracing his lips. With that, he made to leave. It's quite late. You might as well stay, Yin Yuexin urged, rising hastily. However, due to her shyness, her voice was barely above a whisper, making it difficult to discern even at close range. Chapter 59. Participation in the selection competition. Meanwhile, Li Muqing, on her way to Shangwan Yuner's residence, had already conveyed her thoughts to her. However, given that Shangwan Yuner had been mocked by disciples such as Wang Shuezhou at the servant quarters, it was unlikely she would simply acquiesce. Haha, third senior sister. By your reasoning, should I let that girl go? Indeed, Li Muqing nodded. To outsiders, Yichuan was merely a servant disciple, entirely unworthy of attention. Yet, Li Muqing understood better than anyone else what his true attitude was. Impossible, Shangwan Yuner shook her head. In the face of the current predicament, her greatest desire for retribution was directed at Yichuan. However, she had not anticipated that even Li Muqing would intervene. Junior sister Shangwan, do not forget that he is also a disciple of the Yunus sect. Li Muqing's intentions were quite clear. Any attempt to target Yichuan would inevitably provoke retribution from the Qianghua immortal. At these words, Shangwan Yuner was momentarily taken aback. If the Qianghua immortal were to learn of it, she would certainly be dealt with according to sect regulations. I don't know what you're talking about. Faced with the sect's rules, Shangwan Yuner dared not be careless. I believe you should understand that my arrival here is solely for your benefit, Li Muqing reminded her. A slight misstep could lead to punishment from the Qianghua immortal. With that, Li Muqing stood up. Very well, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall take my leave. You may ponder the rest on your own. With that, she departed without a backward glance, leaving Shangwan Yuner rooted in place. Her desire for vengeance was directed at Han Qiuyue and her associates, with Yichuan inevitably becoming the target of their ire. However, she had not anticipated that even Li Muqing would personally intervene in this matter. It is worth noting that not long ago, during the eradication of the Tianma sect, Li Muqing held absolute command. Damn it, I never imagined they would be so resourceful, Shangwan Yuner seethed. Regardless of the circumstances, she wished to remain uninvolved, particularly with Yichuan's unexpected emergence causing her to question their true intentions. No, I absolutely cannot let them off the hook, especially that Yichuan. Their aim is unmistakably clear. They seek to exploit Yichuan's connections. Once they establish rapport with him, they need not fear lacking a means to deal with Han Qiuyue. With this realization, her thoughts began to crystallize. The following day, upon awakening, Yichuan bid farewell to Yin Yuexin and made his way directly to the servant quarters. Many of the servant disciples had already reached cultivation levels comparable to formal disciples. Yet, they remained discreet, as they had not yet received Yichuan's command. Clearly, Yichuan intended to cultivate his own influence within the Yunus sect discreetly. When the opportune moment arose, he would ensure their talents shone brilliantly. Master, excellent, You have disseminated the information, I presume? Yichuan nodded. The message conveyed was for the numerous female disciples to abandon the current selection process. Failure to comply would attract the Yunus sect's heightened scrutiny, leaving them no chance for explanation. I have acted as per your instructions. They shall heed your commands, replied the servant disciple, harboring some confusion yet refraining from voicing it. Very well, I will ensure your status surpasses that of formal disciples, Yichuan indicated. This was not mere deceit. In his heart, he had already formulated a preliminary plan. However, he had not yet disclosed it to anyone, maintaining the facade that his endeavors were solely for the flourishing of the 100 flowers. Thank you for your gracious endowment. Master, the servant disciple responded obediently, harboring no doubts or skepticism regarding Yichuan's assurances. At this juncture, it became evident to all that the Xianyang Dragon Dao technique rewarded to Yichuan was anything but an ordinary practice. With merely the abilities he possessed at present, he could incite fervor among those female disciples. You may return to your tasks, Yichuan waved his hand. Observing this, the female disciple turned and exited the scene. Yet, before Yichuan could find a moment's respite, Lin Meiqing suddenly appeared before him. Master, what is it? Yichuan inquired, intrigued. He had not expected her to seek him out, as she should have been cherishing the opportunity to break through her bottleneck. No. I wish to ask the master whether I should participate in the competition. You? Yichuan was taken aback. So preoccupied was he with informing others that he overlooked the woman before him. If the master is unwilling, I shall certainly not participate, Lin Meiqing asserted with a serious demeanor. Her words were not merely to appease Yichuan. Ever since she had experienced the profound power of the Xianyang Dragon's Way, she had completely submitted. No, you must participate, and you must be selected. Yichuan insisted earnestly. His intentions were not ulterior. He genuinely wished for her to become an official disciple, which would greatly benefit her future. Me? Lin Meiqing was utterly speechless, astonished by the unexpected privilege granted to her. While other disciples had been declined, she alone was the exception. Do not be so surprised. It is indeed you, Yichuan affirmed. Without any familiar faces among the official disciples, any future issues would likely be difficult to address. Yes. Lin Meiqing did not hesitate to agree and silently vowed to become an official disciple. Seeing her confidence, Yichuan felt compelled to take action. System. Initiate the lottery. Hesitating from having received a reward earlier, he had yet to redeem it. In this moment, he chose to forfeit the opportunity to assist Lin Meiqing, hoping for a reward that would be beneficial to her. Ding. Lottery in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a weapon spirit. A weapon spirit. As the name implies, it is a weapon imbued with a spirit. Not only does it possess sentience, but it will also protect its master when necessary. Meiqing. Yichuan turned to Lin Meiqing, who promptly approached. What is it, master? Nothing much. I merely wish to provide you with some assistance, he said, handing her the long sword he had just received from the system. Ah, Lin Meiqing gasped, nearly dropping her jaw in disbelief. It was truly the pinnacle among mundane weapons. The glint of cold light emanating from it exuded a murderous intent that would send chills down the spine of any adversary. If you wield this long sword, I am confident you will become even more formidable. Yes, Lin Meiqing responded excitedly, bowing deeply in gratitude before Yichuan. Observing her reaction, even Yichuan was at a loss for how to respond. All right, we must avoid drawing attention, he cautioned. After all, he was still merely a servant disciple. If others discovered that Lin Meiqing was bowing to him, it would undoubtedly create a sensational uproar. Yes, the exhilarated Lin Meiqing immediately stood and departed. With that, Yichuan felt a weight lift from his heart. With a weapon imbued with a spirit, he could hardly believe she would not be selected. Chapter 60. The Sword with Spirit. Days swiftly passed. Soon, under Wang Shui's notification, the servant disciples were to partake in a selection competition that would occur once every few decades. The selection of the host this time falls to Jiang Ningyu, the second sister of the Yunus sect. Strictly speaking, the decision of who may be chosen rests solely in her hands. As numerous disciples entered, Yichuan also concealed himself among the ranks of the miscellaneous disciples. However, when Jiang Ningyu made her appearance, her astonishing beauty instantly left Yichuan in awe. She was exceedingly exquisite. One cannot help but remark that the female disciples of the Yunus sect are truly celestial beings descended to earth, particularly on the high platform. Jiang Ningyu surpassed even the illustrious Su Guanyun. As Yichuan contemplated his forthcoming plans, a familiar figure unexpectedly appeared beside him. Master. At that moment, Lin Meiqing, having changed into a different attire, appeared significantly more beautiful than before. Excellent. You have indeed not disappointed me, Yichuan praised. Yet, upon catching sight of Jiang Ningyu in the distance, his gaze could now accommodate no one else. Thank you for your praises, I shall not let you down, Lin Meiqing asserted resolutely. With Yichuan's support, she felt an even greater obligation to triumph in the competition. You should prepare now, Yichuan advised, as her presence beside him would only distract him from admiring the beauty. Understood. With that, Lin Meiqing departed from Yichuan. Just as he turned back, he noticed that, unbeknownst to him, even Su Guanyun had arrived. Damn it, why is she here too? The sight of Su Guanyun was the last thing Yichuan wished to encounter, especially after yesterday's events. If she were to provoke him again, it would surely spell trouble for him. As the competition commenced, it followed the usual procedure of drawing lots to determine opponents. However, after the miscellaneous disciples had participated, Jiang Ningyu could not help but furrow her brow. Sister, why are there significantly fewer participants this year compared to previous years? Indeed, you have noticed as well, Jiang Ningyu sighed. To her and the others, this seemed to indicate a decline in talent within the Jade sect. If the miscellaneous disciples did not produce capable individuals, they would inevitably be consumed by other sects in time. We must inform the eldest sister of this matter, Su Guanyin expressed. Their greatest concern was the scene before them, oblivious to the fact that all of this was part of Yichuan's design. The disciples among the miscellaneous ranks who had once suffered from damaged foundations had now fully recovered. Moreover, through their dual cultivation with him, their prowess had notably improved. It was precisely because of such opportunities that Yichuan had intentionally kept them hidden, and in the future, if the opportunity arose, it would not be too late to have them step forth. Very well, let us proceed with the competition, Jiang Ningyu waved her hand. At this critical juncture, failing to engage in the contest would benefit no one. Agreed, Su Guanyin nodded. Then the selection process was announced. The first round featured a contest among the outer disciples, and Yichuan was assigned the third position. With a whoosh, a sword aura surged forth. The outer disciples exhibited no hesitation, each striving with all their might for a coveted spot in the selection. Boom! Explosions erupted continuously as the battle between two outer disciples escalated into a fierce confrontation. However, in comparison, both fighters were evenly matched, and determining a victor was no simple task. Sister, Xinqian suddenly appeared beside Yichuan. Given her currently inadequate cultivation, she was not qualified to participate. Nevertheless, such a rare competition occurring once in decades was an opportunity she could not afford to miss. What brings you here? I'm just here to enjoy the spectacle, Xinqian replied with a hint of resignation. Being able to participate would have been ideal, but at that moment, she had no chance to do so, leaving her somewhat disheartened. All right. By the way, when will you participate? Yichuan shook his head with a wry smile. In truth, participating did not hold much significance. However, upon seeing Jiang Ningyu, his perspective shifted entirely. Only by becoming an inner disciple could he be chosen and remain by her side in service. If Jiang Ningyu took a liking to him, wouldn't that simplify matters immensely? I am in third place. Next up is our senior sister Lin Meiqing. The third match, Xinqian exclaimed, her heart filled with anticipation to witness just how formidable Yichuan truly was. In her eyes, Yichuan, under Wang Shuero's guidance, undoubtedly possessed superior resources compared to other outer disciples. This fueled her eagerness for the upcoming contest. Boom! At that moment, a tremendous noise erupted from the arena. As the powerful aura dissipated, an outer disciple collapsed amidst the crowd. Clearly, the female disciple standing in the arena had emerged victorious, advancing to the next round. The next match featured Lin Meiqing. Having previously received Yichuan's support, Lin Meiqing's strength was undoubtedly enhanced. Standing on the stage, gazing at her junior sister, her confidence surged. Junior sister, you are no match for me. I kindly ask you to show mercy in our match. The junior sister, however, showed no gratitude, instead defiantly challenging Lin Meiqing. Observing this, a flicker of anger passed across Lin Meiqing's face. Very well. There is no turning back now. The moment Lin Meiqing drew her long sword, even Jiang Ningyu displayed a look of astonishment. A weapon spirit. She wields a sword imbued with a weapon spirit. Clearly, a sword possessing a weapon spirit could not possibly be in the hands of an outer disciple. Indeed, it seems junior sister Lin has fared rather well in recent years, remarked Shangwan Yuner. After all, she has endured the longest among the menial disciples. It stands to reason she would have acquired some resources during this time. Humph. Fair words. But the outcome remains undecided, sneered Han Qiuyuan nearby, her disdain directed squarely at Shangwan Yuner. Fourth senior sister, can you truly assert that Lin Meiqing will lose? Han Qiuyue fell silent. With Yichuan's aid, Lin Meiqing would undoubtedly prevail. Yet she could not abide Shangwan Yuner's tone and had lashed out in retort. To her surprise, Shangwan Yuner countered so swiftly. Enough. Victory or defeat lies in their own hands, interjected Jiang Ningyu, stepping in to mediate the escalating dispute. As expected, upon engaging, Lin Meiqing swiftly overwhelmed her opponent with sheer dominance. Senior sister, how did you obtain a weapon? Just be cautious. Junior sister, Lin Meiqing cautioned lightly, fully aware of the inevitable outcome. At this stage, her adversary stood no chance of triumph. Chapter 61. A troublesome dilemma. Senior sister, please spare me. Don't. Even Lin Meiqing faltered momentarily, uncertain how to proceed. Once, she too had dreamt of advancement, only to face repeated failures. Countless years as a menial disciple had led her to this very opportunity. Seizing Lin Meiqing's hesitation, the junior disciple's expression twisted into malice. Die! Before Lin Meiqing could react, the disciple lunged at her. Damn it! Yichuan exclaimed, having witnessed the treachery, exploiting Lin Meiqing's trust to strike. Wretched fool! Lin Meiqing cursed inwardly. She had contemplated yielding this chance, yet Yichuan's involvement rendered the decision beyond her control, leaving her silent. Never had she imagined this disciple would seize the moment to ambush her. Senior sister, the slots are limited. I refuse to lose to you. Then prove your worth. Lin Meiqing spat venomously. Without awaiting a reply, she leveled her weapon. Whoosh. In an instant, a chilling aura surged forth. With a cry, the disciple was struck down. Enough. Just as Lin Meiqing advanced to deliver further retribution, Jiang Ningyu intervened. Second senior sister. You've already won. There's no need for excessive cruelty, Jiang Ningyu admonished, wary of fatal consequences that would benefit none. Understood. Stopped by Jiang Ningyu, she finally grasped the situation at hand. The other party's intention was unmistakably clear. They had announced her advancement. However, the female disciple from earlier had clearly attempted a sneak attack, provoking outrage in anyone. Proceed, Jiang Ningyu said helplessly. Fortunately, Lin Meiqing did not disappoint her. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for words. The disciple takes her leave. Jiang Ningyu clasped her fists in respect. She then turned and leaped off the arena, striding toward Yichuan. Master, I shall not let you down. At this moment, Lin Meiqing was filled with exhilaration, for this was a dream she had longed for. I see your determination, yet you must continue to strive, she replied. Yes, Lin Meiqing responded joyfully. Next, it would be Yichuan's turn to take the stage. Perhaps fate was playing a hand, for standing before him was a fair-skinned and beautiful female disciple. Yichuan was utterly speechless. Such a captivating figure was indeed a sight to behold, leaving him to ponder whether this was merely a jest crafted by the heavens. Senior sister, I kindly request your mercy. Humph, are you afraid? The female disciple sneered. Yichuan had only just arrived at this place. If he were to let her off easily, he feared that greater troubles would loom in the future. I am not afraid. I simply do not wish to harm my elder sister. The disciple was rendered speechless. She had not anticipated that the situation had escalated to such formalities. Very well, be cautious, elder sister, Yichuan declared, unwilling to waste any more time. The situation had already transformed into his battlefield. Even if Yin Yuexin and others came personally to confront him, it would not be a simple task. All right. The disciple retorted fiercely, especially upon witnessing Yichuan's current demeanor of arrogance. Moreover, this individual had only recently become a servant disciple and had already garnered the attention of official disciples like Wang Xuero. Had it been herself in his position, the opportunities would undoubtedly have multiplied. Go to hell, came a furious rebuke. The servant disciple, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed her lethal move. The onlookers, including Jiang Ningyu, were astounded. They had thought Lin Meiqing formidable enough, yet the woman before them surpassed her greatly. It was astonishing that there existed such a powerful disciple among the servant ranks. Indeed, it seems we still hold great hope, the others, including Shangwan Yuner, expressed in unison. Initially, they believed that there were no capable individuals among the servant disciples, but the reality was far from their expectations. Our Yu sect's servant disciples are this formidable. Should we still fear them? Shangwan Yuner declared proudly. As a senior sister, she naturally held high expectations for them. particularly towards Yichuan on the stage, toward whom she felt no goodwill whatsoever. At this moment, not only is there no expectation for her to emerge victorious, but there is also a hope that he will be injured by his opponent. Even if discerning individuals perceive the underlying issues, it is impossible to assist Yichuan at this juncture. Are you certain that those you favor will triumph? Han Qiuyue scoffed. If she were to evaluate, not only would the servant disciples fail to match the formal disciples, but even the few of them together would likely not stand a chance against their adversaries. Fourth senior sister, it seems you hold a rather high opinion of that Yichuan, someone remarked. Of course, Han Qiuyue replied without hesitation. Given Yichuan's cultivation level, they need not consider anything else. You've left me speechless, Shangwan Yuner said. She hadn't expected Han Qiuyue to openly acknowledge her thoughts. Yet to voice such sentiments during the selection competition of the Yuner sect was tantamount to courting trouble. Huh, do you still have a rebuttal? Silence. Just as the two were embroiled in their dispute, Jiang Ningyu interjected. Let us not forget that what you are facing pertains to the future competitions of our Yuner sect. Prior to their arrival, the esteemed Qianghua had specifically admonished her and guaranteed that if any disciple possessed an exceptional Dao foundation, they would undoubtedly remain within the Yuner sect. Hence, she would never forsake this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yes, senior sister, Shangwan Yuner replied obediently, not daring to show any signs of weakness. However, on the field, Yichuan had already gained the upper hand, to the extent that he had yet to unsheath his weapon. Damn it! The disciple began to panic. How could they not realize that they were utterly no match for Yichuan? Had it not been for the latter's intention to spare them embarrassment, they would have long since been defeated. Observing this, doubts began to arise among the onlookers, leaving them unclear about the true meaning behind these events. What do you think, fellow junior sisters? Jiang Ningyu inquired, already harboring an answer in her heart, though curious about Yichuan's intentions. What do you mean? Han Qiuyue asked, perplexed. How could she not discern that they were starting to question Yichuan's motives? Nevertheless, regardless of the situation, she would always step forward to defend him. Fourth senior sister, do you not see that it's that girl who is deliberately bullying her fellow disciples? No, I believe that is not the case, Su Linglong interjected, directly interrupting Shangwan Yuner's interpretation. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Yuner immediately furrowed her brow. How could she not grasp that they were all in cahoots? At this moment, they were all defending Yichuan, clearly pushing her into the spotlight. Fifth senior sister, do you perhaps have your own insights? Or are you all merely backing that insufferable girl? Chapter 62. That is your task. Su Linglong was utterly speechless, realizing that Shangwan Yuner was indeed targeting them this time. In order to safeguard Yichuan's safety, they had no choice but to pretend as if nothing had occurred. What? Jiang Ningyu furrowed her brow. The conversation they had overheard was laden with tension. As the second sister of the Jade Maiden Sect, she could not simply stand idly by. Second sister. It seems there are those secretly amassing power. Their intentions are all too clear. Shangwan Yuner cast a disdainful glance at Han Qiuyue and the others. As expected, upon hearing this, Jiang Ningyu's expression instantly turned serious. Seventh sister. Unless you possess evidence, please refrain from making baseless accusations, she urged anxiously. Should the Jade Maiden Sect be found to be consolidating power, the esteemed Xianghua Xinjuan would undoubtedly impose severe punishment upon them. Haha, why so tense, second sister? I am merely speculating at this point. Otherwise, I would certainly take measures to report to the Xinjuan, Shangwan Yuner retorted fiercely. They had united. And although their intentions were unclear, it was decidedly detrimental to her. Thus, no matter the stage they reached, Shangwan Yuner had no intention of letting them off the hook. Second sister, we are all diligently following the commands of the Xianghua Xinjuan, and are not at all what Shangwan's sister has claimed. Indeed, it is possible that someone seeks to slander us, Su Linglong added, casting a sidelong glance at Shangwan Yuner, clearly pointing the finger at her, hoping to unveil her thoughts. All right, I do not wish to witness any discord today, Jiang Ningyu declared, waving her hand. Despite her reluctance, Shangwan Yuner dared not say more and shifted her gaze to the two combatants in the arena. Impossible. You cannot be this formidable. The sister, who had been repeatedly bested by Yichuan, suddenly displayed an expression of fury. Indeed, I am not that powerful, but you are certainly no match for me. As she spoke, Yichuan's gaze fell upon a certain part of her. Alas, such a perfect area would be unfortunate to damage. The female disciple felt both shame and rage inside. After years of arduous training, she could not even best Yichuan. I will kill you. Suddenly, the disciple's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Very well. Yichuan nodded, seemingly unperturbed. As the opponent lunged towards him, he swiftly struck out with a flash of crimson light. Ah! The female disciple gasped in shock, realizing that Yichuan had run out of patience. Moreover, the overwhelming and domineering aura before her was something she had never encountered. Whoosh! The fierce sword energy surged forth, sending the female disciple flying back, crashing heavily to the ground. What? Shangwan Yuner was utterly stunned. She had not anticipated that Yichuan possessed such formidable power. What is happening? Haha, we have already stated that Sister Yichuan is destined to win the competition. Han Shiyue had declared with satisfaction that it was precisely because Shangwan Yuner was entirely oblivious to the matter at hand that they found themselves in the current predicament. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, she emerged as the victor. Even Jiang Ningyu nodded in tacit agreement. After all, the purpose of this contest was to identify those obscure yet exceptionally talented disciples. Senior sister, it cannot be. He cannot be that formidable, Shangwan Yuner exclaimed hurriedly. Just yesterday, he had not even been granted the opportunity to defend himself before her. Yet today, he had managed to defeat his senior sister, who had entered the sect earlier, without affording any chance for mercy. The auxiliary disciples of the Yunus sect are indeed impressive. This bodes well for us, Jiang Ningyu remarked. Certainly, we should reward them appropriately. One could not help but acknowledge that Han Shiyue's perspective on the matter was indeed distinct from theirs. Are we to simply acquiesce to this? Shangwan Yuner questioned, perplexed. There were evidently numerous suspicious elements, yet she had not anticipated Jiang Ningyu would express such sentiments. Junior Sister Yin, we have established selection rules. Are we to fabricate facts? Jiang Ningyu replied, I did not mean that, but this individual truly does not seem as formidable, Shangwan Yuner hastily clarified, fearing that she might be branded as a sinner, leading to future misfortunes. I comprehend your sentiments. Her remarkable abilities will undoubtedly raise suspicions. I suspect many of our fellow sisters may share your thoughts, Jiang Ningyu countered, shaking her head. Upon hearing this, several disciples nodded in agreement with Jiang Ningyu's perspective. However, despite this consensus, the situation did not align with their expectations. Very well. The matter may not be as it appears, and none of us stand to gain from this. In the face of the current circumstances, everyone is bound to have their own opinions. Yet, Shangwan Yuner consistently lags behind them in understanding, leading to her simmering discontent. Soon after, 3 victors ascended the competition stage. Having already participated in the contest today, it was necessary for them to continue tomorrow. At this juncture, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, particularly for Lin Meiqing, who had indeed broken through the ranks but found herself facing Yichuan at this critical moment. They had not conferred beforehand. How could she complete the task he had entrusted to her if she were to be defeated? As the crowd dispersed, Jiang Ningyu, almost inadvertently, cast a few extra glances at Yichuan. This sudden attention startled Yichuan. Had she discerned something? He quickly dismissed that notion, pondering that perhaps she simply harbored some misunderstandings. One must recognize that even the most powerful beings at the transformation stage would struggle to unveil the strength he currently concealed. Indeed, it must be that my brilliance has captivated her, Yichuan mused with a smile. He hadn't taken the martial contest seriously at all just now. Though they couldn't discern his true cultivation level, they surely noticed his dismissive attitude. Master. At that moment, Lin Meiqing, seeing he had no intention of leaving, stepped forward to explain the situation. As expected, her call snapped Yichuan back to awareness, and he followed the other disciples as they departed. On the way back, Lin Meiqing cautiously inquired about the next day's competition. Yichuan merely replied with indifference, just do your best. Success or failure lies in the hands of fate. Yes. Lin Meiqing complied, though unease still gnawed at her. She dreaded the possibility of facing Yichuan in the final bout. Master, I'm worried about you. Me? Yichuan was puzzled. He was perfectly fine. What was there to fret over? Besides, he had never cared for the status of a Jade Maiden Sect disciple in the first place. I understand your concern, but remember, this advancement is your task, not mine. Lin Meiqing stared at him in disbelief. Chapter 63. The deliberately mysterious one. At this, Lin Meiqing finally grasped the truth. Yichuan had only participated in the competition to blend in, his true purpose being to ensure her progression to the finals. In an instant, her gratitude toward him deepened immeasurably. Upon returning to their quarters, before Yichuan could even rest, an overwhelming presence manifested outside his door. Since you're here, why not come in? A graceful silhouette pushed the door open and stepped inside. Second elder sister? Yichuan frowned slightly. He had anticipated her visit. But not so soon. Don't be nervous, nor overly excited. I've come merely out of curiosity. What? His brow furrowed further, especially at the mention of excitement, which he had certainly not displayed. I want to offer you any assistance, but I must understand. Where did you learn those techniques? Jiang Ningyu demanded. Had she been able to see through him, she wouldn't have bothered making this visit. I merely picked up some techniques here and there. Surely they're unworthy of second elder sister's attention. Yichuan chuckled lightly. His true mastery lay in the profound solar dragon art. Was he expected to demonstrate it now? Humph. Do you truly expect me to believe that? Jiang Ningyu flicked her sleeve disdainfully. Suddenly, a peculiar fragrance permeated the air around them. You needn't believe me. But I've no reason to deceive anyone, Yichuan stated bluntly. Struck speechless, Jiang Ningyu found herself at a loss. You're telling the truth? Evidently. Jiang Ningyu was utterly unaffected by this individual. Had Yichuan not rashly emerged today, it is likely she would never have encountered him at all. Of course, today's martial arts competition was fraught with peril. Perhaps my feigned indifference was merely a strategy to triumph over my adversary. Jiang Ningyu gazed at him in confusion. While there seemed to be some truth in his words, for someone as discerning as her, Yichuan's narrative bore no resemblance to reality. Rest assured, second senior sister. I have no reason to deceive you, Yichuan assured her, simultaneously adding in his mind, unless there is some ulterior motive, such as the potential to interact with Jiang Ningyu in the future, then fabricating lies to mislead them would be quite understandable. I hope it unfolds as you say, Jiang Ningyu replied, rising to her feet. However, as she reached the threshold, she paused momentarily. Do you have confidence for tomorrow's competition? It was evident that Jiang Ningyu sought to unravel her doubts and would need to engage with Yichuan to do so. Otherwise, he would never divulge the truth merely through inquiry. It seemed they would have to leave it to fate. Seeing Yichuan's continued nonchalance left Jiang Ningyu utterly speechless, leading her to suspect that he was deliberately presenting himself in such a manner. Very well, we shall meet again tomorrow. With that, Jiang Ningyu vanished from his dwelling without a trace of hesitation. However, shortly after her departure, Yichuan shook his head at a corner of the room. Before long, an exquisite woman appeared in his chamber. Master, I never expected second senior sister would lower herself to visit you. What? Yichuan looked at the newcomer in bewilderment. Lin Meiqing immediately panicked. I didn't mean it that way. It's just, enough. I understand, Yichuan interrupted. Lin Meiqing could harbor no doubts about him. Yet he comprehended that her concern stemmed from questioning why Jiang Ningyu had come here. Yes, please guide me, master. Do you currently feel confident? Yichuan inquired, either intentionally or unintentionally. The previous female disciple had formidable strength. Should she encounter Lin Meiqing, she might not be her equal. I shall not yield. No matter the trials ahead, Lin Meiqing declared, especially on the return journey, where Yichuan would willingly forfeit this opportunity if it meant she could enter the arena. Thus, should she face defeat, what face would she have left to meet Yichuan? Haha, it seems you are confident. No. Lin Meiqing suddenly interrupted as soon as Yichuan's words fell. I lack confidence, for I must face you. Lin Meiqing was acutely aware that, given Yichuan's prowess, defeating them would be a trivial endeavor. Thus, the two may very well enter the finals tomorrow. Haha, I am merely a transient visitor, and I have little regard for my status as a humble disciple, Yichuan remarked with a smile. As long as I remain in the Jade Maiden Sect, I can aspire to become stronger in the future. Conversely, Lin Meiqing is not as fortunate. Should she lose this opportunity, she may forever lack the confidence to stand upon the stage. Master, Lin Meiqing exclaimed with great excitement, particularly after entrusting herself to Yichuan. She realized how minuscule the world she once knew truly was. She was even uncertain about Yichuan's motivations for his actions. Well, since you have come, do stay tonight. Allow me to assist you in enhancing your cultivation, Yichuan offered. Lin Meiqing lowered her head shyly. On her journey here, she had entertained such fantasies. However, the ultimate decision would still rest with Yichuan. She considered it a stroke of luck. If fortune favored her, she might indeed capture Yichuan's favor. Are you unwilling? Yichuan inquired curiously, noticing Lin Meiqing's lack of response. No, I am more than willing, Lin Meiqing hurriedly replied, especially when Yichuan misinterpreted her feelings. The anticipation in her heart propelled her to act even before him. Seeing this, Yichuan was entirely moved. Lin Meiqing was merely seeking a breakthrough. Rest assured, I will ensure your successful advancement, he assured her, before lifting Lin Meiqing and departing the scene. The following morning, at the designated time, Numerous humble disciples gathered at the training grounds. Yesterday's battle had been won by a humble disciple named Yi Chan. Is it possible? She has just joined the humble ranks. How could she be so formidable? Shoo! Just as the disciples were engaged in hushed discussions, one of the humble disciples stepped forward to silence them. I have heard that this may be related to Wang Shuiro. Behind Wang Shuiro stands Yin Uxin. If each one has a significant connection with her, it would explain the outcome. What? Are you suggesting she is connected to senior sister Yin Uxin? Upon hearing this, many began to understand the gravity of the situation. Previously, they had assumed that claims about Yi Chuan were mere exaggerations. However, it became evident that he indeed possessed such capabilities. Indeed, just as the female disciple spoke, Yin Uxin and her companions approached slowly. Senior sister. Chapter 64. The Art of Submissiveness. It would be best for you to silence yourselves. Wang Shuiro threatened from the side. She had overheard their conversation and, out of respect for her own reputation, chose not to reprimand them. However, Wang Shuiro was different. As a regular formal disciple herself, and with the matter concerning Yi Chuan, she certainly wouldn't allow them to continue spouting nonsense. Yes. The female disciples immediately lowered their heads in fear. Offending Yin Uxin would mean they wouldn't even know how they died. Senior sister, let's go, Wang Shuiro said. Thus, Yin Uxin, Su Linglong, and the others finally departed slowly. Senior sister, don't pay them any mind. I understand, but their suspicions aren't entirely unfounded. Yin Uxin replied nonchalantly. Without Yi Chuan's appearance, she doubted her fellow disciples would have been so united in their thoughts. From this, it was clear how the situation should be handled next. Who would have thought you'd be so obedient? At that moment, Shangwan Yun'er suddenly appeared before them. The group, already embroiled in conflict, immediately greeted her with thinly veiled sarcasm. Junior sister Shangwan, I didn't expect you to be so early, Han Xiuyue said disdainfully. She had arrived early because of the other senior sisters, and because her thoughts were still lingering on Yi Chuan. But seeing Shangwan Yun'er now, she couldn't help but wonder, what was she doing here when she had no connection to him? Of course, they are the future of the Jade Maiden Sect. Shangwan Yun'er said solemnly. It was unclear whether she was subtly referring to Yi Chuan, for in her heart, she never believed he would advance. Even if he had luckily won the day before, breaking through the competition now would be impossible. Witnessing this, Yin Uxin shook her head in incomprehension. Yi Chuan's cultivation was likely beyond any of theirs, yet they still clung to the delusion that others would advance. It was pure wishful thinking, unless Yi Chuan deliberately held back. Second senior sister. As they engaged in their veiled rivalry, Jiang Ningyu suddenly appeared before them. Enough. For today's finals, I expect you all to be at your best. Yes. In Jiang Ningyu's presence, they set aside their scheming thoughts. Upon the stage, the participating outer disciples had begun to enter the arena one after another. Especially when Lin Meiqing appeared, the surrounding outer disciples couldn't resist jeering. Senior sister Lin, you're no match for me. Why even bother competing? I wouldn't be so sure, Lin Meiqing retorted, glancing at Yi Chuan beside her. Even if she wasn't a match, dealing with this opponent would be effortless for Yi Chuan. Haha, if even you can't defeat me, what makes you think he can? The disciple sneered. To her, Yi Chuan was merely a recent addition to the outer disciples. No matter what opportunities he had encountered, he couldn't possibly compare. Thus, a sense of triumph welled up within, and she even envisioned the pivotal moment of her impending victory. Do not let it go to your head, Lin Meiqing retorted angrily. While she could tolerate self-deprecation, she would not stand idly by in response to Yi Chuan's remarks. Oh my! Who would have thought that senior sister Lin would show such consideration for her junior? A disciple mused, shaking his head with a wry smile. Clearly, they did not regard the one they looked down upon, which led to the current scene. Enough. Just as Lin Meiqing prepared to unleash her wrath, Yi Chuan abruptly interrupted her. How insufferable! Before all these disciples, I cannot overly defend Yi Chuan, she could only utter. Haha, this sister is so confident in her abilities. It is only fitting that we feel inferior, Yi Chuan replied with a laugh. Though it was a derisive comment, it seemed to convey self-awareness to the audience. You are rather perceptive, the disciple declared with a sense of pride. Upon hearing this, even Yi Chuan found herself at a loss for understanding. She had merely mocked her. Yet the underlying meaning seemed to elude her. Very well then, I shall trouble senior sister to show mercy later. No, I shall not show any mercy, the female disciple declared vehemently, as if she had already secured her victory over Yi Chuan and her companions. Do not be so excessive. We are yet unaware of who will triumph, she countered. Did she truly believe she possessed the upper hand? The woman shook her head dismissively, disregarding his insinuation. If he truly had the capability, such a countenance would not be displayed. Infuriating, Lin Meiqing exclaimed, before she could express her indignation further. A disciple overseeing the proceedings announced the format of the competition. What? Lin Meiqing gasped in astonishment. She had not anticipated that Yi Chuan would face off against the recent servant disciple. Rest assured, I am more than capable of handling this, Yi Chuan said with a smile, intending to quell her arrogance. Otherwise, it would yield no benefits for her in the future. Very well, Lin Meiqing nodded. In hindsight, it made sense. If Yi Chuan were to engage, she would undoubtedly fare worse than herself. Do not fret, once I dispose of him, I shall swiftly turn my attention to you, the disciple declared with confidence. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Meiqing's earlier expression was not born of concern for herself, but rather for the folly of her own actions. Yi Chuan is suited for this role. Even if Tang Yunran were to personally intervene, he may not stand as her equal. Thus, it is even less likely for a mere servant disciple to pose a challenge. Senior sister, after you, Yi Chuan gestured invitingly. Observing this, the female disciple showed no hesitation and proceeded toward the arena. Master, Lin Meiqing voiced her concerns. Yet, Yi Chuan merely shook her head, offering a reassuring smile in response. Rest assured, I shall clear any obstacles for you, Yi Chuan signaled with a composed demeanor before turning to advance toward his opponent. The spectators held their breaths in tense anticipation. Compared to previous years, the number of participants in this martial arts selection was pitifully sparse, so much so that the entire event could be concluded within 2 days. Senior sister, I humbly request your leniency, Yi Chuan said with an innocent smile. His opponent froze momentarily, even feeling a pang of pity for him. Just surrender, she snapped impatiently, as though his defeat were already inevitable. Having come this far, it would be improper to leave so abruptly, Yi Chuan replied with a resigned chuckle. Moreover, with so many female disciples watching, retreating was hardly an option. Fine, then I shall oblige you, his opponent retorted coldly. In an instant, she leapt into the air, her left hand forming a sword seal as her blade thrust straight toward Yi Chuan's chest. Perish, she roared. The entire audience stared in stunned silence. It's over. Shen Xian, amidst the crowd, couldn't hold back her tears, especially witnessing the ferocity of the attack. A direct hit would likely leave him either dead or crippled. Yet, Yi Chuan remained utterly unfazed, standing motionless as though the impending strike had nothing to do with him. Master, Lin Meiqing's heart clenched as she glanced toward Shangguan Yuner in the distance. Noticing the smirk on Shangguan Yuner's lips, a look of someone reveling in the chaos, Lin Meiqing understood everything. This was the same woman who had sought out Yi Chuan earlier and engaged him in battle. Now, it seemed she had even arranged this opponent for him. Let us see you survive this, Shangguan Yuner gloated inwardly. Yet, to her surprise, Yin Yuexin, Han Xiuyue, and the others showed no trace of concern. Instead, they regarded Yi Chuan's opponent with disdain. Perish. The sword flashed toward Yi Chuan in a blink, just as it seemed the strike would land. His opponent allowed herself a moment of triumph. Alas, you are not only foolish but utterly inept, Yi Chuan sighed, shaking his head. For someone barely at the half-step foundation establishment realm to believe she could obliterate him was nothing short of delusional. What? The female disciple faltered, suddenly realizing that Yi Chuan's composure was not without reason. Then, as her blade was about to pierce him, a blinding crimson radiance erupted before her eyes. As the female disciple regained her composure, she dared not hesitate and retreated in a flustered manner. You think you can deal with me based on this? As he spoke, Yi Chuan unexpectedly brandished a crimson flame shield. The sisters present were left in astonishment, particularly Jiang Mingyu, who had encountered Yi Chuan the previous night. She scrutinized the crimson flame shield, which appeared to be merely an ordinary mortal artifact, yet it effortlessly repelled the opponent. Could it be that she had been overly complacent? Even Shangguan Yuner felt a twinge of underestimation in her heart. It seems our disciples of the Jade Maiden Sect are indeed exceptional, Han Xiuyue remarked proudly, subtly mocking Shangguan Yuner and implying her misjudgment. This was merely an exchange of blows. Once she becomes familiar with her opponent, the outcome will surely differ. Shangguan Yuner retorted defiantly. Nevertheless, the recent events were vividly etched in their memories. Whether Yi Chuan would prove to be her match remained an unsolved enigma. All right, let us continue watching, Jiang Mingyu said gravely, anxious that their confrontation might disrupt her observation, entirely disregarding their intentions. Oomph, I did not expect you to possess such skills. The female disciple who had been repelled expressed her displeasure. However, upon noticing that Yichuan did not pursue her advantage, she assumed he was merely toying with her. Ha, you've startled my senior sister. Yichuan chuckled, deliberately provoking her to incite her wrath. You are indeed as I expected. Upon hearing Yichuan's words, she was instantly consumed by rage. I will kill you. Initially, she had considered that defeating Yichuan would suffice, but now she had changed her mind. She felt that in front of many peers, his actions had embarrassed her, and it would be unreasonable not to eliminate him. Very well, Yichuan responded nonchalantly. At this juncture, there was no need for further words. Moreover, he had already experienced her treachery. Insisting on remaining would only lead to more suffering for many, especially after witnessing her viciousness in yesterday's competition against her fellow disciples. The female disciple gradually circulated her inner energy. Having been repelled by Yichuan, she had grown somewhat cautious, believing that as long as she remained vigilant, she would not find herself in such a dire predicament again. Whoosh! A blade of sword energy shot directly towards Yichuan's throat. What a formidable sword energy! Yichuan exclaimed in admiration. However, his nonchalant demeanor only heightened her anxiety. Boom! As the crimson radiance surged once more, a tremendous force once again sent the prepared opponent reeling. Yet, Yichuan had no intention of letting her off the hook. Seizing the opportunity, he summoned the crimson flame sword and unleashed a frenzied assault upon her. Initially, she still possessed some ability to defend herself. In the blink of an eye, even the ability to defend oneself seemed unattainable. It was evident that Yichuan was deliberately suppressing his own cultivation. Should he choose to unleash his hidden aura, the oppressive force alone would likely shatter her foundation, rendering any further contest unnecessary. Meanwhile, from a distance, Shangwan Yun'er's countenance darkened instantaneously. She had not anticipated that this individual would be so inept. Just moments ago, she had believed she could rely on him to teach Yichuan a lesson. Alas, the outcome had become painfully clear. Han Shiyue chuckled. As any discerning observer could see that Yichuan's opponent held no advantage whatsoever. Even self-preservation was beyond her reach, let alone launching a counterattack. Zhang Mingyu furrowed her brow, noting that despite appearing to possess merely the initial stage of foundation establishment, the aura she exuded seemed entirely disproportionate to her actual cultivation level. What exactly had gone awry at this juncture was beyond even her comprehension. Junior sister, is there a problem? No. Zhang Mingyu interjected. At this moment, Shangwan Yun'er was intent on preventing anyone from discerning any issues with Yichuan. If that were to happen, she could step in to halt any further escalation, and perhaps even retaliate against him later. Was it merely a case of being outmatched? Yin Yuexin rolled her eyes, sensing that Shangwan Yun'er was intentionally targeting them. Yichuan was simply a victim in this scenario. He is merely a lowly disciple. Why should the senior sisters be so concerned? What did you say? Su Linglong frowned, casting a puzzled glance at Shangwan Yun'er. Her fixation on the matter seemed entirely irrelevant to them. Then whom do you believe it concerns? Shangwan Yun'er pressed, seemingly intent on forcing them to reveal their concealed intentions. You. Su Linglong was rendered speechless, choosing to turn away and disregard the individual before her. Enough. They are still engaged in battle, Jiang Ningyu admonished. At this moment, the nature of their conversation felt disconnected from her own reality. Haha, senior sister. You threatened to kill me repeatedly. Why not act upon it? Could it be? Yichuan could not help but jest. To put it plainly, his opponent yearned to flay him alive, yet Yichuan had not afforded her the opportunity. Do not become complacent, his adversary retorted, her breath heavy with exertion. After several exchanges, her stamina began to wane. Despite the apparent parity between them, she had underestimated Yichuan's explosive power. Very well, I shall not hold back. Yichuan replied, nodding. The longer the battle persisted, the more complications would arise. At this moment, his sole focus was on defeating his opponent. Her ulterior motives were of little concern to him. What? Chapter 66, a comedic performance boom. A tremendous surge of power erupted, radiating vibrant crimson light and engulfing the surroundings. Even the battle-hardened Shangwan Yun'er could not help but be taken aback. Second senior sister. What secrets does this person conceal? Jiang Mingyu exclaimed in astonishment. From the very beginning, she suspected that Yichuan was indeed hiding something. After all, a rival of comparable cultivation could not possibly inflict the kind of damage he had done. With a splatter of blood, The opponent was struck by Yi Chuan's crimson flame shield, sending her flying, only to crash heavily onto the grass of the training ground. Ah, I truly apologize, senior sister. Are you all right? Yi Chuan feigned concern, observing as, with the assistance of several fellow disciples, the opponent struggled to her feet, only to realize that even her ability to gather energy was obstructed. What? In a hurry, she circulated her true energy for self-examination, only to discover that her foundation was damaged, leaving her with merely 20% of her former cultivation. Yi Chuan, I will kill you. Yet before she could take 2 steps, she coughed up blood once more and collapsed, losing consciousness. I am surprised, Yi Chuan pretended, but it was a deliberate act on his part, for his opponent was far too vicious. Allowing her to remain would inevitably lead to further injuries. Second senior sister. I did not mean to. Yi Chuan quickly called out to the distant Jiang Ningyu, fearing a misunderstanding and believing it prudent to address the issue personally. I understand. Jiang Ningyu nodded slowly, her curiosity piqued not by his intentions but by the hidden energies he had exhibited. Your strikes are excessively ruthless. Showing no regard for the bonds of our sect, you should be expelled from the Yunus sect. Shangwan Yuner suddenly rebuked. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chuan presented her to make a statement. What? Han Xiuyue gasped in shock. Was this excuse not excessively harsh against Yi Chuan? Junior sister Yin. This seems directed at junior sister Yi Chuan, does it not? Others chimed in, expressing their support for Yi Chuan. Indeed, had it been junior sister Yi Chuan who had been defeated, she too would not have spared her opponent, Han Xiuyue, and Su Linglong asserted vehemently. In no time, a heated argument ensued. For Shangwan Yuner, the more they defended Yi Chuan, the more it indicated something amiss. Should the truth be revealed, the consequences would be dire. Second senior sister, I believe this individual is excessively treacherous. In the game of kings, the victor is entitled to the spoils, Su Linglong retorted angrily. Upon hearing this, even Jiang Ningyu was at a loss for how to proceed, glancing helplessly at the esteemed Li Muqing among her fellow disciples. Second senior sister, this matter should be left for you to decide, Li Muqing sighed. She preferred not to become embroiled in the affairs concerning Yi Chuan, especially since Han Xiuyue and the others had already muddled the situation. Continuing in this manner might very well attract the attention of the revered Taoist Zhonghua. I understand, but there are far too many suspicions surrounding this individual, Jiang Ningyu stated solemnly. Even her personal visit last night yielded no clues, which only deepened her curiosity about what the other party was concealing. Second sister, this matter is not as simple as it seems, Shangwan Yuner exclaimed anxiously. At that moment, she wished she could eliminate Yi Chuan immediately, as he had thwarted her plans on several occasions. Perhaps I should go and test him. No, Jiang Ningyu interrupted. The selection competition has not yet concluded. If we act recklessly now, it will undoubtedly arouse suspicion among others. Are we to simply allow this person to run rampant? Shangwan Yuner furrowed her brow. What she found most intolerable was the number of people rallying to support Yi Chuan, especially Jiang Ningyu's stance. This is absurd. Have you forgotten our purpose here? Shangwan Yuner was left speechless. It was indeed somewhat inappropriate to deal with Yi Chuan, yet she could not shake her discontent. Inform everyone to continue the competition. What? Shangwan Yuner exclaimed in shock. Second sister, if this continues, how shall we handle it if she truly claims victory? The opponent who had just been defeated by Yi Chuan was, in comparison, significantly stronger than Lin Meiqing. They had not witnessed how she had drained Yi Chuan's strength before being rendered powerless. Even if Li Meiqing were to intervene personally, they might not stand a chance against Yi Chuan. Naturally, we must heed the will of the people, Jiang Ningyu asserted. Is the UNV sect's rule a mere jest? Shangwan Yuner wished to argue further, but Jiang Ningyu's stern gaze silenced her. Observing this, Han Xiuyue and the others could not help but feel a sense of triumph. They understood Yi Chuan's strength better than anyone. Becoming an official disciple would be as effortless as breathing. Even if Shangwan Yuner were to intervene directly, she would likely be unable to impede him, let alone a mere Lin Meiqing. Next, it was Lin Meiqing's turn to take the stage. However, standing opposite Yi Chuan, she felt a persistent unease. Master, please do not regard me as your master, Yi Chuan replied, shaking his head. They were currently positioned as adversaries. If this continued, how could Lin Meiqing hope to overcome him? But do not burden yourself with pressure. Just make your move, Yi Chuan admonished, suddenly launching an attack toward Lin Meiqing. From a distance, Han Xiuyue and the others gasped in shock. Without taking the initiative to strike, the opponent found themselves without the means to counter. Now that Yi Chuan was on the offensive, How could Lin Meiqing withstand it? Second sister, Shangwan Yuner cried out. Witnessing Yi Chuan's fierce assault directed at Lin Meiqing, she feared that if the situation mirrored the previous one, Lin Meiqing would be unable to defend herself. Do not speak, Jiang Ningyu replied, shaking her head. Her gaze was firmly fixed on the distant training grounds, utterly oblivious to the astonished expressions of those around her. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed through the air. What? Lin Meiqing gasped. She had merely been flailing defensively, never anticipating that Yi Chuan would be propelled backward by the force. You are truly remarkable, Yi Chuan exclaimed as he landed on the ground, an expression of admiration crossing his face. Me? Lin Meiqing responded incredulously. She had not retaliated at all. It was evident that Yi Chuan had acted to elevate her standing. Congratulations, senior sister. You have emerged victorious in this selection. What? I won. Lin Meiqing could hardly believe it. She had never imagined that she would so easily become an official disciple. Esteemed senior sisters, I concede, Yi Chuan declared, bowing respectfully to Jiang Ningyu and the others in the distance. Having said this, he waved farewell and departed the scene before they could fully comprehend the situation. The stunned onlookers were left bewildered, unable to grasp what had just transpired. He lost just like that? Han Shiyue remarked in disbelief. It was clear that he had been in a position of dominance, yet in the end, he had unwittingly aided another's success. Senior sister heir, you must have seen that, Shangwan Yuner remarked, her expression betraying her discomfort. Indeed, I witnessed it, Jiang Ningyu replied, coming to her senses, though still struggling to comprehend the events that had unfolded. How shall we determine the outcome? Shangwan Yuner asked, perplexed. Yi Chuan's defeat was precisely what she had wished to see. However, his actions moments ago had been rather conspicuous. It was not only the elite disciples of the Yunus sect who noticed, even the other female disciples were aware. Did you not see? Jiang Ningyu inquired. Before them stood Yi Chuan, who had seemingly secured his place, yet unexpectedly, he had succumbed to Lin Meiqing with ease. Consequently, a sense of concern began to wash over them. Shangwan Yuner hesitated. The situation posed a significant dilemma for them. After all, Yi Chuan's decision was difficult to accept. Very well, let us announce the results, Jiang Ningyu stated, turning to leave the scene. Shangwan Yuner, witnessing this, found herself at a loss. Previously, she had contemplated ways to deal with Yi Chuan, but now, faced with this moment, she stood frozen in place. Could it be that he was indeed so naive? For reasons unknown, Shangwan Yuner did not feel the elation she had expected. Indeed, given the circumstances, there are no alternatives left. When it came time to confront Yi Chuan, she had no doubt that she would act without hesitation. Next, the results were declared. Lin Meiqing was now an official disciple, much to the relief of the auxiliary disciples. However, despite this, it seemed that many questions remained unresolved. Especially upon witnessing these issues, Sun Qian firmly believed that Yi Chuan should claim the championship. However, he had just clearly had the opportunity to defeat Lin Meiqing. Yet he succumbed to defeat instead. Damn it, Sun Qian exclaimed in distress. Suddenly turning on her heel, she departed from the scene, disregarding the praises the disciples were bestowing upon Lin Meiqing. Sun Qian, where are you headed? I have my own matters to attend to, Sun Qian replied. Shaking her head, she left the scene, her heart solely occupied with thoughts of Yi Chuan. At that moment, Yi Chuan had already faced defeat, and her anxiety was palpable. Upon returning to the servant quarters, Sun Qian sought out Yi Chuan, eager to inquire about the situation at hand. Sister, Yi Chuan was preparing to take a brief respite, utterly surprised by Sun Qian's sudden arrival. Is there something you need? He asked, curiosity etched on his face, unable to fathom her demeanor. I have nothing specific. I'm merely curious as to why you, who clearly had the potential to win, ended up in such a dismal defeat. Sun Qian responded urgently. The reason was simple. She could not bear to witness Yi Chuan's disheartening loss. After all, many of the servant disciples had already expressed their dissatisfaction with him, particularly after his earlier victory over a formidable opponent, only to yield such a disappointing outcome. Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. Is it not merely a standard loss? Yi Chuan replied nonchalantly, dismissing the opinions of others. If his focus were solely on the Yunus sect, what need would he have to exert himself so diligently? At this juncture, the crux of the matter became apparent. I thought you would emerge victorious. You were so close, Sun Qian lamented. Sun Qian, you still do not comprehend that this selection trial is entirely unlike what we envisioned. The situation was evidently clear. Yichuan's true aim was to allow Lin Meiqing to seize the championship. Should he falter in this endeavor, his future plans would inevitably unravel. Xinqian was rendered speechless. Her heart's desire was solely for Yichuan to ascend to the rank of a formal disciple, and it was evident to all that he possessed the requisite qualities to triumph over his adversary. Do you believe that not being selected would be my loss? Yichuan inquired. The truth was all too visible. Had the circumstances been as they claimed, he would have surely been selected through sheer effort. Yet, the reality was far from their assertions, as the desire to become formal disciples vastly outweighed theirs. Nevertheless, Yichuan had his own opportunities and need not concern himself with their opinions. I understand now. You wish to prove yourself through your own abilities. Yichuan was indeed at a loss for words. Such a blatant gesture was obvious to everyone. To speak of proving oneself through ability was rather redundant. Frankly, for Yichuan, the Yu sect was merely a chapter in his journey. Whether or not he could enter the selection for formal disciples held no significance for him. This was sufficient to illustrate the situation at hand. Ultimately, Yichuan refrained from speaking too much to this innocent girl, lest she feel undue pressure in the future, hindering her own progress in cultivation. Regardless of the circumstances, in my heart, you will forever be the most formidable. Before Yichuan could respond, a familiar figure entered the room. Sister Shuirou, exclaimed Xinqian, her face awash with surprise. It was unexpected that even Wang Shuirou came to visit Yichuan. One could argue that even in failure, such actions were justifiable. At the very least, there were still those among the formal disciples who supported Yichuan. I have come to speak with Sister Yichan, Wang Shuirou said with a smile. Though Xinqian held the lowest rank among them, she unconditionally offered her help to Yichuan at crucial moments. All right, I shall take my leave, Xinqian declared. Had Yichuan made such a statement, she would surely have found an excuse to stay. However, Wang Ruoshui was different. Given the current situation, remaining might offer no benefit to Yichuan. Sister, I will return first, she said. Very well. We shall converse again when time permits. Yichuan nodded, showing no intention of retaining them. For he understood that the curiosity in her heart was not solely directed at Wang Shuirou. Yes, I will take my leave now, Xinqian said, bidding farewell to Wang Shuirou before departing directly. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room fell into a stalemate. You have many questions for me, do you not? Indeed. I am simply curious, Master clearly could. Wang Shuirou hesitated, unable to fathom that Yichuan had already been defeated before even engaging in battle. What was even more perplexing was that Yichuan seemed unaware that these events presented him with greater opportunities. Yes, I need not act in that manner, Yichuan replied. Regardless of the meaning, everyone might hold their own perspectives. Yet, Yichuan was entirely indifferent to their attitudes. It is essential to understand that Yichuan's ambitions extended beyond merely becoming a formal disciple. He sought to acquire more beautiful companions for mutual cultivation. Upon realizing this, Wang Shuirou was taken aback, completely unprepared for such a revelation from Yichuan. What shall we do next? Today has already caused Jiang Ningyu to start harboring doubts. This matter will inevitably reach Tang Yunran, leading to further suspicion, she pondered. There is no need to concern ourselves with it, Yichuan asserted. Regarding these matters, anyone could possess their own viewpoints. Wang Shuirou was left speechless. She had initially come to gauge his attitude, but ultimately intended to report back to Yin Yuxian. Chapter 68. Reflecting in Solitude. Shuirou. Your visit to me must not solely reflect your own intentions, correct? Yichuan inquired. Logically, today should not have been so overt, yet circumstances left them with little choice. The situation is apparent to all. It is evident to any discerning individual that Yichuan's methods are glaringly obvious. Indeed, it was my senior sister who sent me here, Wang Shuirou acknowledged. Without Yin Yuxian's approval, she would never have sought out Yichuan, especially at such a critical juncture. Haha, all you need to do is trust that I have my own plans, Yichuan replied with a smile. In response, Wang Shuirou felt at a loss. However, one thing was certain, as long as he remained unharmed, that was enough. Did you come to see me today solely for this matter? Before Wang Shuirou could finish her sentence, Yichuan swiftly lifted her into his arms. Given your evident concern for me, I shall grant you this favor today. As he spoke, the two embraced tightly. Within the grand hall of the Yu sect, the esteemed Qianghua Xianzuan surveyed all present. I wonder if any of you have objections regarding this selection process. She had already caught wind of the earlier commotion, leading her to surmise that issues had arisen during the recent final selection. Esteemed Xinzuan, we are merely curious. How could a renowned disciple, whose cultivation is evidently formidable, intentionally lose to Lin Meiqing during the final competition? What? Xianghua Xianzuan frowned slightly. For them, becoming an official disciple of the Yunnu sect was a rare opportunity, and it was unexpected that they would so carelessly squander it. In my view, there must be something amiss with that individual, Shangwan Yuner interjected, expressing her sentiments. Regardless, she harbored no affection for Yichuan. Unfortunately, this fellow was too extraordinary, having thwarted her on multiple occasions, and she had missed her final chance to eliminate him. Please continue. Xianghua Xianzuan narrowed her eyes. To willingly forfeit the opportunity to become an official disciple is indeed suspicious. Esteemed Xinzuan, that disciple was merely at the end of her rope. She had expended considerable energy in the prior battles. Han Shuyue and Su Linglong immediately stepped forth to defend. They asserted that Yichuan had already defeated strong opponents through sheer strength in consecutive matches, and by the time he faced Lin Meiqing, he was utterly drained and incapable of defending himself. In light of this, Li Muqing cast a glance at Shangwan Yuner beside her. Junior sister Yuner, this arrangement was determined by you. Does this not imply that your actions were just? As expected, Shangwan Yuner had intended to use the opportunity to strike, but did not anticipate Li Muqing's direct confrontation. You never intended for that junior sister named Yi Chan to become an official disciple. What? Xianghua Xianzuan turned her gaze back to Shangwan Yuner, this time her eyes betraying a hint of murderous intent. Yuner, is there any truth to this matter? The esteemed immortal master, it is with great regret that I admit my disciple has not succeeded in advancing, and I am powerless to change this outcome. Su Guanyun hastily knelt down to explain, fearing that the revered Xianghua immortal master would impose severe punishment. Be more astute. Understand that this concerns the future of the Jade Maiden Sect, the Xianghua immortal master declared with indignation. Given the previous slander against Han Shuyue, the Xianghua immortal master harbored lingering anxiety, believing that allowing Su Guanyun to proceed unchecked would inevitably lead to unnecessary troubles. Yes, esteemed master. Yet I must clarify that this matter is indeed unrelated to me, Su Guanyun implored. It must be recognized that Yichuan's formidable strength is far beyond what my current cultivation can handle, yet such terrifying occurrences unfolded before a mere servant disciple. The Xianghua immortal master scoffed, then turned her gaze towards Jiang Ningyu, questioning if she too would maintain such an attitude. Ningyu, tell me, is what Yuner claims true? Reporting to the esteemed master, the disciple is indeed suspicious. However, considering her confrontation with formidable foes and her eventual defeat by Lin Meiqing, it seems reasonable, Jiang Ningyu replied. I see, the Xianghua immortal master nodded slowly. However, Su Guanyun was taken aback, having expected Jiang Ningyu to clarify the truth, only to find that she, too, chose to conceal it. Senior sister, it wasn't like this at the beginning. Silence. The Xianghua immortal master retorted with fury. You repeatedly caused trouble for your fellow disciples. Do you think you can disregard the rules of our sect? Master, Su Guanyun interjected. Clearly, the Xianghua immortal master's inquiry of Jiang Ningyu was intended to provide her an opportunity for a graceful retreat. Unfortunately, Su Guanyun failed to perceive this, and thus her reckless behavior directly provoked the Xianghua immortal master. Enough, the Xianghua immortal master declared, unwilling to listen further. Given your current instability and your unfounded slanders against your fellow disciples, I have decided to punish you by sending you to the back mountain for reflection. Master, esteemed master. Both Su Guanyun and the uninformed Jiang Ningyu were left in shock. Such a minor issue, and yet it warranted severe punishment. As the second senior sister, Jiang Ningyu could not remain indifferent. Esteemed master, this matter is not Yuner's fault. It is simply that the disciple in question is indeed terrifying. Jiang Ningyu hastily explained. At this point, the Xianghua immortal master was at a loss on how to proceed. It is essential to understand that Su Guanyun's targeting of fellow disciples is a transgression that any sect would prioritize in their regulations. For if disciples turn against one another, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. Esteemed master, I refuse to accept this. All my actions are for the sake of the Jade Maiden Sect. Such pleasant words. Do you think I am unaware? The Xianghua immortal master replied coldly. For years, they had engaged in both open and covert struggles to become her direct disciples. Now, they were not hesitant to inflict harm upon their fellow sisters. Once this matter is made public, it is likely that other sects will come to witness the spectacle of the Jade Maiden Sect. I, Shangwan Yuner, was rendered speechless. Particularly upon encountering the piercing gaze of the esteemed Xianghua, a wave of despair washed over me. Go ahead, It may serve to temper your heart. Very well. Shangguan Yuner rose, and, noticing that Xianghua had no intention of retracting her command, turned and departed without hesitation. Junior sister Jiang Ningyu, reluctant to part, expressed her sorrow. Nevertheless, despite her feelings, Shangguan Yuner did not pause in her stride. Meanwhile, those who witnessed these events, including Han Xiuyue, felt a surge of delight. They were well aware of the circumstances. Only by severely punishing Shangguan Yuner could the threat she posed to Yichuan be quelled. However, should Shangguan Yuner remain unappeased, she would undoubtedly seek vengeance against Yichuan in the future. Particularly for Li Meiqing, there was a lingering sense of guilt for her actions. Esteemed immortal, we should proceed with the next steps. Now, you shall observe and arrange accordingly. Qianghua waved her hand dismissively. Chapter 69. Supporting Yichuan understood. Second senior sister Jiang Ningyu dared not show any sign of defiance. She immediately accepted her orders and went to the servant disciples' quarters. Observing this, a few individuals led by Li Muqing stepped forward to express their opinions. They believed the matter had been resolved, and lingering would only lead to misfortune. Wait. Just as they prepared to leave, Qianghua suddenly called out to them. Esteemed immortal, may I inquire if there are any further instructions? There are no instructions. But I wish to know how your investigation into the disciples possessing exceptional foundational abilities is progressing. The disciples were momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Reporting to the esteemed immortal, we have been occupied with the competition recently, thus. Enough, I understand, Qianghua interjected impatiently. I anticipated such an excuse. So there is no need to continue. You may withdraw for now, but remember that information regarding disciples with exceptional foundational abilities must remain confidential. And do not abandon the pursuit. Yes, the disciples replied in unison, bidding each other farewell as they departed. Meanwhile, a younger female disciple gazed at their retreating figures. Lost in thought. You conspired to frame the one I have my eye on. With a fierce glint in her eyes, she vanished in the blink of an eye. In the servant disciples' quarters, Yichuan adjusted his attire and slowly sat on the edge of the bed. Master, you are truly remarkable, Wang Shuero said shyly, her eyes reflecting satisfaction. Your cultivation has improved as well, Yichuan replied with a smile. Every time Wang Shuero engaged in dual cultivation with him, she experienced significant enhancement. And this occasion was no exception, as she felt the benefits herself. All right, let us not dwell on it any longer, Yichuan stated. As the time drew near, it was believed that they would soon return. If seen by everyone, it would undoubtedly create an awkward scene. Indeed, Wang Shuero replied. Before long, the servant disciples' quarters welcomed a moment of unprecedented glory. First, Jiang Ningyu arrived with a decree to inform them that Lin Meiqing had officially become a formal disciple. However, with Lin Meiqing's departure, the title of senior sister among the servant disciples was left vacant. Thus, her purpose was to not only escort Lin Meiqing, but also to select a candidate among them who could assert authority over the servant disciples. Ladies, I wonder what your thoughts are. Jiang Ningyu surveyed all the disciples present. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into silence. I propose that Sister Yichuan, who stands second only to Sister Lin Meiqing in cultivation, take charge. Shen Qian suddenly summoned her courage to speak. As expected, her words ignited a chain reaction. Indeed, we should choose Yichuan. She is the only one suited for this role. Everyone recognized that with Yichan's prowess, it would be effortless for her to manage them. Otherwise, anyone else might lack such capability. Jiang Ningyu frowned slightly, contemplating the formidable Yichan. In such a short span of time, she had managed to rally her own faction. If all were to follow her example, the servant disciples' quarters would surely break free from the constraints of the Jade Maiden Sect. Yichan, what is your opinion? Yichan feigned surprise. I believe I am not yet equipped with the necessary capabilities. Indeed, Jiang Ningyu did not wish for someone she could not discern to ascend to this role. With Yichan's humble refusal, a glimmer of hope sparked within her. No, Sister Yichan possesses the strength. Who else could command our allegiance? The female disciples voiced their support, demonstrating an unwavering resolve to have Yichan lead. Jiang Ningyu found herself at a loss for words, thinking she could smoothly navigate the situation and discreetly conceal Yichan. Yet, contrary to her expectations, even if Yichan showed no inclination to accept, the disciples appeared resolute in their choice. Seeing this, she began to feel the pressure. Second sister, you need not heed their opinions, Yichan said innocently. Her intention was to exert pressure, as being the senior sister of the servant disciples would place everyone under her control. especially concerning the factions cultivated in secrecy. It would be far more convenient and secure. Second sister. Sister Yi-chan indeed possesses this ability. Who else could reach the finals? Just as the disciples were rallying behind Yi-chan, a woman suddenly stepped forward to voice her dissent. Wang Nan, what do you mean by that? Jiang Mingyu inquired. At that moment, Wang Nan stood out among the crowd. Intentionally casting a sidelong glance at Yi-chan's sister Air, today she displayed ruthless aggression towards our fellow disciples in the training grounds. Are you aware that she has caused the death of one of our sisters? What? Jiang Mingyu exclaimed in shock. It turns out that not long ago, the female disciple who was defeated by Yi Chuan, unable to accept the harsh reality of her defeat, ultimately chose to take her own life after much hesitation. How could this happen? Sister Air, our foundation has been shattered, and it is now impossible to restore it. She simply could not come to terms with the reality that she could never become an official disciple, nor even engage in cultivation. Initially, she had intended to seek revenge on Yi Chuan. However, upon reflection, she realized that Yi Chuan's strength was far beyond what she could contend with. Thus, she saw no alternative but to end her own life. Absurd. Is it of any use to threaten with death when one lacks the skill? Indeed, Sister Yi-chan showed mercy by not taking her life. Many female disciples stepped forward to express their support. She sought to hold Yi Chuan accountable for her death. But what about the female disciples she had killed? Sister Air, I admit that my actions were indeed harsh, Yi Chuan said helplessly. Yet, he understood that if punishment were to be meted out to him, it would have already occurred on the training grounds. Observing this, Jiang Mingyu looked at Yi Chuan with a perplexed expression, wondering what he was up to. He could have easily found an excuse to evade responsibility, yet he chose to shoulder it willingly. At that moment, with so many female disciples backing her actions, a slight misstep could lead to resentment directed at himself. That wretched fellow, he has presented me with such a dilemma, Jiang Mingyu thought fiercely, though she maintained her composure outwardly. Sister Air, if Sister Yi-chan had not intervened, it is likely that he would have been the one to suffer. Yes, moreover, she might not have spared Sister Yi-chan either. The female disciples began to rally against Yi Chuan. Nonsense, Wang Nan exclaimed anxiously, especially upon witnessing so many standing up for Yi Chuan. You are all the executioners responsible for our sister's death. She deserved it. The disciples were thrown into chaos. Silence, Jiang Mingyu reprimanded, deliberately infusing her words with a hint of true energy. Upon hearing her command, everyone present immediately fell silent, their expressions tinged with discomfort. Chapter 70. Overly optimistic. My dear friends, what merit do I possess? Seeing so many disciples rallying in support of me, many of whom I had nurtured, filled Yi Chuan with a sense of gratitude. Although he had not been chosen as an official disciple, his current status was sufficient for him to continue making significant strides. Let Sister Yi-chan take over the position of senior sister. Indeed, we choose Yi-chan's Sister Yi-chan. In an instant, the atmosphere, which had just stabilized, became agitated once again due to Yi Chuan's words. Seeing this, Jiang Mingyu was bewildered. She could already foresee the ensuing dilemma. If the position of the senior sister were forcibly bestowed upon another, it was likely that such an individual would not remain in the role for long. For as long as Yi Chuan was present, no one would acknowledge another's authority. You have witnessed it. Let us discard any insincere refusals. Without waiting for Yi Chuan to speak, Jiang Mingyu reprimanded with a grim expression. Clearly, if this continued, it would yield no favorable outcome for any party involved, especially in front of so many disciples. Insisting on dismissing Yi Chuan's qualifications would likely result in discontent on both sides, presenting a double blow to him. At this juncture, her intentions became apparent to all present. Esteemed colleagues, I shall heed the will of the people and appoint Yi Chuan to succeed Lin Meiqing's position. Excellent, cheered the multitude of disciples. After speaking, Jiang Mingyu turned back to offer Yi Chuan a few words of encouragement. Indeed, I assure you I will fulfill my duties diligently, Yi Chuan promised. Beside them, Lin Meiqing also displayed a joyful expression. On the training grounds, Yi Chuan graciously passed along the opportunity to him. To be able to take over her position was, in a way, a form of repayment. Congratulations, Sister Yi Chuan. Too kind, Yi Chuan nodded in response. He understood Lin Meiqing's sentiments, but was unsure how to articulate them before such a large audience. Thus, with a shared understanding in their exchanged glances, Jiang Mingyu ultimately led her away from the scene. Senior sister. The disciples knelt in unison, their joy stemming from Yi Chuan's assumption of the role within the miscellaneous disciples department. Observing this, Yi Chuan slowly nodded. It was evident to all that under Yechuan's leadership, the senior sister would surely provide them with exceptional care. At this point, Yechuan gestured, "All right. Everyone, please resume your tasks. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out." His words ignited a chorus of cheers from the disciples. However, Yechuan took his leave, returning to his quarters. What transpired? Wang Shuero had not yet departed, for she knew that Jiang Ningyu had come solely to announce the results. If she returned without credible news, it would indeed distress Yan Yuexin. Lin Meiqing has left, and I have taken her position, Yechuan declared joyfully. At his words, Wang Shuero nearly dropped her jaw in disbelief. It was clear he was the official disciple. Yet he not only willingly relinquished the opportunity, but was also elated over assuming the role of a lesser-known miscellaneous disciple's senior sister. Are you truly certain about this? Of course, Yechuan affirmed. He was genuinely pleased with his current situation. Well, if that is the case, I have nothing further to say. Do you have any matters to convey to the senior sister? Wang Shuero inquired. Yan Yuexin summoned him, evidently to gauge Yechuan's stance. It is prudent to maintain a low profile for now, lest we attract unwarranted attention. Yechuan sighed. The Jade Maiden Sect appears to be governed by rules. Yet behind the scenes, it is rife with intrigue. One misstep could lead to one's downfall. Very well. I shall convey your message, said Wang Shuero without hesitation, bidding farewell to Yechuan as she departed her residence. Following the day's skirmish, Yechuan harbored a renewed perspective on the Jade Maiden Sect. Nevertheless, this did not diminish his resolve for retribution against Shangwan Yuner. Upon returning to Yan Yuexin, Wang Shuero relayed Yechuan's words to her. It seemed even he had received word. What news? Wang Shuero inquired curiously. Aside from this message, Yechuan appeared to have said nothing else. Shangwan Yuner, due to her opposition to him, has been punished by the immortal sovereign and sent to reflect in solitude. What? Wang Shuero was momentarily taken aback. But soon a smile graced her face. Humph, that fellow deserves such treatment. Every encounter with Shangwan Yuner has been fraught with misfortune. Now that he has been punished, it is precisely what Wang Shuero wished to see. At this juncture, Yan Yuexin shook her head in exasperation. Do you think Shangwan Yuner is so easily dealt with? Indeed, she has been punished, yet she remains unrepentant upon her return. Senior sister, are you implying that? I fear the immortal sovereign's actions might not lead to Shangwan Yuner acknowledging her errors, but rather incite her to retaliate even more fiercely. Yan Yuexin lamented. Her meaning was unequivocal. Shangwan Yuner had reached a point of insatiable vengeance. A moment's carelessness could spell disaster for Yechuan. Upon hearing this, Wang Shuero was taken aback. She had been preoccupied with Shangwan Yuner's plight, neglecting the pressing issues at hand. Then what should we do? We cannot allow Yechuan to be in any danger. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure his safety. Thus, any unfavorable news regarding Yechuan would be promptly relayed. Let it be. He has already stated that we ought to remain discreet for the time being to avoid drawing attention. Wang Shuero fell silent. While she certainly did not wish to see such outcomes, she could not defy Yan Yuexin's directive. However, Su Linglong, having left the main hall, did not return to rest, but instead made her way to Li Muqing's residence. There, she would share her concerns with Li Muqing. Do not worry. I believe everyone harbors similar apprehensions as you do, Li Muqing sighed. Alas, the command of immortal sovereign Xianghua was such that even the plea of second senior sister Jiang Ningyu bore no fruit. If they were to step forward as well, it would likely not only fail to save Shangwan Yuner, but could also exacerbate her punishment. Thus, why not devise a strategy? Strategy? Li Muqing shook her head. It is not that simple. After all, it is Shangwan Yuner who faces the consequences. If I am not mistaken, she may even harbor resentment towards Yechuan for these punishments. It is better to refrain from taking any action, Li Muqing suggested. Any movement at all would immediately alert Shangwan Yuner to their involvement. Therefore, it is clear that a strategy of inaction is the most prudent choice. Su Linglong was at a loss for words. Who would have thought that the seemingly minor Shangwan Yuner would be so difficult to handle? If the day of her release arrives, even if Yechuan survives, he will surely suffer greatly. Chapter 71. The green-clad junior sister. Well, for now, in the absence of any news, we should let things unfold naturally, Li Muqing sighed. Ultimately, her concern lies in potentially disrupting Yechuan's plans. Moreover, with Shangwan Yuner already punished to face the wall, who among the sisters would dare to harm them, remains uncertain. Third senior sister, Su Linglong queried. Her face filled with confusion. Are you suggesting that we cannot take the initiative? Haha, you think too much. Since Shangwan Yuner is already facing the wall, Must we further add to her woes? Li Muqing replied with a wry smile. Besides, her punishment stems from her own actions of malice, leading to this outcome. What? Then how should we proceed? Su Linglong insisted, unwilling to stand idly by. Especially at this critical juncture, she understood that Yi Chuan would surely need her assistance. Let us return and await news, she conceded. Very well, Su Linglong responded helplessly. If it were otherwise, there would be no good solutions. Otherwise, as Li Muqing said, we would not only be unable to help Yi Chuan, but might inadvertently cause her harm. I shall take my leave first. You should rest more, Li Muqing advised. In the past few days, dealing with the selection competition had kept all the sisters of the Yunnu sect busy with various preparations. Yet the ultimate outcome had indeed been somewhat disappointing. Regardless, there is no need to dwell on it any longer. It is only wise to return and rest. Good. Do not let your cultivation falter, Li Muqing suggested. Who knows when Yi Chuan's identity might be revealed? At that time, their only choice would be to ensure Yi Chuan's safety. By afternoon, Yi Chuan awoke from his slumber, only to find a throng of miscellaneous disciples gathered around his bedside. You all. Yi Chuan furrowed his brow. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were all disciples with whom he had engaged in dual cultivation. Many of them possessed far greater prowess than Lin Meiqing. However, it was only at Yi Chuan's behest that they had chosen to forego this selection. Indeed, it is for this reason that they sought out Yi Chuan to inquire about the forthcoming plans. Master, we would like to ask what our next course of action should be. What should we do? Yi Chuan furrowed his brow. The reality was far from their expectations. Even if issues arose, they were likely to be personal in nature. Continue your cultivation. Unless there is an urgent matter, there is no need to seek me out specifically. Yi Chuan commanded. Should he be discovered by those with ulterior motives, it would spell considerable trouble for him. Yes, the disciples responded in unison, not daring to take any chances regarding Yi Chuan's orders. Yet, there lingered a sense of anticipation in their hearts, particularly among those who aspired to become Yi Chuan's women. Go, lest you arouse suspicion, he added. Understood, they nodded in agreement. After a reluctant farewell, just as they were departing, Xian arrived with startling news. Master, Shangwan Yun'er has been punished to face the wall. What? Yi Chuan exclaimed, astonished. This outcome was indeed beyond his expectations. It was well known that Shangwan Yun'er was not someone easily offended. Now, suddenly punished, she was undoubtedly in a furious state. What on earth is this Qianghua Xinzuan doing? Yi Chuan lamented. It seemed as though she was inviting enmity upon herself. In the end, Shangwan Yun'er would likely believe he was the instigator. He could only wonder what punishments awaited him. At this point, doubts began to arise about whether Qianghua Xinzuan was aiding or undermining him. A single misstep could potentially plunge him into peril. Is this related to Qianghua Xinzuan? Xian inquired. That was precisely the outcome he feared. If it were established that he had any connection, the consequences would indeed be dire. I am uncertain, yet I must remain cautious, Yi Chuan sighed. The situation for the other party was grim. Despite being punished to face the wall, this would not quell her resentment. Instead, it could lead to even more severe retaliation against him. I believe it is not as dire as it seems. After all, she has already faced punishment. Xian remarked with a sigh. Even if she were to seek revenge later, Qianghua Xinzuan would surely impose severe retribution upon her. Haha, you are overthinking, Yi Chuan chuckled, pulling Xian into his embrace. You, Xian gasped. If seen by outsiders, it could certainly lead to misfortune for them, as it would become a topic of gossip. Haha, it has been so long since we last met. Do you not wish to share some intimacy with me? Yi Chuan laughed, his hand gently caressing her cheek. No, I want. Xian hastily replied, but the more she resisted, the more apprehensive she became. Currently, Yi Chuan remains in a perilous situation. Thus her primary concern is how to assist him. Do not worry. We shall tackle other matters as they arise, Yi Chuan reassured, noticing a slight alleviation in Xian's anxiety. Yi Chuan then playfully pushed her onto the bed. At the wall of the back mountain, Shangwan Yun'er sat helplessly beneath the stone cliff, harboring profound resentment towards Yi Chuan. Initially, her ire was directed at Han Xiuyue and others for their collusion, but she never anticipated that Yi Chuan would ultimately be the cause of her punishment, being made to face the wall. Cursed Yi Chuan, who would have thought you could be so despicable? Shangwan Yun'er concluded. She realized that the intention behind this was to target her specifically. Particularly egregious was the fact that Yi Chuan had deliberately lost to Lin Meiqing, fully aware that she would report to the esteemed Xianghua. This was a calculated move to mock her, resulting in Shangwan Yun'er's dire predicament. Once my punishment is over, I shall ensure you pay dearly for this, she vowed fiercely. Clearly, the deductions made by Li Muqing and Yechuan were correct, for instead of repenting, Shangwan Yunner's thoughts of vengeance against Yechuan only intensified. Seventh sister. At that moment, a woman clad in a green long robe appeared before her. It's you, Shangwan Yunner said, her brows furrowing slightly. The visitor was none other than her junior sister, Xiaolingyu. Typically, Xiaolingyu kept to herself, focusing on her cultivation due to being the weakest among them. However, she had come to this place because of Yechuan, which made it evident that her purpose was to achieve something specific. Xiaolingyu, I wonder if your sudden visit is at the behest of the Immortal Lord? Shangwan Yunner inquired. No. Xiaolingyu shook her head. If the esteemed Qianghua intends to punish him, why would she send you to visit? To be candid, I came of my own accord, for I understand that this matter is unrelated to you. Even if it is unrelated, I am still being punished. Shangwan Yunner retorted fiercely. Realizing that Xiaolingyu bore her no ill will, she began to comprehend the situation. I believe the one responsible for your current state is that wretched girl, Yechuan, she mused, falling into silence. It was not that she doubted Xiaolingyu's words, but rather she was contemplating the motives behind her visit. Few would dare to come to see her at such a time. Sister, you need not be so worried. It is entirely because she caused the demise of my most cherished junior sister. Chapter 72. A special reward for you, sister. While you are facing the wall, the other sisters are reveling in joy, Xiaolingyu said with a sardonic tone. Her intent was to provoke Shangwan Yunner, while she herself would benefit from the ensuing discord. I suspect you share the same sentiments as they do, Shangwan Yunner replied, leaving Xiaolingyu utterly speechless. She took such a considerable risk to inform her, yet she never anticipated the hurtful words that would follow. Seventh senior sister. No wonder they say you are so single-minded. What is your true intention? Shangwan Yunner inquired, her heart already harboring a plan, though she chose not to reveal it. My purpose is quite simple, to champion your cause, Xiaolingyu replied with a shrug. Typically, she maintained a distance from her fellow sisters, thus there was no reason to doubt her sincerity. I fear your intentions are not as altruistic as you claim. Xiaolingyu hesitated to speak further. I do not blame you for thinking this way. If I were in your position, I would likely feel the same. After all, that young girl has so many senior sisters to protect her. Damn, Shangwan Yunner exclaimed vehemently. Even with their protection, what difference does it make? Anyone can see the situation. Should trouble arise, no one can guarantee her safety. Furthermore, we all understand that a moment's carelessness could lead to untold dangers in the future. Regrettably, now that you have been punished, there is no opportunity for revenge. A gentleman's vengeance is not to be delayed for 10 years. A flicker of murderous intent briefly flashed in Shangwan Yunner's eyes. It is easy to speak of revenge, but do you possess the means to act? Xiaolingyu scoffed, entirely disregarding Shangwan Yunner's agitation. It is important to note that her own strength was not inferior to that of her counterpart. However, with so many sister disciples around, she would not act recklessly without absolute certainty of victory. Well then, you need not concern yourself with my affairs. You should hasten to where you need to go, Shangwan Yunner replied, shaking her head. It is known that Xiaolingyu is not one to act without reward. If there are not sufficient benefits, she would certainly not offer her assistance. Hence, even when dealing with Han Shuyue and others, Shangwan Yunner would not ally with her. Upon reaching this understanding, it became clear that many matters were not as simple as they seemed. The other party evidently had ulterior motives, and a moment's carelessness could lead to being ensnared. Very well. If that is the case, I shall take my leave, Xiaolingyu said coldly, turning to exit without acknowledging Shangwan Yunner's current expression. However, at that moment, Shangwan Yunner glanced back at Xiaolingyu's retreating figure. What is this person truly planning? It was evident that she rarely engaged with her. Now, she boldly claims to offer assistance. Had her subordinate not been killed by Yechuan, such intentions may never have surfaced. Yechuan, I shall see how you meet your end. With that thought, a renewed glint of murderous intent appeared in her gaze. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting Yechuan continued to utilize the female disguise system, consistently engaging with new disciples. That very night, having officially become a disciple, Lin Meiqing sought out Yechuan to express her gratitude. Upon seeing her, Yechuan could not help but smile wryly and shake his head. I merely fulfilled my obligations. Your ascension to a formal disciple is solely due to your own prowess. No, Lin Meiqing interjected. Without the master's assistance, I fear I would still be a mere servant disciple. She was not one to forget a favor. Continuing down this path would yield no benefits for anyone involved. By the way, I have heard that Zhai Lingyu intends to target you. You should exercise caution. Who? Yichuan furrowed his brow. The name was entirely unfamiliar to him. He had never even heard of her, so why would she wish to confront him? It seemed rather chaotic. It is no chaos. The disciple you defeated is someone she secretly supports, Lin Meiqing clarified. The disciple who had been vanquished by Yichuan and subsequently took her own life was named Song Shui. Her strength was indeed formidable. But the true threat lay with Zhai Lingyu, who was even more powerful. Her death was directly linked to Yichuan, and should she refrain from seeking vengeance, Zhai Lingyu may struggle to maintain her standing in the future. And what does this person look like? Lin Meiqing was momentarily taken aback. How could he still be concerned about appearances at such a critical juncture? Surely, she must be unattractive, perhaps even a plain woman. Yichuan appeared astonished, especially upon witnessing Lin Meiqing's hesitation, which only intensified his suspicions. No, she is quite beautiful, but adept at scheming, and her methods are ruthless, Lin Meiqing explained. In the Jade Maiden Sect, the term ugly woman is virtually non-existent, and Zhai Lingyu is a woman of cunning, aptly described as a femme fatale. I see. Yichuan nodded thoughtfully. Yet, even with this knowledge, he felt no trepidation. As for schemes, is there anyone more skilled than I? Despite the numerous female disciples of the Jade Maiden Sect, they have all ultimately succumbed to my influence. In any case, you must remain vigilant, Lin Meiqing cautioned, well aware that he would likely disregard her advice. Nevertheless, Zhai Lingyu was indeed a formidable adversary, or she would not have revealed her intentions at this juncture. Very well. Since you have accomplished something noteworthy, I shall reward you. A reward for me? Lin Meiqing frowned slightly. What more could there be to reward her with? Becoming a formal disciple was already her long-cherished dream. Naturally, otherwise how could your cultivation progress so swiftly? Yichuan remarked with ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Lin Meiqing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, as she understood that Yichuan's suggestion was merely an invitation for mutual cultivation. This would not only bring them both pleasure, but would also result in an enhancement of her own abilities. Are you unwilling? Yichuan inquired. In a hurry. Lin Meiqing shook her head in denial, exclaiming, Everything I possess belongs to the master. I am devoted to serving you. As he spoke, he slowly approached Yichuan. I didn't expect you to be quite perceptive, Yichuan remarked. With her words, all hesitation dissipated. The following morning, an important figure unexpectedly arrived at the miscellaneous department. Upon learning the news, Shen Qian hastily informed Yichuan, claiming that the visitor wished to see him. Intrigued, Yichuan inquired, Who wishes to see me? Sister. It's Zhai Lingyu. What? Yichuan exclaimed, astonished. Just last night, he had heard her name, and now she sought him so swiftly. How remarkable. I didn't anticipate her to come looking for me so quickly. Initially, he thought she wouldn't approach him in such a short span of time. To his surprise, he was utterly unprepared, and such a striking beauty was already so eager. Sister, her countenance seems rather unwell. You must be cautious. Chapter 73. The first encounter with the venomous beauty, I understand, Yichuan replied. The disciple supported by the other party was the one whom Yichuan had inadvertently harmed. It was no wonder her demeanor was far from pleasant. She would likely relish the thought of tearing Yichuan apart. Shen Qian paused for a moment, realizing the urgency with which Yichuan sought to meet Zhai Lingyu, yet she was unaware of the latter's notorious ruthlessness. No, I cannot remain idle. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Qian dashed after him. Upon arrival, Zhai Lingyu was already growing impatient. So, you are Yichuan. Yichuan was Yichuan's name while disguised in feminine attire. Hence it was recognized within the Jade Maiden Sect. Yes, I wonder what brings you here, sister? Yichuan responded as he stepped before Zhai Lingyu. Such a delightful fragrance. Such exquisite skin. Truly, you are a vision of grace. A cascade of praises flooded Yichuan's mind. Humph, I didn't expect you to be such a beautiful woman. Zhai Lingyu complimented, clearly indicating that Yichuan's appearance in women's clothing was not something to be compared lightly. Of course, however, in your presence, I fear I cannot measure up, Yichuan replied. I didn't expect your words to be so sweet, Zhai Lingyu chuckled wryly. Every woman is like that. The moment they hear compliments, their joy is unmistakable. No, I merely speak the truth. I believe many have praised your beauty. Yichuan attempted to forge a connection, for Zhai Lingyu had already made an impression in his mind. Be silent, Zhai Lingyu retorted angrily, showing no interest in the flattery. Taken aback, Yichuan was momentarily stunned, as was Shen Qian, who stood beside him. Isn't sister beautiful? Shen Qian hastily interjected, fearing that Zhai Lingyu might continue to trouble Yichuan. Impudence! Zhai Lingyu roared. As the conversation unfolded, I approached Sun Qian's side. What do you think you are, with such meager cultivation, daring to criticize me? The inner disciples regarded such lowly servants with disdain. Nevertheless, Sun Qian had no intention of indulging him. Who am I? Must I truly explain myself to you? Sun Qian retorted angrily. Being merely a servant disciple, if he wished to confront her, he could do so directly without pretense. I see you are courting death, Zhai Lingyu declared fiercely, poised to strike at Sun Qian. Hold on. At that moment, Yichuan suddenly positioned himself in front of her. Sister, Sun Qian exclaimed in alarm, not anticipating that Zhai Lingyu indeed intended to harm her. Fear not, I shall not allow anyone to hurt you, Yichuan assured her. Though it was but a few words, they were enough to bring comfort to Sun Qian. Truly loyal, yet your methods of winning hearts are rather blatant, aren't they? Zhai Lingyu shot back, fully aware of the underlying motives, which was why she voiced her thoughts. I believe you are mistaken. Sun Qian is my junior sister, and I must take responsibility for her, Yichuan explained. I would not resort to such superficial tactics to cultivate loyalty. Furthermore, all disciples who have shared a dual cultivation with me are presently lost in the bliss of those moments, unlike Zhai Lingyu, who, despite her sweet appearance, remains unappreciated by any man. Ultimately, beauty is of little consequence. You, Zhai Lingyu furrowed her brows. Yichuan's words were sharp, and she knew she could not best him in a verbal spar. Enough. My purpose here is not to engage in idle chatter with you. Oh, Yichuan replied with a look of intrigue. Does the senior sister have any instructions? Clearly, Zhai Lingyu's intentions had been known to Yichuan since the previous night. Yet he refrained from exposing her, hoping she would confess herself. I came for Song Shui, she declared. Song Shui, you say? Yichuan nodded thoughtfully. What a pity that she could not find clarity in a mere contest. What? Zhai Lingyu exclaimed, exasperated. You speak so lightly of it. Yet that very contest robbed Song Shui of her chance to cultivate further. Thus, she felt compelled to take her own life in humiliation. I cannot believe you would utter such words. Sister, did I speak incorrectly? Yichuan inquired curiously. Indeed, it was the contest that led to Song Shui's tragic choice. Moreover, to Yichuan, her life or death bore no weight upon him. Instead, her words would only bring more suffering to others. In temperament, Song Shui was indeed more akin to Zhai Lingyu. You are correct, yet she is the one who deserved her fate. Yichuan's face was a portrait of astonishment. Could it truly be that every opponent he had vanquished had perished by his hand? Moreover, those who reached the finals had all triumphed over their adversaries to arrive there. For her to make such claims now seemed excessively indulgent. There's no need for such surprise. My purpose here today is certainly not vengeance, Zhai Lingyuan chuckled. Had she sought retribution, he would already be dead. Furthermore, Zhai Lingyuan understood all too well. Numerous senior sisters watched over this man before her. To move against him would be tantamount to courting death. Elder sister, first I must thank you for your warning. But to speak of vengeance, that seems rather an overreaction. Yichuan responded with a bitter shake of his head. Even if the immortal venerable were to learn of this matter in the future, she would hardly let it rest. Zhai Lingyuan was momentarily speechless. Indeed, the Qianghua immortal venerable had punished Shengguan Yuner with solitary confinement for her discord. Were she to act similarly, the consequences would be unthinkable. At this point, the situation was clear. Yet Zhai Lingyuan had no intention of letting him off. Her mind still seethed with thoughts of revenge. Fine. Your words today are more than sufficient, Zhai Lingyuan spat in frustration. Knowing there was nothing to gain by staying, she rose and departed. Farewell, elder sister, Yichuan offered with a deferential expression. Beside him, Sun Qian exhaled softly in relief. That was close. Had she truly intended to kill us? Rest assured. As I've said before, with me here, no one can harm you. Yichuan reassured her swiftly. Should anyone dare lay a finger on her, he would not stand idly by. Thank you, elder brother. You truly are the kindest to me, Sun Qian murmured gratefully, wrapping her arms around Yichuan's. Watching this, Yichuan could only manage a resigned smile. Had Sun Qian's figure matured further, she might have blossomed into a great beauty. Alas, at present, he harbored no such thoughts toward her. Very well, you carry on. I have matters to attend to. Yichuan excused himself, disentangling from Sun Qian and hastening toward Han Qiuyue's residence. All right. Sun Qian watched his retreating figure, a pang of melancholy settling in her heart. Chapter 74. Matters of the heart. Meanwhile, Su Linglong, having learned of Zhai Lingyuan's intent to retaliate against Yichuan, arrived early at Han Shuyue's dwelling. The two women wasted no time with pleasantries, diving straight into discussion to devise a solution. Observing this, Han Shuyue sighed wearily. That woman is cunning and ruthless. She will not be easily dealt with. It was plain for all to see. Shangwan Yun'er had merely uttered a few slanders and was promptly sentenced to solitary reflection. Having witnessed this, Zhai Lingyuan would hardly act openly against Yichuan. A common saying goes, it is easy to dodge a bullet, but difficult to guard against a hidden dagger. If Zhai Lingyu were to strike at Yichuan when they are least aware, there would be no one left to counter her. Fourth senior sister, in your esteemed opinion, how should we address this situation? Han Shuyue found herself momentarily at a loss for words. If she possessed the knowledge to resolve this, she would not be in such a state of anxiety. The situation is indeed precarious. The only course of action is to advise Yichuan to exercise caution. However, how can we be certain he will heed our warnings? Su Linglong exclaimed anxiously. She understood Yichuan's intentions all too well. If he were to learn of this, he might not only refuse to evade danger, but could very well charge headlong into it. Let us not forget that the Jade Maiden Sect has regulations. We cannot recklessly confront Zhai Lingyu, Han Shuyue cautioned. Until we ascertain that Yichuan is in grave danger, we cannot act impulsively. Otherwise, we risk facing disciplinary action from the sect, and who would then protect Yichuan? It seems we are left with no choice, Su Linglong lamented. Our foremost priority must be to ensure Yichuan's safety. Even if problems arise, we must fiercely protect him. Sister, just as the two were ensnared in a stalemate, a maid approached from outside. What is it? Han Shuyue asked, perplexed. She was already overwhelmed with concerns for Yichuan and had not anticipated that someone would come seeking her. It is junior sister Yichan who has arrived. What? Han Shuyue's interest was piqued immediately. Quickly, invite her in. They awaited Yichuan's arrival, and upon seeing him approach at just the right moment, they hurried out to greet him. You truly came. We were just discussing matters concerning you, Su Linglong and Han Shuyue stated, their intrigue ignited. They understood that the current situation left them with no options. Should an unforeseen event occur, it would not unfold as simply as they imagined. Has something happened? Yichuan inquired, confusion etched upon his face. Noticing their anxious expressions, he sensed that the matter was indeed troubling. Of course, we received word that Zhai Lingyu seeks to avenge you, for you are blamed for Song Shui's demise, Su Linglong hurriedly explained. At this, Yichuan could only manage a helpless smile and shake his head. He had not anticipated that so many were privy to this information. You are aware of this? Su Linglong and Han Shuyue exchanged glances, their faces reflecting mutual perplexity. Indeed, and I encountered her just moments ago. What transpired? Han Shuyue asked, fearing that Zhai Lingyu might have already made her move, for she was notoriously ruthless. Just now, she sought me out, but she did not express any intention of revenge. No intention of revenge. Su Linglong was somewhat baffled. However, upon reflection, Zhai Lingyu's cunning was indeed consistent with her character. Then what was her purpose in seeking you? Han Shuyue queried. As expected, Yichuan sighed helplessly, expressing uncertainty. It seemed to be a warning directed at him. Yet he was convinced that trouble would inevitably find him again. His meaning was unmistakable. If it were otherwise, such plans would not be in place. Han Shuyue fell silent. After a lengthy discussion, it was clear that Zhai Lingyu had merely come to gauge the situation. Should she seize the opportunity, it would be Yichuan who would ultimately suffer. I can assure you, she is undoubtedly concocting plans to deal with you. Indeed, one must not be careless in this matter. Han Shuyue shared this sentiment, fully aware that the opponent's strength surpassed their expectations. Humph, am I to be afraid? Yichuan shook his head. The true concern lay in whether she would even come to confront him, leaving him to languish in solitude. Su Linglong was at a loss for words. Although it seemed simple, Zhai Lingyu's prowess was not to be underestimated. Enough of these unpleasant discussions. Currently, the entire servant department is my domain. Why should I fear her? Yichuan asserted. The moment Zhai Lingyu was spotted, the other servant disciples would promptly inform him. However, Han Shuyue remained somewhat apprehensive. It was not as straightforward as that. The servant disciples were acutely aware of who their true benefactor was. At a critical juncture, they would undoubtedly betray you. Both Su Linglong and Han Shuyue understood the character of the servant disciples well. Sacrificing Yichuan would grant them the protection of Zhai Lingyu. Anyone in their position would not easily forsake such an opportunity. Haha, you are overthinking it. Yichuan laughed heartily, his face betraying no hint of worry. For he was confident within. Many of them had already become his followers. What? Both women wore expressions of astonishment. They had not anticipated that Yi Chuan had been far from idle these past few days. Not only had he won them over, but he had also managed to captivate the servant disciples. Indeed, thus I have no reason to fear any schemes from Xiaolingyu, Yi Chuan stated solemnly. Her cultivation was indeed formidable, but in comparison to his own, she fell significantly short. What do you plan to do about it? Su Linglong inquired. In the face of the current situation, no one could alter the course of events. Yet, the extent of Yi Chuan's power remained a mystery to them all. Well, you simply need to serve me well, and let everything else unfold gradually, Yi Chuan instructed. Of course, Han Xiuyue nodded. At that moment, her mind had been filled with altered memories instilled by Yi Chuan. Apart from him, she would find it impossible to harbor feelings for anyone else. As for Su Linglong, her situation was even more dire. Not only was she under the influence of the love insect, but having experienced the formidable power of the Xian Yang Dragon Dao technique, she found herself utterly unable to detach from him. Since you are all here, let us take a respite. Han Xiuyue exclaimed in astonishment. At this moment, they were contemplating how to assist him, yet he was preoccupied with the notion of dual cultivation. Upon hearing this, neither of the two expressed their thoughts. Yi Chuan, perceiving the situation, would not continue to feign ignorance. Let us proceed. As he spoke, he led them towards Han Xiuyue's chamber. At the cliff of facing the wall on the back mountain, Xiaolingyu, having met Yi Chuan, came in search of Shangguan Yuner. However, Shangguan Yuner harbored little interest in her, for her reputation was formidable and could pose a threat to anyone. Senior Sister Yuner, I am aware that you harbor misunderstandings towards me, but I have come here genuinely for your sake. For me? Chapter 75, Benevolent Intentions. In my view, it is more for your own benefit. Shangguan Yuner retorted with a cold smile. To venture into such peril under the guise of aiding oneself is utterly absurd. Moreover, before Shangguan Yuner was punished to face the wall, she had already discerned that Song Shui was affiliated with Xiaolingyu. It was only natural for Xiaolingyu to exploit her to exact revenge on Yi Chuan. Senior Sister Yuner, you have misjudged me, Xiaolingyu asserted as she sat beside her. Just moments ago, I met with Yi Chuan. He has now assumed Lin Meiqing's position, and all the miscellaneous disciples are under his command. What? Shangguan Yuner frowned, completely taken aback by the outcome. It was understood that Lin Meiqing, upon becoming an official disciple, should have transferred her duties to a qualified disciple. Yet, it came to pass that Yi Chuan was the one to assume that role. Doesn't second senior sister know that he lacks any qualification? What good does knowing do? Xiaolingyu sighed. Now that even you have been punished to face the wall, who would dare to take the lead? Shangguan Yuner fell silent, utterly at a loss. She had never envisioned that things would culminate in such a manner. Then tell me how you intend to address this. Me? Xiaolingyu shook her head helplessly. Currently, I am uncertain. It will likely not be easy to deal with him. Although the strength of the miscellaneous disciples is feeble, they serve as the strongest support for the Yunus sect. Should word of this leak, there would inevitably be severe repercussions from the esteemed Qianghua immortal. It is a pity that I cannot descend the mountain. It truly benefits them. Shangguan Yuner lamented. She had sought to unveil their intentions, but ended up being punished to face the wall. Meanwhile, Han Xiuyue and the others had done nothing yet allowed Yi Chuan to become the leader of the miscellaneous disciples without cause. She could not help but sigh at the injustice of the world. Rest assured, Senior Sister Yuner, I will not let him off easily, Xiaolingyu declared. If she were to let them off so easily, the loss of her comrades would be in vain. Do share your intentions. Me? Xiaolingyu furrowed her brow. To speak candidly, Song Shui ultimately chose to take her own life due to the destruction of her foundation. Shangguan Yuner exclaimed in astonishment. She had thought the motive was merely revenge for Song Shui, never anticipating the situation would deteriorate to such a dire extent. It is indeed a pity, a waste of her formidable cultivation. Therefore, you have no reason to doubt my intentions. We simply share a common enemy, Xiaolingyu remarked coldly. The objective is crystal clear, to eliminate Yi Chuan, thus avenging Song Shui. However, Yi Chuan has transformed significantly, and should he be removed, it might very well attract the attention of the esteemed Qianghua Xinzuan. Very well. If that is the case, let us consider collaboration, Shangguan Yuner proposed. Faced with the current predicament, she too found herself at a loss. Moreover, having been punished with a period of reflection, she was unable to seek vengeance personally. Thank you, Sister Yuner, Xiaolingyu expressed her gratitude. With that, she rose to depart. Wait. What is it, Sister Yuner? Xiaolingyu inquired, puzzled. Observing this, Shangguan Yuner cautioned. Be wary of Han Qiuyue and her associates. The situation is quite evident. Should danger arise, the outcome may not be as they envision. Upon hearing this, even Zhai Lingyu grasped the gravity of the threat, especially upon encountering Yi Chuan, which further clarified her understanding. Rest assured, I shall be cautious. Without the combined efforts of Han Qiuyue and her group, Yi Chuan would have perished long ago. She certainly harbored her own concerns. Yet it was inconvenient for her to reveal them at present. Go now, Shengwan Yuner turned away, resuming her contemplation. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Yunus sect, the esteemed Xianghua Xinzuan reclined in her elevated seat, draped in purple robes. Beside her, Tang Yunzhan and Jiang Ningyu exchanged glances before Jiang Ningyu reported the situation. Xinzuan, Yi Chuan has taken over Lin Meiqing's position. Very well, I understand. Xianghua Xinzuan nodded, seemingly indifferent to the identity of the obscure Yi Chuan. But, do you not think the punishment imposed on Sister Shangwan is somewhat excessive? What? Xianghua Xinzuan opened her eyes, fixing her gaze upon the speaker. In your opinion, how should I penalize her? Xianghua Xinzuan inquired. Shangwan Yuner not only failed to complete the tasks assigned to her, but also consistently slandered her fellow disciples. If her actions were not curtailed promptly, they could lead to unnecessary complications in the future. As the leader of the Yunus sect, how could she allow such behavior to persist? I dare not presume, but I believe Sister Shangwan's actions are also in consideration of the future of the Yunus sect. During the martial arts competition, all present could discern the signs. Had it not been for Yi Chuan's deliberate interference, the current situation might not have unfolded as it has. Meanwhile, Shangwan Yuner merely sought to unveil the truth. Even if some of her words were inappropriate, they did not warrant such severe punishment. Enough, the esteemed Xianghua interrupted. I am more aware than anyone of the true nature of the Yunus sect, yet I implore you to remember, never engage in actions that would harm the sect. Clearly, Xianghua could empathize with Shangwan Yuner, though she remained unconvinced by her methods. Otherwise, in the future, no one would heed her, leading to a scenario of mutual slaughter within the Yunus sect. Indeed, Jiang Ningyu had many unsaid thoughts, yet upon witnessing Xianghua's growing anger, she promptly sealed her lips. Junior sister, fear not, the esteemed one is well aware, Tang Yundan hastily advised, anxious that Jiang Ningyu might inadvertently provoke the esteemed one. It is known that disciples who disregard the rules face severe penalties. It goes without saying that they would be met with harsh consequences. I understand. Thank you, esteemed one and senior sister. Now, do not fret about matters here. It would be best for you to return and rest. Yes, Jiang Ningyu replied without hesitation. Turning to leave. Yundan, what is your perspective on this matter? After Jiang Ningyu's departure, Xianghua suddenly turned her gaze to Tang Yundan. In response to the esteemed one, I believe that the seriousness of our junior sister may indeed indicate deeper implications. Precisely. Xianghua nodded, then sighed in resignation. The myriad factions within the cultivation world are engaged in mutual exclusion, merely spectators to one another's turmoil. If we do not strengthen our management, we may become the subject of ridicule in the future. The meaning was unmistakable. She could not accept any discord or harm among fellow disciples. However, the words of our junior sister do hold merit. Shangwan's actions are indeed for the benefit of the Yunus sect, Tang Yundan cautiously remarked, all the while observing Xianghua's expression. Should her countenance shift even slightly, Tang Yundan would promptly fall silent. To be in the presence of a ruler is akin to being with a tiger. Without caution, she might not have survived to this day. Rest assured, I merely wish to temper her fervor. Confinement will serve to diminish her inner demons, Xianghua explained. If left unchecked, these demons would inhibit her future breakthroughs in cultivation. Thus, Xianghua's punishment, in essence, serves as a form of protection. I comprehend now, Tang Yundan nodded. Understanding Xianghua's intentions, she was free of any further concerns. With this realization, she ceased to worry about Shangwan Yuner. At present, my utmost desire is to locate a disciple with an exceptional Dao foundation. The mere mention of this matter casts a shadow of gloom upon any who hear it. The circumstances surrounding the individual remain shrouded in mystery, leaving no one truly informed. However, the earlier aura was unmistakably emanating from the Jade Maiden Sect. Why has it suddenly vanished? The esteemed Xianghua Celestial Master finds herself at a loss. Should he have escaped, it would bode ill for the Jade Maiden Sect in the future. Yunran, from your perspective, why do you think he is evading us? In response, Tang Yunran cautiously stated, I dare not speculate too freely, Master, but I suspect there may be dangers involved. Possessing an extraordinary Tao foundation establishes a solid foundation for the future. Yet, if the disciple's cultivation is insufficient, he would undoubtedly fall victim to those with ulterior motives. Thus, it is only natural for him to conceal himself. However, the fact that he can mask his aura so effectively, even eluding the discerning eyes of Qianghua Celestial Master, is indeed perplexing. Could it be that he has a powerful mentor guiding him? Qianghua Celestial Master inquired with curiosity. If not, how could he successfully hide his presence? Master, would you consider personally investigating this matter? Me? Qianghua Celestial Master furrowed her brow slightly. Although she had contemplated such a course of action, it seemed rather frivolous for someone of her esteemed status to seek out a disciple with an exceptional Tao foundation. It could potentially render the Jade Maiden Sect a subject of ridicule. Unless absolutely necessary, I shall refrain from undertaking this task personally. With that, Qianghua Celestial Master rose and departed from the scene. Tang Yunran was left speechless. While her words held truth, relying on others may not guarantee success. Perhaps it is best to minimize complications. With a shake of her head, she sighed. Serving alongside Qianghua Celestial Master, any misstep could lead to repercussions directed at her. Hence, there was no need to pursue the matter further. In the realm of the miscellaneous disciples, since Lin Meiqing became an official disciple, many of her peers have felt a pang of envy. In previous selections by the Jade Maiden Sect, Lin Meiqing had always participated eagerly. Yet, she had been eliminated in the very first competition. This year, however, contrary to expectations, she not only avoided elimination but also claimed victory through her own prowess. This unexpected turn has sparked a flurry of speculation. How could this be? One mused. In my opinion, the senior sister must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity. Indeed. Otherwise, how could she have suddenly become so formidable? Others chimed in, particularly when discussing the weapon Lin Meiqing wielded, a longsword clearly imbued with the sword spirit. It is known that without the enhancement of such a weapon, Lin Meiqing would struggle to exude such formidable presence. Regardless, if we strive diligently, perhaps in a decade, we too could ascend to the ranks of official disciples. Someone exclaimed. Exactly. However, the number of spots is rather limited. Just as a few disciples were passionately discussing, a nearby female disciple suddenly deflated. Everyone, what are you all researching? At that moment, Yichuan unexpectedly appeared behind them. Ah, senior sister, will get to work right away. Upon seeing Yichuan, they were so startled that they immediately attempted to disperse. Wait, Yichuan called out to them. Senior sister, We. The miscellaneous disciples were momentarily taken aback. No one had anticipated that Yichuan would stop them so abruptly. No, I merely wish to inquire. Am I truly that intimidating? Yichuan asked, perplexed. He paid no heed to the fact that they had been engrossed in conversation while neglecting their duties. And no, you are not that intimidating. It's just that we shouldn't be speaking carelessly here, the miscellaneous disciple explained. In the past, if Lin Meiqing had discovered this, she would undoubtedly have held them accountable. However, Yichuan was different from Lin Meiqing. He was not concerned with the tasks of the miscellaneous disciples. Never mind, I simply wanted to hear what you were discussing, Yichuan said with a smile, revealing an innocuous expression upon realizing the misunderstanding. What? The miscellaneous disciples were taken aback. No one had expected Yichuan to be so approachable. Quickly, tell me, what were you all discussing? Yichuan transformed into a gossip enthusiast, eagerly inquiring. At this, everyone was momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated such a tone from him. We were envious of senior sister Lin. Indeed, we never expected her to become a formal disciple so easily. The miscellaneous disciples expressed in unison. Among them, no one wished to remain an informal disciple. Yet, their cultivation levels were too weak, rendering them incapable. Witnessing Lin Meiqing's triumph firsthand, it was impossible for them not to feel a tinge of envy and jealousy. So that's it. However, senior sister Lin is indeed quite formidable, Yichuan remarked with a hint of significance. Really? The miscellaneous disciples exclaimed, astonished. But in the past, it was always like this, and yet they were all eliminated. How formidable is senior sister Lin truly? She, in any case, is very formidable, Yichuan exaggeratedly declared. He was referring to the strength displayed during their dual cultivation. Otherwise, his reaction would not have been so animated. Is that so? How could senior sister Lin become so powerful in just a few days? Could it possibly be related to the back mountain? One disciple recalled a rumor from earlier, which suggested that Yichuan had intentionally set a trap to win over Lin Meiqing. However, at this moment, Lin Meiqing had suddenly broken through her bottleneck and had become so impressive, making it likely that they would follow suit. Indeed, it must be that, otherwise, senior sister Lin could not possibly be so powerful. What? Yichuan suddenly felt awkward. Suddenly glancing at the disciples before him, a wave of unease washed over him. If they all went, he might not be able to manage simultaneously. Senior sister, what are your thoughts? He inquired. None, really. What you all mentioned is merely gossip. Not worthy of belief, Yichuan replied, shaking his head. If we do not leave now, when shall we? Chapter 77. I shall end your life, senior sister. What troubles you? Indeed, did we speak amiss? The miscellaneous disciples began to retreat as they observed Yichuan's anxious demeanor, their suspicions only growing. No. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you, he said, seizing the opportunity to slip away while they were momentarily distracted. That was a close call. After leaving, Yichuan let out a quiet sigh. He had not anticipated that the scheme devised earlier would have such lasting repercussions. It must be said that the appearances of those female disciples were indeed beyond ordinary comparison. However, due to the sheer number, he dared not plunge recklessly into the fray. Sister, a voice called out, and suddenly, Shen Qian appeared behind him. Are you all right? Yichuan exclaimed in surprise. After narrowly escaping the clutches of the miscellaneous disciples, he had not expected Shen Qian to reappear so soon. I was fine at the time, she replied, completely unaware of the embarrassment etched across Yichuan's face. Seeing this, Yichuan felt increasingly awkward. I just came from the outer disciples. It seems they are quite fond of you, Shen Qian remarked. Having overheard their conversations prior to his arrival, naturally, she felt a twinge of discomfort but could only take a deep breath, feeling powerless. Perhaps it is because I simply did not engage with them, Yichuan suggested, shaking his head, as he was entirely unsure of their intentions. Had he not heard the words of the miscellaneous disciples today, he might have remained oblivious. This left Shen Qian speechless. The disparity between Yichuan's words and her observations was stark. However, she failed to grasp the full scope of the situation. So what do you propose we do? Yichuan inquired, feeling overwhelmed by the unexpected troubles. At this juncture, anyone could find themselves in a predicament, especially considering the lies he had spun to win over Lin Meiqing, which in normal circumstances would have posed no issue. Yet now, everyone seemed to believe his fabrications. Thus, the miscellaneous disciples concluded that any individual might possess sufficient capability. All one needed was to discover the opportunity within the cave of the back mountain to experience a dramatic enhancement in cultivation. Sister, what do you truly mean? He wondered if Shen Qian had any inkling of his true identity, as she persistently leaned closer to him. I have no ulterior motives, she replied. Yichuan hastily evaded, knowing that if he continued to be in contact with her fervent body, complications were bound to arise. This predicament left Shen Qian in a state of consternation. Regardless of the circumstances, she regarded Yichuan as her elder brother, yet he was deliberately avoiding her. Brother, she gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, as if to lament his recent actions, which were, after all, quite unacceptable. How? Yichuan inquired, seemingly oblivious to the preceding events, focusing instead on what truly mattered. No, I harbor no ulterior motives, merely a sense of curiosity. I wish to follow you. You? Yichuan was rendered speechless. With so many women in his life, did he truly need this young girl, Shen Qian? It was evident that she had yet to fully develop, and Yichuan couldn't help but feel some trepidation. I seem to lack the time to attend to you, he explained, emphasizing that it was not a matter of disinterest, but rather a lack of options. Moreover, Zhai Lingyu and Shengwan Yuner were both intent on exacting revenge upon him. Though they had refrained from confronting him today, it was solely due to his status. Should Yichuan ever be stripped of that status, or if he were to be careless, they would undoubtedly find a way to retaliate. At this point, the situation became increasingly difficult for everyone involved. In the end, they might not even comprehend how they met their demise. Sister, what do you mean? Yichuan genuinely did not grasp her intentions. He merely understood that they were formidable opponents. Let it be, he sighed. I am uncertain how to respond to such matters. But I assure you, I will not allow anyone to bully you. While he hesitated to make promises about anything else, he was indeed capable of addressing this issue. Upon hearing his words, Shen Qian's spirits soared. After all, he had his own thoughts. Very well, I shall consider you my protector, Shen Qian declared joyfully. Had Yichuan rejected her, the matter would have been much less painful. Yet, at this moment, he still felt compelled to safeguard her. However, I do have other obligations. So I may not always be by your side, he conceded. All right, Yichuan replied, feeling at a loss, especially concerning the current predicament. The other party had already formed such notions. Should he speak too harshly, it would surely wound Shen Qian's feelings. Nonetheless, I have other matters to attend to and cannot afford to spend too much time conversing with you, he added, shaking his head. He feared that Shen Qian might discover his secret, which would complicate matters significantly. Indeed, Shen Qian responded with delight, and with that, she turned to leave the scene. Observing her departure, Yichuan emitted a wry smile, shaking his head in resignation. Had it been any other disciple, he would have seized the opportunity without hesitation. Yet, with Shen Qian, since his arrival in this place, their interactions had transcended the ordinary. Should future troubles arise, they may not align with their expectations. However, just as Yichuan was preparing to depart, an overwhelming aura suddenly enveloped him. Who could it be? Yichuan swiftly locked onto the target. Turning abruptly, he discovered that it was none other than Jai Lingyu. It's you, Yichuan remarked with a smile, having anticipated that she would not visit him for a while, yet was surprised by her prompt arrival. Humph, you remember me. Then you must also be aware of my purpose for coming, Jai Lingyu retorted. It was evident that she had come fully prepared this time. Should Yichuan dare to offer any excuses, she would not hesitate to retaliate. Indeed, I knew you would come, but I did not expect it to be so soon, Yichuan replied. Rather than her arrival being swift, it was more accurate to say that Jai Lingyu was well informed. In the presence of numerous disciples, it was improbable for him to confront her. Despite the vast difference in their strengths, Xianghua Xianzuan was no trivial matter. I will kill you, Jai Lingyu declared vehemently. Observing this, Yichuan immediately adopted a defensive stance. To kill me, you must possess the strength to do so. This was not mere bravado on Yichuan's part. In reality, Jai Lingyu was currently no match for him. If problems arose in the future, it seemed no one would be able to resolve them. Such arrogance, Jai Lingyu scoffed. Although she considered herself the least among the inner disciples, she could clearly see that he was far from her equal. As a mere errand disciple, she could eliminate him at her leisure, should she so choose. Very well, you may attempt it. Yichuan nodded resolutely, leaving no room for hesitation. At this, Jai Lingyu's gaze turned icy. Particularly recalling Song Shui, if she did not eliminate Yichuan, it seemed Song Shui would never find peace. Chapter 78. A promise to fight for you even at the cost of life. Now you understand, you deserve to die. Jai Lingyu sneered as she began to circulate her vital energy, preparing to discreetly remove Yichuan from existence. Die. With that command, before Yichuan could react, Jai Lingyu lunged toward him. As an inner disciple, her cultivation was significantly superior to Yichuan's. Therefore, in her quest for revenge for Song Shui, she showed him no mercy. However, Yichuan displayed no concern, nor did he reveal any sign of fear. Humph, let us see if you can survive, Jai Lingyu proclaimed triumphantly. Yet, Yichuan was not as she presumed. His abilities far surpassed her expectations. Come, Yichuan nodded. A formidable aura surged toward him, but he made no move to evade it. Just when Jai Lingyu believed his demise was certain, a sudden barrage of vital energy surged toward her. Boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted. Jai Lingyu instinctively took 2 steps back, only to find Han Xiuyue and Su Linglong before him. Junior sister, what is the purpose of this? Han Xiuyue inquired. The identity of Yichuan had undergone a significant transformation, yet he now intended to eliminate him personally. While others might remain indifferent, it was unlikely that the esteemed Xianghua would let him off the hook upon discovering this. Once again, it is you. Prior to this, Shangwan Yuner had already warned him that Han Xiuyue and her companions would devise methods to protect Yichuan. Initially, he had been skeptical, but now it seemed that her words rang true. You have not come here to protect this individual, have you? Humph. We are safeguarding the rules of the Yunus sect, Su Linglong retorted anxiously. Regardless of whether it was the Yunus sect or any other sect, the priority was to ensure harmony among fellow disciples. However, it was unexpected that they had come to confront him instead. If Shangwan Yuners' explanation held true, it seemed that dealing with Yichuan today was no longer a feasible option. Junior sister, I wonder the depth of your grievances. If Sister Lichan has wronged you in any way, I trust the immortal sovereign will adjudicate, said Han Shuyue. Indeed, if the immortal sovereign learns of your vendetta, I doubt she would let it slide so easily, echoed Su Linglong. Shangwan Yuner was a prime example, entirely beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. What? Jai Lingyu was taken aback. If this were indeed the case, it would not bode well for anyone. Alas, they held significant positions within the Yunus sect, and any misstep could lead to his own misfortune. Sisters, you are not here specifically to oppose me, are you? Zhai Yu queried, the implication of his words unmistakable. The attitude conveyed was clear, and it was evident that if danger arose, they were not the allies they pretended to be. At this juncture, concern began to ripple through the air. What was the true nature of the situation, and could it lead to complications? We happened to pass by. As for your grievances, I believe it is best to report them to the immortal sovereign, suggested Su Linglong, hastily agreeing with Han Shuyue. However, Zhai Yu's perspective was different. He had come here to avenge Song Shui. Should the immortal sovereign discover that they had secretly cultivated their own power, the outcome would likely not align with their desires. Zhai Yu hesitated, casting a reluctant glance at Yi Chuan, convinced they had conspired together. Sister, why do you wish to confront me? I seem to be at a loss here. To his dismay, Yi Chuan stepped forward to deliver a final blow. If it were not for Song Shui, Zhai Yu would have no reason to target him. Zhai Yu was rendered speechless. It may seem as though it is inconsequential, yet they are fully aware of the truth. Very well, I concede defeat today, declared Zhai Yu with fervor. Having spoken, she turned to leave. For remaining would undoubtedly invite trouble from the two senior sisters. But wait. At that moment, Han Shuyue stepped forward to interrupt her. Senior sister, what more do you desire? No. It is not a matter of what I desire, but rather, regarding today's events. You cannot simply dismiss them so easily, Han Shuyue replied, shaking her head. Regardless of the circumstances, Yi Chuan's identity as a cross-dressing disciple remains that of the grand senior sister of the miscellaneous disciples. Yet, as an inner disciple, she has suddenly chosen to provoke matters. If she were allowed to depart without consequence, she could similarly seek retribution against Yi Chuan in the future. What do you mean? Zhai Yu inquired, puzzled, seemingly not grasping her implication. It is essential to remember that her purpose in coming here was to exact vengeance. Yet, unexpectedly, they sought to complicate her situation further. What now? Did you not have words of your own to speak, my lord? Su Linglong left no room for dignity at all. Addressing even her own junior disciple with the title of my lord, Zhai Yu was utterly at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond to their remarks. However, the more she pondered, the more she found herself convinced by Shangwan Yunur's admonition. Very well. Today is merely a misunderstanding. I shall not act this way in the future. Zhai Yu declared emphatically. Having said this, she turned and departed the scene, showing no intention of acknowledging anyone. Fourth senior sister, shall we simply let them go? The meaning is crystal clear, yet there seems to be no alternative. If we don't release her, do you have any other solution? Han Shuyue shook her head in resignation. Those truly targeting Yi Chuan are certainly not the people before us now. Defeating these adversaries would only invite greater troubles ahead. Very well, Su Linglong conceded helplessly. Regarding these matters, no one could provide a satisfactory explanation. At this, both women turned their gazes toward Yi Chuan in unison. I don't know her motives. Yi Chuan hastily deflected. Yet, even as he evaded, his actions held little significance to those observing him. Why did you target Song Shui? Su Linglong pressed. There was no accusation in her tone, only a quiet inability to reconcile with the situation. I didn't mean to. It was merely an accidental injury, Yi Chuan shrugged. Hearing this, the two women were momentarily speechless. Given his capabilities, the claim of an accident was hardly convincing. I find your excuse rather unconvincing. Han Shuyue remarked with a dismissive shake of her head. They were all acutely aware of the circumstances. Even if the revered Xianghua, immortal, were to learn of this, she would scarcely believe his words. But that is truly what happened. You, Su Linglong, are utterly speechless. For them, the sacrifice of Song Shui is merely a consequence of her own actions. However, it is the desire of Zhai Yu to exact revenge on Yi Chuan that she cannot accept. Regardless of the circumstances, your safety is paramount, even if discovered. We would risk our lives to protect you, Han Shuyue stated earnestly. It is not just her alone, others share the same sentiment. What? Yi Chuan furrowed his brows. Chapter 79. I can handle it indeed. Zhai Yu proves to be untamable, Yi Chuan remarked with intrigue. Were it not so, the situation would lack any interest. Han Shuyue was rendered speechless. It was fortunate that they had been discovered. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Isn't that so? Yi Chuan inquired. It was evident. Had the other party not been beautiful, how could he have been so utterly enchanted? Fine, if you say so, Han Shuyue replied, shaking her head, showing no intention of delving deeper into the matter. At this juncture, it became a source of difficulty for all. One must recognize that Zhai Lingyu's strength is not something ordinary individuals can contend with. Should she be given the slightest opportunity, Yichuan feared that exposure would be imminent. Senior sister, I believe she will not come for a while, Su Linglong asserted. Zhai Lingyu was well aware that, based on his own strength, he was no match for their combined efforts. Currently, Shangwan Yuner was still being punished by facing the wall. Any unexpected occurrence would not bode well for them. Let us hope so, Han Shiyue said with resignation. Whether she would indeed come seeking trouble remained uncertain for them. However, it could be understood that if danger truly arose, it was not something they would desire. Well, since all seems well, I shall take my leave, Yichuan sighed. The other party was approaching him. If he wished to see Zhai Lingyu, ample opportunity must be afforded to her. Otherwise, with Han Shiyue and Su Linglong frequently accompanying him, he could forget about allowing Zhai Lingyu to come near him. Su Linglong knitted her brows. At this moment, they had yet to deliberate on how to address the forthcoming challenges, and he was already prepared to depart. Fourth senior sister, what shall we do? What else can we do? Han Shiyue sighed. No matter how it was explained, it held no value at present. For as long as Yichuan was willing, no one could alter the outcome. Let us return for now, Han Shiyue proposed. If Yichuan truly did not wish for them to accompany him, then they must find an alternative route and covertly take protective measures. At this point, Su Linglong understood the situation clearly. Should they continue to seek to change the outcome, it would be an endeavor fraught with impossibility. All right, Su Linglong conceded, having no other choice. As Han Shiyue departed from the scene, her callousness emboldened Yichuan. After bidding farewell, the two made their way directly back. Upon returning to the area designated for the servant disciples, Yichuan's expression darkened considerably. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhai Lingyu was intent on seeking vengeance against him. Under such conditions, it seemed nearly impossible to subdue her. Damn it, Yichuan muttered vehemently. He had never anticipated that he would attract such a multitude of troubles. If given another chance, I would certainly not let her slip away. Yichuan was a perceptive individual, especially when it came to beautiful women. He would not easily relinquish his pursuits, no matter the means employed. Big sister. At that moment, Xinxian reappeared before Yichuan. Why are you here? For reasons unknown, Yichuan found himself instinctively avoiding Xinxian. Otherwise, she remained oblivious to the underlying complexities, and it was only a matter of time before misfortune befell her. Am I not allowed to visit my sister? Xinxian replied, her face a portrait of grievance. Utterly failing to articulate the implications of the situation, Yichuan could only shake his head helplessly. No, I simply did not expect this. All right, Xinxian nodded, oblivious to the intricate web of relationships, as each individual harbored their own perspectives. By the way, the servant disciples, there have been no unusual occurrences, right? None at all. They have all been quite favorable towards you, Xinxian answered. Fearing any potential trouble, everyone was making an effort to present themselves well. That's good, Yichuan acknowledged. However, his own predicament was markedly different, as Zhai Lingyu had her sights set on him. By the way, why did senior sister Zhai Lingyu come looking for you? Her? Yichuan furrowed his brow. If it weren't for vengeance, it was unlikely she would seek him out. Moreover, he had already discerned that her intent was to exact revenge on Song Shui. If he were to survive, she would undoubtedly struggle to explain herself to Song Shui. Her goal is to avenge Song Shui. What? Xinxian exclaimed in astonishment. She had never imagined that someone so skilled would seek to retaliate against Yichuan. No, we cannot accept this, Xinxian urged anxiously. If necessary, they should inform the esteemed Qianghua fairy. Surely, upon learning of the situation, she would intervene to halt Zhai Lingyu. Otherwise, would it not pose an even greater threat to the Yunus sect in the future? Yichuan shook his head with a wry smile. If every little issue requires the attention of Qianghua fairy, she would surely be overwhelmed. Furthermore, given his current confidence, he did not fear Zhai Lingyu's retribution. Let us just avoid provoking any trouble. No, this matter cannot be easily dismissed, asserted Xinxian resolutely. Even if Yichuan remained silent, she would not let him off the hook. Otherwise, he might seek revenge in the future, making him even more formidable to deal with. Sister Xinxian, things are not as simple as you perceive. Do you think the esteemed Qianghua Xinzuan would fail to comprehend this? Yichuan advised. The disciples of the Yunus sect are numerous, yet nothing is beyond management. Should trouble arise in the future, anyone involved would inevitably be entangled. But my primary concern is your safety, Xinxian expressed. Zhai Lingyu has already become an inner disciple, a stark contrast to the outer disciples. At this moment, the female disciple she secretly supported has tragically fallen at Yichuan's hands, leaving her with no choice but to seek vengeance against him. Enough. Many matters are not as straightforward as you and I believe, Yichuan remarked, feeling somewhat troubled. He feared that Xinxian might complicate the situation. If that were to happen, her survival within the Yunus sect would be jeopardized. Sister, I do not concur with your perspective, Xinxian shook her head. His indifference to the dangers he faced was merely a desire to prevent her from entangling herself further. Yet, Yichuan would certainly not report the incident, inadvertently granting Zhai Lingyu more opportunities. You may disagree, but you must trust me. I am not in any danger, Yichuan patiently explained, fearful she might not adhere to his counsel. However, Zhai Lingyu's cultivation far surpasses ours. The power of an inner disciple cannot be underestimated. While she may not openly retaliate against Yichuan, the underlying circumstances remain uncertain. I assure you, there will be no trouble on my end. Especially since Zhai Lingyu knows she cannot exact revenge against me within the Yunus sect, Yichuan asserted with gravity. The death of Song Shui is, in essence, not directly related to him. Yet her demise clearly stems from this recent defeat, Xinxian queried, puzzled. Although her status is not illustrious, she understands that many matters are beyond her control. While it might be unwise to speak of it during peaceful times, Zhai Lingyu will undoubtedly not spare Yichuan. That insignificant Song Shui was never worthy of my consideration, Yichuan scoffed. He showed no mercy to those lacking skill. Now, having chosen to take her own life, they sought to shift the blame onto him. You must understand, they are simply not my adversaries. Even Zhai Lingyu would not act without certainty, Yichuan elucidated. These words were not meant to deceive. Everyone is well aware of the circumstances. Any slight movement would undoubtedly result in punishment, much like what happened to Shangguan Yun'er, who was made to reflect in solitude. So do you have a plan? Me? Yichuan shook his head and smiled. I have faith in senior sister Zhai Lingyu's strength, but dealing with me may not prove to be so straightforward. Well, as long as you are confident, that suffices, Xinxian replied with a hint of resignation. Her primary concern was to ensure that Yichuan remained unharmed. However, he had already indicated that he possessed a means to cope, and it was evident that anyone would ultimately yield. Yet, matters were not as simple as they seemed. Yichuan reiterated, uncertain of how to address the thoughts of the servant disciples. Should complications arise, the future would undoubtedly take a more unpredictable turn. Then how can you claim to be assured? Yichuan said, at a loss for words. His assertion of confidence subtly alluded to his ability to subdue Zhai Lingyu, while the other implications were perhaps not what he genuinely wished to see. What do you mean by that? Xinxian inquired, her anxiety evident. If all else fails, she contemplated notifying the other senior sisters or seeking out the esteemed Qianghua Xianzuan to mediate. The defeat of Song Shui at the hands of Yichuan was, after all, a reasonable outcome, and the desire to become an inner disciple made the situation all the more complex. Sister, you should focus on your cultivation. Once your strength reaches its peak, will you still fear that you cannot protect me? Yichuan said with a bitter smile. Upon hearing this, Song Shui was momentarily taken aback. While it sounded simple to wait until her cultivation reached fruition, her fear was that by then, Yichuan might have already become a mere skeleton. Regardless, as long as I am here, I will not allow anyone to harm my sister. Good. With your assurance, I am completely at ease, Yichuan nodded. Whether the situation unfolded as he described had become of little consequence to him. Then I shall take my leave to attend to my matters, Xinxian asked cautiously. Even without the daily toil of the servant disciples, she knew she ought to return to her cultivation, especially after witnessing the recent assessment, which left her feeling almost devoid of certainty given her current abilities. Go ahead. I will inform you if anything arises, Yichuan replied, fully aware of Xinxian's thoughts, yet not wishing to engage in further dialogue at this moment. All right, Xinxian said, clasping her fists in respect. With that, she departed directly from the scene. However, as night fell, when Yichuan went to inspect the servant disciples, they quickly surrounded him. Senior brother, we have exerted ourselves greatly, but there has been no progress. Now we intend to venture to the back mountain in search of breakthroughs. The servant disciples expressed earnestly. Yet, their current expressions left Yichuan feeling somewhat trapped. My friends, what you should focus on is your cultivation. As for the opportunities in the back mountain, I doubt they are as plentiful as you believe, Yichuan sighed. Had it not been for Lin Meiqing, What necessity was there to create these issues? Yet, the current junior disciples all yearn for opportunities, hoping to resolve their own dilemmas in due course. No, wasn't it precisely through such actions that senior sister Lin was able to stand out? Indeed, we too can achieve that, the junior disciples expressed anxiously. For the underlying reason lies in the desire to become formal disciples. Each one was rendered speechless. If everyone could truly become a formal disciple, would there be any junior disciples left? We must become formal disciples. We are resolute in our quest for success, declared the junior disciples. The rationale is quite simple. They wish to witness tangible results. Observing this, each one could only shake his head in resignation with a sigh, regardless of their current fervor. It stemmed from his own earlier deception. Should a disappointing incident occur, he feared he would be at a loss for what to do. Senior sister, we understand you are concerned for our safety, but we genuinely wish to break through, spoke a figure of authority from among the crowd, prompting everyone to cast astonished glances at her. Very well, since this is your decision, it is no longer my concern, each one replied nonchalantly. However, upon observing their demeanor, he noted they appeared quite capable. If he could facilitate their success, it would certainly bring him some joy. Nightfall. The rear mountain of the Jade Sect. Two silhouettes suddenly materialized at the entrance of a cave. Sister, could it be here? It should be, the leading female disciple nodded. Upon arriving, they had already conducted several inspections. Although there was no danger, they had found no clues. The cave remained, and if they did not expedite their search, it would pose a threat to all. I shall enter first, one sister declared. Before the other could respond, she stepped directly into the cave. Sister. By the time the elder sister realized, her companion had already ventured inside. Oh well, the elder sister murmured resignedly. Now that they had come this far, not entering would lead to even greater challenges in the future. As the sisters proceeded towards the cave, they encountered a familiar figure. You. The elder sister halted, gazing incredulously at the figure. Two junior sisters, have you truly forgotten me? Senior sister. The younger sister exclaimed in surprise. It was none other than Yi Chuan, the senior sister from the junior disciple division. They had not anticipated her presence here. Senior sister, what brings you to this place? Me? Yi Chuan furrowed her brow slightly. She certainly had her reasons for being there. Otherwise, they would all be left disappointed. I fearlessly reveal to you that I am the sole individual capable of assisting you. What? Your fellow disciples appear momentarily taken aback. For how could Yi Chuan, who is no match for Lin Meiqing, possibly aid them in their plight? Senior sister, we have come here to transcend our current predicament, one of them asserted. Indeed, we do not seek mere comfort from you. Chapter 81. Who else but me? What? Yi Chuan furrowed his brow. While it is true that he had aided Lin Meiqing, the tone of the others suggested a lack of belief in his capabilities. Do you think there are other eminent individuals awaiting your arrival here? One disciple inquired. Yi Chuan's cultivation was indeed formidable, yet he had already been vanquished by Lin Meiqing. If they were to follow him for guidance, it seemed unlikely that a stronger adversary would ever emerge. You are truly overthinking this, Yi Chuan replied coldly. Without my assistance, Lin Meiqing remains merely a servant disciple. Not only would she struggle to claim victory in a competition, but even her self-defense would likely pose a significant challenge. Senior sister, one disciple exclaimed. Her brow knitted in concern, especially recalling how Yi Chuan's demeanor had shifted upon mentioning this place earlier in the day. If he were entirely unconnected to it, it was improbable that they would encounter him here. Indeed, I did provide assistance to senior sister Lin, Yi Chuan acknowledged, but I am unable to reveal my identity. Hence the ensuing complications. Otherwise, why would I endure the trouble of explaining myself to you all? What do you mean? The younger disciple asked, clearly perplexed and disregarding his intentions. After all, from her perspective, Yi Chuan seemed incapable of even besting Lin Meiqing. Senior sister, I do not mean to belittle you. You may be sufficient to handle Song Shui, yet facing senior sister Lin Meiqing may prove beyond your reach, one disciple remarked. What? Yi Chuan's brow furrowed once more. It was evident to any discerning observer that he had deliberately lost to Lin Meiqing. Yet these two individuals persistently contradicted him. According to your reasoning, it appears I am deserving of this fate, he retorted. Indeed, the senior sister responded indignantly. They had all witnessed Yi Chuan's prowess, yet they simultaneously refused to acknowledge his ascent to the position of their senior sister. After all, not everyone shared the same unwavering support for Yi Chuan as the servant disciples did. It was worth noting that Yi Chuan had only recently become a servant disciple. Yet, By chance, he participated in the selection competition and subsequently became their senior sister. What do you wish to convey? Yichuan said coldly. From the tone of their conversation, it was evident that they were deeply dissatisfied. Humph. If you wish to persuade us, you must substantiate your claims with strength. Two servant disciples replied icily. When it comes to prowess, their understanding transcended that of ordinary individuals. Even with Lin Meiqing present, they dared not let their guard down in the slightest. Thus, they concluded that the individual before them, Yichuan, might not necessarily be their adversary. Very well, Yichuan nodded. Since you fail to recognize your own limitations, there is no need for me to show restraint. It is imperative to teach you a lesson. All right, I'll take this one, the junior sister replied, already beginning to circulate her vital energy. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged towards Yichuan. Yichuan furrowed his brow, surprised that they truly dared to strike at him. However, being a perceptive individual, he felt no trepidation at their impending attack. With a resounding thud, the junior sister's condensed energy struck firmly against Yichuan's chest. She exclaimed in astonishment. In her attempt to instill fear in Yichuan, she had held nothing back. Yet he remained utterly unfazed, as if nothing had transpired. You? Now you comprehend the gravity of the situation, Yichuan said with a wry smile, dismissing her entirely. Now it's my turn. What? The junior sister gasped. Before she could react, she suddenly sensed an overwhelming force emanating from Yichuan's body. With a dull thud, she was sent flying backward. Junior sister, I'm coming to save you. The accompanying senior sister cried out, leaping into action to catch her in midair. Are you all right? The junior sister was momentarily stunned, utterly unprepared for the sheer terror of Yichuan's strength. You underestimated him, the senior sister remarked, her expression shifting to one of reverence as she looked at Yichuan. We are not your match. It has always been this way. Yichuan nodded in agreement. If they possessed such capabilities, their encounter would not have been so straightforward. Your strength must surpass even that of senior sister Lin, the junior sister remarked in surprise. She had yet to witness the true power of inner disciples, but could ascertain that Yichuan's cultivation was undoubtedly above that of Lin Meiqing. Now you understand. Which is hardly unreasonable, the senior sister mused, her brow furrowing slightly. In that moment, both sisters began to doubt the true extent of Yichuan's abilities. There is much you do not know, Yichuan replied, as he transformed his attributes, reverting to his original masculine appearance. What? Who are you? The sisters exclaimed in panic. The Jade Maiden Sect, which tolerated no males, had not anticipated that Yichuan was, in fact, a man. Who I am is of little consequence. However, you are certainly no match for me, Yichuan remarked with a smile. He held no deceit against them, for often it was he who dictated the circumstances. You are not a disciple of the Jade Maiden Sect. Why do you find yourself here? Are you intending to confront the Jade Maiden Sect? The two junior disciples were taken aback. No one had anticipated that Yichuan was, at this moment, a man. Why would I wish to oppose the Jade Maiden Sect? Do you not realize that I am also a disciple of the Jade Maiden Sect? Yichuan shook his head with a wry smile. Having nurtured so many disciples within the sect, if his intention were to harm it, he would have acted long ago. You speak nonsense. The Jade Maiden Sect does not accept male disciples, the two junior disciples retorted. Observing their reaction, Yichuan could only shake his head in bemusement. In contrast, the two junior disciples heightened their vigilance. What do you intend to do? Do not approach. They instinctively took a couple of steps back. Yet Yichuan did not linger. Instead, he spoke calmly. As long as you agree to engage in mutual cultivation with me, I will certainly bestow upon you benefits. What? The two junior disciples exclaimed in shock. Mutual cultivation? The implication was clear regarding Yichuan's intentions. However, the Jade Maiden Sect had strict regulations, and they would never easily acquiesce. Rest assured, even if you were to kill us, we would never agree. Killing you would serve no purpose. Yichuan replied with a bitter smile. He immediately formed a hand seal for a love gu and directed it toward the older of the junior disciples. The junior disciple gasped. Sister, are you all right? The younger sister inquired anxiously upon witnessing the scene. What have you done to me? The older sister looked at Yichuan in disbelief. Yet, Yichuan offered no response, merely displaying a triumphant smile. Soon, you will understand. I will undoubtedly ensnare you inextricably. Chapter 82. My Identity, damn it. Just as the younger sister prepared to confront Yichuan, she was suddenly stopped by her elder sister. Sister, what is it? We must leave this place. From Yichuan's earlier actions, it was evident that they were not his match. Remaining could lead them into unknown peril. Very well. I shall escort you away, the younger sister agreed. Above all, the safety of her companion was paramount. Wait. Yichuan interrupted as he slowly approached them. Do not be excessive, the younger sister retorted indignantly, clearly dismissing Yichuan's presence. I am not being excessive. However, your departure in this manner seems rather inappropriate. Yichuan thought to himself, if they were to learn of his true identity, and he failed to subdue them, who knew what rumors might arise upon their return? You. The younger sister was momentarily at a loss for words. At this moment, the senior sister appeared to be in a daze, her demeanor indicating that she was not well. Rest assured, she will be fine, Yichuan assured. It was merely a matter of her being afflicted by her own love curse. Once her consciousness was extinguished, he would handle the situation as he saw fit. How despicable! What have you done to the senior sister? Is there really a need to ask? Yichuan replied coldly, suddenly appearing before her and seizing the senior sister. Senior sister. The junior sister gasped in shock, completely unprepared for Yichuan's astonishing speed. It was evident from his recent actions that he far surpassed her in strength. Haha. What do you intend to do? Yichuan chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. From the moment they arrived at this place, the outcome had been predetermined. If he did not subdue her now, greater troubles would surely arise in the future. Return the senior sister to me, and I will pretend I have never seen you. The junior sister said helplessly, for she knew she was no match for Yichuan's formidable prowess. Haha, saying that now, don't you think it's too late? Yichuan shook his head slightly. It was a grave error to come here. He had already warned them at the servant disciples' quarters that the tales of the cave and the back mountain were mere legends, intended to prevent them from becoming overly concerned. Yet, he never anticipated that they would dare to come here to meet their doom. You. The junior sister's face was filled with anxiety, while the senior sister nestled in Yichuan's embrace looked like a lamb awaiting slaughter. This is not a suitable place. If you wish to rescue her, follow me, Yichuan stated. Suddenly, he lifted the senior sister and vanished into the cave. The junior sister was left aghast. The speed of the opponent was beyond imagination. Even if she tried to intercept him, she feared she would be unable to do so. Damn it, knowing Yichuan had left this place. Her only hope of saving the senior sister lay in finding his residence. However, upon Yichuan's return, the senior sister's gaze had become exceedingly vacant. Recognizing this as a result of the love curse, he did not dwell on it, and hastily placed her on the bed. Humph, you brought this upon yourselves. With that, Yichuan abruptly waved his hand, causing the door to close automatically. Time passed, and eventually, the junior sister returned, only to kick the door open. Yichuan. The sight that greeted her left her utterly stunned. The senior sister lay on the bed, disheveled, not only appearing unharmed, but also wearing a satisfied expression. Senior sister, are you all right? How could she be in any trouble? You simply arrived too late, Yichuan replied, slowly approaching the junior sister. Who are you? The junior sister panicked, fully aware of what must have transpired without needing to think. Haha, to be honest with you, I am Yichuan, the young master of the Heavenly Demon Sect. What? The junior sister exclaimed in shock. The Heavenly Demon Sect? That's the sect everyone despises. Not long ago, the Jade Maiden Sect mobilized all their forces and completely annihilated it. To think that standing before me is not just a remnant of the Heavenly Demon Sect, but its young master. Disgusting. Since you're a remnant of the Heavenly Demon Sect, I absolutely cannot let you go. You? Yichuan shook his head with a bitter smile. If she truly had the strength, she would have already rescued her senior sister before he finished his business. Die. With a sharp command, the junior sister suddenly appeared before Yichuan. Bang. Before she could react, Yichuan merely flicked his wrist, sending her flying backward. Junior sister. The senior sister cried out in alarm. The junior sister was utterly panicked. She suddenly realized the vast gap between her and Yichuan, so immense that she didn't even have a chance to retaliate. With skills like yours, you think you can take me on? Yichuan sneered. Seeing this, the junior sister instinctively moved closer to her senior sister. Little sister, don't be afraid. Our master won't harm us. What? The junior sister stared at her senior sister in disbelief. Master? He is a remnant of the Heavenly Demon Sect. I don't understand. Why has senior sister become like this? Haha, I told you, not only will I not harm you, but I will also take care of you. The junior sister was speechless. She never expected such a drastic turn of events. At this point, silence fell between them. Both understood the situation. As disciples of the Jade Maiden Sect, even if they were mere outer disciples, they could never spare a remnant of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Since ancient times, righteousness and evil have stood in opposition. Moreover, the Heavenly Demon Sect had never shown mercy to the Jade Maiden Sect's disciples. Countless fair-skinned female disciples had been taken away for dual cultivation. You may come to me now, Yichuan said abruptly, his gaze locking onto her. Never, the junior sister retorted in desperation, just as she prepared to strike. Her senior sister once again pressed down on her hand. Don't. The Master 1T heard us. Senior sister, you need to wake up. The junior sister pleaded urgently. Then, recalling what had happened in the cave, she suddenly understood why her senior sister had changed. It's you. You did something to my senior sister. Haha. Even if it was me, what can you do about it? Yichuan laughed. Without using certain methods, how else could he ensure their obedience? Besides, this was how it was meant to be. You. The junior sister tried to argue, but Yichuan gave her no further opportunity. Now, with a strange hand seal, a crimson light shot forth and pierced between her brows. What have you done to me? The younger sister fell onto the bed. Noticing the time, Yichuan hesitated not at all. Rest assured, as I promised, I will certainly bring you joy. As he spoke, with the cooperation of his senior sister, the three of them once again became entwined in endless intimacy. The following morning, when the sisters awoke, they had already become servants to Yichuan, as though they were born to serve him. Chapter 83, Undercover Investigation Master. When Yichuan opened his eyes, he found the sisters standing by the window, waiting to attend to him. Still drowsy, Yichuan merely nodded slowly. Under their care, he began to don his garments at a leisurely pace. How are your cultivation levels progressing? In conversation, Yichuan did not forget to pinch the delicate cheek of his younger sister. Thank you for your guidance, Master. We will surely serve you wholeheartedly, the younger sister replied shyly. However, upon waking, she discovered that her cultivation had already broken through to the 8th level of the Qi refinement stage. One must remember that Lin Meiqing had only just entered the foundation establishment stage to become an official disciple. If she waited another decade, her abilities would certainly be even more formidable. No need for thanks. You have served me, and I will undoubtedly reward you, Yichuan said with a smile. Dual cultivation is inherently beneficial, especially with the acquisition of the Xian Yang Dragon Dao technique. Indeed, the two servant disciples responded affirmatively. All right, you may return for now. I will notify you if needed, but do not seek me out unnecessarily, Yichuan cautioned. It is better that fewer people are aware of this matter. After all, this selection is unlike previous ones. Even if the esteemed Xianghua does not harbor suspicions, Jiang Ningyu will not easily relent. What is worse, there are also Shangwan Yun'er and Zhai Lingyu, both of whom are constantly plotting against him. We shall obey your commands, Master, the sisters replied. After bidding farewell to Yichuan, they departed directly. Meanwhile, Yichuan fell into contemplation. Zhai Lingyu, unlike Shangwan Yun'er, had recently been punished by facing the wall, so even if she despised him, she would not seek revenge in the short term. However, Zhai Lingyu was different. She possessed a heart as venomous as a serpent and an astute mind. Had she not openly clashed with Han Xiuyue and others that day, he would not have feared her, knowing when to retreat. With a clear objective, she was indeed his most formidable opponent. Very well. I shall see what skills you truly possess, Yichuan nodded, harboring no intention of taking her lightly. Should she dare to trouble him, he would show her no mercy. Nevertheless, within the grand hall of the Yunus sect, the esteemed Xianghua Xianzuan entrusted the news to her disciples, while she continued her secluded cultivation. However, Jiang Ningyu felt a wave of curiosity, particularly concerning the recent circumstances surrounding the miscellaneous disciples. Senior sister, where is the Xianzuan? Jiang Ningyu inquired. The Xianzuan is currently in seclusion. Unless there is an urgent matter, it is best not to disturb her, replied Tang Yunduan. Just curious, Jiang Ningyu remarked, sensing that there was something concealed from Xianghua Xianzuan. Do you have something to discuss? It is not a significant matter, though I do harbor some doubts regarding this selection process, Jiang Ningyu responded. Indeed, she possessed no evidence to implicate Yichuan. However, in previous years' competitions, every miscellaneous disciple would exhibit eagerness. This time, however, was an exception, with only a handful of miscellaneous disciples participating. Logically, there were many among them whose prowess surpassed that of Lin Meiqing. If they were to act, they would undoubtedly become formal disciples. Subsequently, Jiang Ningyu shared her analysis with her senior sister, Tang Yunduan. As anticipated, even Tang Yunduan perceived the strangeness of the situation. Yet, she could not ascertain the root of the problem. Could it be that someone was deliberately causing trouble? Clearly, the Yunus sect was a mix of both the virtuous and the dubious. If someone intended to exploit this situation, it was indeed possible. I doubt that. Jiang Ningyu shook her head. To undertake such an audacious act indicates that the individual holds significant authority. Otherwise, they would completely disregard the sect's regulations. Among our sisterhood, who possesses such audacity? I believe the issue still lies among the miscellaneous disciples, she concluded. What? Tang Yinhuan furrowed her brow. As she was responsible for executing Qianghua Xianzuan's orders, many matters were entrusted to Jiang Ningyu. Her suspicion of the miscellaneous disciples indicated there was indeed a reason behind it. Could it be that junior sister Shangwan is aware of something? No. She is merely upset with junior sister Han Qiuyue and the others, Jiang Ningyu clarified. Despite disapproving of their mutual exclusion, she still held her own thoughts. So, in your view, where might the issue lie? Tang Yinhuan asked, puzzled. This matter could escalate significantly. If there truly is someone scheming behind the scenes, it poses a greater threat to us. I am currently uncertain, but I wish to investigate personally, Jiang Ningyu replied. Alas, it seemed that she could trust no one but herself at this moment. Very well. However, you must remember, under no circumstances should you provoke conflict, Tang Yinhuan cautioned. She feared that if Qianghua Xianzuan were to learn of the situation, no one would be able to handle the consequences. Rest assured, I shall certainly keep the Xianzuan's teachings in mind, Jiang Ningyu assured her. Then he left the main hall without any notice and hurried directly towards the disciples of miscellaneous duties. However, Yi Chuan, having subdued 2 such disciples, now had no worries. Upon seeing Yi Chuan approaching, Shen Qian quickly went over to greet him. Oh, Yi Chuan observed Shen Qian with mild surprise. Not only had she made a breakthrough in her cultivation, but her figure had also matured significantly. It was truly remarkable how a girl transforms as she grows older. Yi Chuan couldn't help but marvel at her allure. Sister, what are you saying? Shen Qian's cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze slightly lowered. Haha, nothing. By the way, did you come to find me for something? Noticing Yi Chuan diverting the topic, Shen Qian immediately became intrigued. I have made a breakthrough in my cultivation and have reached the 8th level of the Qi refinement stage. I can see that. Congratulations are in order. Yi Chuan responded, preparing to reach out and pat her head. However, just as he raised his hand, the limitless fantasies that filled his mind suddenly dissipated, and his hand fell back down. I should be the one thanking you. Without you, I doubt I would have made any progress even after another decade. Yi Chuan was momentarily speechless. He had merely offered her some encouragement, providing no substantial assistance, yet her gratitude made him feel somewhat ashamed. By the way, where did you go last night? Yi Chuan asked, his brow slightly furrowed. Last night, aside from visiting the back mountain, he had been preoccupied with 2 female disciples. Now that she suddenly mentioned it, could she have uncovered something? His gaze swiftly fell upon Shen Qian. Did you see me? No. I just came to look for you, but you weren't in your room, so I went back to cultivate, she replied. Chapter 84. A comprehensive conversation, is that so? Yi Chuan mused thoughtfully. Thankfully, Shen Qian had not lingered too long. Otherwise, his affairs might have been discovered. It's all right. I was merely looking for someone to talk to, Shen Qian hurriedly assured him, fearing that Yi Chuan might feel burdened. Seeing this, Yi Chuan shook his head with a wry smile. He felt no guilt, only concern about his privacy being exposed. Next time you wish to find me, please inform me in advance. Otherwise, you'll end up making a fruitless trip. Shen Qian nodded eagerly, her heart swelling with joy at Yi Chuan's agreement. Senior sister. At that moment, a miscellaneous disciple rushed in with urgency. What has happened? Yi Chuan inquired. There was nothing of great importance among the miscellaneous disciples, yet the expression on her face clearly indicated that an unexpected problem had arisen. Reporting to senior sister, Sister Jiang Ningyu has arrived. What? Yi Chuan Weizhou furrowed her brow. This individual's identity was peculiar. Apart from Tang Yunran, she alone wielded authority. What could be her purpose in coming here unannounced? Senior sister, she is not here to seek you, but rather to visit the place where the servant disciples work, responded the newcomer. In that instant, Yi Chuan comprehended the situation fully. She was indeed here to investigate the events surrounding the martial arts competition. It should be noted that many among the servant disciples were far stronger than Lin Meiqing. Yet during the selection process, due to Yi Chuan's mere words, they all chose to forfeit the competition. Very well, I understand now, Yi Chuan sighed. At this stage, it was impossible to avoid her. Should she seize upon any incriminating evidence, Yi Chuan's circumstances would likely undergo a dramatic transformation. Sister, should I accompany you? Shen Qian inquired. Concerned about potential troubles for Yi Chuan, especially given that formal disciples had been seeking her out continuously in recent days. If there were no pressing need, they would not act in such a manner. No need. I can manage on my own, Yichuan declined. The purpose of Jiang Ningyu's visit was precisely directed at her. Even if she were to bring Shun Qian along, it would likely prove futile. Moreover, it would impose considerable constraints on Shun Qian's future, thus she could only refuse. Very well, Shun Qian nodded, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Regardless of the circumstances, she always stood by Yichuan's side. Let us depart, Yichuan declared, rising and leaving with the female disciple who had come to inform her. At that moment, Jiang Ningyu was inquiring about why the servant disciples had not participated in the competition. Observing the scene, the leading servant disciple shook her head helplessly, offering a rueful smile. Second senior sister, I truly wished to participate, but my strength. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Ningyu interjected, it cannot be that simple. Anyone could discern that this individual had once been an inner sect disciple. Due to a misalignment in her cultivation technique, her foundation had been compromised, relegating her to the status of a servant disciple. For reasons unknown, their damaged foundations had miraculously restored. Moreover, their cultivation levels were significantly more formidable than before. You are doing this deliberately, Jiang Ningyu accused. No, we are not. The servant disciples hastily knelt, fearful that Jiang Ningyu had come to punish them. Not at all. Jiang Ningyu shook her head with a wry smile. You would do well not to conceal anything. This matter pertains to the future of the Jade Maiden Sect, and the immortal sovereign places great importance on it. The servant disciples were taken aback. However, those with higher cultivation had already been subdued by Yichuan, becoming his servants. The remaining ones were merely insignificant characters, lacking any conditions to participate even if they wished to. Second senior sister, we are wronged. They protested. Indeed, we lack the skill to compete. We simply cannot participate in the contest. Suddenly, numerous female disciples stepped forward to voice their opinions. Silence, Jiang Ningyu exclaimed anxiously. Her intention was not to inquire about their cultivation levels, but rather to address the rampant rumors circulating within the Yunus sect due to the lack of participants in the martial arts competition. You all greatly support Yichuan. Surely, I won't. Before she could finish, Yichuan's voice echoed from a distance. It's you. Indeed, sister. Your unexpected arrival raises curiosity about your purpose, Yichuan inquired. Had she not arrived promptly, it was likely that the earlier discussions would have already been divulged. The current generation of outer disciples is exceptionally talented. It is impossible to be overlooked, Jiang Ningyu stated meaningfully. Upon hearing this, Yichuan merely shook her head in resignation. Our Yunus sect thrives under the capable leadership of our seniors. It is hardly surprising that we flourish under your guidance. Upon hearing Yichuan's words, Jiang Ningyu was momentarily taken aback. Second sister, should you have any directives, feel free to seek me out, Yichuan offered, her intent unmistakable. Her sudden appearance was surely not without ulterior motives. If I had matters to discuss, I would certainly not hesitate to seek you out, Jiang Ningyu retorted, her anger masked by a sarcastic smile. The crux of the matter was her lack of evidence. Otherwise, she would not have allowed him an easy escape. Yichuan, having grasped her situation, feigned ignorance. So, second sister, do you have any further inquiries regarding this place? She had faith that the disciples she had managed to recruit would never betray her. As for the remaining outer disciples, their varying levels of strength justified their absence from the competition. Observing the situation, the other party furrowed their brows. It seemed that, from any angle, the outer disciples were grappling with undeniable challenges. When it came time for an investigation, they felt utterly at a loss, leading to a growing hesitation. The circumstances of the other party remained a mystery. No one could claim to understand. Nevertheless, it was evident that they had to be addressed, thus confirming the outcome. Everyone, if second sister comes to inquire about the situation, you must cooperate fully. Do you understand? Yes. The disciples responded in unison. In that moment, even Jiang Ningyu found herself at a loss, as Yichuan had indeed covered all bases. Second sister, please continue your inquiries. Do not hesitate to ask for our cooperation. No need, Jiang Ningyu replied coldly, casting a fierce glare at Yichuan before sweeping away from the scene. The outer disciples, who had been subdued by Yichuan, rose to her side. It's all right. Second sister understands our humble status, they assured. Yes, the outer disciples nodded. Yet, the ultimate outcome remained shrouded in uncertainty, leaving no one truly enlightened. Please continue, and do inform me of any developments as soon as possible, Yichuan remarked, before departing in the direction of Jiangmingyu. The remaining disciples exchanged curious glances, particularly the female disciples who were utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. As they observed Yi Chuan's departure, confusion enveloped them, leaving them to ponder what had transpired. Chapter 85. Resentments within in a state of agitation. Jiang Mingyu left the area of the servant disciples and made her way to the back mountain in search of the punished Shengwan Yuner, who was reflecting in solitude. Given that she had been at odds with her for several consecutive days, it was possible that Shengwan Yuner had already sensed something amiss. However, upon learning of Jiang Mingyu's intentions, Shengwan Yuner did not display any signs of joy. She was acutely aware that had Jiang Mingyu stood in her shoes from the beginning, the situation might have unfolded differently. Second senior sister, with your capabilities, could it be that you are unable to uncover the truth? Shengwan Yuner inquired. She had merely reported the situation to the esteemed Qianghua Xinzuan and had been punished with solitary reflection. If investigations continued, there was no telling whether her cultivation might be forfeited, leading to her expulsion from the sect. Well, many matters are beyond our control, but there is certainly something amiss. Jiang Mingyu stated. Even if she were to investigate herself, the outcome remained uncertain. Second senior sister, do you truly believe that the truth is so easily discerned? Shengwan Yuner shook her head with a wry smile. If it were that simple, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. Moreover, with Yi Chuan under the protection of Han Qiuyue and others, the situation was inherently precarious. Even if she ventured forth, the results would likely be fruitless. What should we do then? Jiang Mingyu pressed anxiously. In the absence of concrete evidence, it was indeed inappropriate to approach Qianghua Xinzuan. Otherwise, it might complicate matters further. Yet, the more she pondered, the more her curiosity grew regarding the next steps to take. I believe the crux of the issue lies with that servant disciple, Shengwan Yuner suggested. Are you referring to Yi Chuan? Jiang Mingyu responded, perplexed. Deep down, she understood, yet she was reluctant to accept it. How could a mere servant disciple possess such formidable power? Even if she were to handle the matter, it was unlikely to be resolved effortlessly. Indeed. But we can count on the assistance of third senior sister and the others, Shengwan Yuner elucidated. Their forced rift had stemmed from this individual. Thus, in her view, reporting to Qianghua Xinzuan was intended to rattle the tiger. However, she had not anticipated that it would yield no results and that she herself would be subjected to punishment. What else do you know? Jiang Mingyu pressed, her expression one of confusion as she looked at Shengwan Yuner. When Qianghua Xinzuan had imposed the punishment, she had offered no assistance whatsoever. If I were to divulge everything to her, it would undoubtedly provide her with the opportunity to achieve great success. Second sister, many matters. In fact, you need not consult me to resolve. What do you mean? Jiang Mingyu inquired. At such a juncture, she is still exercising her mind in this manner. Junior sister Yuan, the celestial sovereign has already stated that her actions towards you are solely for your benefit. For my benefit? Shengwan Yuner scoffed. If it were truly for my good, she would not shield Han Qiuyue and others, nor would she issue warnings to me on 2 separate occasions. Presently, I have even been subjected to solitary confinement. Yet she claims it is for my own sake. Nonetheless, I believe that matters will not be so conveniently resolved for them. Indeed, but we require evidence to proceed. Evidence? Shengwan Yuner laughed in frustration. You have already conducted an investigation. Thus, I must inquire, second sister, do you possess the evidence? I, Jiang Mingyu, was utterly speechless. I indeed lack any concrete proof. The true instigator behind the scenes must be aware of his return for an investigation, as if they had conspired in advance. Right? The situation is not as straightforward as it appears. Shengwan Yuner shook her head with a bitter smile. Had I not been penalized with solitary confinement, perhaps my insights could have led to the discovery of the truth. Alas, fate has played a cruel hand. And instead of being reinstated, I have incurred the wrath of the celestial sovereign. I understand your sentiment. However, if we continue down this path, trouble is inevitable. Jiang Mingyu explained. She did not wish to see anyone take action against the Jade Maiden Sect, which inspired her desire to conduct a covert investigation into the matter. I apologize. It is not that I am unwilling to assist you, but rather that I am utterly uninformed. Shengwan Yuner clarified. The implication was quite clear. Even if she uncovered the truth, she would not report it directly to the celestial sovereign of Qianghua. Such an action would only serve to alert them, making it even more challenging to address the issue later. What? Jiang Mingyu exclaimed in astonishment. She was perceptive enough to grasp the underlying intentions of her counterpart. Junior sister Shengwan. This is a matter we cannot afford to ignore, even if we acknowledge it. What can you do? Shangwan Yuner retorted defiantly. Particularly considering her own predicament, she was even less inclined to engage in further debate. Very well. Seeing that Shangwan Yuner offered no response, Jiang Mingyu slowly rose to her feet. Should you come to a realization, feel free to seek me out in the future. With that, she turned and departed from the scene. Shangwan Yuner huffed in indignation. Little did she expect that Jiang Mingyu would return to seek her once more. Come out. With that, Shangwan Yuner glanced towards the nearby cave. Junior Sister Yun, it seems our suspicions were not unfounded, that Yi-chan indeed harbors issues. Naturally, otherwise, I would not have persisted, Shangwan Yuner expressed. Regrettably, no one believed her. In the present day, Jiang Mingyu senses danger, but it is already too late. What shall we do next? Inquired Zhai Lingyu. She had already witnessed their strength, yet each one was under the protection of Han Qiuyue and Su Linglong. Even if they sought revenge, they could hardly be assured of success. Never mind, this matter is not as simple as we envisioned, sighed Shangwan Yuner. Their own strength was far too weak to compare with Han Qiuyue and her companions. Perhaps we could enlist the help of the second senior sister, suggested Zhai Lingyu. Jiang Mingyu held a unique position within the Yunu sect, due to Tang Yunran's obligation to serve the revered Qianghua Xinzuan. Jiang Mingyu often assumed the role of the eldest sister and managed many affairs. I believe it is unnecessary, Shangwan Yuner shook her head. If it were feasible, we would not find ourselves in this predicament. Moreover, within the Great Hall, Jiang Mingyu also chose to prioritize her own safety, which has led her to this unfortunate situation. Nevertheless, Zhai Lingyu countered, even if cooperation is unattainable, we must still exploit the strength of others. Only in this manner can we dismantle them completely. Once each one is left on his own, he will be far less formidable. Seeking vengeance for Song Shui would then be merely a matter of time. Do you truly believe Jiang Mingyu would act according to your plan? Shangwan Yuner scoffed. It is precisely her unique status within the Yunu sect that compels her to consider the sect's rules above all else. Utilizing those rules against Yi Chuan is fundamentally implausible. The urgent priority is to approach Yi Chuan. Only then can we uncover the truth. Chapter 86. Discovery. What shall we do then? It seemed, according to Shangwan Yuner's instructions, that whatever course of action they took would inevitably be erroneous. If Jiang Mingyu were to report their actions to Qianghua Xinzuan, it would spell disaster for them all. All right. Remember to exercise utmost caution, Shangwan Yuner advised. As for how to proceed, she herself was uncertain. Understood, I know what I must do now. At this juncture, Zhai Lingyu grasped her predicament clearly. Unless absolutely necessary, she must not confront Han Qiuyue and the others. Otherwise, her fate would likely be no better than that of Shangwan Yuner. Go now, it is unwise for you to linger here, Shangwan Yuner waved her hand. Returning to her contemplation. The reason for sending Zhai Lingyu away was to avoid detection by Han Qiuyue's people. Otherwise, they would assume the two had allied, and anyone who provoked them in the future could face retaliation. Yes, Zhai Lingyu clasped her fists in acknowledgement. Just as she was about to say more, she hesitated for a moment before turning and leaving directly. Meanwhile, after becoming the senior disciple of the menial servants, each one found himself in a state of idleness. Unlike before, when he could engage with his peers and labor alongside them, now, if he were to return to his previous haunts, the other menial disciples would undoubtedly tremble in his presence. Yet, on his way back, each one suddenly halted. Just a short distance behind him, a figure glided into view. Do you dare to follow me, thinking I wouldn't notice your presence? Yi Chuan sneered. Come forth. Ziyan. Yes, master, she responded. As soon as the words left his lips, Ziyan reluctantly stepped into view. Master, how did you know it was me? She inquired. Her face etched with curiosity. Despite her silence, he had discerned her identity. Of course, I recognize you, Yi Chuan replied with a smile. Moving closer to her and inhaling deeply. Your distinctive fragrance has betrayed you. What? Ziyan frowned slightly, perplexed that she had never noticed it. Yet he could detect it so easily. Haha, do not forget, I am the one who knows you best, Yi Chuan said earnestly. However, he remained curious as to why Ziyan had chosen to follow him. As her master, it was unusual for her to take such initiative. Speak, what brings you here? It was evident that she was not there for the purpose of dual cultivation. Otherwise, she would not have approached so stealthily. Senior sisterly sent me, Shen Qian replied. If it were not for their prior discussion, Ziyan would not have taken it upon herself to come. What? They actually conspired to protect me? Yi Chuan was utterly speechless. The notion of needing protection was absurd. He had no fear of Zhai Lingyu's intentions. Unless, of course, he no longer wished to pursue dual cultivation with her. At this point, Yichuan shook his head in resignation, sighing deeply. I've painstakingly created an opportunity. Huh? What do you mean, master? Ziyin asked, her expression one of astonishment. Yichuan's indifference to Zhai Lingyu's plans to confront him was perplexing, as if the impending retaliation had nothing to do with him. Nothing. You should return and inform Li Muqing that I am not in any danger, Yichuan commanded, clearly a bit impatient with their actions. If trouble were to arise in the future, anyone could become entangled in it. But senior sister has insisted that I stay to protect you. Yichuan was left utterly speechless. Even if Ziyin were to remain, could she truly contend with Zhai Lingyu? When the time came for slaughter, it was likely even she would be unable to withstand it. Master, please let me stay. Keeping you here would only bring you harm, Yichuan replied, shaking his head. How could she be unaware? If Zhai Lingyu were to turn hostile, she would undoubtedly strike at Ziyin with ruthless intent. Yet, sister, let us refrain from further discussion. At present, it is of little consequence whether this matter bears any relation to Li Muqing. As long as danger looms, Yichuan will undoubtedly devise his own means of handling it. Very well, Ziyin replied helplessly. The strength of the opponent is well known. She certainly cannot compete. By the way, since we have arrived, should we not adhere to certain protocols? What? Ziyin furrowed her brow, completely unprepared for such a statement at this moment. Ha. Follow me, and you shall see, Yichuan responded with a grin. Without waiting for Ziyin's consent, he led her swiftly to his residence. However, at this juncture, Ziyin was taken aback, for Yichuan exhibited not a shred of trepidation. It is worth noting that at this time, Shangwan Yuner is still meditating in solitude on the back mountain. Should she return upon the completion of her penance, her alliance with Zhai Lingyu would be formidable. Before long, under Yichuan's influence, Ziyin completely cast aside her worries. It was not until the late hours of the night that Ziyin reluctantly bid farewell to Yichuan and returned to report to Li Muqing. What? She was discovered so swiftly. How could that be? Li Muqing inquired. Observing her demeanor, Ziyin lowered her head in resignation, hesitating to respond. For Yichuan had claimed that her natural fragrance had betrayed her, yet to utter such a statement would surely invite ridicule. Even if it were true, Ziyin would not dare to speak it aloud at this moment. How perplexing. I distinctly instructed you to exercise caution, yet you still find yourself in this predicament. Li Muqing pondered in confusion, attributing it to Ziyin's insufficient cultivation, which had led to her being exposed. Sister, the master has asked me to convey that she will handle this matter, so you need not worry. What? Li Muqing's brow furrowed. The very reason for her actions was to ensure Yichuan's safety. Yet he asserts that he can manage it himself. Zhai Lingyu, for all her shortcomings, is still a formal disciple of the Yunus sect. He is far too reckless. But I perceive that he appears quite earnest, Ziyin replied. If it were otherwise, there would be no grounds for further suspicion. Upon hearing this, even Li Muqing was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he is quite sincere, Li Muqing sighed. However, it seems he is merely captivated by Zhai Lingyu's beauty. It was solely to ensure his safety that Ziyin had been instructed to shadow him. Should Zhai Lingyu make any move against Yichuan, she would promptly return to inform Li Muqing. Indeed, while Zhai Lingyu's prowess is not to be underestimated, with the likes of Han Xiuyue and others joining forces, she may not necessarily prevail. So, sister, should I still go now? Now, Li Muqing shook her head. It is likely unnecessary, as he has already become aware of it. If this matter incites Yichuan's anger, it would undoubtedly bring no benefits to them. I understand. Ziyin nodded. Seeing that Li Muqing had already given instructions, she refrained from further searching for Yichuan. Chapter 87. Once you arrive, do not rush upon returning to his residence. Yichuan, who had just lain down, suddenly felt that matters were far from simple. Particularly, the thought of Zhai Lingyu plotting against him was unsettling. No, she would not easily concede. Yichuan exclaimed. Should Zhai Lingyu find an opportunity, she would certainly continue her pursuit. At this critical juncture, if Yichuan were to rise in power here, seeking revenge would undoubtedly become increasingly arduous. How about I prepare a surprise for you? Yichuan chuckled, then arose and departed from his abode. At the rear mountain of the Jade Maiden Sect, Shangwan Yuner sat alone before the stone wall. Despite days of contemplation, her resentment had not waned in the slightest. The mere thought of Yichuan ignited a desire to seek him out and exact a gruesome vengeance. That wretched individual, how utterly despicable he is. Shangwan Yuner understood that Han Xiuyue and others sought to protect him merely for ulterior motives. Sister Yuner, I wonder if the despicable you speak of refers to me? Just then, Yichuan appeared behind her. It's you? Shangwan Yuner exclaimed in surprise, never expecting him to dare show himself before her. Of course it's me. Who else would it be? Yichuan replied with a smile. It had been several days since he last saw Shangwan Yuner, and it would be impossible to claim he did not miss her. Now that an opportunity had arisen, he had come to seek information. Oomph. Do you not fear that I might kill you? Shangwan Yuner retorted fiercely. The reason she had been reprimanded by the esteemed Xianghua fairy was precisely because of him. No, you will not kill me. Yichuan gently shook his head. Deep down, she understood that his strength was formidable. Are you so confident? Shangwan Yuner inquired curiously. The predicament she found herself in was entirely due to him. If she did not seek vengeance, she feared she would never find peace, even in death. Certainly. Since we are in the Jade Maiden Sect, you would not dare to kill me, Yichuan replied with a smile. They were both well aware of the sect's rules. If she truly intended to harm him, it was unlikely that the esteemed Xianghua fairy would let him off lightly. It was precisely because of this that he was more certain of how to handle the situation. Haha, you speak so lightly. But have you considered that if you were to be killed here, no one would come to your rescue? Shangwan Yuner declared with pride. Her purpose clear, to prepare for her own revenge, she immediately rose and approached Yichuan. Are you certain? Yichuan asked. Yet, his expression revealed no hint of fear. Humph. Do not think that I would be afraid of you, Shangwan Yuner declared fiercely. There is no fear within me regarding him. Yet it is indeed the doctrines of the Jade Maiden Sect that bind me. The truth is, I came to see you, but your demeanor has left me rather disheartened. To seek my presence? Even a ghost would find that hard to believe, let alone Shangwan Yuner. Do not forget that my current standing is all due to your influence. Not at all. Yichuan shook his head. The matter is certainly not as simple as they perceive. I merely sought to assist him. Yet he insists it is all because of her. I have never even encountered the immortal venerable. How could she possibly advocate for me? You. Shangwan Yuner was momentarily rendered speechless. In truth, the blame was directed at Yichuan, for she was merely a scapegoat in this scenario. Despite the numerous formal disciples of the Jade Maiden Sect, when it comes to strength, aside from the 12 main disciples, the others are hardly noteworthy. It can be said that aside from the immortal venerable Qianghua, the sect's status relies heavily on these disciples. Sister, since we are all disciples of the Jade Maiden Sect, why must we engage in such internecine strife? Yichuan initially intended to reconcile with Shangwan Yuner, yet unbeknownst to him, their objectives were entirely divergent. You simplify matters. If you are sincere, then please enlighten me. Have they already found a disciple with a Supreme Tao Foundation? What? A Supreme Tao Foundation? Is that not referring to me? It seems the Jade Maiden Sect has never ceased its search. Contemplating this, Yichuan could only shake his head with a bitter smile. If immortal venerable Qianghua were to learn the truth, who knows how she would handle the situation? Sister, if it were any other matter, I would not dare to conceal the truth, but I am unable to divulge anything regarding this. I knew you would respond in such a manner. Shangwan Yuner scoffed, promptly turning her head away, no longer regarding Yichuan. Sister, I go away. Shangwan Yuner retorted fiercely. Her restraint in not taking action against him was solely due to Jiang Ningyu's instructions. As they had previously discussed, should any issues arise, it could pose a threat to anyone involved. Moreover, she was currently under punishment, facing a wall. If someone were to secretly protect Yichuan and inform immortal venerable Qianghua, it would only complicate matters further. Very well. Since you are displeased, I shall not intrude any longer. Yichuan sighed. To subdue such a person is no easy feat. After Yichuan departed, Shangwan Yuner slowly turned around. What schemes do you all possess? Shangwan Yuner pondered with curiosity. Although she had discerned their ulterior motives, she could glean no information from Yichuan's words. This realization inevitably bred doubt within her. Could it be that Yichuan sought her out merely to persuade her? After much contemplation, she remained uncertain of the true intentions behind his visit. However, it was certain that Yichuan's arrival here was undoubtedly due to Zhai Lingyu's threats, which had made him realize the gravity of the situation. Once my punishment is over, I will surely kill you, Shangwan Yuner declared fiercely. If she could uncover the truth, she would never let him off the hook. Today's confinement might very well strip her of any chance to plead for mercy in the future. Yet, after leaving the back mountain, Yichuan headed straight for his own quarters. He was unsure how to handle the current predicament, especially Shangwan Yuner's hostility. If trouble arose, she would undoubtedly strike back. You think I'm the one scheming behind the scenes? If he truly had such power, He wouldn't have resorted to disguising himself as a woman to cope. Bang! Just as Yichuan was about to push open his door, a shadowy figure burst out from inside, slamming it open. Ah! The intruder gasped, startled by the sudden exposure, and immediately attempted to flee. Trying to escape? Yichuan growled. Anyone visiting him at this hour surely meant no good. Whoosh! A gust of wind. Before the intruder could retreat, Yichuan intercepted her path. Ah! So fast! The intruder exclaimed, visibly shocked by his swiftness. Haha! Since you've come all this way, sister, why rush to leave? Yichuan chuckled, now recognizing the visitor, none other than Jai Lingyu, who had been plotting against him. Your speed, how did you manage that? Would you like to know? Yichuan shook his head, offering no explanation. Chapter 88. The generous Shun Qian No. Impossible. There's no way you could have done that. Jai Lingyu gasped. Even she might not have matched his earlier speed. Yet in the blink of an eye, he had cut off her escape. If you can visit me in the dead of night, sister, then nothing should be impossible, Yichuan murmured, slowly closing the distance between them. His earlier display had left Jai Lingyu so stunned that she momentarily forgot her intention to attack him. Stay away from me. For some inexplicable reason. The moment Yichuan tried to approach, Jai Lingyu felt an instinctive revulsion. What? Yichuan frowned slightly, oblivious to the reason behind her reaction. I came to seek your advice, but since you weren't here earlier, forget it, Jai Lingyu said coldly, turning to leave. Yet once again, Yichuan blocked her path. I was indeed occupied earlier, but now that I'm back, feel free to discuss whatever you wish, he insisted relentlessly. If he let her leave now, it would be nothing short of a missed opportunity. Jai Lingyu found herself at a loss for words, pondering how difficult this individual was to deal with. She merely intended to assassinate him, and if he were to discover her intentions, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Sister, why don't we step inside and discuss this further? As she spoke, Yichuan gestured invitingly for her to enter the house. No. To her astonishment, Jai Lingyu exclaimed, urgently calling out to Yichuan as if she were deliberately concealing something. I have matters to attend to, so I won't intrude any longer, she hastily stated before making a swift exit. However, this time Yichuan did not attempt to stop her, for he understood that Jai Lingyu had come with the intention of confronting him. Should he discover her true purpose, the cluttered state of the room would undoubtedly escalate the situation. Humph, do you really think you can contend with me? Yichuan shook his head and chuckled bitterly, dismissing her entirely. Had he chosen to act earlier, Jai Lingyu would likely not have been able to leave so easily. Never mind, I shall ignore this for now. With that, Yichuan turned and opened the door to his room. What? Upon entering, he was taken aback by the chaotic scene before him. Damn that girl. How dare she treat me this way? Yichuan failed to realize that her visit was indeed intended to confront him. At this moment, he was merely frustrated by the havoc Jai Lingyu had wreaked in his room. I thought I could finally enjoy some rest, he lamented, feeling utterly exasperated. Grabbing a broken stool from the floor, he angrily hurled it out of the room. Just wait until I see you. It will be a wonder if I don't give you a good thrashing. With a resigned sigh, Yichuan prepared to tidy up his room. Ah, just then, Shun Qian walked in. Sister, you. She paused, taken aback by the disarray that greeted her, standing speechless for a considerable time. What brings you here? Yichuan asked, somewhat surprised. He had reminded Shun Qian earlier that she should notify him in advance of her visit. Otherwise, if he were not present, it would all be for naught. I couldn't sleep, so I came to check on you, Shun Qian replied. Yet the sight before her was indeed perplexing. Sister, did you have a fight with someone? The entire room looks as if it has been through a battle. I wish I knew, Yichuan sighed. Aside from Jai Lingyu, no one else would dare treat him in such a manner. However, since Jai Lingyu had already departed, he lacked the means to substantiate anything. Never mind. Let me help you clean this up, Shun Qian said with resignation. Otherwise, there won't even be a place to set foot in this room. As she began to tidy up the mess, Yichuan understood that he had no choice but to comply with her suggestion. The longer he delayed, the less time he would have to rest. Even so, he remained overwhelmed by the situation. With Shun Qian's assistance, they had finished tidying up. Yet it was already deep into the night. Exhaustion enveloped them. Shun Qian simply collapsed onto the bed, while Yichuan, observing her fatigued visage, couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. Had it not been for Shun Qian's timely intervention, he genuinely would have been at a loss for how to proceed. You must be tired. It's late. Since we're done here, I shall stay with you tonight, she declared, interrupting him before he could finish his sentence. What? You want to stay here? Yichuan was utterly astonished. He was a man, and she was well aware of that. If she insisted on him staying, it could imply a deeper commitment. Of course, otherwise, I would just be wasting time returning, and it would be safer for me to accompany you in case of any danger. Yichuan was left speechless. However, seeing Shun Qian's innocent expression made it difficult for him to refuse. All right, just for tonight, he relented, as she pleaded earnestly, especially when she noticed his hesitation. Wonderful. Upon receiving his consent, Shun Qian hurriedly linked her arm with his. Now, let us rest, and we can tackle the remaining matters tomorrow. The scene around them was a chaotic mess, and any additional decor or furniture would have to wait until daylight. Fine. Yichuan sighed, feeling helpless. At that moment, Shun Qian's body brushed against his arm, an exhilarating sensation. Yet, he had no intention of pursuing anything further, considering her youth. Perhaps in the future, as circumstances evolved, his perspective might change. The night passed in silence. When dawn broke, Yichuan awoke to find Shun Qian had already left. That was close, he exhaled, pondering Shun Qian's motives for wanting to spend time with him. I should blame that wretched Jai Lingyu, he fumed. It was this individual who sought revenge against him, leading to the current predicament. I spared you, yet you dared to vandalize my home. Had he known how outrageous she would be, he would not have been so forgiving. However, just as Yichuan contemplated his next step, Shun Qian unexpectedly returned. Sister, why are you back? He inquired, intrigued. He felt a deep sense of gratitude towards her for helping him so efficiently the previous night. I came back for you. Of course, Shun Qian replied. He conveyed his decision to Yichuan, expressing his intention to find someone to deliver her belongings to her residence. What? Yichuan exclaimed in shock. Absolutely not. If that happens, what will you do afterwards? Chapter 89. The terrifying cultivation level 1 can manage, but you are different. After all, you are our esteemed senior sister. Shun Qian explained. The esteemed senior sister of the outer sect holds authority over all the disciples in the miscellaneous division. If others were to discover that her living conditions were so woefully inadequate, it would undoubtedly invite ridicule. Haha, as for this senior sister, it matters not to me. Yichuan replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. If anyone were to mistake him for a senior sister, he would not experience the joy Shun Qian envisioned. Rather, he would be incensed, for he is, after all, a man. But you truly cannot reside here, Shun Qian said helplessly. Perhaps you should consider relocating. At that moment, Yichuan had taken charge of the miscellaneous disciples and naturally possessed absolute authority over his environment. I see no necessity for that, Yichuan replied, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Constantly changing residences would only lead to further troubles, especially if Jai Lingyu came seeking him again. It would be a case of history repeating itself. Shun Qian was rendered speechless. Her intention was to assist him, yet she did not anticipate Yichuan's refusal to comply. All right, you need not concern yourself with this. I will handle it myself, Yichuan said with a smile. It's merely a matter of having my residence destroyed by Jai Lingyu. It's hardly a significant issue. Very well, since you insist, I shall not press further. Just take care of yourself and strive to enhance your cultivation level, Shun Qian advised. Even as a miscellaneous disciple, his status within the Yunnu sect would inevitably rise with time. By then, even if he had not resolved matters with Shun Qian, she would undoubtedly comply with his requests without hesitation. At this point, Shun Qian nodded earnestly. She bid farewell to Yichuan and departed. This wretched abode. Yichuan sighed with a wry smile. If he truly cared, he would have sought vengeance against Jai Lingyu. However, he was indifferent to the matter. Upon arriving at the miscellaneous disciples' quarters, Lin Meiqing hurriedly approached. What is the matter? Yichuan inquired, his curiosity piqued by her demeanor. Nothing much. I heard that you were attacked yesterday. Lin Meiqing expressed her concern. Being one of Yichuan's own, she naturally felt apprehensive about his unwarranted assault. Indeed. But it posed no danger to me, Yichuan assured her. He was particularly vigilant, especially regarding Shun Qian. Without his assistance in tidying up the room, Yichuan would likely still be occupied until dawn. Who is so audacious? Lin Meiqing exclaimed anxiously. During her tenure, she had never encountered such a perplexing situation. Little did she anticipate that upon her departure, Yichuan would be confronted with such a thorny dilemma. I am uncertain, but as long as I am unharmed, isn't the world at peace? Yichuan replied with a smile. Even if he were to divulge that the one he had to contend with was Jai Lingyu. Given his current status, what could he possibly do? No, I absolutely cannot tolerate treachery, Lin Meiqing declared vehemently. Regardless of the opponent's identity, anyone who sought to target Yichuan would undoubtedly become her adversary. Yi Chuan was momentarily rendered speechless. If it were something he could handle, he would have acted last night. It is essential to recognize that all current affairs were inextricably linked to him. Should the esteemed Qianghua immortal take an interest in him, his matters would certainly be scrutinized. Even in his confusion, he could not possibly be so oblivious. At this juncture, Lin Meiqing remained unconvinced, believing that the issue was not as dire as it seemed. However, since there would surely be more opportunities to confront Yi Chuan in the future, failing to administer a lesson now would inevitably pose threats down the line. Master, if you choose not to speak, I shall investigate on my own, Lin Meiqing remarked. Showing no concern for Yi Chuan's worries, she promptly turned to leave. Yi Chuan was utterly taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lin Meiqing would be so considerate of him. Yet, Zhai Lingyu was not an easy opponent to deal with. When the two met, it would undoubtedly ignite fierce rivalry. In a confrontation, how could Lin Meiqing stand a chance against Zhai Lingyu? Never mind. I trust Zhai Lingyu will not act recklessly. The situation had escalated to an irreversible point. Even if he were to intervene, it would likely be futile. With a resigned shake of his head, he began to contemplate how to face the impending challenges. On the back mountain of the Yunus sect, after Zhai Lingyu returned from her rest, she sought out Shangwan Yuner to explain the circumstances. Upon hearing her words, Shangwan Yuner was momentarily stunned. You actually attempted a night raid on her? One could not help but admire Zhai Lingyu's audacity, which rivaled that of Shangwan Yuner herself. Under normal circumstances, even she would not dare to act so boldly. However, the mere mention of this indicated the gravity of the situation. Indeed, but unfortunately, she managed to evade me, Zhai Lingyu lamented. Otherwise, how could I have easily let her slip away? This point is crucial. The revelation left everyone in a quandary. The circumstances surrounding the opponent were well understood by all. Yet in this moment, she harbored no reservations about openly pursuing her target. Should this incite caution in their adversaries, future investigations would undoubtedly become exceedingly complicated. Sister Shangwan, what are you worried about? Do you not realize that these matters are not easily resolved? Shangwan Yuner exclaimed anxiously. In simple terms, if one could easily eliminate Yi Chuan, there would be no need to await punishment. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that the situation had already become exceedingly difficult to handle. I understand your point, but I refuse to let him off so easily, Zhai Lingyu retorted fiercely. Unfortunately, Yi Chuan had evaded her last night. Otherwise, she would have shown no mercy. To be honest, he sought me out last night, Shangwan Yuner explained. If he hadn't come to see her, Zhai Lingyu might have succeeded in her intentions. Should Yi Chuan be eliminated, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar within the Jade Maiden Sect. Damn it, he managed to evade me, Zhai Lingyu lamented. However, upon reflection, the problem appeared to be more complex than she had initially thought. Shangwan Yuner should harbor the greatest hatred for Yi Chuan. If he had come to seek his own demise, why then would she allow him to return unscathed? Sister Shangwan, why didn't you take action against him? I did not. Shangwan Yuner replied decisively. It was not a matter of inaction. Rather, should he perish here, the blame would rest even heavier upon her shoulders. Sister, how could you be so foolish? Foolish? Shangwan Yuner retorted with a bitter smile. If the revered Xianghua were to learn that she had slain Yi Chuan while in seclusion, the consequences would be far worse than mere punishment. It is not my folly, but rather my understanding that some matters are beyond my control. Just as Zhai Lingyu was about to elaborate, she suddenly recalled her encounter with Yi Chuan from the previous night. Right. Sister, how do you perceive that girl's cultivation? Shangwan Yuner hesitated. Chapter 90. Consequences of one's actions regarding Yi Chuan's cultivation. Even the most knowledgeable would find it inscrutable. Witnessing his overwhelming strength during the competition, it was unclear why he ultimately fell to Li Meiqing. Perhaps no one could fathom his thoughts. I believe his capabilities have surpassed what you and I can ascertain. Shangwan Yuner remarked with a wry smile. The evidence was right before their eyes. Had he lacked the prowess to defeat Li Meiqing, he would not have advanced through the ranks to the finals. Sister, that is not what I meant, Zhai Lingyu interrupted. When I encountered him last night, I sensed his terrifying strength. If we were to face off, I fear I would be no match for him. What? Shangwan Yuner furrowed her brow. While she was aware of Yi Chuan's formidable cultivation, she had not anticipated that even Zhai Lingyu would fear him. Are you saying he is even stronger than you? Indeed, Zhai Lingyu affirmed. Otherwise, he would not possess such a speed advantage. Though I wished to eliminate him, I must admit, I was genuinely frightened last night. Reflecting on how Yi Chuan had intercepted her, she still felt a lingering trepidation. With this thought, Zhai Lingyu even began to suspect that Yi Chuan had undoubtedly obtained some extraordinary opportunity. The enhancement of one's inner strength is indeed the pivotal aspect. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yuner gasped in astonishment. Even Zhai Lingyu acknowledged this, indicating that the opponent's prowess was genuinely formidable. Otherwise, such a situation would not have arisen, thus confirming their circumstances. However, enough of this futile discourse. Let us observe how events unfold. But senior sister, I fear he will not cease his actions. Zhai Lingyu expressed her concerns. She then recounted the events of the previous night, when they had destroyed Yi Chuan's room. You are truly beyond redemption, Shangguan Yuner exclaimed in exasperation. Such actions could only be seen as stirring the hornet's nest. If they were to confront Yi Chuan in the future, it would undoubtedly not be a simple task. Who prompted him to provoke me? Zhai Lingyu retorted dismissively. Were it not for this, I would not find myself in such a predicament. Very well. It is best you do not involve yourself too deeply, Shangguan Yuner advised. Indeed, even without your warning, I would not dare to meet Yi Chuan at this moment. Simultaneously, she secretly hoped that he would not seek her out for trouble. Otherwise, dealing with Yi Chuan might prove to be beyond her capabilities. Go now. And remember not to provoke him. Shangguan Yuner waved her hand. Hearing this, Zhai Lingyu left reluctantly, her face a picture of discontent. Could it be that he truly possesses such extraordinary power? After Zhai Lingyu departed, Shangguan Yuner exhibited an expression of disbelief. It appears I must uncover the truth. Since Zhai Lingyu's involvement, Shangguan Yuner has been compelled to consider the safety of her counterpart. Otherwise, a moment of carelessness could lead to dire consequences at the hands of Yi Chuan. Meanwhile, upon returning to his residence, Yi Chuan discovered that Lin Meiqing had already instructed the disciples to deliver the previous furnishings to him. Meiqing, I cannot allow you to be enclosed within 4 walls. Lin Meiqing replied with resignation. She had already sought out Su Linglong, but Su Linglong had refused to retaliate against Zhai Lingyu. Instead, she had informed her that, at all times, she must abide by Yi Chuan's commands. Though he found it perplexing why Su Linglong would utter such words, he understood that, as a disciple of the Jade Maiden Sect, internal strife must never occur. Master, what are your plans for the future? Lin Meiqing inquired. The multitude of problems seemed to be aimed at him. Now that Lin Meiqing had become an inner sect disciple, she had left the mess for Yi Chuan to resolve. I naturally have my methods, Yi Chuan replied with a smile. However, he acknowledged that Lin Meiqing's willingness to assist him was already commendable. Should other issues arise, they could pose even greater peril. Very well, Lin Meiqing nodded. Just as Su Linglong had stated, Yi Chuan's actions indeed held his own intentions. Well, when there is nothing else to attend to, you may focus on your own matters. Given the circumstances, it is inevitable that they will hold their own opinions. Indeed, having organized everything, Lin Meiqing turned away and departed from the scene. Meanwhile, Yi Chuan began to contemplate how best to deal with Zhai Lingyu. In pursuit of more valuable information, he resolved to seek out Li Muqing. As the third senior sister of the Jade Maiden Sect, her strength and status were second only to Tang Yunran and Jiang Ningyu. If she were to provide useful intelligence, the problems would naturally resolve themselves. With that, Yi Chuan left his residence and made his way to Li Muqing's abode. However, he was outpaced by Jiang Ningyu. Having sensed the peculiarities about Yi Chuan and witnessed Shangguan Yuner's demeanor, she felt an inkling of suspicion. Senior sister, I believe that Shangguan Junior's sister must have her own intentions. Indeed, but I still harbor some doubts, Jiang Ningyu replied. Although Shangguan Yuner had previously warned her that Li Muqing might be the mastermind behind the scenes, Jiang Ningyu was resolute in her disbelief that her junior sister would disregard the greater good. Then what are your thoughts on Yi Chan's cultivation? Li Muqing inquired hesitantly. If it pertains to the other's cultivation, then they are certainly not a mere nobody. Yet, regrettably, the individual is indeed formidable but would not casually reveal their identity. Even in the presence of the esteemed Xianghua immortal, Li Muqing would not disclose a hint. This person is quite impressive. Did we not witness it ourselves that day? I am not referring to that. Jiang Ningyu waved her hand. She was acutely aware of the current situation. However, what mattered more was to discern how the other party would manage the circumstances. Are you implying there are other issues? Li Muqing asked curiously, feigning unfamiliarity with Yi Chuan, as she wished to avoid any unnecessary complications. Seeing this, even the typically composed Jiang Ningyu found herself at a loss. Regrettably, my suspicions toward her have only multiplied, yet I remain at a standstill. Jiang Ningyu sighed. It is precisely for this reason that Yi Chuan has become increasingly reckless. Were it not for this, Shangwan Yunair would not have been reduced to such a state. Senior sister, Shangwan Junior sister's actions are entirely of her own making. I have contemplated pleading on her behalf, but alas, I dare not defy the immortal's orders. Li Muqing explained. Her meaning was quite evident. Her objective was to aid Yichuan, as allowing Shangwan Yunair to act recklessly would inevitably expose Yichuan in due time. Of her own making? Jiang Mingyu furrowed her brow. Little did she expect such words to escape Li Muqing's lips. It is worth noting that she is the third senior sister of the Jade Maiden Sect and typically prioritizes the greater good. Chapter 91. Good fortune abounds, junior sister. Your words seem rather excessive, remarked Jiang Mingyu, taken aback. She had never witnessed such a heartless side of Li Muqing before. It appeared, as the enigmatic Su Guanyun had suggested, that Li Muqing had truly become devoid of compassion and loyalty. Was it possible that Su Guanyun had been unjustly accused? Otherwise, how could Li Muqing exhibit such behavior? A flurry of questions suddenly inundated Jiang Mingyu's mind. I speak the truth, otherwise. Why did the senior sister not rise to her defense in the past? Li Muqing asserted firmly. Her meaning was abundantly clear. Xianghua Xianzuan not only wielded formidable cultivation skills, but also enforced the sect's regulations with utmost rigor. Should a disciple transgress these rules, it was certain that no leniency would be shown. As for Su Guanyun, her warning had been merely a gentle reprimand. In comparison, she had been fortunate. Had matters escalated to the point of exposure, the consequences would have been unbearable for anyone involved. Jiang Mingyu found herself at a loss for words, believing that no matter how Li Muqing explained, it would be of little use. If she were truly to rely on her for assistance, one could only imagine the multitude of challenges that would arise. Let it be. We lack the authority to pass judgment on this matter. Indeed, however, I hope that junior sister Su Guanyun can truly amend her ways, thus preventing any ensuing internal strife, Li Muqing stated with an ulterior motive. Otherwise, Su Guanyun may escalate her vengeance against Yichuan, and by the time she wishes to change her course, it may be too late for regret. It is wise of you to think this way. However, I suspect the situation is not as straightforward as it seems, Jiang Mingyu replied, shaking her head. The circumstances surrounding the other party were all too evident to those who cared to understand. Well, I have matters to attend to, so I will not disturb you any longer, Jiang Mingyu announced as she rose to her feet. Remaining any longer would yield no fruitful insights from her. Seeing this, Jiang Mingyu hastily stood to escort her. Allow me to see you off. Very well. Just as the two were feigning a cordial farewell, a figure suddenly materialized before them. Who are you? Jiang Mingyu inquired, furrowing her brow as she glanced at Li Muqing, puzzled. The newcomer was none other than Yichuan, the very person Li Muqing had just claimed to be unfamiliar with. Now, it appeared she had indeed been dishonest, as he had located her residence with surprising ease. Senior sister, you are here too, Yichuan exclaimed. Indeed, I sought junior sister regarding a matter, but I did not expect you to be present as well, Jiang Mingyu replied, shaking her head. She had assumed Li Muqing's assertions were accurate, that their relationship was not as amicable as they had speculated. Yet, she could not have anticipated his timely arrival. Senior sister, what is amiss? Yichuan asked, his face a mask of confusion as he regarded Li Muqing. Judging from their conversation, it was evident he had detected some underlying issue. It's nothing. Second senior sister has other matters to attend to, hence she cannot linger, Li Muqing replied. Li Muqing elucidated, indicating that it was intended for Jiang Mingyu's ears. Regardless of the circumstances, it was evident to him that the other party harbored intentions. Should he choose to remain, it would undoubtedly provoke further suspicion towards Yichuan. Is that so? Yichuan glanced at Jiang Mingyu, a hint of perplexity in his gaze. He certainly hoped the other would stay, for it would allow him to cautiously approach the individual, paving the way for future discussions. Indeed, I do have matters to attend to, Jiang Mingyu replied with a sense of resignation. Having stated this, he turned and departed the scene without a moment's hesitation. Observing this, Li Muqing let out a weary sigh. What is the matter? You seem different than before. Undoubtedly, Jiang Mingyu's arrival was solely for your sake, Li Muqing remarked with a hint of exasperation. His timing, however, only served to amplify suspicions surrounding him. Me? Yichuan chuckled. I never imagined she would be so concerned for me. Concerned? Li Muqing was nearly infuriated by his nonchalance. The purpose of her visit was to investigate him. Should evidence surface, it would be difficult for anyone to save him. Upon reaching this conclusion, he sighed, declaring, let it be. There is no use in dwelling on him now. Since she has come, pursuing further inquiries would be futile. Moreover, their primary concern was ensuring Yichuan's safety. As for offending Jiang Ningyu, it was a reasonable consequence. Senior sister, how should I proceed? What else can be done? At this moment, even junior sister Shangwan detests you. Li Muqing stated. If given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly seize it to retaliate against you. Ha. I hope she does just that, Yichuan replied with a grin, pulling her into an embrace. Yet, even this gesture bore no advantage for him. Should danger arise in the future, no one would comprehend the situation. Do not speak so futilely. Your predicament is perilous. I heard from Su Linglong that even Zhai Lingyu has become involved, Li Muqing said, her tone laced with anxiety. Yichuan's emergence had not been met with congratulations. Instead, it had attracted a multitude of adversaries. If he were truly granted an opportunity, it would lead to even greater troubles. Then what can I do? They will not heed my directives, will they? Yichuan's brazen demeanor left Li Muqing both exasperated and amused. Nonetheless, there was little to be done. Zhai Lingyu sought vengeance against Song Shui and must first eliminate Yichuan. Should he and Shangwan Yuner reach an understanding, retaliation would surely follow. Upon hearing this, Yichuan tightened his embrace around her. Do not worry about their matters. Focus on what lies ahead for us, he insisted earnestly. In that moment, Li Muqing sensed that her own happiness was drawing near. Very well. Li Muqing nodded slightly. Without any hesitation, Yichuan embraced her and rushed into the room, where they engaged in a profound exchange. Moments later, as both of them found themselves utterly exhausted, they began to discuss the current situation. Forget it. Zhai Lingyu is not easy to deal with. You should exercise caution, she warned. I am well aware of that, especially since he attempted to assassinate me last night. Yichuan explained. What? Li Muqing's face paled in shock. She tried to assassinate you? Never in her wildest dreams did she expect Zhai Lingyu to be so audacious as to retaliate against Yichuan within the confines of the Jade Maiden Sect. Indeed, but considering her strength, she was not a worthy opponent. I did not even need to intervene. She fled in fright. What a pity for my room. As he mentioned this, Yichuan's anger surged. If she hadn't escaped so swiftly, I would have ensured she regretted it. Damn. We cannot simply sit back and wait for the worst. Li Muqing understood Zhai Lingyu's treachery. Letting her go this time will surely embolden her in the future. When the time comes to confront her, it may not be so easy. There's no need to rush. Just as Li Muqing prepared to rise, she was unexpectedly pulled back into Yichuan's embrace. Where's Zian? Yichuan inquired curiously. Usually, they were inseparable, yet today, the girl was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 92. Danger approaches. I need her to follow Zhai Lingyu. What? Yichuan furrowed his brow. He had first-hand experience of Zhai Lingyu's prowess. If something were to go awry, Zian would not stand a chance against her. What is the matter? Li Muqing asked, perplexed, as if her actions had crossed Yichuan's threshold of concern. It's nothing, but if Zhai Lingyu discovers her, she certainly won't let Zian off easily. Just look at how she attempted to assassinate me. Dealing with Zian would be even more trivial. How could that be? Li Muqing frowned. After all, I am still the third senior sister, and Zian is my maid. If it comes to blows, wouldn't that mean a confrontation with me? There isn't time to waste. Yichuan urged anxiously. If we wait any longer, Zian will be in even greater peril. Upon realizing this, he became completely alert. I must go find her. Li Muqing felt a twinge of panic, especially seeing Yichuan so anxious. Under normal circumstances, she would not react this way. Never mind. I will go personally. Before she could elaborate, Yichuan hastily departed, bidding her farewell. At the rear mountain of the Jade Maiden Sect, as Zhai Lingyu prepared to leave, Shangwan Yuner repeatedly cautioned her to remain vigilant. Otherwise, you will fall into their trap, and there will be no means of escape. Who? At that moment, Zhai Lingyu suddenly turned her gaze toward the distance. What's wrong? Shangwan Yuner furrowed her brows, realizing that someone had approached, rendering further words unnecessary. Humph. If they dare to follow, why must they be so furtive? Zhai Lingyu exclaimed indignantly. Before the individual could react, she appeared directly beside him. It is you. Indeed. It is I, Zian, the newcomer replied. Initially, I merely intended to follow her and investigate her circumstances. To my astonishment, she was seeking Shangwan Yuner. Particularly when I overheard their conversation, it was evident she was targeting Yichuan and the others. Humph. So you witnessed everything just now. Indeed, but you shall not succeed. My senior sister will not stand idly by, Zian declared vehemently. At this moment, having been discovered, she knew there was no chance of evasion. If they were to act, her chances of survival would vanish entirely. Scoundrel! Zhai Lingyu retorted furiously. With a swift strike to her back, Xian was sent tumbling before Shangwan Yuner. Are you attempting a rebellion? Aware of her disadvantage, Xian displayed a sense of urgency. Humph. You still have the audacity to speak, Shangwan Yuner stated fiercely. At this juncture, she harbored no reservations. Should she spare the individual before her, she could not fathom the troubles that would ensue. Hence, it was certain to ascertain their true intentions. Enough of this chatter. Zhai Lingyu approached Xian slowly. If she escapes, our plans will be compromised. Very well, you may proceed as you wish, Shangwan Yuner nodded. Though they were of the same sect, should the esteemed Xianghua find out they were conspiring against Li Muqing and others, there would undoubtedly be dire consequences. If you were to blame someone, let it be yourself, Zhai Lingyu declared vehemently. She paid no heed to Xian's intentions, fully aware of the situation. Humph. Even if you kill me, I shall not yield, Xian asserted fiercely. Regarding the current predicament, regardless of interpretation, each would hold their own perspective. However, failing to inform Yi Chuan and the others, peril awaited them all in due time. Enough of your prattling, Zhai Lingyu interrupted. Raising her palm, she prepared to strike. Halt. Just then, Yi Chuan suddenly appeared before her. Who are you? Zhai Lingyu asked, her face filled with astonishment. She had never seen Yi Chuan's true form, only aware of his female guise. Sister, how could you not recognize me so soon? Yi Chuan replied. You. Zhai Lingyu looked at Yi Chuan in disbelief. Her mind recalled the words Yi Chuan often spoke to her. The Yunnu sect forbids men from entering. Who are you, really? Shangwan Yuner questioned, perplexed. At that moment, realizing the situation, Zhai Lingyu hastily explained, Senior sister, he is Yi Chuan. What? Shangwan Yuner exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Chuan? How can he be a man? Previously, they had only seen Yi Chuan as a woman. Little did they know, he was indeed of male stature. Of course, why else would I approach you? Yi Chuan replied. Shangwan Yuner was momentarily at a loss for words. In her indignation, she momentarily disregarded her own predicament, rising abruptly to confront him. Regardless of who you are, I finally have a reason to eliminate you. Her previous reluctance to deal with him stemmed from Yi Chuan's feminine disguise. Now that he had shed his pretense, even the esteemed Xianghua Xinzuan would not spare her if she were to take action. Very well, Yi Chuan laughed. At this juncture, even if you do not strike, I shall not let you off. Master. No, they are formidable, Xian cautioned urgently. She was deeply concerned about Yi Chuan facing both adversaries simultaneously. Formidable indeed. Yi Chuan shook his head with a bitter smile. He knew that avoiding them would only lead to his demise at their hands sooner or later. Today, I shall see just how formidable they truly are, Yi Chuan declared resolutely, granting them no opportunity to respond, for their cultivation levels were not to be underestimated. In a one-on-one confrontation, he held a distinct advantage, yet facing two opponents at once might prove challenging. Senior sister, kill him, Zhai Lingyu commanded coldly, launching several sword energies at Yi Chuan. Humph, quite impressive, Yi Chuan replied coolly, yet he remained unperturbed, summoning the Qi-Yin shield to successfully deflect their assault. What? Zhai Lingyu exclaimed in disbelief. She had suspected that Yi Chuan's cultivation surpassed hers, and now it was confirmed. It seems you are not all that formidable, Yi Chuan scoffed. Casting a glance at Shangwan Yuner, and suddenly, as if possessed, suggested, why don't you both come at me together? Rascal, Shangwan Yuner retorted angrily, never anticipating such a slanderous remark. If circumstances were dire, it could pose a danger to anyone. Senior sister, there's no need to waste words with him. Let us strike together. Agreed. At this point, there was no room for dialogue. If they were to encounter trouble in the future, Xianghua Xinzuan would inevitably learn of the details. It was better to resolve matters swiftly. Enough of this, Yi Chuan said impatiently, his gaze suddenly turning lethal, and he engaged the two in battle. This is bad. The master may be in danger, the injured Xian exclaimed, her face filled with anxiety. Should anything happen to him, it would be a tremendous loss for them all. Chapter 93, Sacrifice for me. Where's the senior sister? Xian furrowed her brows. The presence of Yi Chuan here indicated that Li Muqing must be aware of the situation. Yet, his prolonged absence began to stir worry within her. Fear not. You shall not be my match, Yi Chuan declared with a smile, as the Qi-Yin divine sword materialized in his hand. Humph. No matter how formidable your artifacts are, tonight you shall cease to exist, Shangwan Yuner declared, joining forces with Zhai Lingyu to launch a formidable offensive against Yi Chuan. Very well, Yi Chuan retorted fiercely. beginning to feel the weight of his own arrogance as he found himself continually pushed back by their relentless assault. The two adversaries showed no mercy, unyieldingly pressing their attack without a hint of leniency. Damn it! Yechuan could not suppress his curses. Beside him, Xian, helpless and anxious, could do nothing to assist. What should we do? Xian fretted, fearing for Yechuan's safety, as she was the only one capable of providing aid. Die! A furious roar erupted from Shangwan Yuner as she attacked Yechuan, while Zhai Lingyu suddenly appeared before him. Ah! Yechuan exclaimed in shock, having suppressed his own cultivation, not anticipating their combined strength. Be careful, master! Seeing Yechuan in peril, Xian could no longer contain her own predicament and leaped forward. Swish! A flash of cold light pierced through Xian's body, and she collapsed into Yechuan's embrace. Xian, why? I must ensure your safety. Go? Xian desperately pushed Yechuan away, turning to confront Shangwan Yuner and her companion. Hurry, she urged, willing to sacrifice her life to buy him time to escape. Seeking death. Shangwan Yuner retorted furiously. Before Xian could close the distance, she struck a powerful blow to Xian's chest. PFF. Blood erupted from Xian's mouth as she was sent flying. Xian. Yechuan cried out, rushing to catch her, but regrettably, Xian had already succumbed to death. Oomph. Those who oppose me shall perish, Shangwan Yuner declared fiercely. With the situation now dire, anyone could find themselves in peril. It was clear that Xian had been eliminated. The remaining task was to silence Yechuan. Yechuan. It is your turn, Zhai Lingyu proclaimed, showing no intention of sparing him. Yet, Yechuan understood the necessity of taking action, for failure to do so would usher in an even greater threat. Rest assured, I will not spare you, Yechuan asserted vehemently. His adversaries aimed to eliminate him, and should he let them escape, the future held unknown dangers. Do not concern yourself with him, as Shangwan Yuner anxiously exclaimed, just as they were about to strike. Yechuan suddenly unleashed his true strength. Ah! Zhai Lingyu gasped, as she was forcefully knocked back. How could this be? Just moments ago, his power had seemed comparable to her own, yet he had unexpectedly revealed such overwhelming prowess. I shan't hesitate to inform you that I am the exceptional Dao Foundation disciple you seek. What? Both of them exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that Yechuan had concealed his true abilities. Oomph. Regardless of who you are, you shall surely perish today, Zhai Lingyu declared fiercely. Should he manage to escape, the consequences would be dire. Even without uttering a word, they could perceive the inevitable outcome. Damn it! Shangwan Yuner cursed, recognizing that there was no room left for negotiation. If both sides truly engaged in combat, it would be impossible for either to emerge unscathed. Very well, I shall not let you off lightly, Yechuan retorted vehemently, suddenly aiming his sword menacingly at them. If this continued, it would leave no choices for anyone involved. Even if the esteemed Xianghua Xinzuan were to learn of this, escape would be beyond their reach. With Yechuan's identity, there was no cause for fear. After all, the rules of the Yunus sect forbade men from entering. Moreover, his deliberate concealment of his identity made it utterly impossible to claim ignorance of his intentions. Fine. I am eager to see how you will contend with me, Yechuan declared without hesitation, intensifying his assault. Just as both parties were taken aback, they were suddenly repelled by Yechuan's force. How could this be? Zhai Lingyu exclaimed in disbelief, having assumed that their combined efforts would easily subdue him. Yet, they had not anticipated that Yechuan had been hiding his identity. And in this moment, none of them stood a chance against him. Need I say more? Yechuan shook his head, showing no intention of sparing her. After all, everyone could foresee the looming threat. Oomph. Tonight, you shall all accompany Xian in death. Let us see your true capabilities. Regardless of the circumstances, this was the Yunus sect. And even if they were to engage in battle, they found themselves without options. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Yunus sect, Xianghua Xinzuan suddenly sensed that formidable aura. It is he. Could he be the genius you are searching for? Tang Yundan remarked in surprise, echoing the astonishment of Jiang Ningyu, who noted that the individual had been silent for so long before suddenly reappearing. Indeed, remain here and do not leave. I shall investigate the situation, Xianghua Xinzuan commanded. Understood. The two disciples responded, fully aware of the potential ramifications should anything go awry. However, upon clarifying the matter, the esteemed immortal Xianghua soared away. How peculiar. What could she be doing at the back mountain? Suspended in the air, immortal Xianghua displayed an expression full of intrigue. It is worth noting that the back mountain serves as the site for punishing the likes of Shangwan Yuner through solitary reflection. This suggests she might have uncovered something significant. With that thought, She made her way directly toward the back mountain. Meanwhile, atop the cliff of the back mountain, Zhai Lingyu and Shangwan Yuner joined forces. Yet they were still being relentlessly pushed back by their adversary. With the slightest misstep, they found themselves struck down by Yichuan. I had intended to capture you. But alas, it seems you are courting death, Yichuan remarked coldly. Having slain Xian, they could not afford to let their foes escape so easily. What did you say? Are you dreaming? Zhai Lingyu retorted, refusing to yield to his demands. Even if we perish, we shall not concede, Shangwan Yuner declared resolutely, observing their defiance. Yichuan shook his head in resignation. Very well. Since you are so steadfast, I shall grant you your wish. He slowly approached them, exuding an aura that suggested he had no intention of sparing them. Panic surged through Shangwan Yuner. She had never anticipated that Yichuan would prove to be so formidable. Unfortunately, given their injuries, they had little choice left. What do you intend to do? She asked, though it seemed an inappropriate inquiry directed at him. Yichuan shook his head, reflecting on the irony that they, who had caused Xian's demise, were now questioning him. Chapter 94, The Fall from the Cliff View. Shangwan Yuner was taken aback, unable to comprehend how she could be bested by Yichuan, especially when they fought in unison. Instinctively, she took 2 steps back. Prepare to meet your end. Yichuan raised the Qiyin divine sword, unleashing a final roar against them. Stop! At that moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the heavens. Boom! The explosion reverberated through the valley. Yichuan glanced upward, recognizing the newcomer as the seemingly celestial immortal Qianghua. Immortal! Shangwan Yuner and Zhai Lingyu, grasping at the thread of hope, fell to their knees in desperate supplication. Immortal Qianghua remarked, surprised. Why are you a man? She had already discerned that Yichuan possessed an exceptional Dao foundation. However, she had never expected that this individual would turn out to be a male disciple. Indeed, since the truth can no longer be concealed, I shall not hesitate to reveal that I am the young master of the Heavenly Demon Sect. What? A remnant of the Heavenly Demon Sect? Many displayed expressions of shock. The Heavenly Demon Sect, notorious for its malevolence, had been eradicated not long ago. Yet, they had not anticipated the existence of so many surviving remnants, and even more alarming was the revelation of a young master among them. Haha, did you not see this coming? Yichuan chuckled. Without a trace of concern for her identity, she declared, no matter what, tonight has already revealed everything. If issues arise in the future, it will undoubtedly be on them. You, young man, do not be arrogant, thinking that we could ever be your opponents. Zhai Lingyu retorted fiercely. Despite her partnership with Shangwan Yuner, they were indeed no match for him. However, with the presence of the esteemed Qianghua Immortal, there was no cause for alarm. You must perish, otherwise, Xian's sacrifice would be in vain. You must be dreaming, Shangwan Yuner exclaimed anxiously. Upon hearing this, Qianghua Immortal immediately turned her gaze towards her. Regardless of the circumstances, Xian remained a disciple of the Jade Maiden Sect. If their actions led to her demise, Shangwan Yuner would also bear the consequences. Immortal, Xian has fallen under a spell. It was she who struck at this individual. Indeed, we would never harm our fellow disciples. They both insisted. Observing the scene, even Yichuan chose to ignore them. In the face of future troubles, they would still harbor their own thoughts. You wretched fool. Today I shall eliminate you to prevent any future resurgence, he declared. Haha, do you truly believe you can contend with me? Yichuan scoffed. After days of secret cultivation, he had nearly reached the realm of transformation. Even in battle, he felt no fear. Excellent, Qianghua Immortal nodded. Yet, just as she was about to act, Mu Qing and others rushed over. Master, Immortal. The group exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock. Especially Qianghua Immortal, who realized that many disciples had turned against her. You traitors! Immortal, do not speak so, Su Linglong interrupted. Her intention was unmistakable, to ensure Yichuan's safety. What more do you have to say? Qianghua Immortal demanded angrily. Since you dare to betray the Jade Maiden Sect, there is no reason to spare you. To death! Protect the master. Under Li Muqing's command, the disciples stood resolutely in front of Yichuan. Witnessing this, even Qianghua Immortal could hardly contain herself. Come at me all together. Immortal, we fight alongside you. Zhai Lingyu and Shangwan Yuner declared in unison. At that moment, neither side had any intention of yielding to the other, especially as they prepared to confront each other. They needed to be mindful of their own stances. Very well, Qianghua Immortal nodded. Both sides immediately entered combat mode. As Qianghua Immortal had reached the mid-stage of transformation, Dealing with disciples at the Golden Core stage was hardly a challenge. With a mere wave of her hand, several of them were sent flying. PFF. The leading Li Muqing and her companions spat blood, already wounded. Humph. This is the consequence of opposing me, scoffed the immortal sovereign Xianghua. Those who betray the Jade Maiden Sect cannot be spared, regardless of how much affection was once lavished upon them. This is the stance of sovereign Xianghua. My lord, you may withdraw. Slowly emerging, Yichuan appeared before sovereign Xianghua. Sovereign, this individual is exceptionally formidable, remarked Shangguan Yuner to Zhai Lingyu. They had just experienced his prowess. Had it not been for the sovereign's timely arrival, they might have perished. I comprehend, she replied. Possessing an exceptional Dao foundation, it is impossible for him to lack capability. Especially since she understood that he hailed from the celestial demon sect, he might possess even more potent abilities. You are a remnant of the celestial demon sect. I must eradicate you, declared sovereign Xianghua fiercely, exhibiting no intention of showing mercy. However, even in this situation, Yichuan harbored no excessive concern. At this juncture, regardless of who it was, death was inevitable. Moreover, it was impossible for him to gain sovereign Xianghua's acceptance. Die? With a furious shout, sovereign Xianghua launched an immediate attack on Yichuan without a moment's hesitation. Boom. A series of explosions erupted. The strength of both parties was nearly equal, prompting even sovereign Xianghua to express admiration. Fortunately, she had detected the threat early. Otherwise, if left unchecked, Yichuan could have annihilated her Jade Maiden Sect. Whoosh! A flash of crimson light darted past. Having witnessed Yichuan's might, sovereign Xianghua refrained from further defense, opting instead to dodge and retaliate against Yichuan. Be careful, Zhai Lingyu and Shangguan Yuner urgently cautioned. Yet, in the end, sovereign Xianghua's carelessness led to Yichuan's sword energy piercing her shoulder. Boom! An explosion surged forth. Aware of the formidable strength of this adversary, Yichuan dared not be careless, immediately unleashing a frenzied assault. However, it was precisely due to this outcome that both sides found themselves at an impasse. Blood gradually trickled from the corner of sovereign Xianghua's mouth. Sovereign, no need to say more. Shangguan Yuner prepared to assess the situation, only to be interrupted by sovereign Xianghua. You are quite powerful, but extinguishing my Jade Maiden Sect will not be so simple. Sovereign Xianghua understood that if she were to be defeated by him, it would equate to surrendering the Jade Maiden Sect. Is that so? Since that is the case, what are you waiting for? Yichuan scoffed, slowly advancing towards them. Sovereign, what shall we do? Zhai Lingyu exclaimed. They were no match for this individual, yet in the presence of sovereign Xianghua, they still chose to confront him head-on. Die? Yichuan thrust his sword into Shangguan Yuner's abdomen, while Zhai Lingyu swiftly positioned herself before him, preparing for a sneak attack. Faced with Zhai Lingyu's despicable tactics, Yichuan remained unfazed. He swiftly brandished the scarlet flame shield, sending her flying. A resounding crash echoed as Zhai Lingyu collided with the stone wall, instantly rendered breathless. The esteemed Xianghua appeared before Yichuan, but before she could express her sorrow, she struck down with both palms, shattering his rib like a root. Die? You wish for my demise. Yichuan seethed with fury. Just as he was propelled backward, he grasped Xianghua tightly. Master! Li Muqing and the others gasped in shock. However, just as they prepared to render assistance, Yichuan had already plunged into the abyss, cradling Xianghua. Master! Han Qiuyue was distraught, while the other sisters could hardly conceal their grief. A chorus of anguished cries resonated from the mountainside, lingering in the air for an eternity.